In a previous life, the renowned bounty hunter Shinomiya Yuki traversed into a world steeped in the lore of Sherlock Holmes. Drawn into this new existence by a mysterious ancient jade of the Qin Emperor, utilizing his innate skills, he swiftly rose within the ranks of a clandestine organization. Just as he was about to be assigned a codename, he was confronted with a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, perhaps the resurgence of forgotten memories. Having navigated the treacherous waters of deceit and human greed in his past life, Shinomiya Yuki now yearns for a tranquil existence. However, he soon discovers that this world, while familiar, harbors subtle differences, particularly amongst its ladies. Chapter 1. A fortuitous encounter at the bar. In Mihua Town, within the confines of a vibrant night bar, young women swayed in the pulsating dance floor, their slender waists accentuated by the flickering neon lights. The vivid lip gloss and revealing attire betrayed their status as prey. Shinomiya Yuki cast a fleeting glance over them, yet felt no inclination to engage. His visit to the bar was initially inspired by the desire for diversion, but the overly adorned lambs before him were clearly outside the scope of his interests. After draining his glass of whiskey, he prepared to depart, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon a striking woman in a provocative professional outfit, sitting alone at the bar. Her melancholy demeanor contrasting sharply with the exuberance around her. The mere hint of her voluptuous silhouette was enough to overshadow the naive girls on the dance floor. Pausing momentarily, Shinomiya Yuki hesitated before picking up the empty glass on the table and making his way to the bar. "Hello, beautiful. Are you drinking alone? Would you let me keep you company?" he ventured. "Apologies, but I prefer solitude," she replied curtly. "Drinking alone is rather dull. Why not allow me to join you?" With her chestnut hair cascading untidily over her shoulders, the woman's slightly tousled locks softened her otherwise regal and aloof demeanor, yet her crimson lips still delivered a frosty retort to the tattooed man's advances. "I am a lawyer," she stated, implying that any further harassment would lead to legal repercussions. Her voice exuded confidence, suggesting an unwavering belief in her ability to prevail in any dispute. Unfazed, the tattooed man slid into the seat beside her, extending his hand toward the bartender with a smile. "I'll have a fruit cocktail, just like this lovely lady." "Fruit cocktail?" The woman scoffed, sensing he regarded her as a mere innocent lamb. Attempting to assert her professional demeanor to dissuade the man, she swirled the contents of her glass and coldly proposed, "They'll grant you one chance. If you can guess what I'm drinking, they'll cover your drink, and then I'd appreciate it if you could leave." His eyes lit up at the challenge, though he retorted with a wry smile, "Beautiful lady, are you not making this difficult for me? Perhaps you could take a sip and describe the flavor." With a disdainful laugh, she turned her back on him, raising the glass to her lips, ready to down its contents, when a cool, magnetic voice interrupted her from her right. "Martini." Shinomiya Yuki, ever the gentleman, halted a meter away from the enchanting woman, observing the hue and clarity of her drink before softly elaborating. The pale yellow hue, accompanied by a hint of pine nut and spice in the air, indicates this is a dry martini made with gin, often referred to as the king of cocktails. "Did I guess correctly?" he inquired. Setting her glass down, the woman regarded him with newfound interest. The details of his gentlemanly demeanor had garnered her considerable favor, as she was a woman who valued such nuances. Upon assessing his striking appearance, she detected an enigmatic aura about him, a quality that held an irresistible allure for the naive girls, but did not apply to her. "This gentleman's drink is on my tab," she announced. With a polite smile, Shinomiya Yuki pulled out a chair and gestured to the bartender, just like the last one. The woman considered his drink, while the tattooed man could no longer maintain his composure. It was only natural for someone to feel threatened when their prize was snatched away. "Hey, buddy, you should know that first come, first served." Before he could finish, he was met with the chilling gaze of Shinomiya Yuki, whose dark eyes seemed to absorb all light around him. No, it was not merely his eyes. The man was clad in black a long coat, boots, hair, and piercing onyx pupils, an embodiment of darkness. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the tattooed man's cheek as an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him. His body involuntarily shivered, and he fled without even tasting the fruit cocktail he had ordered. This man in black had undoubtedly taken lives, and not just one or two. What has happened? The woman inquired, glancing at the fleeing man, her brow slightly arched. Shinomiya Yuki withdrew his gaze, smiling gently. He probably felt embarrassed and decided to leave in shame. At that moment, the bartender placed the prepared drink in front of Shinomiya Yuki, only to have it snatched by a delicate, pale hand. She waved it lightly before her face, inhaling its fragrant aroma. With a brownish golden hue, clear and transparent. Its scent rich and smoky. This is whiskey. Scottish whiskey, am I correct? Though her actions bordered on rudeness, the intoxicating effects of alcohol and her inherently competitive spirit led her to gaze at Shinomiya Yuki with a hint of unrecognized anticipation. Quite surprising, he remarked. My name is Shinomiya Yuki. Feigningly, she replied, her tone tinged with pleasure as his response validated her conjecture, greatly satisfying her inexplicable competitive nature. Casting a glance at the sun-kissed and handsome Shinomiya Yuki, she allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Had she been 20 years younger, she might have entertained the idea of teasing the young man before her, however, in her current state. Pleased to meet you, but I have matters to attend to, so I must conclude my drink here. With that, she downed the contents of her glass in one swift motion, leaving Shinomiya Yuki no chance to intervene. Shinomiya Yuki quickly reached out to steady her, her soft, fragrant form collapsing into his embrace, igniting a fiery envy in the tattooed man lurking in the corner. Damn, that lucky brat. Feeling the warmth of her skin beneath his palm, Shinomiya Yuki sighed resignedly, whispering to the unconscious Fei Ingli, how could a seasoned bargoer fail to recognize a martini? He deliberately caught your attention while reaching for the drink to slip you a drug. What a foolish woman, and a lawyer at that. Surveying the bar, which continued to pulsate with music and dance, he realized no one had noticed the unfolding drama, a scene all too common in such establishments. After a brief moment of contemplation, he wrapped his fingers on the table. Check, please, sir. Would you like to cover this latest drink as well? Shinomiya Yuki merely sighed in response, but to the entrance of the bar, a man clad in a black trench coat emerged, bearing a long, humanoid object slung over his shoulder. The night was dim, and few pedestrians populated the streets. Shin Jing-yun approached a black Buick, opened the door, and unceremoniously tossed Fei Ingli into the back seat. Realizing his somewhat rough handling, he draped his black trench coat over her. The Buick is rather unwieldy to drive. He mused. I ought to sell that old jalopy of gin sooner or later and acquire a new vehicle. The Buick, illuminated by the neon lights, vanished into the thoroughfare. Meanwhile, not far away, a young elementary student, adorned with a red bow tie and dressed in a blue suit, white shirt, and gray shorts, was skillfully maneuvering on a skateboard in pursuit of a suspect. Chapter 2, Collision with Conan, Blood Battle with Hugueri. It has been over a year since I arrived in this world, hasn't it? Shin Ji-yoon gazed out the window at the familiar yet foreign scenery, unable to resist pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Music begins. His name is Shin Ji-yoon, a globally wanted top bounty hunter in his past life. After witnessing a suspicious transaction by a man in black, he was unfortunately poisoned, causing his body to shrink. Rather, it was a transformation aimed at completing a bounty mission. During his passage through the Bermuda Triangle, he encountered a peculiar magnetic field, and upon awakening, he found himself in this so-called world of deduction, his body restored to around 20 years of age due to the peculiarities of that magnetic field. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar world, devoid of resources and lacking identification, Shin Ji-yoon was acutely aware of the implications. However, belonging to the gray area of society, he quickly utilized his instinct for the underworld to secure a position as a mere pawn for a black-clad organization, playing a peripheral role. With the skills and experiences from his past life, Shin Ji-yoon managed to survive multiple perilous escapades, garnering the attention of higher-ups. They not only assisted him in obtaining identification but also secured him a seemingly inconspicuous job, as the organization appeared to be evaluating his capabilities. Extinguishing his cigarette and disposing of it in a transparent bag, Shin Ji-yoon reflected on his past experiences that had imparted him with a profound understanding of human greed and cunning. In this life, he yearned for a semblance of stability. Cognizant that the madness coursing through his veins would not allow him to remain entirely placid, his subconscious reveled in the thrill of danger. Today's pursuit of pleasure aimed to alleviate the pent-up negative emotions accumulated over the past year. His peripheral vision caught sight of a stunning woman in the back seat, and he hesitated momentarily. Just as his thoughts lingered on whether to pursue Higueri, a shadow darted out from around the corner, moving with such speed that he barely had time to react. Shinju Yun's brow furrowed as he slammed on the brakes. The screech of tires against asphalt was jarring. Bang! Thud! Following a slight collision, a figure tumbled to the ground. The headlights illuminated the scene, and based on his knowledge of braking distances, he assessed that the impact had not been severe, though some minor damage was inevitable. However, upon realizing the identity of the target, his eyes widened in astonishment. Was that the elementary school student known as the Grim Reaper? If Jin had been by his side, he would surely have quipped, "Not dead yet? Hit him again, go faster." Shinju Yun exited the vehicle, retrieving a fallen skateboard, and approached the place where the figure had landed. "Hey kid, are you alright?" It was hard to fathom that after rolling several times on the ground, the child merely had a torn shirt yet appeared to be in excellent spirits. Damn it. I was so close to catching him. Clad in a blue suit with a red bow tie, the young student who had been hit was none other than Idagawa Conan, the representative of death. Conan's clenched fist pounded the ground as he fixed his gaze on the white car that was gradually disappearing from view. His expression devoid of tears or pain, radiating only frustration and regret at having let the suspect escape. "Are you all right, little one? Should I take you to the hospital?" Shinju Yun inquired again, drawing Conan's attention to the man before him. However, upon catching sight of Shinju Yun's attire, Conan's pupils contracted in alarm. Clad in black from head to toe, he thought, could he possibly be? Am I dazed from the impact? Shinju Yun gently patted Conan's head, attempting to rouse him. Ouch. That hurts. Conan scurried aside, irritation etched on his face, lamenting how this man shared a penchant for striking his head like Uncle Muri. Seems like you're fine. My apologies. That corner appeared to be a blind spot, Shinju Yun remarked. Conan shook his head. I'm all right, big brother. He was acutely aware that his preoccupation with chasing the suspect had clouded his perception of the road, compounded by the darkness and the absence of lights on his skateboard, making the collision unsurprising. I still think it's best to take you to the hospital. No, I really am fine, and Conan's gaze darted to the nearby black Buick, quickly adding, besides, big brother seems to be in a hurry, right? Shinju Yun handed the skateboard back to Conan, raising an eyebrow. Oh, how did you know? Conan adjusted his glasses, pointing to the tire of the Buick, confidently stating, the red dirt on your tire can only be found on the road in front of the park currently under construction nearby. He leaned in closer, catching the faint scent of alcohol beneath the smoke, realizing that a nightclub was situated close to that park. Shinju Yun blinked, impressed. Not bad. And then? It was Conan's turn to be taken aback. He quickly gestured toward the back seat of the Buick. Big brother shouldn't keep his girlfriend waiting. Though the dim light obscured the woman's face, Conan could discern enough to surmise she was a beauty. That kid really has luck on his side. Girlfriend? Shinju Yun was momentarily taken aback, gently ruffling Conan's hair as he replied, Indeed, I am a bit pressed for time. Here, take my business card. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Okay. Conan accepted the card, sweetly calling out, then inwardly critiquing. What does he mean by if anything comes up? His words are quite unpleasant. Watching the black Buick depart, Conan exhaled, questioning whether he was being overly sensitive. Surely there weren't that many members of the black-clad organization around. However, the woman in the car had seemed somewhat familiar. Never mind that for now. Notifying Uncle Muri about the suspect was more pressing. Kudo Shinichi, Idagawa Conan. Since moving here, interactions were inevitable. He could only hope for better luck. Shinji Yun smiled as the Buick rolled into the residential area of Mihanko Tuchome. The vehicle came to a halt in front of a two-story building, a property newly purchased with his earnings from the black-clad organization. Unremarkable. Nowhere near the grandeur of the Kudo estate, not far away. After all, he was not a core member of the organization, nor was he the model employee, Jin. Perhaps influenced by alcohol, Shinji Yun tightened his grip slightly while lifting Higueri, though separated by clothing. The smoothness of her skin and the warmth of her body transmitted through to his palm. She was a ripe, irresistible peach. Gently placing Higueri on the bed, her chestnut curls spread across the pillow, her exquisite features flushed with a rosy hue. Her slightly parted red lips occasionally exhaled a fragrance tinged with the scent of alcohol. A tremor coursed through him, igniting his senses. Not merely a sedative, but also imbued with aphrodisiac effects. As Shinji Yun contemplated whether to indulge in the temptation before him, a series of familiar, icy voices echoed in his mind. Task target activated. Higueri, please make the following choice within 10 seconds. Pursue complete madness. Blood battle with Higueri. Ability unlocked. Sniping mastery. Startled by the sudden voice, Qin Yun reflexively elbowed backward, only to grasp at thin air. Once he confirmed that the voice originated from within his own mind, astonishment washed over him. Was he suffering from a split personality? This was indeed his own voice. Unlock? Could it be lost memories? Qin Yun swiftly discerned the key point within the statement. It seemed his crossing into this world had not been without its complications. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2. Qin Yun quickly made up his mind. He had originally intended to visit that bar. It was a twofold benefit. Chapter 3. Revelations After Alcohol. Organizational Mission. Revelations After Alcohol. Decades of emptiness filled in a moment, willpower eroded by substances, rationality gradually declining, thoughts consumed by madness. Fei Yingli felt as though her entire body was a canvas of discomfort, every inch aching with weakness. Although her consciousness gradually returned, her memories remained shrouded in obscurity. Instinctively, she tugged at the blanket, leaning her head towards a warm spot beside her. This simple act sent her heart racing as the chaotic memories of the previous night surged forth like a torrent, vivid and disordered images flickering before her eyes. The small hand that had rested on Qin Yun's arm trembled uncontrollably before she attempted to pinch it hard, only to find her strength waning. And it soon fell limply against his arm. Absurd. This was the first word that flashed through Fei Yingli's mind. She had actually shared a bed with a man she had met for less than 3 minutes. The second thought was a burning desire for retribution. She would ensure this scoundrel faced the full weight of the law. Yet, as rationality began to reclaim its place in her thoughts, she gradually pieced together the events that had transpired. It must have been that tattooed man who slipped something into her drink. Such scum should rot in prison. Her chest heaved with indignation as she cast a glance at the man, still seemingly lost in slumber beside her, her heart swelling with frustration. Was she supposed to be grateful that this man had rescued her? No. In light of the outcome, it made little difference. Fei Yingli attempted to rise, but the overwhelming weakness forced her back down, her once radiant face now emanating a chilling aura. With a cold expression, she conducted a brief inspection of her body, lingering in silence for a long moment. Qin Yun, just you wait, this is far from over. Hiss. This fellow truly exerted himself more than a bull. An hour later, the sound of a door slamming echoed through the room as Qin Yun slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was foolish to attempt to explain things to a woman. Letting them calm down often spared one from a plethora of troubles. Clad in his pajamas, Qin Yun had meticulously erased all traces of the previous night's events, ensuring that even the astute lawyer Fei could find no conclusive evidence against him. This was one of the reasons for Fei Yingli's abrupt departure. She was likely still seething over Qin Yun's despicable actions. There was no room for error in his profession, otherwise he would have been shot by vodka long ago. Reflecting on the crimson stain on the white sheets from last night, Qin Yun wore a peculiar expression, recalling the evening's chaotic events. No wonder the task involved a bloodbath. There had indeed been bloodshed. Qin Yun chose not to dwell on Fei Yingli any longer. What mattered most to him was the mysterious voice that had echoed in his mind the night before. Expert in marksmanship. As he whispered these words, a flood of memories concerning various sniper rifles filled his mind, as if a long-sealed door had swung open, revealing the prowess of a master marksman. The emergence of these memories bore no pain. They flowed into his consciousness as effortlessly as water. Qin Yun was well aware of the tropes found in novels about reincarnation and golden fingers, yet no matter what he tried, he could not summon that voice again. Perhaps certain conditions needed to be met to trigger it. There was also a significant possibility that his memories had sustained damage during his transmigration. And this was merely a restoration process. Half an hour later, at Miwa Central Hospital, in the psychiatric department. Are you saying your brain may have forgotten certain memories? Indeed. Dr. Hirano, adorned with thick round glasses, jotted down notes as he inquired again of the young man seated before him. But those memories could return suddenly? The young man. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment before replying, sort of. He refrained from divulging too many details, lest he find himself incarcerated. Qin Yun then asked, Doctor, can this condition be treated? As it stands, it appears benign, somewhat akin to dissociative identity disorder. The second personality temporarily dominates, leading to lapses in memory. However, we will need to observe you for a while longer. Please return on March 6th. Very well, Doctor. Though the situation was entirely unlike what the doctor had described. As he stood to leave, Qin Yun glanced at the calendar on the desk, realizing that today was March 18th, a Friday. His face twitched involuntarily as he couldn't help but exclaim, Doctor, Did you mean March 6th of next year? Today is already March 18th. Dr. Hirano paused in his note-taking, then calmly looked at Shingon Yun and replied, Next Tuesday is March 6th. Shingon Yun. 10 minutes later, he stood at the entrance of Mihua Central Hospital, holding a report that clearly stated, patient exhibits mild dissociative identity disorder, accompanied by temporal perception disorder. Medication treatment is advised. Shingon Yun let out a soft sigh. He had long sensed the chaotic nature of time in this world. A year had clearly passed, yet to others, it seemed only a few months had elapsed. Or even less. No wonder the seasons had cycled through multiple times, while Conan remained a mere first-grade student. This was not a matter of time flowing differently, but rather a disparity in the perception of time. The dates, lunar cycles, and other temporal markers he understood were completely incongruous with the world of Conan, and altering them proved exceedingly difficult, as they were ingrained in his very being. Shingon Yun regarded the report in his hand with a complex expression before crumpling it up and stuffing it into the ashtray of his Buick, seething. It's this world that's at fault, not me. I'm not sick. Just as he was contemplating whether to seek another medical opinion, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he suppressed his expression upon seeing a string of unknown numbers. It's me. The voice on the other end was a cold, gravelly tone, devoid of emotion. We have a mission. A minute later, the call ended, and Shingon Yun couldn't help but mutter, Thank goodness I had my phone off last night. Otherwise, hearing that voice at a critical moment would have been utterly disheartening. The Buick roared to life and slowly vanished down the street. In a shadowy corner of Kyoto town, a black Porsche stood with two men clad in oversized black trench coats. One tall, silver-haired man tossed his phone to the other before casually opening the car door. Get in, Vodka. Yes, boss. The burly man, whose head appeared notably larger than that of the silver-haired man, was none other than Vodka, Jin's most loyal underling. Boss. This guy named Shingon Yun is incredibly lucky. He has been with us for so long without incident, and his skills are commendable. Is the organization considering special training for him? Jin silently lit a cigarette, not responding to Vodka's inquiry. Boss, does the organization really intend to train him? But we helped him with his identity information. One T that be. Being vague is better than having some rats that are transparent at a glance. Besides, the white smoke curled through the car as Jin's cold, merciless gaze drifted out the window, seemingly laden with meaning. Rats? Vodka furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, Boss, are you referring to that traitor from 2 years ago? Just as he was about to utter the name, Vodka decisively halted. Sensing Jin's icy, green gaze fixed on him, best not to mention that man's name in front of the boss. Drive. Yes, boss. The black Porsche melted into the night. Vodka scoffed at the so-called traitors, firmly believing that no traitor could remain undetected before his boss. He would stake his sunglasses on it. Chapter 4. Video Game Company Press Conference, meeting Conan again. Conan, what are you doing? The press conference is about to start. Let us hurry inside. At the entrance of the lobby of the Mayflower building, a strikingly beautiful girl was waving at Conan. She wore a pink jacket over a purple long-sleeve top, and her lower half was clad in blue ultra-short shorts, revealing a pair of exquisitely long legs. Despite her innocent appearance akin to the girl next door, she exuded a captivating allure of youthful seduction. Sister Xiaolan, Conan thought to himself, suppressing a frown. How infuriating it was to remain in this juvenile form indefinitely. Where were those men in black? How could he uncover any clues about them? After all his efforts, he had only succeeded in making Muri Kaguru a renowned detective, while he hadn't gleaned a single piece of information about that elusive group. Sister Xiaolan. Has the Mayflower Game Company really invited Uncle Muri to participate in game production? Conan found it hard to believe that the old lecher, who only gambled on horse races and admired pretty women, could possess such capabilities. It's true, little brother, she replied before Conan could voice his skepticism. Just then, a man in a light gray suit approached with a black leather case, smiling at the line of Muri Kaguru. Mr. Muri, I am Nakajima Hideaki from Mayflower. Thanks to you, I was able to complete that video game software. Shortly after, 2 more employees from Mayflower joined, and their conversation soon took on a tense atmosphere. As Conan listened with indifference, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure, causing him to pause. Hey, Conan, where are you running off to? The line is moving up. Sister Xiaolan, I need to go to the restroom. I'll be right back, he blurted, a tried-and-true excuse. True to form, Xiaolan let him go, and he hurriedly wove through the crowd, scanning his surroundings until his gaze landed on a young man in casual attire. Ah, what a coincidence. Big brother, are you here for the Mayflower press conference too? Conan asked innocently, looking up at the young man. You're the little brother from yesterday? Is the after effect of seeking me out kicking in? The young man was indeed Shinomiya Cloud. Conan shook his head and continued to ask naively, what are you doing here? If you want a cue, it's over there. Internally, Conan scoffed, this guy's way of speaking still irritates me. Shinomiya Cloud raised a hand. Gesturing to the camera he held. I'm a photographer, and I've already got the keyring for my belongings. He rolled his eyes at Conan, expressing mild disdain. Where did that cleverness from last night go? Didn't I give you my business card? Hee, I'm just a primary school student. Besides, I seem to have accidentally lost the business card. Conan scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. In his rush to catch a suspect the previous night, he had forgotten all about the business card. Having changed his clothes, it was likely ruined. Conan took the business card Shinomiya Cloud offered him. It read, Shinomiya Cloud. 21 years old, occupation, photographer, working at the Nishui TV editing department, phone, 080. Shinomiya Cloud was quite satisfied with the role assigned to him by the organization. It afforded him considerable freedom and allowed him to gain legitimate access to various press conferences and high-profile gatherings to gather intelligence or complete tasks for the organization. Well, Big Brother works at Nishui TV. You must know many stars, Conan remarked, eyeing the overly smiling Shinomiya Cloud. The young man lifted Conan effortlessly and replied coolly, little brother. Are you doubting my identity? No, of course not. Conan hadn't anticipated that this handsome figure would be so straightforward, causing him to feel both intimidated and relieved. Considering the modus operandi of that black-clad organization, it was unlikely they would recruit someone like Shinomiya Cloud. After all, a person who brought women home for the night would leave too many traces, even if they joined the organization. They would likely be eliminated swiftly by the ruthless individuals therein. One thing Conan found unclear was how anyone who, like Murikagaru, enjoyed tapping his head and gripping his collar could possibly be a member of the black organization. He had become somewhat overly sensitive lately, primarily due to his inability to find any information regarding the black organization. Conan, are you up to your usual mischief again? Xiaolan called out to him. I'm coming. Big brother. Conan struggled to jump down. After a few steps, he turned back and grinned at Shinomiya Cloud, saying, I'm a Dagawa Conan. Until next time. Before long, Xiaolan, hands on her hips, approached Shinomiya Cloud, leading the downcast Conan. Conan, you naughty child, apologized to him. I'm sorry, big brother, he muttered. Xiaolan then turned to Shinomiya Cloud and said apologetically, I'm so sorry. I'm Muriran. Did Conan cause you any trouble? I will make sure to keep an eye on him from now on. Shinomiya Cloud waved his hand with a light laugh. Not at all. He didn't offend me. It's just that this little guy seems quite clever. Xiaolan explained that Conan was merely imitating her father, Murikagaru's deductions, attributing it to the antics of a child. Conan looked down, smirking to himself. If he were truly imitating Murikagaru, he would be at home drinking beer and betting on horses rather than attending a Miflower press conference. So, it's that sleeping Kagaru, Shinomiya Cloud feigned realization, showing no embarrassment over the previous hunting incident. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Muriran. However, I must return to work now, he continued, pulling out his vibrating phone from his pocket. Glancing at an unmarked message, he added, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I look forward to our next meeting. Conan grimaced, thinking, who would look forward to meeting someone like you? God knows if I'll get hit by a car again. After exchanging brief farewells, Shinomiya Cloud retrieved his belongings from the storage area and exited the Miflower building, casting a fleeting glance at a corner where a man in black was engaged in a transaction. Meanwhile, in line, it was finally Murikagaru's turn, followed closely by Nakajima Hideaki and two others carrying Miflower's exclusive briefcases. On the rooftop of a nearby abandoned building, a tall, silver-haired man clad in a black trench coat coldly surveyed the city below, his coat billowing in the wind, a long black case at his feet. Big brother. Tequila says the transaction is complete, and I was told to inform you, Vodka said as he approached, having just hung up the phone. Jin did not respond. His emotionless gaze fixated on the rooftop entrance, where Shinomiya Cloud, now dressed in casual attire, was slowly approaching. At that moment, an explosion resonated from within the Miflower building, causing the crowd to scatter. Chapter 5. Targeting Conan. Jin, Vodka. This guy is one of those black-clad accomplices. Conan's expression was grave after parting with Shinomiya Cloud. He had inadvertently overheard a tall man in black utter the chilling code names that haunted his nightmares. Finally, he had stumbled upon a lead regarding those individuals. Conan felt a mix of dread and excitement. The terrifying group was making moves again, and at the Mayflower press conference no less. He worried for Xiaoland and Uncle Muri's safety. However, soon his detective instincts and the urgency to resolve his own predicament outweighed his fear, restoring his rationality. From the conversation he had overheard, it was clear that the man in black referred to as Tequila had come to the Mayflower press conference to conduct a transaction, which had seemingly concluded. This significantly reduced the danger level. Conan discreetly held a button-sized listening device in his hand, determined to eavesdrop on the intelligence of the black-clad group through this Tequila character. On the rooftop, Shinomiya Cloud, weren't you supposed to collaborate with Tequila? Vodka questioned and threatened Shinomiya Yuki without reservation, stating that if this operation failed, he knew the consequences. It was I who sent the message for him to come. Jin's indifferent voice interjected, causing Vodka's imposing demeanor to diminish significantly. With a hint of grievance, he remarked, "Brother, how was I to know about this?" Jin offered no explanation, a behavior Vodka had grown accustomed to, and he could only stand awkwardly to the side, thankful for his sunglasses that concealed his discomfort. Jin kicked a black long case towards Shinomiya Yuki, who promptly tossed his own suitcase back. Their seamless coordination left Vodka astounded. Wait a minute, he thought. I've been with my brother all this time. Isn't this merely a straightforward transaction? Even my brother and I need not intervene directly. A phone call to arrange the follow-up would suffice. What is the situation now? Are these two quite familiar? Even if they have executed several missions together, it doesn't compare to my familiarity with my brother. Shinomiya Yuki opened the black case, seemingly already aware, and skillfully began assembling the firearms inside. As a former top bounty hunter, he was certainly familiar with various weapons, primarily handguns, although he had little experience with sniper rifles. After acquiring an inexplicable proficiency in sniping that fateful night, he now felt utterly at ease wielding the 24. Jin's expression remained as cold as ever, but his gaze slightly shifted as he observed Shinomiya Yuki's adept assembly of the sniper rifle. Over the past year, the organization had gathered intelligence on Shinomiya Yuki, primarily noting his agility, logical prowess, and handgun accuracy. They had not anticipated his adeptness with sniper rifles, and his movements were remarkably skillful. At that moment, an explosion resonated from the distant Mahana building, thick smoke billowing forth. What is happening? That direction is the Mahana building, Vodka exclaimed, using binoculars to assess the situation. Upon confirming that the explosion originated from within the Mahana building, he immediately attempted to call Tequila, but the call could not be connected. Brother, I can't reach Tequila, he reported. Jin opened the suitcase, glanced inside, then turned his gaze towards Shinomiya Yuki. Don't look at me like that. I have no idea what is going on. Shinomiya Yuki replied, idly playing with a sniper bullet, as if captivated. Perhaps he could discreetly take the 24. Surely Jin wouldn't mind, considering he had covered for Tequila after the failed transaction. Down below, the sound of police sirens erupted as squad cars sped towards the Mahana building. Yet there had still been no communication from Tequila. Brother, the police have arrived. Should we send someone to assist Tequila? Vodka inquired. No need. Execute the plan, Jin replied. His gaze fixed on Shinomiya Yuki, his voice cold. You will carry it out. He tossed the suitcase to Vodka, who caught it and opened it, revealing a list of world-renowned software engineers related to the transaction. Could it be that Tequila completed the task? Vodka pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. The timeline didn't align since Shinomiya Yuki had already arrived when Tequila made the call. Seeing that neither of them intended to explain, Vodka cautiously approached Shinomiya Yuki, who was lighting a cigarette. Hey, do you know what this plan entails? Shinomiya Yuki, with an indifferent expression, replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I made a rough guess. Guess? Vodka scoffed, then enlightened me. If you're right, I'll wager 1 million yen on it. As a bounty hunter, Shinomiya Yuki was driven by a fierce pursuit of limits, but ultimately the other motivating factor was merely a desire for wealth. Vodka, after a brief pause, agreed. 1 million yen was trivial for them, given that their missions usually started with small targets. Moreover, during their year-plus interaction, Shinomiya Yuki's penchant for money had been evident, which only made it easier for the organization to maintain control. Shinomiya Yuki tossed a bullet head lightly in the air, stating, this is an 118 special round, 7.62 millimeters. Paired with the 24, it can reach a maximum range of 1,000 meters. However, to snipe from a rooftop with such wind resistance, the target distance cannot exceed 800 meters. Since I've not displayed any remarkable sniping ability in previous tasks, I can further narrow it down to within 600 meters. Using this rooftop as the origin point, extending 100 meters outward while including the Mahana building, and considering buildings of similar height to this abandoned structure. He picked up the sniper rifle and aimed at a nearby building, coldly declaring, "It must be the Dahe building, approximately 500 meters away. The best sniping position will undoubtedly be the top floor of the Dahe building." Shinomiya turned to Vodka. "There are traces you left behind, right?" Vodka's expression shifted, and he sighed. "It's the bar on the top floor. Today is just our luck." As for Tequila, by the time Jin had outlined the execution plan, his fate was no longer of concern. Even if the explosion had nothing to do with Tequila, he had already fallen under the police's scrutiny, and those marked by the police would be silenced personally. After losing the bet, Vodka stealthily approached Shinomiya, whispering, "How did you acquire that transaction list? If you have it, what was Tequila trading?" "Your Browning handgun looks rather fine," Shinomiya replied, accepting the firearm and murmuring, "Just a preemptive interception, a little trick." After all, facing a high school detective in the Mahana building, outside, he was merely an employee of the Paradise, allowing him to seamlessly copy a list without anyone noticing. Jin extinguished his cigarette, but, his pupils cold, yet he couldn't help but sigh for his somewhat foolish underling, who was decent enough at driving. At the entrance of the Mahana building, a figure darted out, skillfully maneuvering on a turbo skateboard along the sidewalk. Faster, go faster. With remarkable deduction skills, Conan quickly identified the criminal behind the explosion and learned of their transaction location from Nakajima Hideaki, who was involved in the deal with Tequila. The Dahe building. With an excitement beyond ordinary understanding, Conan took the elevator straight to the top floor of the Dahe building. Simultaneously, atop the abandoned building about 500 meters away, a dark muzzle was set, and the black-haired youth peered through the scope at the small figure below, a bloodthirsty smile creeping upon his lips. Chapter 6. The Mysterious Ancient Jade. "Jin, are we engaging in small business?" Vodka inquired. Had they discovered Tequila's whereabouts? According to their initial plan, Tequila was supposed to head to the Dahe building after the transaction to erase the traces they left and eliminate Nakajima Hideaki. Now the plan had changed, with Shinomiya tasked to snipe any suspicious individuals heading to the bar at the top of the Dahe building, including Tequila, provided he was still alive. "No. I only saw an elementary school student running toward the bar on the top floor." Jin, growing impatient, commanded, "No need to wait. Just shoot the bomb concealed in the third compartment above the bar on the left side." While Jin had the capability to remotely detonate the bomb, he wanted to gauge Shinomiya's sniping skills. Since Tequila hadn't appeared, it was left to Shinomiya to trigger the explosion. Understood. As soon as Jin specified the bomb's location, Shinomiya aimed and pulled the trigger, sending the bullet soaring. An explosion far louder than before reverberated across the skies of Mahana town, smoke billowing as a bar vanished in an instant. The organization had ample explosives for erasing traces. The three instigators had already departed the rooftop without turning back to witness the aftermath. "Remember to transfer 1 million yen to my account." As he gazed at the departing figure of Shinomiya, Vodka's lips twitched slightly, and he voiced his grievances to Jin. "Brother, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. He even managed to swipe the gun you brought. Why not concoct an excuse to eliminate him? That way, I could save my million." "Drive." "Yes, brother." Days later, in the dusky Miho town, a 2-story cottage nestled at a street corner, a black Buick quietly parked in the small courtyard adorned with neatly trimmed flowers and minimal weeds. On the living room table lay a camera, yet Shinomiya displayed no interest in the aftermath of the Paradise Conference. Seated on the sofa, deep in thought, he pondered the hypothetical scenario of having shot Conan on that rooftop. Would he have evaded it with his extraordinary reflexes? Or would a sudden third party have intervened? This could serve as a fascinating subject for future experimentation with Conan. Shinomiya caressed the ancient jade pendant hanging from his chest, acutely aware of the unscientific powers of deduction, not to mention the inexplicable sniper proficiency he had unlocked last time. This jade was indeed a peculiar artifact. It was the sole item that had traversed dimensions with him, or perhaps it was the very reason for his crossing. His last bounty mission was undertaken solely to acquire this ancient Qin dynasty jade pendant. Over the past year, he had employed various methods to test its capabilities, including blood rituals, incantations, and hydraulic presses, all to no avail, even leading to the destruction of a hydraulic machine. Ultimately, it was during a particularly perilous task that he sustained grave injuries and, while unconscious in a bathtub, discovered one of the jade's abilities, healing. Water infused with the jade could rapidly mend wounds, akin to cellular regeneration, The longer the soak, the more effective the healing. To his astonishment, he realized that the secret to unlocking the jade's mysterious powers lay in drinking his own bathwater. Through further exploration, he concluded that the jade was most effective when soaked in water during the night, with the healing effects enhanced by continued immersion. Yun retrieved an empty cola bottle, deftly opened it, poured in boiling water, and dropped in the jade in one fluid motion. A single can of cola, soaked overnight, yielded the best healing results he had discovered thus far. Thus, he had stockpiled dozens of cases of cola, not out of a preference for its taste over Sprite, but for practical purposes. He opened the refrigerator to reveal rows of cola cans, each labeled with numbers indicating their soaking frequency. Regarding expiration, he opened a sealed can, took a sip, and narrowed his eyes as he savored the refreshing clarity of the beverage. 37 days old and still pristine. He refrained from consuming more. In the absence of injuries, drinking a can infused with healing water was akin to receiving a boost of adrenaline without the side effects. Entering his study, he sent several casually snapped photos from the Paradise Conference to an editor at the Nichibai television editorial department, ignoring the barrage of frantic pop-up messages. He began to surf the web. Although he had a general understanding of Conan's primary storyline, the nuances of this world were different, and he sought to immerse himself more deeply. The Miho Museum was set to host a jewelry exhibition, and the Suzuki Group was showcasing the Black Star, issuing a press release about the 60th anniversary party on April 19th. It was impossible for Yun to overlook this, as the headline had already become the talk of various websites, indicating a significant push by the conglomerate. In a sense, bounty hunters and the elusive Kid the Phantom Thief shared similarities. The Black Star, as a cherished heirloom of the Suzuki Group, must be of considerable value. Should he involve himself? Given the financial implications and his knowledge of Kid's thievery methods, Yun found no reason to shy away from wealth. However, that elementary and high school detective posed a conundrum. He wasn't yet on Conan's whitelist, and acting recklessly could lead to exposure. He recalled that Conan seemed to have a knack for luck, and matters beyond the grasp of a child were best left to adults. What to do? Handling this alone felt overwhelming. Buzz, as he glanced at his phone, displaying an unknown number, he muttered, "What a coincidence." Just as he was about to doze off, someone presented him with an opportunity, an exceedingly stable one at that. "Hello. The core members have already submitted your application. The organization will be arranging an assessment for you soon, so refrain from moving around. I don't recall applying." Ignoring Yun's protest, Jin was about to hang up when a cold, slightly sly voice spoke from the other end. "Hey, Jin, I have a little side job that might interest you. Are you in?" Chapter 7. What a coincidence, encountering you again in Kabukicho, along a dimly lit, secluded road. Vodka gently polished the rifling of a new gun with deer suede, its barrel gleaming with an ethereal blue under the streetlight. Seeing Jin hang up the phone, Vodka hesitated before speaking. "Brother, I rarely say this, but Yun has his merits. Aside from being a bit money-hungry and ruthless, he's seasoned and quite suitable for our organization." From Vodka's perspective, it seemed that Jin held some regard for Yun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have maintained a stoic demeanor despite Vodka's earlier critiques. With a few recent losses and an insider's betrayal, the organization truly lacked elite personnel. Vodka intended to say more, but as he turned to speak, an icy dread gripped him, as if he might become a lifeless corpse at any moment. His brother. A bit angry? Perhaps it was due to the mention of Yun? Vodka's expression stiffened, his spine rigid as he feared Jin's eyes might blaze with fury. A spark ignited within the car. The moonlight streaming through the window cast half of Jin's face in shadow, the red glow of burning tobacco flickering within his dark green pupils. "Drive." Jin extracted the SIM card from his phone and crushed it, his gaze predatory. A thief? Stealing the Black Star from the Suzuki Group? Extorting ransom? Jin's eyes turned icy, the rearview mirror reflecting a grimace that bore no semblance of a smile. Rather the taut muscles of a beast poised to rend its prey's throat. It seemed this assessment task was to ensure Yun comprehended the nature of their organization's missions and the methods employed to accomplish them. Vodka trembled. The murderous intent radiating from Jin was terrifying. He wondered whether he should speak ill of Yun or praise him. Alas, it was challenging to satisfy his brother. At Yokohama port, a black Buick slowly emerged, Yun gripping the steering wheel with one hand, his right elbow propped on his cheek, feeling discontented. The Suzuki Group's heirloom. The Black Star, regardless of the pearl's intrinsic value, must be worth billions due to the prestige of the Suzuki Group. Jin, with the organization's funds, was utterly oblivious to the struggles of someone at the bottom like him, though he was aware from the outset that the organization had no interest in jewels. The loss of several billion meant his plans for a new car would have to be postponed. Wait, why not suggest that the rye whiskey was also on the cruise ship? That would surely prompt Qin to arrive with an armed helicopter to assist him. Alas, what was that little brat? The tires screeched against the pavement. Had the brakes not been applied in time, the car would have collided with the obstacle ahead. But upon recognizing the obstruction, the driver decisively released the brake. Bang! After rolling several times, Conan scrambled to his feet, glaring angrily at the nonchalant young man who had exited the car. What a coincidence, running into you again, little brother. After parking the car, Shinomiya Yuki walked over to Conan and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Fortunately, I was the one driving, with steady brakes. If it had been someone else, Conan, you would have to be more cautious in your next life. That vile fellow. Anyone else would have been able to avoid hitting someone. This person must have done it on purpose." Conan brushed aside Shinomiya Yuki's hand, suppressing the pain in his body, and asked innocently, "What a coincidence, big brother. Are you here for the Suzuki Foundation party as well?" "Of course, especially since rumors are rampant that Kaido Kid is planning to steal the Black Star. The editor said if I don't capture some valuable highlights soon, I'll be out of a job." Conan pretended to ponder seriously and then inquired, "Big brother, did you happen to see a tall man dressed in black with a black hat at the Mantankan press conference?" "Forget it. Even if I had a photo, I wouldn't give it to you." In truth, Uncle Mori mentioned that the fellow was a member of a criminal organization, and if there was a photograph, it might lead to more clues, perhaps even revealing accomplices at the Mantankan press conference. However, to him, it was irrelevant. He was merely a photographer, and one on the verge of dismissal at that. Shinomiya Yuki retrieved his meal from the car and boarded the cruise ship, with the chattering Conan trailing behind. This scene caught the eye of Ran Muri, who observed with a slight smile, realizing that Conan seemed to have a fondness for Mr. Shinomiya. "Fondness, my foot." Conan was nearly exasperated. Whether he pouted or played cute, this man barely acknowledged him, responding only with vague hums and ohs, more incomprehensible than a woman. The luxurious cruise ship, used by the Suzuki Foundation for the party, was evident in its opulence: swimming pools, restaurants, and game rooms, all uniquely designed on each floor. No wonder it belonged to the Suzuki Foundation. The attendees were either wealthy individuals or corporate executives. Muri Kagoro clicked his tongue, but quickly straightened his collar. Walking into the conference hall with pride, having been personally invited by the Suzuki president. However, upon seeing the many beautiful socialites inside, he nearly drooled. "Father, at least show a bit of that detective flair," Ran Muri said, hands on her hips in exasperation. Meanwhile, Shinomiya Yuki, upon boarding the cruise ship, did not immediately head to the party, as there was still some time before it began. He intended to familiarize himself with the ship's facilities and the general escape routes. Understanding the plot was one thing, but no one could predict what would unfold in the future, nor whether events would follow the established narrative. Shinomiya Yuki was not about to leave everything to the known script. He aimed to take control of the situation, including any unforeseen factors. "Hey, are you scouting the ship's layout? You wouldn't be Kaido Kid in disguise, would you?" Conan, who had been following Shinomiya Yuki, quickly discerned his intentions. Since the child's innocent words held no sway over this man, he saw no point in pretending anymore. Shinomiya Yuki shot Conan a sidelong glance. "Do you want to be hit again? How despicable. I knew you were doing it on purpose. You're the one who always blocks my way," Conan retorted, realizing he was indeed always the one rushing into trouble. As they passed through a corridor, a man with his hat pulled low brushed past them. Shinomiya Yuki glanced at the man's tall figure and rubbed his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Conan, who was sulking at his feet. "You still need practice, detective." Chapter 8. "Madam, crouch down and lower your head." "Conan, where have you run off to now? Ran has been looking for you everywhere." Muri Kagoro's roar nearly toppled the deck railing as he grabbed the boy by the scruff of the neck, veins bulging in his forehead, while Conan offered an apologetic smile. Kagoro adjusted his collar, muttering, "Honestly, had it not been for the excessive living expenses provided by the boy's mother last time, he would have long sent him to Professor Agasa's place, where it would be easier to manage, considering they were said to be distant relatives." Yukiko Suzuki also arrived, and after a while, Ran Muri appeared in a red gown, slightly out of breath, saying, "Sorry, everyone. I almost got lost on the cruise ship. It must have been Kaido Kid using magic to confuse the directions." Yukiko exclaimed excitedly, cupping her face with her hands, gushing. I heard he's going to disguise himself as a waiter. Maybe he'll be a handsome, abstinent guy with gold-rimmed glasses. Ran Murray chuckled. The police and staff from the Metropolitan Police Department had gone to the party venue to maintain order and protect the Black Star, leaving the deck deserted. Shinomiya Yuki walked along a side corridor, fingers gliding over the cold railing, his gaze falling on the lifeboats hanging outside, when a flash of red caught his eye. There she was, Miss Ranmuri. The moonlight cast a silver sheen on her red backless gown, and her rising and falling chest resembled a bride fleeing from a classical oil painting. Shinomiya Yuki's expression remained calm as he reached to check her pulse, feeling a chill against his fingertips. Wake up. He lightly slapped Ran's cheek. Though the action was far from gentle, yet she showed no signs of waking. It seemed she wouldn't regain consciousness any time soon. Shinomiya Yuki had no intention of bringing Ran along. Her unconsciousness was preferable. He slipped his left arm beneath the young girl's knees and lifted her, placing her in a more secluded lifeboat, covering her with a blanket to preserve her warmth while concealing her presence. How careless of you with details, Kaido-kun. Then again, you are still just a single child. At the party, after President Suzuki's speech concluded, Mrs. Suzuki invited magician Sanada Ichisen to perform. Ran and Yukiko were actively engaged in the performance. As Shinomiya Yuki entered the party, he was quickly spotted by a little shadow who approached him with arms crossed, glaring. The party has been going for a while now, and the exciting performances are all over. You're just showing up now. Conan glanced at the small camera slung over Shinomiya Yuki's shoulder, as if to say, are you really here to shoot the cover story? Unlike paparazzi, photographers did not need to stalk or capture gossip. They merely needed to take compelling photos for a magazine or journal cover, which required a high level of photographic skill and social awareness. Showing up so late. You wouldn't be Kaido Kid in disguise, would you? Well, we're not that familiar yet. Implicitly, he was saying Conan was meddling too much for a grade schooler. As they conversed, a scream erupted from the crowd ahead. Kaido Kid. It's a notice from Kaido Kid. Upon hearing this, Conan immediately abandoned Shinomiya Yuki and dove into the crowd. Upon seeing the familiar white card with the coded message, Conan pondered deeply. Shinomiya Yuki strolled leisurely over, losing interest in the notice after glancing at the code, casually taking a few photos to report back. Ran noticed she might have been captured in the frame, but for some reason, she didn't step forward to stop him. Instead, Yukiko Suzuki approached, loudly questioning, Hey you, how can you take photos without permission? How handsome. Please make sure I look beautiful in the shot. Yukiko's reprimand turned into admiration in an instant. The young man with the camera had sharp features and a tall, lean physique, presenting a strikingly handsome and sunlit appearance. Conan chuckled beside them, amused by Yukiko's infatuation, but Ran's earlier behavior seemed a bit odd, especially recalling the magic performance from earlier. Please make way, Miss Suzuki. Yukiko obediently stepped aside, resolved to exchange contact information with this handsome man after the party concluded. With such a sunny and handsome appearance, a tall and slender figure, and a knack for photography, which girl wouldn't wish for her pictures to look exquisite? Even the need for retouching seems unnecessary. As for wealth, that never crossed her mind. Following Shinichi's gaze, Conan turned slightly and was taken aback. Tomoko Suzuki? Indeed. Capturing the attention of the wife of the Suzuki conglomerate would undoubtedly eclipse that of Sonoko. Just as Conan was piecing together the identity of the person hinted at in the invitation, a black bead resembling a pearl rolled onto the ground, emitting a loud bang and a thick plume of white smoke. It was a fake pearl, intended to confuse the location of the true Black Star. Remove it quickly. This thing is going to explode. The party attendees, who were either wealthy elites or heads of major corporations, would never gamble with their safety, even if it was just an illusion. Everyone hastily discarded the fake pearls they wore on their chests, with black beads bursting one after another, releasing dense smoke. The crowd pressed against one another, rushing to escape the party, overwhelming the security personnel. Tomoko Suzuki, adorned with the genuine Black Star, struggled to maintain her composure amidst the chaotic throng, as the surrounding security was dispersed by the crowd. Everyone present was of noble birth, and the security could only attempt to avoid the crush of bodies, quickly losing sight of Tomoko. Though chaos ensued, it was but a fleeting moment. Before the crowd could scatter completely, it was the perfect opportunity to act. Tomoko was unknowingly jostled by someone in the crowd. A shadowy hand reached out, aiming directly for the Black Star adorning her chest. The anticipated fall did not occur. Instead, she felt a firm grip on her shoulder and collided with a hard object below. Instinctively brushing it aside, she discovered it was a camera. Turning her head, she gazed up at the side profile of Shinichi and inquired, "Thank you. Who are you?" "Don't move. It's Kid the Phantom Thief." Upon hearing the name, Tomoko immediately tensed, only relaxing when she saw that the black star still rested on her chest. The hand in the crowd retreated at Shinichi's arrival. Kid, disguised as someone else, smiled lightly. Since the initial plan had failed, he would suddenly, the overhead chandelier extinguished, plunging the party into darkness. Kid the Phantom Thief. He must be here to steal the black star. Tomoko's expression turned anxious. Although she was no ordinary woman, she could barely maintain her composure. Yet her stiffened body betrayed her inner turmoil and anxiety. What should she do? Enveloped in darkness, she had no idea where Kid might strike to seize the black star. In her panic, she grasped the sleeve of the man behind her, desperate to avoid being alone in the dark. "Madam, crouch down and lower your head." Tomoko initially tensed, but upon recognizing the voice of the man who had supported her earlier, she quickly obeyed, still firmly gripping Shinichi's wrist. Crouching down, head bowed, she protected the family heirloom of the Suzuki conglomerate. The fabric she held was smooth and silky. Chapter 9, A Small Matter. Excuse me. By crouching and holding the black star close, she significantly increased the difficulty for Kid to steal it. Once down, Tomoko found herself surprisingly calm. Recalling the Suzuki conglomerate's collected information on Kid, which mentioned that he was a gentleman towards women. If the information was accurate, then the black star nestled against her chest was undoubtedly safe. She silently praised the young man behind her for his actions, completely unaware that the hands on her chest were not her own. Unprepared, one of her hands was suddenly restrained. Shinichi remained calm, adjusting his breathing as he listened intently to everything around him. Filtering out the panic caused by the power outage and the commotion of the crowd, he detected a faint, orderly footstep approaching the crouched Tomoko. "Found you." Shinichi reached out into the darkness ahead, but grasped nothing. In the shadows, someone sported a confident smile, realizing that Tomoko's actions had indeed hindered his efforts. However, to claim that was all there was to it would be an understatement. The Suzuki family's heirloom, the black star, would be his. A black pearl rolled to Tomoko's feet. This was the fake pearl that had just exploded. Tomoko quickly turned to tackle Shinichi, hoping to shield them both from the explosion's airflow, but to her surprise, he remained still, causing her to crash into him. "Hurry. It's going to explode." A sharp sound cut through the air as Shinichi swiftly pulled Tomoko behind him, clutching a magical card in his hand with a gentle grip, deliberately so. The pearl that had rolled earlier did not explode but instead released more smoke, causing those breathing it in the darkness to instinctively cover their mouths and noses, coughing incessantly. In the next moment, the lights returned. Clad in a black-gloved dress, Tomoko shielded her face, realizing that the black star she had worn was now gone. Could the Phantom Thief had stolen the black star? Conan rushed through the crowd, his gaze fixated on the three individuals surrounding Mrs. Suzuki, Shinichi, Ran, and Sonoko. A classic three-way choice. Moreover, Shinichi, standing closest to Tomoko, was the prime suspect and the most likely to have stolen the black star. Kid's old rival, Ginzo Nakamori, also received word from his subordinates that over 10 people had escaped the party amidst the chaos. Kid must be among them. Hurry and pursue. Sonoko approached Tomoko, offering comfort while stealing glances at Shinichi's direction. Kagoro Mori furrowed his brow, glancing left and right, finally seeming to connect some crucial dots. He cleared his throat and declared, "Mrs. Suzuki, I believe I've deduced where Kid the Phantom Thief is. He isn't one of the guests who left the party. He is one of the individuals still here." "What?" In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Kagoro Mori continued with pride, through simple elimination. In the brief moment the lights turned on and Mrs. Suzuki realized the black star was stolen, Kid couldn't he have gotten too far. Therefore, at the moment the lights came on, the person standing closest to Mrs. Suzuki with the camera was Shinichi, along with Sonoko and Ran. At this point, Conan interjected. "Uncle Mori, that big brother is Shinichi. We met at the Full Moon Conference last time." Kagoro waved his hand dismissively. What he called is irrelevant. Sonoko and Ran are certainly not Kid the Phantom Thief, so this Shinichi has the strongest suspicion. No, it can't be him. Shinichi just protected me, and besides, isn't Kid skilled in disguise. It would be easy for him to impersonate a woman. Tomoko defended Shinichi, having her own reasoning. If he were Kid the Phantom Thief, he could have seamlessly stolen the black star during her fall, rendering any subsequent actions unnecessary. She was a clever woman, not one to blindly trust others. She had her own considerations. Furthermore, Discerning a disguise was simple. One merely had to pinch the face to determine if it was Kid in disguise. Kagoro shook his head confidently, extending his finger and shaking it. You've all fallen into a misunderstanding, thinking Kid would disguise himself as someone. In reality, he is stealing the pearl in his true form. That Shinichi is the genuine Kid, the phantom thief. Ah ha 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 ha. Conan buried his face in his hands, finding the assertion increasingly absurd. Ran sighed in relief, but, under her disguise, shot a resentful glare at Shinichi, only to be pulled back by a young student. Big sister Ran, let us go catch Kid the phantom thief. However, Conan turned back and smiled sweetly. Isn't Brother Yun our good friend? Doesn't Sister Ran want to prove his innocence? Well, Shinomiya Yun was not particularly concerned about Conan's departure. Rather, Suzuki Tomoko was still defending him. Mr. Mori, your argument is based on the premise that the true Black Star is currently with Shinomiya Yun. If it is not, I hope you will apologize to him. Kagoro Mori looked at the calm and composed Shinomiya Yun, who seemed indifferent to the recent deductions, and scratched his head, saying, Ahaha, perhaps my reasoning has gone slightly awry. It is possible that Kid the phantom thief has already escaped. The cruise ship was on the open sea. Where could Kid possibly flee? Oh, the glider. On the upper deck of the ship, Kagoro Mori, along with the remaining security personnel, pursued Kid, leaving only 2 guards at the entrance and Suzuki Tomoko, Suzuki Sonoko, and Shinomiya Yun in the party. Mr. Shinomiya, I truly appreciate your assistance earlier. Although the Black Star was still stolen, it was evident that Tomoko's mood was quite low. After all, as a strong woman, losing a family heirloom under her watch would undoubtedly impact her authority within the consortium. However, I will not let Kid off easily. With the financial power of the Suzuki consortium, keeping the Black Star from being sold is a piece of cake. Sonoko defended her current idol, saying, Mom, Kid stealing gems and pearls has never been about money. He is like a gentleman under the moonlight. Casting a glance at Shinomiya Yun, Sonoko added somewhat reluctantly. In any case, I believe Uncle Muri can retrieve the pearl. Is the Black Star really that valuable? Shinomiya Yun asked quietly. Tomoko looked at Shinomiya Yun, admiring this young man who remained composed even in the face of the enigmatic Kid. The value of the pearl lies in its rarity and the special significance it holds. Should someone manage to reclaim it from Kid, I would be willing to offer a reward of 200 million yen on behalf of the Suzuki Consortium. I have a matter to attend to. Please excuse me. Chapter 10. You shall see, Great Detective. Watching Shinomiya Yun's retreating figure, Tomoko felt no disappointment. Rather, she admired him even more. She was quite pleased with the young man's apparent desire for wealth, and why not? She had plenty of money. The young men capable of earning her money were precisely the fresh blood she sought to recruit. Only by nurturing a growing number of talented youth could a consortium thrive for the long term. Tomoko harbored intentions of recruiting the young man named Shinomiya Yun and asked Sonoko, how much do you know about him? Huh, Mom, today is our first meeting. I only know his name, but it seems that Ran is not very familiar with him either. That bespectacled Kid seems to be following him around like a shadow. Do you think Shinomiya Yun can retrieve the Black Star from Kid? Sonoko was somewhat torn. On one hand was the sunny, handsome young man her mother favored, and on the other was the mysterious, suave thief. It was indeed a difficult choice. In a certain cabin of the cruise ship, Conan was juggling a soccer ball. Having deciphered the code in the invitation and made a simple deduction to expose Kid, who was disguised as Muri Ran. Furthermore, since Shinomiya Yun was an unexpected figure, it was unclear whether Ran truly knew him or even his name, which explained why he hesitated during the photo. Muri Ran, being Kid, slightly spread her hands and smiled. So that's why you asked me that. You are quite the troublesome fellow. Conan lowered his head slightly, the reflection on his glasses obscuring his expression as he firmly stepped on the soccer ball. In fact, Sister Ran had only met Shinomiya Yun once and could not be considered a friend. Conan also noticed that when the lights went out and then back on, the person closest to Mrs. Suzuki was Shinomiya Yun. He remembered that this fellow had stood quite far away. Why was he now beside Mrs. Suzuki? There was only one answer. Shinomiya Yun had deciphered the code on the invitation earlier and had rushed to protect Mrs. Suzuki. There was a strong possibility that Shinomiya Yun had already had a preliminary encounter with Kid. Or perhaps he had already known that the Muri Ran before him was Kid in disguise. If Conan's speculation was correct, then Shinomiya Yun's deductive abilities were indeed formidable. The thief Kid, disguised as Muri Ran, rubbed his head in frustration, revealing a pearl wrapped in a handkerchief. It had been nearly 3 hours. He wondered if Miss Ran would catch a cold. What do you think, Great Detective? Damn it, you. Conan immediately connected the dots, his expression wavering. Unfortunately, this pearl. Bang. The iron door of the cabin was kicked open with force, and a figure darted towards Kid, moving so swiftly that Conan could hardly make out their face. The newcomer did not give Kid a chance to speak, launching a punch straight at him, forcing Kid to dodge, though he appeared graceful and composed. The expression behind his disguise was already one of alarm, cold sweat pouring down. Close combat was not Kid's forte. A smoke bomb fell from his palm, and his disguise was thrown into the air, his voice fading as he exited through the door. Until we meet again, great detectives. Shinomiya Yuki turned to pursue. Leaving behind a faint remark, I will chase after Kid. You go find someone. At that moment, on the upper deck of the cruise ship, a crowd had gathered. Police, crew members, and Detective Kagoro Mori, yet Kid was nowhere to be seen. Only a glider, used for diversion, lay on the ground. Damn it, he got away again. At the stern of the ship, a man dressed in a crew uniform and wearing a low hat walked in the opposite direction, his upper face shrouded in shadow, leaving only his high nose and slight smile visible. However, that smile vanished entirely when a shadow blocked his path. Hand over the pearl. Kid pulled the black pearl from his pocket, this time not wrapped in a handkerchief but held directly. You truly are skilled. You deceived everyone, including me. Kid held the blatantly fake pearl and sighed. Who would have thought that the illustrious Kid the Phantom Thief would steal a fake pearl, leaving me without an excuse to return it? Kid continued, before I could steal the real Black Star, you had already swapped it out. Right at the moment the lights went out. I'm curious, did Mrs. Suzuki not notice at all? Shinomiya Yuki would not reveal to Kid that it was Mrs. Suzuki who had placed the pearl in his hands. As a bounty hunter, he had acted on impulse. From the looks of it, you also did not return the Black Star on the spot. That pearl remains in your possession. Kid seemed unconcerned about slipping away from Shinomiya Yuki, tossing the fake pearl and saying, Detective, you wouldn't want it to be made public that you are the one who attempted to steal the real Black Star, would you? I am a photographer. Kid replied, and so what? You wouldn't want the embarrassing tale of Kid the Phantom Thief stealing a fake pearl to be splashed across the front pages of magazines, would you? Kid fell silent. But you might lose a lot of female fans. The sounds of the crowd moving nearby indicated that the time Kid had stalled with the glider was running out. I owe you a favor, Kid reluctantly conceded, knowing this matter would trouble him for a long time. Shinomiya Yuki took out a camera and gestured to Kid. If I help, I'll help to the end. How about a few shots? Kid replied. On the cruise ship, Conan was frantically searching for Muri Rand, his expression growing increasingly anxious. What are you doing wandering around here? Conan turned at the sound, his anxious expression suddenly freezing. Sister Rand, are you all right? Shinomiya Yuki, cradling the still unconscious Muri Rand, replied calmly, she is fine, and she hasn't caught a cold. Conan was aware that he had been outsmarted by Kid. Yet his expression had brightened considerably. He clasped his head and glanced sideways, softly addressing Shingu Yuki. Thank you. Go call Suzuki Sonoko over. She really lacks observation skills. With a frown, Conan grumbled as he jogged off to find Suzuki Sonoko. Shingu Yuki tossed the handkerchief-wrapped Black Star. His previously indifferent demeanor now tinged with joy, he could switch vehicles. Rand Muri, stirring slightly from her slumber, fortuitously witnessed this scene and realized that Shingu's smile radiated warmth. On the tumultuous ocean, waves surged, and the frigid seawater soaked the body of a youthful and handsome high school student, who could not help but sneeze a few times. Achoo! Damn it, that insufferable detective and that detestable photographer will pay for this. Chapter 11. Newspaper, testing look, Phantom Thief Kid is on the front page again. Wow. My Lord Kid remains as captivating as ever. Conan, with his small backpack, disdainfully purchased a newspaper. The cover prominently featuring Phantom Thief Kid holding the Black Star against the backdrop of an expansive, mysterious sea, shrouded in hazy moonlight, adding an air of enigma to Kid. TSK. What a pretentious fellow. Conan flipped through a few more pages, where the journal detailed the two individuals who shone brightly in the recent Black Star incident. It was thanks to these two who engaged in a battle of wits with Phantom Thief Kid that the Suzuki family's heirloom, the Black Star, was successfully reclaimed. One was a young man whose identity and appearance remained undisclosed, and the other a first-grade elementary school boy. Hey, it seems this boy had previously crossed paths with Kid and held his ground, earning the title of Kid's nemesis. I hear he's staying at the home of the famous detective, Muri Kagoro. Ah, so the renowned detective was merely in a slumber. That explains it. Surely, the illustrious detective must have been strategizing for this child from behind the scenes, truly a testament to his reputation. Passers-by suddenly understood their admiration for the famous detective Muri Kagoro, elevating to new heights. Listening to their logical deductions, Conan's expression darkened, but he could do nothing but let out a long sigh. While there was little to say about the detective, the young man who could match Muri Kagoro was indeed impressive. Indeed, prior to this, there had been a young man of such capability, the renowned high school detective, but alas, he seemed to have vanished. Conan stumbled slightly, nearly falling, and shot a fierce glare at the two onlookers mocking him in front of the newspaper stand. What do you mean he vanished? I am right here. These two were truly blind. Ignoring the two passers-by, Conan sneezed again. He had been exposed to the sea breeze too long and was beginning to catch a cold. His mother had called the night before, mentioning she would return to Japan soon, and her tone seemed off. He wondered what could be wrong. Days later, Shinomiya Yuki. Please seriously consider my earlier proposal. By the way, Sunoko's uncle is also quite interested in Phantom Thief Kid. I believe that through this incident, when he encounters Kid, he will surely invite you to join him in dealing with him. Of course, you need not worry about compensation. Yes, if I have the time, I will. After hanging up, had it not been for the last sentence from Suzuki Tomoko, Shinomiya Yuki would have undoubtedly declined. However, since compensation was mentioned, he recalled that Suzuki Jirakichi was known for spending lavishly. He would certainly make the most of this opportunity. As for Tomoko's suggestion to join the Suzuki group, Shinomiya Yuki had refused, as the organization still required his identity as a Nikatsu TV photographer to gain access to various locations for information gathering, and his own standing was not yet substantial enough. A game with Phantom Thief Kid could be deemed a coincidence. Tomoko likely valued his youth. Otherwise, she would not have suggested a position at the Suzuki group, but rather an invitation for him to become a special consultant. Shinomiya Yuki opened his email to find a message from the editor containing 99 glowing reviews. He believed that the cover of the Phantom Thief Kid journal would spare him from debt collection for a while. On the journal cover, the black star held by Phantom Thief Kid was indeed the genuine article. This was a complete act, preserving Kid's reputation while allowing him some peace for a time. What's not to love? As for reclaiming the fake pearl stolen by Kid, it was a task Shinomiya Yuki had set for himself. Although the black star had been recovered, there was no guarantee that some stubborn individuals would not pick up the fake pearls left behind at the party and compare them to the number of attendees. If they discovered one missing and all the fake pearls bore no fingerprints from Shinomiya Yuki, he could easily explain that it was due to being wrapped in a handkerchief to avoid oxidation from touching the real pearls. There were certainly others at the party with similar thoughts. However, the minute details, whether acted upon or neglected, made a significant difference. And this was precisely why Jin valued Shinomiya Yuki not merely for his exceptional skills or marksmanship, but for his ability to manage residual traces and his meticulousness. Hello. The phone vibrated once more, this time from an unknown number. The coordinates have been sent to you. Arrive within 2 hours, and do not leave any traces. It was Jin's cold, emotionless voice, and after conveying the message, he hung up. Shinomiya Yuki glanced at the email address in the background of his phone, leisurely stretched, retrieved the freshly heated curry chicken from the microwave, and casually grabbed a bottle of cola before turning on the television. Just in time for the program featuring Haruka Kano. A black Buick car traveled at a speed of 61 km/h on a road with a speed limit of 60. Unable to contain themselves, the vehicles behind it gradually overtook before the Buick leisurely turned onto a small road leading to the suburbs. Due to the rain the previous day, the rural mountain path was muddy, and the Buick's tires were caked in mud. Fortunately, Shinomiya Yuki was already prepared to switch to a new vehicle. After passing through a grove, the hidden sentries seemed to have received notice, and upon checking the license plate number, they ignored the Buick's entrance. This was a base of the organization located in the suburbs, equipped with an underground research facility and laboratory, though it was not a permanent site. Shingu, you seem to be late. At the entrance of an old villa designed to blend in, Vodka stood waiting with mild impatience. Only after Shinomiya Yuki exited the vehicle did he straighten up and approach. 2 hours was just right, not a minute more or less. Shinomiya Yuki glanced at his watch. He neither liked being late nor early. Vodka clicked his tongue. He was merely venting his frustrations. This time, calling Shinomiya Yuki over was not for a mission. Entering the underground through a secret passage from the villa, a closed laboratory the size of 2 basketball courts unfolded before him, well-equipped, but mostly featuring standard equipment. The organization had a surplus of personnel, many traders, and abundant funds. This laboratory was specifically designed to test physical data and simulate basic scenarios to train the organization members' reaction capabilities, combat skills, sniping abilities, and more. However, due to space constraints and outdated equipment, it had become a training ground for new recruits. Where's Jin? The boss is not here. Vodka glared at Shinomiya Yuki in annoyance. Do you think the boss is your babysitter, always revolving around you? Once you join the organization, you'll realize just how busy he is. Vodka glared, but Shinomiya Yuki, with sunglasses shielding his eyes, could not see it. He didn't fear even the most glaring gaze. As Vodka began testing Shinomiya Yuki's physical data, a securely protected car parked at the entrance of the villa. The car door opened, revealing a cool-faced, tea-haired woman in a white lab coat. Chapter 12. A brush. An encounter. This underground laboratory was divided into 2 levels. The lower level served as a simulation area for testing human data, while the upper level functioned as a laboratory for data analysis and storage, containing numerous human data samples. The tea-haired woman, accompanied by staff, walked into the underground laboratory with an indifferent expression. Where are the samples? She had come to collect a portion of the data samples for her research on drug trials, which was one of the few reasons she could leave the laboratory. Everything was prepared. However, the data from the personnel currently testing had yet to be entered. The researcher at the lab handed a prepared data sample to the woman with chestnut hair, who donned gloves, casually flipped through a few pages, and then turned to leave. No need. This will suffice for some time, she remarked coldly, her icy gaze never once glancing down at the simulated training ground below. She harbored no fondness for the organization clad in black, and had no desire to linger here. Had it been in the city outside, she might have wished to sip a cup of coffee and observe the young men and women strolling freely along the streets. After the physical fitness test, the next assessment would be her reaction capabilities. Qin Emperor unburdened himself of the weights he bore, breathing slightly heavier, his gaze piercing through the transparent glass of the overhead corridor, catching a fleeting glimpse of a chestnut-haired figure at the corner. Could it be Mayano Shio, the organization's critical pharmaceutical scientist? He pondered whether she might provide other analyses regarding his diagnosed dissociative identity disorder. Qin Emperor adamantly refused to believe he was afflicted with such an ailment. He could not be sick. Yet, the voice that had been absent since the day he brought home the unconscious Shiho had been silent for quite some time. In the incident of the Black Star, faced with the unconscious Ran, he had not experienced the peculiar voice in his mind as before. This was one of the reasons Qin Emperor had chosen to venture onto the cruise. After all, mother and daughter, perhaps it was worth a try. He shook his head. The simulated scene before him shifting once more. First physical fitness, then reaction speed. Was this order not a bit amiss? Vodka, wearing sunglasses, concealed his true expression. But the corners of his mouth were upturned, indicating his current good spirits. Not only did he intend to prioritize physical training, but he also planned to place simulated sniping at the end, eagerly anticipating how Qin Emperor would manage to grip the sniper rifle with trembling hands. Vodka held no personal grudge against Qin Emperor. Rather, he felt threatened by the possibility that Qin Emperor's arrival would usurp his standing in the elder brother's eyes, a notion he could not abide. 3 hours later, a Porsche 356 pulled up in front of the villa. The sound of polished black shoes echoed ominously in the empty laboratory. Where is everyone? The voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth. Brother, Qin Emperor has already left. Here are his test results. Vodka, with a sullen expression, handed over the data to Jin. Internal tester, Qin Emperor, physical fitness rating, strength rating, reaction rating, handgun accuracy rating, sniping rating. Data analysis. The low sniping score was likely due to the simulation training ground being limited to a maximum distance of 500 yards. However, it seemed Qin was at about that level. Jin inquired, what position was sniping scheduled for in the tests? The last one, with no breaks in between. Despite his thoughts, Vodka showed no signs of concealment before his brother. Loyalty to the organization was paramount. After reviewing Qin Emperor's data analysis, Jin coldly stated, has anyone else seen this data? You are the first, and Shiho came by, but she left before the data was released. Jin's demeanor was icy as he secured the data and turned to exit the laboratory. Ensure all concluding tasks are completed. Leave not a trace of backup. Understood, brother. Vodka comprehended that his elder brother had regarded Qin Emperor as a core member of the organization. All personal profiles of core members were classified documents, not to be leaked, especially not to any infiltrators within the organization. Vodka retrieved a newly equipped Browning handgun from his coat, a sinister grin forming as he glanced at the research staff. The simplest method of enforcing confidentiality was to turn the living into the deceased. At the Miho department store, A fashionable urban lady donned with frog sunglasses was laden with various designer shopping bags, finally freeing a hand to answer her phone. She was met with a lecture from the individual on the other end. I must continue shopping. What? You dare to blame me? That person is blameless. The striking woman entered a CAF, carelessly tossing her shopping bags onto an empty seat, oblivious to the peculiar gaze of the young man across from her. So, you and your father conspired to bully a weak woman like me. My fate is indeed wretched. Her performance seemed innate, her expression a blend of tears and heartfelt lamentation. Qin Emperor took a sip of the bitter coffee, and he seemed to recognize the nearly flawless woman before him. Coincidence? A premeditated scheme? Surely. That foolish boy Conan would not be so naive. I don't care. I too shall seek an affair, a grand one. The woman nearly shouted as she hung up the phone, forcefully tossing it into her shopping bag, angrily gulping down her coffee before grimacing at its bitterness. That's because it's an espresso. The woman, still wearing her sunglasses, glanced at the coffee in her hand, then at the calm young man across from her. Her face flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying. It's all because of that insufferable Shinichi. Detectives are all cut from the same cloth. Ugh. My sincerest apologies. I thought it was my order. However, the woman quickly regained her composure, removing her sunglasses as she smiled. Hello, I am Fujiman Yukiko. Indeed. Yukiko, feeling a bit bashful, said, I just spoke those words. I heard everything. A big star seeking an affair, that's quite the news. Shoo. Noticing eyes directed their way, Yukiko hurriedly donned her sunglasses to obscure her alluring visage and leaned closer to Qin Emperor, whispering, It's nothing. We were just having a quarrel, but we've reconciled now. Once the crowd's attention dissipated, Yukiko muttered under her breath, It's all because of that annoying Shinichi. Conan? You know my Shinichi, Conan? Yukiko covered her lips, a hint of surprise in her eyes. One could say so. Not only did he know him, but he had also accidentally collided with Conan's car twice. It was just a tad embarrassing to disclose that detail. Chapter 13. This is my affair. Encountering Yukiko was an unexpected turn for Qin Emperor. After returning from the organization's secret base in the outskirts, his vehicle was caked in mud, compelling him to take his Buick for a wash. While waiting for the car to be cleaned, he decided to pass the time at the CAF in the nearby Miho department store. Qin Emperor. I shall refer to you as such, Yukiko said, her curious gaze mixed with slight concern. How did you come to know Conan? I recall that boy staying at the renowned detective Muri Kagoro's residence. Was it related to a case? Ms. Yukiko, please call me Miss Yukiko, or simply Yukiko. I am not that old. Yukiko shot an eye roll at Qin Emperor, but her sunglasses prevented him from fully appreciating her starry charm. Just a few coincidences, and besides, it's getting late. Qin Emperor stood, preparing to take his leave. If he revealed how he knew Conan, Yukiko would likely cling to him, refusing to let him depart easily. Where do you reside? I could take Conan to visit you sometime. Mahanko tu Chom. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Emperor seemed to grasp something, letting out a slight sigh. Such a coincidence. Yukiko, with her hands full of shopping bags, looked at Qin Emperor with a pitiful expression. With a reluctant nod from him, Yukiko broke into a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a lively young girl. Observing her expression, Qin Emperor thought that even if he didn't live in Mahanko, he might as well offer her a ride. Yukiko settled into the front passenger seat, casting a curious glance around the interior of the car, and chuckled. In Japan, it's quite rare to see someone driving a Buick, given its low sales here. Yukiko's voice was already quite soft, and the Buick was, to say the least, not particularly esteemed in Japan, primarily being sold in its production territories of America, Canada, and the Middle East. A friend had purchased it for her, and she was considering a new vehicle. It was not appropriate for Qin to say that the organization had provided the car for him. When Vodka had tossed him the keys, he wore a smug expression, remarking that the car was quite rare in Japan. Yukiko smiled, intending to recommend some practical models to Qin, but suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, Hurry! Stop! There's something ahead. Left with no choice, Qin pressed the brakes, as Yukiko's hand had already latched onto his arm. He had yet to reach the level of a driving deity. Due to the sudden halt, the seatbelt had formed an exaggerated arc around Yukiko, though she seemed oblivious to it, her charming face radiating a different kind of excitement. I'm sorry, but look, isn't that little Conan up ahead? Qin squinted, thinking a collision would confirm it, but he doubted Yukiko would agree. Yes, that's him. And it seems Ran is also there. Shall we sneak over and listen to what they're saying? As Qin recalled this scene, he was abruptly pulled from the car by Yukiko, and they crouched stealthily around a corner, one above the other. It was indeed amusing. It had been a long time since he had seen Conan in such an awkward position. Xing lost interest quickly and remarked, "You can crouch here for as long as you like, but I'm heading back." Shoo. Yukiko immediately placed her hand over Xing's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. If they started the car now, it would expose her. However, as they overheard more of the conversation, Yukiko began to feel restless. If Conan's identity were truly revealed, not only would Rin find out, but so would Xing. No, she had to intervene. Yukiko turned to him and whispered, "Could you do me a small favor? Please." With that, she straightened her outfit, slung her small bag over her shoulder, and stepped out with a regal smile. Xing considered leaving, but was struck by the realization that the trunk was filled with Yukiko's shopping bags, making him reluctant to depart, knowing she would come to complain. Meanwhile, Yukiko quickly captivated Ran, and after she left, she turned to Conan with a smug expression and said, "New Conan, you ought to thank me properly this time." Conan, holding the back of his head, turned away, declaring he could manage on his own without her help. "By the way, are you really on bad terms with your dad? Why are you in Japan?" Seeing Conan's self-sufficient attitude, Yukiko clenched her teeth and replied, "Indeed, not only are we on bad terms, but I've also found a lover, and I plan to spend the night with him." Yukiko gestured behind her, but after a moment of silence, she stomped her foot and dashed to the corner, pulling Xing's arm to present him to Conan, her face radiating pride and defiance. "So this is my lover. Isn't he handsome?" Initially, Conan was concerned, but upon seeing Xing, his worries dissipated significantly. This guy's bad temper could hardly qualify him as a lover. He might as well change his surname to Xing. Xing looked at Conan with a hint of indifference and said, "What a coincidence, but what a pity." The pity, of course, was for the missed opportunity to have collided with him for the third time, a sentiment only Conan could comprehend. Yukiko inquired how Conan knew Xing, and he grimaced as he recounted the events of the Black Star incident. Conan asked, "What is going on here?" Yukiko half embraced Xing's arm and chimed, "Of course. He is captivated by my beauty and charm." "Don't be ridiculous," Conan scoffed, clearly unconvinced. He turned to Xing and asked, "How do you know Yukiko?" Xing raised an eyebrow, and Conan weakly added, "How does Big Brother know Aunt Yukiko?" Instantly, a murderous gaze shot from Yukiko, causing Xing to be momentarily taken aback. In certain situations, it was even more chilling than Jin's stare. "It was a chance encounter," he replied. Conan nodded, while Yukiko's face displayed disbelief, questioning why he would trust Conan over her. Conan pressed on, asking Yukiko why she had returned to Japan. She recounted her friend's request for help and then crossed her arms, declaring proudly, "I initially intended to bring you along, but now I've changed my mind." Conan looked at her, while she glanced at Xing, her expression conveying that she now had a more formidable ally and no longer needed him. Conan sighed in relief. He was overwhelmed with unresolved issues, especially with the black organization lurking in the shadows, and mused, "Xing's deductive abilities are impressive. I can entrust him with this. Well then, I'll take my leave." After Conan departed, Xing observed Yukiko, who seemed to have won a battle, and remarked softly, "I never agreed to accompany you for any assignments." Yukiko paused, then adopted a pleading expression. "How could you let a beautiful woman face a potential murder case alone?" "That is your choice. I can give you my limited edition signed photo." "Not interested. I can arrange a chance to dine with a major star." "You seem to have exited the limelight." "Then I'll pay you." Yukiko appeared despondent. Even a glamorous star like herself could be turned down. Had she truly lost her youthful charm? Deal. Yukiko was utterly stunned. If there were a mirror present, she would certainly check to see if her light makeup had faded. After setting a time, she entered the inner room with a pile of shopping bags, grumbling softly, "Not even helping me carry these in. As if I'm going to eat them." Standing before a full-length mirror, Yukiko shed her clothing, revealing a perfectly sculpted figure, far from the point of losing her youth. Perhaps it was the urban style she disliked? An idea crossed her mind, and she smirked, humming a tune as she stepped into the bathroom. The following morning, on a muddy rural path in Gunma Prefecture, a motorcycle roared through the countryside, its engine startling a flock of birds. "Hey, why aren't you driving your Buick? Why are you stealing my motorcycle?" Yukiko, with her right hand on the back seat and her left on the young man's back, swayed with the undulations of the road, her curves accentuated by the black leather outfit she wore. "I just washed my car yesterday. I don't want it muddy today." Xing inhaled the fresh air of the fields, far more invigorating than the city. Yukiko bit her lip, feeling empowered in her fitted leather attire paired with the wild motorcycle, perfectly embodying feminine allure. She envisioned Xing in his Buick, his gaze solely on her, while she accelerated, leaving him in a cloud of exhaust. Yet, this guy had the audacity to commandeer her motorcycle, criticizing her for driving too slowly and barely casting a glance her way, even glancing more at the motorcycle than at her. What vexed Yukiko the most was that Shing was indeed riding faster than she was. The fleeting scenery and the rushing wind were sensations she hadn't experienced in ages. Following Yukiko's directions, the motorcycle soon stopped in front of an old, dilapidated mansion. What's wrong? After parking the car, Shin Jing-yun cast a curious glance at Yukiko, who was still supporting herself against the rear of the vehicle. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes darted away. "It's nothing. Just wait for me a moment. Are your legs weak?" Yukiko shot him a fierce glare. "You know I am weak and still say it." Although she enjoyed the exhilarating rush of speed, once she regained her composure, her body instinctively betrayed her. Her face pale yet tinged with a hint of red. The rural roads were uneven, and with such high speed, minor bumps were unavoidable. "Yukiko, you really came. It's been such a long time." A woman in her 30s emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion and greeted Yukiko warmly. Yukiko smiled back and introduced her to Shin Jing-yun. "This is my client, Hiromi Yubunai, a childhood friend of mine. And this is Shin Jing-yun, a detective I particularly invited." Hiromi Yubunai smiled and said, "Please take care of this matter. I am a photographer." Seeing that Shin Jing-yun showed no regard for her, Yukiko covered her mouth and chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper, "He loves to joke." Even Shinichi acknowledges that Shin Jing-yun's deductive skills are on par with his. Hiromi Yubunai welcomed the two into the house and lagged behind to walk alongside Yukiko, engaging in hushed conversation. "Honestly, what is your relationship with Shin Jing-yun? I only saw one motorcycle outside. Where's Yuzaku?" Yukiko replied with annoyance, "We had a falling out. This is my new romantic interest, brought here for you to vet." "I trust your nonsense." Hiromi Yubunai rolled her eyes at Yukiko, recalling her playful childhood friend, who, even in her 30s, still behaved like a child, full of mischief. Shin Jing-yun surveyed the grand estate, his gaze resting on the well in the courtyard, more precisely on the wooden door behind the ancient well. He did not take the commission to heart. His sole purpose in accompanying Yukiko was to meet the renowned novelist, Yuzaku Kudo. Inside the house, more people began to appear. Hiromi Yubunai introduced, "This is my brother, Yoshiyuki Yubunai, and his wife, Keiko Yubunai. That's Uncle Yashiharu Yubunai and his bodyguard, Carlos." Shin Jing-yun's thoughts were elsewhere. He found the names Yubunai overwhelming and had no intention of matching names with faces. After a while, Yukiko leaned closer to Shin Jing-yun and asked softly, "So, have you made any discoveries?" The task of investigating whether Yoshiyuki Yubunai was truly Yashiharu's nephew was the essence of Hiromi Yubunai's commission. "Not at all. That's good." Yukiko stretched, feeling comfortable. "Then it seems we must stay here for the night. Hiromi's hot pot is delicious, and I miss that old-fashioned bath barrel." Yukiko, holding a change of clothes, lamented to Shin Jing-yun, "It's such a pity you didn't bring a change of clothes, otherwise." Before she could finish, Shin Jing-yun's expression shifted slightly as he quickly strode to the wooden door behind the ancient well. The door was slightly ajar, and it seemed someone had been peering in at the gathering inside. "What's wrong? Is something happening?" "There was a suspicious person hiding behind this door," Shin Jing-yun said, pulling it open to reveal a narrow alley, but the individual was long gone. Yukiko immediately recalled what Yoshiyuki Yubunai had mentioned about the mother's brother who caused a disturbance at the funeral. Could it be that person was harboring resentment and came for revenge? The thought of a lurking figure seeking retribution made Yukiko's complexion pale. Seeing Shin Jing-yun's bewilderment, Yukiko snapped. 15 years ago, Yoshiyuki's mother fell into the well and died. Her brother loudly accused someone of causing her death at the funeral. "Oh, were you even listening?" Yukiko's chest heaved, her curves accentuated beneath her fitted attire, and she regretted bringing Shin Jing-yun along. Shin Jing-yun blinked, suddenly struck by an intriguing thought. He pulled Yukiko closer and whispered in her ear, "How about we go catch that brother of the mother you mentioned?" Chapter 15. The voice returns. Yukiko felt she had lost her mind, for she actually agreed to Shin Jing-yun's suggestion. It was crucial to understand that the person lurking in the shadows was likely to commit a crime during this incident. They were an ex-actress and a seemingly frail photographer. Going after a potentially murderous suspect? Wasn't he that akin to walking into a lion's den? Yukiko rubbed her forehead, her fingers gently stirring the water. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Should she just say she was tired and let him go alone? No. What if the suspect turned the tables and infiltrated the house? Wouldn't he that leave her isolated? Yuxiko, is the water warm enough? Outside the window of the old-fashioned heated bath, Hiromi Yubunai was adding firewood. Just right, Hiromi. Oh no. It seems we're running low on firewood. I'll go get some from the storage. You just soak for now. Yuxiko hummed a tune. Her pristine arms resting on the edge of the bath, the plumpness of her body rising and falling with the water's undulations. She was contemplating the key to solving the dilemma, but no matter how she thought, she couldn't come up with a perfect solution. Sighing, she lamented the dual task of fulfilling the commission while also capturing the suspect, a feat she truly struggled with. Tilting her head, Yuxiko suddenly felt a tickling sensation in her arm resting on the bath's edge. Turning her head, she was momentarily taken aback. Then, a scream erupted from the bathroom, instantly drawing the attention of those enjoying hot pot in the room. Before anyone could discern who had screamed, Shin Jingyun had already vacated his seat. This shouldn't be happening. Had Yuxiko encountered danger? But the culprit was still there enjoying the hot pot. Who would harm her? Shin Jingyun frowned slightly, but regardless, having accepted Yuxiko's commission, her safety was certainly part of the deal. He quickly approached the bathroom, hearing the sound of something crashing inside, and breathed a sigh of relief. She was still alive. The door lock showed no signs of being forced, and there were no indications of anyone else having entered, suggesting it was likely a misunderstanding. As Shin Jingyun deliberated between breaking down the door or knocking to inquire, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Scenario object triggered. Fujimine Yuxiko, please make the following choice within 3 seconds. Break down the door immediately. And with the newly acquired ability, keep a close watch on Fujimine Yuxiko. Ability unlocked. Dynamic vision. The lock snapped, and the locked bathroom door burst open, steam mingling with the fragrant scent of femininity enveloping him. Yuxiko, with her lips slightly parted, stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Shin Jingyun. Her alabaster arms, as warm as jade, were suspended in the air, her body inexplicably standing. The rising mist seemed to drape her in a thin veil of transparency. The bathroom door closed again, but now, amidst the swirling steam, another presence lingered. Yuxiko's mouth opened slightly, her voice brimming with rage coiling in her throat. Shin Jingyun could even see that flush of red gathering at her throat, ready to erupt like a volcano. Just as it was about to spill over, a slender hand covered her mouth, leaving only a series of muffled sobs. Silence. Shin Jingyun found himself in a strangely unique state. He could clearly see the droplets of water rolling down Yuxiko's flushed cheeks, each blink causing more to cascade down. A chestnut strand of hair floated down onto her delicate collarbone, intertwining with the falling droplets as they joined the bath water. Her smooth back, resembling the contours of a snow-capped mountain, rose and fell gently with each breath, the water trails winding down along the crevices. Every minute detail could be captured in an instant. With precise insight into the trajectory of actions, he could make judgments ahead of time, remembering every beautiful element of this scene before him. Yuxiko, emerging from the bath, was simply mesmerizing. Yuxiko felt as if she had gone mad and was utterly bewildered. Her mouth was covered, one wrist firmly grasped, while the other hand was pressed against her chest, even though nothing could truly conceal her. This was all she could manage at the moment. This insufferable person even dared to silence her. Was it merely an illusion? Yukiko noticed that Jingu Shun's pupils had a faint tinge of red, reminiscent of the wild-eyed men depicted in novels and comics. At this thought, Yukiko's delicate face turned pale, and she no longer dared to struggle, vaguely recalling a saying, in the presence of a beastly nature, the more you resist, the more they relish it. Thus, they gazed at each other for half a minute. Her feet, submerged in the bath, had grown soft. What did you just call me? The red in his pupils faded, as if it had been nothing more than Yukiko's imagination. MMM. Jingu Shun raised an eyebrow and released her wrist. As Yukiko gasped for air, her eyes, filled with a mix of anger and resentment, locked onto him, and she pointed at the mouse that had scurried into the corner, her lips slightly pouting, her beautiful eyes brimming with grievance. Are you afraid of the mouse? Seeing Jingu Shun raise his eyes slightly in disdain, Yukiko found a surge of courage and exclaimed, if you were deep in thought, and suddenly turned to find a mouse on your hand, would you not scream? Not at all. Yukiko felt as if she might explode from frustration at the man before her. She squatted down and submerged herself back into the bath, the contrast of her fair skin and rosy complexion merging in the ripples. Pointing toward the door, she shouted, get out. Wait. Jingu Shun turned his head, while Yukiko averted her gaze, trying to maintain a stern expression, gesturing toward the confused mouse nearby. Take it out too. The bathroom door closed once more, the steam having dissipated significantly. After Jingu Shun departed, the rigid facade Yukiko had maintained crumpled, revealing a mixture of grievance, anger, and despair etched across her features. It's over. I've truly become a target for infidelity, and no amount of washing in the river can cleanse me of this. At that moment, the members of the Sawachi family arrived, inquiring whether something had happened to Yukiko. My apologies. While the countryside may be quiet and pleasant, insects, mice, snakes, and ants are still a common sight. Sawachi Hiroka intended to console Yukiko, but suddenly sensed something was amiss. The two seemed awfully peculiar. Could it be that Yukiko had truly engaged in an affair? Only Hiroka, who had grown up alongside Yukiko, allowed such thoughts to cross her mind, while others were left to speculate, hoping to secure their share of the family fortune once it was revealed. After bidding farewell, Jingu Shun returned to his room, staring pensively at the ceiling. Why had he suddenly appeared this time? What was the common thread between his two visits? Why had the incident at the Black Star not triggered anything? What were the conditions for such a trigger? Could it be that I truly suffer from a split personality? Chapter 16. Yukiko's legs grew weak again. If you keep staring at me, I shall refuse this commission. Jingu Shun sipped his tea, while Yukiko, seated across from him, continued to glare at him, as if they bore an irreconcilable grudge. It was better not to mention the commission at all. Once it was brought up, the expression in Yukiko's eyes shifted to one of melancholy. What happened to the promise of matching wits with Shinichi? What happened to the bravery of competing with Kid the Phantom Thief? They had enjoyed a hearty meal of hot pot yesterday and feasted their eyes on beauty. Yet not a single task related to the commission had been accomplished. Unable to bear Yukiko's gaze any longer, and harboring a twinge of guilt over yesterday's events, Jingu Shun cleared his throat and murmured, "Actually, completing this commission isn't as difficult as it seems." Yukiko remained unmoved. "Then I shall take my leave." Seeing Jingu Shun genuinely prepared to stand, Yukiko felt a surge of urgency. Based on her current understanding, when Jingu Shun said he was leaving, it meant he would not just exit the room but would return directly to Mihua Town. As for how he would return, it was undoubtedly on her motorcycle, and she was certain he would not even refund her commission fee. He had enjoyed the food, admired the majestic scenery, and now intended to leave with both her motorcycle and money. Leaving her stranded here, she believed he was capable of such an act. "Wait," Yukiko called out, only to find Jingu Shun leisurely lifting his tea, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated her reaction. Feeling impatient, she shot him an indignant glare. "Remember this." Yukiko huffed, aware that to resolve her friend's commission, she still required Jingu Shun's assistance. Forcing herself to calm down slightly, she asked, "What should I do?" "You call for someone. Watch me perform." Returning from Brazil, Sawachi Iho, despite being 64 years old, appeared remarkably robust, with strong arms that belied his age. In a guest room, he was drinking tea with Carlos, a petite elderly man leaning against the door, while the tall, muscular young man sat within. Strangely, the two had hardly been apart, except for bathroom breaks, and even shared the same sleeping quarters. With no third parties present, Sawachi Iho spoke softly, "Rest assured. Until the moment the inheritance is announced, I will not allow anyone to harm you, Carlos." Carlos nodded, his demeanor anxious and timid, hidden in the shadows. Jingu Shun observed with a strange expression. This elderly man and the young black man appeared to share a profound bond, their dynamic suggesting a complex interplay. Once Yukiko arrived, Jingu Shun could no longer endure the silence between the two and suddenly appeared behind Carlos, his masked figure emanating a hoarse, sinister tone. "Sawachi Iho, do you remember me? 30 years ago, you fled to Brazil, and I thought I would never have the chance for vengeance in this lifetime. Now, I can avenge the insult to my family's honor. Is this your old acquaintance? I shall make you witness his demise before ending your life." A glint of cold steel emerged from his sleeve, and without a moment's hesitation, the masked figure lunged toward Carlos's neck. The incident occurred so abruptly that Sawachi Iho had no idea how the masked man had infiltrated the room, nor did he comprehend the grudge being claimed. Yet, as he witnessed the sharp blade poised to pierce Carlos's neck, Iho's eyes widened with horror, and he launched himself forward, but he was far too slow to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Carlos faced death. At that moment, there was no time for contemplation. He couldn't even concern himself with whether the insult had indeed taken place 30 years prior. Iho shouted, "I am not Sawachi Iho. I am not him. You have mistaken your target." The knife continued its deadly trajectory, unwavering. The real Sawachi Iho had long since passed away in Brazil. Done. The masked figure withdrew the knife, revealing it to be Yukiko's handkerchief as he removed the mask and gestured toward the door. Did you all hear that? You may enter now. The door creaked open, and Sawachi Hiroka's eyes widened as she looked at Sawachi Iho. Is this true? Uncle Iho has truly passed away? Iho's expression twisted in anguish as he realized he had fallen into a trap. He bitterly nodded. I'm a friend of Iho. Carlos is his biological son. Yukiko took the handkerchief, teasing, I didn't realize you had a flair for acting. Would you like to enroll in my class for some lessons? Is there a segment on bathing? Get lost. Yukiko and Jingu Shun departed, leaving the subsequent matters to be resolved by the Sawachi family themselves. By the way, you really don't possess any detective qualities. Is this truly how one solves a case? Yukiko, with her hands clasped behind her back, felt a sudden lightness in her heart after resolving her friend's commission, her spirits lifting considerably. What shall we do next? Return to Mihua Town? Jingu Shun flashed a mysterious smile at Yukiko. Isn't there still a suspicious individual waiting for us to apprehend? Yukiko blinked, her earlier worries dissipating, now feeling a thrill at the prospect. In the twilight of a quaint countryside town, a man adorned with sunglasses and a hat leaned against the corner wall of an alley. His gray trench coat collar was turned high, obscuring his face, which was further concealed by a scarf that left no trace of his features. Perceiving that the voices from the grand mansion were gradually fading, the man stealthily slipped through a narrow opening in the wooden door beside an old well, ensuring that no one was watching. His gaze roamed the vicinity until it settled upon an old warehouse nestled in the corner of the yard. The warehouse was dimly lit, cluttered with debris and dust, and the beams overhead were shrouded in darkness. Despite the presence of an antiquated chandelier, the gray-clad man clearly had no intention of revealing himself. After a brief search, he discovered a collection of letters hidden within a concealed compartment, a knowing smile emerging from behind his scarf as he realized he had everything under control. His disguise of sunglasses, scarf, and hat betrayed his nefarious intentions. Above him, concealed behind a pillar, stood Yushi, clad in a tight black leather outfit. Her slender figure perfectly concealed in the shadows, her slightly yellowed curls hidden from the man below. Trespassing into someone else's home, he resembled nothing more than a voyeur or a thief, utterly repugnant. Witnessing the gray-clad man stuff the letters into his pocket, Yushi felt a wave of disgust. She imagined that if this were a woman's boudoir, those letters might transform into intimate garments, a thought that ignited a fierce desire to confront him. Shoo, Shingon-yun murmured, pulling Yushi closer, his fingers gently entangling in her curls. The gray-clad man glanced up at the eaves, then shook his head. Was he merely being overly cautious? Noticing that the man had no intention of leaving the warehouse, Yushi whispered, Shouldn't we apprehend him? This is a prime opportunity. Patience, Shingon-yun replied. Yushi felt helpless. Without his intervention, she was no match for such a dangerous man. To avoid detection by the man below, the space on the beams was limited, forcing them into an intimate proximity, allowing Yushi to hear the steady rhythm of Shingon-yun's heartbeat, contrasting sharply with her own quickening pulse. At that moment, memories of their earlier encounter in the bathroom flooded back, causing her legs to weaken. Chapter 17. Yuzwa is captured. Yushi applauds in the dimness of the old warehouse. A man and woman huddled closely behind a pillar, striving to evade the notice of the gray-clad man below. Yushi's posture appeared as if she were enveloped in the man's embrace, her hand resting on his chest to maintain her composure. The young man's breath was barely audible, while Yushi, her cheeks flushed, struggled to keep her breathing steady, forcing herself to divert her attention. What is he after? Yushi's voice was barely a whisper as she rose on tiptoe to ensure Shingon-yun could hear. Those letters must be from the real Sanayashi house, containing the identities of Carlos and the impersonator, concealed by the deceased Tsunayashi house brother. Realization dawned upon Yushi. The man in gray might indeed be the brother of Hiromi Sanai. If his name were absent from the inheritance list, would he resort to blackmail, or worse, murder? Shingon-yun pondered, it is possible. The brother of Sanai Hiromi might, but the man below likely would not. They had to capture him. The situation could not be allowed to escalate further. Yushi's excitement surged, momentarily causing her to forget her precarious position on the beams. Her left foot slipped, and she nearly toppled over. Who was there? The faint sound caught the attention of the gray-clad man, who fixated his piercing gaze on the darkness above. His voice was hoarse yet commanding, though his steps instinctively retreated toward the door. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the darkness, and the man attempted to evade it. But his skills appeared mediocre as a small stone struck his shoulder. Clutching his shoulder, the gray-clad man fled the warehouse. glancing back to see a masked figure in black descending from the beams, their red pupils glinting ominously in the dark. Yun took a few symbolic steps in pursuit before returning to the warehouse, scooping up Yushi, who was nursing her ankle, and asked, "Shall we continue the chase?" "Absolutely. We cannot let him escape. Otherwise, the Hiromi family will live in fear." Yushi's expression was resolute, though she was frustrated with her own vulnerability. Her ankle was already swollen, and her eyes glistened with determination. "Come on," she urged. Yushi had intended for Yun to pursue alone, but now, gazing at his broad back, her eyes sparkled with fervor. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Chase. In the labyrinthine alleys, the gray-clad man leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his mind racing with trepidation. Who could it be? Those red pupils were certainly not of the Sinai family, nor were they Japanese. Were they American? Or British? Targeting him? He needed to escape. Encountering such a dangerous individual meant he could not meet Shinichi upon his return. The man, known as Kudo Yuzwa, felt a surge of complexity within him. Instinctively crouching as another stone whizzed past him, striking the wall. They were coming. But from where? The alley lacked streetlights, forcing him to rely on the moonlight for guidance. Another stone flew toward him. He executed a dog roll to evade it, scrambling to his feet and dashing deeper into the alley without daring to look back. On the rooftops, Yun, carrying Yushi on his back, leaped effortlessly along the eaves, the added weight not hindering his agility. He pulled a stone from his pocket and hurled it at the gray-clad man, who was desperately fleeing below. The stone's force, though limited, would leave a mark. And Yun's aim was precise, eliciting muffled laughter from Yushi as they watched. "Excellent throw," Yushi beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight as each strike on the gray-clad man seemed to amplify her joy, as if she were the one hurling the stones. The man cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground like a dog. "Yay, another hit." Yushi clapped her hands, her face glowing under the silvery moonlight. After a brief pursuit, Yun suddenly halted, noticing that the gray-clad man had ceased running, instead sitting on the ground, nursing his wounds. Kudo Yuzwa realized that the figure on the rooftop was merely toying with him, akin to a cat playing with its prey. If the intent was to kill him, he would have perished long ago. Perhaps it was only a lesson, a warning. Reflecting on the significant cases he was currently investigating, he still found himself at a loss for answers. Resigned, he decided not to flee. Let whatever happen, happen. Ouch. That really hurt. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, and several officers encircled the seated Kudo Yuzwa. "Drop your weapon. You are surrounded." Kudo Yuzwa was bewildered. What weapon? Did they not see the bruises covering his body? He was the victim. Who called the police? Yun inquired, puzzled. "I did." Yushi chimed in, leaning closer, her arms playfully encircling the young man as she whispered in a teasing tone, "Surprise. I reported it while we were in the warehouse. I was worried you might not catch up. Surely you're not mad at me?" Yun's expression was peculiar. He certainly bore no grudge, as it was not his concern. Let the police handle it. Yay, we've done a good deed without seeking recognition. From here on, Mihua Town shall have a place for us. As an actress, when the plot of a film reflects reality, Yukiko experiences a sensation that feels surreal, yet undeniably. She revels in that feeling. She lies on the young man's back, her face resting on his shoulder, her bright eyes, akin to the moon in the night sky, gently closed. That day in the bathroom, she felt a whirlwind of emotions, surprise, anger, injustice, confusion, but perhaps at that moment, there was also a sense of security she herself was unaware of, the comfort of knowing someone would rush to her side at the sound of her scream. Although it was a misunderstanding, the corners of Yukiko's lips curled into a slight smile, reminiscent of a youthful girl. With her eyes shut, she drifted into sweet dreams. Feeling that with him by her side, she had nothing to fear. "Officer, let me explain. I report that a stack of letters from the Iwachi family was found in the suspect's pocket. Indeed, you are the murderer in this case." A detective, claiming to be Yamamura, first surveyed the surrounding police presence. After confirming that the suspect could not escape, he approached and produced his badge. "A murderer?" Yamamura coughed and replied, "We just received a report ourselves, almost simultaneously. A homicide occurred at the Iwachi residence, suspected to be over a will inheritance dispute. But we cannot rule out the possibility of an outsider, such as a thief turned murderer. Officer, I could not possibly have committed the crime. I was being pursued at the time." "Then what about the letters in your possession?" Yamamura waved his hand emphatically, exclaiming, You claim you are not the murderer? Take him away. Wait, I am Kudo Yusaku. With a face like that, I do believe you were the Prime Minister. Take him back for a serious investigation. Kudo Yusaku clenched his teeth. No matter how brilliant his reasoning skills, 1,000 methods to prove his innocence flooded his mind. Yet, facing such a rookie officer, they were all futile. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason cannot prevail, especially when the letters he held were indeed stolen. It was better to stay at the police station for a few days, as it would allow him to evade unknown enemies. Chapter 18. Jin's Call. Osaka, a black Porsche 356 weaved through the streets of Tokyo, turning heads among passers-by. Such vintage Porsche models were a rarity these days. Brother, I've received a tip-off. The failed product who escaped the organization, Numabuchi Ichiro, seems to be hiding somewhere in Osaka. Vodka hung up the phone, maintaining speed as the scenery outside blurred past, while Jin remained silent, patiently awaiting a response. Who? The smoke ignited within the car flickered like a crimson flame, poised to consume. Numabuchi Ichiro, the waste who fled during transport to the Shiratori laboratory. Do you really need to mention such trivial matters? Yes, brother. After a lengthy silence, Jin extinguished his cigarette. What about Shinomiya Cloud? Let him stay at home. The organization instructed him not to move around recently. Call him. Vodka dialed Shinomiya Cloud, and after a few rings, he awkwardly informed Jin, brother, the call didn't go through. Currently, the number you dialed is busy. Jin lit another cigarette, and silence enveloped the car. Mrs. Suzuki. Good day. Miss Tomoko, how have you considered the matter from last time? I cannot guarantee that I can thwart Kid the Phantom Thief every time. Is the remuneration satisfactory? That's no problem. I look forward to our next meeting, beautiful Miss Tomoko. Shinomiya Cloud hung up. Feeling he had no reason to decline Suzuki Tomoko's enthusiastic invitation and lucrative remuneration. After all, a spokesperson from a financial consortium had diligently contacted him for several consecutive days, demonstrating genuine intent, which he attributed to the generous payment. Having agreed with Suzuki Tomoko that if Shinomiya Cloud could play a pivotal role in the next confrontation between the Suzuki Consortium and Kid the Phantom Thief, an external position and salary would be quite substantial, all while allowing him to retain his current job, quite liberating indeed. It had been 2 days since Yukiko's commission incident, and surprisingly, that woman had not sought him out, which brought Shinomiya Cloud a sense of relief. A newspaper lay on the table, prominently featuring a murder case from Gunma Prefecture, claiming it had been perfectly solved, attributed to the rookie detective Yamamura's deductions. However, Shinomiya Cloud knew that Kudo Yusaku had undoubtedly aided that novice detective, and he could easily guess the conditions, no mention of him in the article. 1. For fear of enemies seeking him out. 2. For pride's sake. A renowned novelist being reduced to a punching bag and toyed with from start to finish. Unable to showcase his reasoning skills and suffering serious injuries, Japan was truly not a place to linger. Buzzing. His phone vibrated, but Shinomiya Cloud did not answer immediately. After taking a small sip of cola from the refrigerator, ensuring it was still good, he pressed the answer button. Hello, is there something you need? A deep voice resonated from the phone. Yokohama. Gunma. Is this what you mean by not moving around recently? Nothing. I'm hanging up. Hello, Shinomiya Cloud. Have you heard of the name Numabuchi Ichiro? Vodka hastily grabbed the phone, sensing Jin's cold aura, which had no outlet. He feared that if Shinomiya Cloud hung up on his brother, it could lead to dire consequences for him. A fugitive serial killer? Feeling the chilling intent emanating from Jin, Vodka's voice trembled as he forced a smile. As long as you know, reliable sources indicate that guy is currently hiding in Osaka. The organization will never let a traitor off the hook. The phone remained silent for a long moment before Jin uttered a statement that left both Vodka and Jin speechless. Are we, in fact, part of the police, needing to exert this much effort to help them capture a murderer? Vodka swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to hang up, and quietly suggested, didn't you want to change cars? Once this matter is settled, just prepare the cash, and I'll handle the vehicle for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Even Jin's car is acceptable? Vodka was momentarily speechless, then retreated a step. Fine Numabuchi Ichiro, as long as he can no longer speak. Whether you deal with him in secret or hand him over to the police for a reward, it's entirely up to you. I will consider it. Vodka smiled. Indeed. As long as money was mentioned, Shinomiya Cloud became quite agreeable. Then it's settled. I await your news. After hanging up, Vodka looked quizzically at Jin. Brother, that Numabuchi Ichiro fellow knows nothing about the organization. Even if the police catch him, they won't gain any information. He is just a failed test subject. Consider it an appetizer for the next task. Isn't Shinomiya Cloud fond of running around? Let us give him some minor tasks to adapt. As expected of you, brother. Speaking of which, what is the next task? Drive. Vodka had already sent Shinomiya Cloud the information on Numabuchi Ichiro, a failed assassin the organization had trained. Intended to be sent to Shiratori's lab for human experimentation, but he escaped midway. Shiratori's laboratory, is this the primary reason for silencing him? Although Numabuchi Ichiro fled during transport to the laboratory, the substances involved are core to the organization, and no leaks are permissible, even if the other party is entirely unaware. An ancient jade soaked in cola shimmered under the moonlight as Shinomiya Cloud reclined in a chair, tilting his head. What kind of car should he change to? A sports car? An antique? Or a muscle car? Osaka, Satenkaku. Hey, Hattori. What exactly is the purpose of calling me to Osaka this time? At the top of Satenkaku, a young boy in a teal coat and bow tie cast a sideways glance at the black-skinned high school student beside him, his expression clearly one of disdain, as if he were being summoned to do unpaid labor. Not at all. This invitation to Osaka is merely for the appreciation of the city's scenery and architecture. Isn't that right, old man? How is the view from Satenkaku? Hattori Heiji inquired. Kagoro Muri grumbled. It's no different from Tokyo Tower. We might as well head straight to a local tavern in Osaka for a drink and enjoy the sight of the beautiful owner. Conan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Speaking of taverns, it was about time for a meal. Come on, I'll take you to an exquisite ramen shop. Heiji glanced at his watch and muttered. Our ride should be here by now. Let's take the elevator down. Just then, the elevator arrived, and as the crowd surged, Conan, being a small elementary student, struggled to navigate through the throng but inadvertently bumped into the ground. Darn it, did someone just kick me? He complained while rubbing his backside and casting wary glances around. You're quite in the way, Conan. Chapter 19. Heiji, you're finished kudo. Could this be the famous Heiji Hattori? Heiji crouched down closer to Conan, his eyes flickering towards a young man greeting Ranmuri. Conan weakly nodded. That's the one I mentioned last time. The guy who retrieved the Dark Star from Kaido Kid. His deductive skills are on par with mine, and his prowess is commendable. But I can't quite discern whether he practices karate, jeet kune do, or aikido, he added. Heiji adjusted his cap with an intrigued look. If he is not much better than me, then it means I'm just a tad superior. I'd love to test my skills against him. Hey, what do you mean by that? Conan retorted, displeased, as this implied that he ranked third in deductive ability among the three. Oh, what does it matter? In Osaka. This is my territory, naturally giving me an edge, Heiji replied, relishing the moment of superiority over Conan. Heiji then approached Kamiyama Yu, extending a hand in greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Heiji Hattori, a high school detective renowned alongside Kudo. To be honest, I'm a smidgen better than him. Conan shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling derisively. I'm Kamiyama Yu, a photographer. Since we've encountered each other so coincidentally, why not join us for a meal? I know a ramen place that is absolutely delicious. Heiji invited Kamiyama, then leaned down to Conan, saying, Right, Conan, didn't you mention wanting to seek some deductive advice from your brother Kamiyama? Heiji, you rascal. Conan felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him and forced a naive smile, his voice strained. But is your brother busy? If so, well. Heiji covered Conan's mouth and chuckled. Let us go. The car has arrived, and it's a special vehicle prepared just for you. Ran stifled a laugh, surprised to run into Kamiyama Yu in Osaka. She felt she hadn't properly thanked him for his assistance during the Dark Star incident. Kagoro Muri scoffed. What do these little kids know about deduction? Have they never seen a true detective? It doesn't matter, Dad. It's lively with so many people. Ran thought to herself, planning to take this opportunity to thank Kamiyama privately. Kamiyama didn't refuse. He had anticipated encountering Conan's group at Satenkaku and was also there to locate the whereabouts of Kiichi Numazawa. However, he was not familiar with Osaka and figured it would be beneficial to follow the locals to avoid unnecessary detours. Little did Kamiyama know. The events that would unfold next would incite a desire to jump from the vehicle. On a main road in Osaka, a police car blared its sirens as it sped past, causing other vehicles to clear a path and creating an unobstructed lane in the congested thoroughfare. See? This way, we won't even have to worry about traffic. The atmosphere in the car, aside from Heiji and the driver, was palpably awkward. What does it matter? You haven't done anything wrong. Why care about others' gazes? Heiji boasted, completely oblivious to the discomfort surrounding him. Kamiyama wore a grim expression, casting a hostile glare at Heiji, silently vowing to deal with this reckless fool. How could he, a core member of the black organization soon to receive a codename, be riding in a police car. If Qin were to catch sight of him, what conclusions would he draw? A traitor? Identity exposed? Colluding with the police? Arrested? Regardless of the interpretation, Qin would undoubtedly have no qualms about delivering a bullet. This was their first meeting, and this fool Heiji was already jeopardizing his life. Kamiyama clenched his jaw, exhaling heavily. He fished out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, a remnant from the day Yukiko had dozed off on him, now proving to be quite useful. Everyone in the vehicle, save for Heiji, found no fault in Kamiyama donning sunglasses. In fact, they were envious, wishing to have their own to shield their faces from the embarrassment. After enduring an arduous journey, the moment the police car halted, everyone acted in unison, exiting the vehicle almost instantaneously. Even Ran, seated in the front passenger seat, covered her face, visibly mortified. Well then, Heiji, I'll go find a parking spot. The driver, a detective named Yusuke Sakata, had been dispatched by Heiji's father to escort Kagoro Mori, proving that even famous detectives have their prestige. As Heiji turned to respond, the four companions had already entered the ramen shop, acting as if they didn't know him at all. Hey, wait for me. I know which flavor of ramen is the best. Due to the ramen shop's popularity, it was almost full, necessitating a wait for a table. Eventually, they secured a spot, but it was a small booth meant for 4, while they were 5. I'll sit over there. Don't mind me. Kamiyama took the number tag and moved to an empty 2-person table, determined to finish his ramen and leave, unwilling to endure another ride in a police car. Slurp. The ramen's authentic flavor was undeniable. The noodles were firm, and the rich broth paired with tender chashu made Kamiyama reminisce about Ichiraka ramen. Excuse me. May I sit here? A girl with a high ponytail and an adorable high school appearance stood across from Kamiyama, her large eyes darting nervously, as if fearing discovery. Appearing quite guilty, Kamiyama nodded, recognizing her. Heiji, you're finished. The ponytailed girl offered an apologetic expression, her hands coming together in gratitude. Thank you. I'll leave soon. Sorry for the disturbance. Slurp. Rarely did Kamiyama initiate conversation, but he softly asked, Are you following me? Well, sort of. I wanted to see what kind of person this Kudo is, the one who captivates Heiji so much and is constantly on his lips at school. The ponytailed girl was unable to contain her thoughts. Once the topic was broached, she spilled her backstory. When she reached an exasperated point, she even patted the table, drawing Conan's attention from nearby, causing the girl's heart to race as she quickly grabbed her bowl of noodles, burying her face in it to pretend she was eating. What's up, Kudo? Heiji inquired. Nothing much. It seems there's a girl sitting with Kamiyama. Haha. Has he already struck up a conversation with the girl? From the back, she looks quite slim, not much to look at, as if caught in a deductive frenzy. Heiji murmured, eating ramen, and your face is almost in the bowl. Are you hiding something? Kamiyama felt a slight tremor beneath the table. An earthquake? Chapter 20. The Chosen Girl in Japan. Earthquakes are quite common, but Kamiyama had never experienced one that only shook a single table. Thin and unremarkable, with a gaze that leaves much to be desired, it seemed as if a shadow enveloped his face. The sound of wood splintering quietly emanating from the small hands pressed against the table's edge. The comment about her lackluster appearance was evidently directed at me. Shinjing-yun interjected unexpectedly, causing the girl with the high ponytail across from her to bristle with renewed defiance. Though her lips remained still, a low, resonant voice soon followed. Yet it was unmistakably a description of me. Heya slowly lifted her head and softly requested, Please, do me a favor. I was more than willing to oblige. With old grievances and fresh enmities intertwining, black skin, you're finished. Heya declared as she outlined her strategy, while Shinjing-yun merely listened, nodding occasionally without any intention of action. The best strategy was right before us. After finishing their ramen, everyone gathered around a curved table to chat about their afternoon plans. The ponytailed girl strutted over, Heya. What brings you here? In response to Hattori Heiji's inquiry, Heya remained silent, not even offering a grunt, as she tossed her head and walked away. Hattori, unfazed, introduced. This is Yamahaya, daughter of the head of the Osaka Prefectural Police's Criminal Investigation Department, Yamajinchiro. As for her personality, well, you can see for yourselves. She tends to be quite unlikable. Unlikable, Heya scoffed internally as she settled beside Muri Ran, brushing back her hair and ignoring Blackskin's presence. You are. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by faint screams. Sakata Yusuke rushed in, panic evident on his face. Someone fell from the building onto a police car. And there's a knife lodged in their chest. What? Blackskin and Conan bolted outside, followed closely by Muri Kagoro, both wearing grave expressions. A body lying on a police car could hardly be dismissed as an accident. At the curved table remained only Heya and Ran, exchanging bewildered glances, along with Shinjing Yun, who leisurely sipped tea. Ran blinked, her warm smile directed at the adorably familiar-looking girl. "You're Heya, right? What was it you just asked?" "I'm Muri Ran." Heya was momentarily taken aback. "Muri? Oh no, a mistake." Her cheeks flushed as she stammered. "No, nothing at all. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ran." "I'm delighted to meet you too, Heya." Though Shinjing Yun prided himself on his logical reasoning, he found it hard to comprehend the immediate camaraderie between the two girls. As if they were long-lost sisters. Do friendships among girls form this quickly? After chatting for a while, both girls realized they had neglected Shinjing Yun and felt guilty. Especially Heya, who had previously discussed strategies with him without any resultant plan. Shinjing Yun dismissed their concerns, stating he hadn't really listened anyway. "By the way, I remember Conan mentioning your strong reasoning skills, Mr. Shinjing. Why didn't you follow them?" Ran inquired. In another context, Shinjing Yun might have retorted with indifference, but today, with Blackskin as an enemy, he couldn't leave the two ladies alone. This sentiment resonated with both Heya and Ran, who exchanged glances and said in unison, "From now on, we shall call you Yunji." Both girls found the title of Mr. Shinjing rather outdated, especially since he was only 21, around their age. It settled then. Shinjing Yun, sipping his tea, realized once a decision was made by the two women, any opposition from him would be futile. He might as well remain silent. The atmosphere among the trio was harmonious, with Heya and Ran engaging in conversation, while Shinjing Yun occasionally chimed in, receiving enthusiastic agreement from both. Yunji is truly a kindred spirit, unlike those other reasoning enthusiasts. Outside, a police car's roof was slightly caved in, and the body of a middle-aged man, knife embedded in his chest, lay covered by a white sheet. Conan and Hattori pondered deeply, oblivious to Shinjing Yun's absence. Their focus was entirely on the case at hand. "Hattori, do you have any leads?" "None at all," Hattori replied, "but this uncertainty is exhilarating. How about a friendly competition to see who solves the case first?" Conan shot him a sideways glance. "This is Osaka. You know it better than I do. You could team up with that capable reasoning expert, Shinjing Yun." "I'm fine handling things alone." Conan waved his hand dismissively. "No thanks. I prefer to keep my identity secret. The more people who know, the greater the risk." "I knew it. We make the best team and are also each other's greatest rivals." Hattori chuckled, while Conan merely smirked, noncommittal. Soon, both were engrossed in the case, completely forgetting their initial purpose of visiting Osaka. Muri Kagoro returned to the shop momentarily to advise Ran and the others before following Sakata Yusuke to the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters to investigate the case. "Another case? Just when we finally arrived in Osaka, now we have to deal with this." Sigh, Ran lamented, resting her chin on her hand. "Cheer up, Ran. They'll handle their case while we enjoy our time. Let me take you to see the beautiful views from the Osaka castle." Heya gleefully linked arms with Ran, cherishing their newfound sisterhood. "Yunji, would you like to join us?" Shinjing Yun hesitated briefly before nodding, softly suggesting, "Given that a murder has occurred and the perpetrator is still at large, it would be prudent for the three of us to stick together." Prior to today, he would never have uttered such words, and even after saying them, he felt a twinge of guilt and hypocrisy. He knew who the murderer was, Sakata Yusuke, driven by a desire for vengeance for his father's unsolved case. If the law could not deliver justice, then personal retribution became a righteous and noble pursuit. Shinjing Yun saw no reason to intervene. He was not a champion of justice. His purpose for coming was merely to find Numazawa Kiichiro to exchange cars, and now he had a bit of entertainment added to the mix, dealing with Blackskin. At Osaka Castle Park, Habe exclaimed, "Look, there's a fortune teller. Shall we give it a try?" "Sure. Hopefully, it will bring us good fortune and ensure a smooth conclusion to this Osaka trip." The two vibrant young women stood with their eyes closed before a tarot card machine, their earnestness eliciting a smirk from Shinjing Yun. If divination were truly effective, he would have long since dealt with Numazawa Kiichiro and returned to Mihua town for a refreshing cola. Ding! The machine dispensed a card. It was the death card. Heya softly read the card's meaning. "In matters of the heart, profound changes await you. A new phase begins. Embrace the truth, and you shall embark on a more splendid journey." The card's front bore the image of death, while the back depicted one of Osaka's landmarks, Osaka Castle. Meanwhile, Ran held her card to her chest, palms pressed together, whispering, I hope Dad and the others can quickly solve the case and find the key clues. It's the Hanged Man. If everything's heading in an unfavorable direction, perhaps we should try reversing it. The Hanged Man's reverse also depicted a scenic spot in Osaka, Mount Mino. Suddenly, Shinjing Yun recalled something and remarked, "A chosen maiden?" Chapter 21. Heya, don't look back if everything's heading in an unfavorable direction. Perhaps we should try reversing it. Ran murmured, while Heyo pondered the meaning of the fortune. Yunji, would you like to give it a shot? I do not believe in fate. The two girls exchanged glances before each taking an arm and lifting him up. Shinjing Yun sighed softly. It's the Empress card. My fate is my own, not dictated by heaven. The girls appeared slightly embarrassed, realizing Yunji had hit the nail on the head, though the meaning was far too abstract, with 99 of it being nonsensical. I find this fortune-telling utterly unconvincing. As he held Xiaolan's hand, she noticed a look of concern etched on her face and softly inquired, Xiaolan, are you worried about Uncle Maori and the others? Xiaolan shook her head, her smile returning as she replied, I used to feel that way. But now that I have you all with me, I feel much better. He cast a discreet glance at Shinomiya Yuki. Recalling Xiaolan's earlier words at the noodle shop. Leaning closer, she whispered in Xiaolan's ear, isn't Yunji's deductive ability quite remarkable? Should we also? Xiaolan gently shook her head. Previously, Shinomiya Yuki had no intention of getting involved, and now it would be unkind to trouble him. However, the fortune-telling had suggested that if things were not going smoothly, it might be wise to try a different approach, as it could yield unexpected results. Once a solitary figure, Xiaolan now found herself emboldened by Heye's companionship. After some contemplation, she stepped forward, hand in hand with Heye, and together they proclaimed, Yunji, let us assist in solving the case. Shinomiya Yuki remained silent. His dark eyes caught sight of Heye, who seemed to be forming the words please with her lips. So, where shall we begin our investigation? Heye's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she soon faltered, realizing that their understanding of deduction was scant, and they possessed only remarkable martial skills. Heye glanced at the back of her card depicting Osaka Castle, Xiaolan's card showing Mount Mino, and Shinomiya Yuki's card revealing the castle tower. Shall we head to Mount Mino? Osaka Castle represented their current location, and the castle tower was nestled within it. Thus, Mount Mino appeared to be their only viable option, a secluded forested area. As twilight approached, they arrived at the foot of Mount Mino. A ride-sharing vehicle halted, and under the driver's earnest persuasion, the two blushing young ladies hurriedly exited, their legs close together, hands clasped nervously. Ah, the youth of today, truly incomprehensible. Instead of heading to a hotel, they venture into the mountains for mischief, no less in pairs, the driver remarked, shaking his head. He cautioned the young man in the passenger seat. Young man, remember to take safety precautions. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. Do I look like that kind of person? Shinomiya Yuki retorted, as if to assert his integrity. The driver shook his head again and drove off, having lived for over 40 years. He mused that a young man accompanied by two beautiful girls to the mountains at dusk was likely seeking thrills, not pursuing fugitives. TSK, handsome yet dishonest. No wonder he can charm two beauties simultaneously. Yunji, what should we do next? The two young women felt somewhat at a loss, caught off guard by the driver's unfiltered remarks, which, though well-meaning, were entirely misplaced given their relationship with Yunji. Ascending the mountain, he glanced at the setting sun, then at the encroaching darkness of the forest that might conceal a murderer. She instinctively took a step back, gripping Xiaolan's arm and murmuring, shall we investigate tomorrow morning instead? Are you afraid of ghosts? Shinomiya Yuki asked, his tone indifferent. Who said that? He retorted, puffing out her chest defiantly, her hair brushing against her ear. I practice Aikido. No ghost stands a chance against me. Xiaolan raised her small fist in solidarity, declaring, my karate skills are also quite commendable. Shinomiya Yuki replied, it seems I possess no such skills. What he was adept at was the art of murder. Then we shall protect Yunji. You only need to focus on deducing and analyzing to find the culprit, while Xiaolan and I handle the safety aspect. Indeed. Leave it to Xiaolan and me. The two young women seemed to have finally found their place, filled with a sense of purpose. Shortly thereafter, amidst the pitch-black forest, a beam of flashlight illuminated the mountain path, casting shadows among the trees. Heye, did you hear anything? Xiaolan asked, her voice trembling. Don't scare me, Xiaolan. Shinomiya Yuki sighed softly, as the two apprehensive girls flanked him, ostensibly for protection, yet their footsteps always followed his, as he clutched the hem of Shinomiya Yuki's garment. The rustling sound from the woods sent shivers down her spine. She bit her lip, terrified of ghosts. Yet, the fortune favored the chosen maiden. Look, there's a car over there. Who would park in the depths of the mountains at this hour? Xiaolon pointed to a dark blue vehicle not far away. Its door wide open, clearly abandoned. There's also a wooden cabin. Could it be that? Before he could finish her thought, Shinomiya Yuki covered her mouth and led both girls into the shadows of the trees, extinguishing the flashlight. A car is coming. A pair of high beams approached from the road ahead, as a sedan descended from the direction of the cabin, brushing past the three hidden figures. Once the vehicle had passed, Hiya's muffled sounds ceased, her eyes wide with astonishment. That's Officer Sakata. Why is he here in the mountains? Wasn't he working on a case with Uncle Maori? Xiaolon too sensed that something was amiss. She wanted to call Detective Kagoro Maori to inform him. But Shinomiya Yuki stopped her. All the answers lie within that cabin, he declared. Xiaolon, you stay here. Hiyi and I will investigate the cabin. If we do not return in 15 minutes, call the police. Understood, Xiaolon nodded, gripping her phone tightly. He gazed at the cabin nestled in the woods. An ominous presence lurking within, and gulped nervously. Why must I go with you? I also wanna. Then you stay here, and Xiaolon and I will go. He hesitated, realizing that leaving someone alone in the woods could be even more terrifying. If there were truly ghosts, they could strike without a sound. Yunji. Wait for me. It's dangerous without me by your side. The cabin door was unlocked, and the two soon stepped inside. He grasped Shinomiya Yuki's arm tightly, claiming it was to ensure he didn't wander off. There's nothing here, just a pile of trash left by campers or adventurers from the past. Just as he was about to urge Shinomiya Yuki to leave this eerie cabin, she saw him propping himself against a beam and, after some searching, he opened a hidden compartment in the attic. Pass me the flashlight. No, it's too dangerous for you to go up alone. Let me scout ahead. He finally recognized her role was to protect Shinomiya Yuki and resolved to overcome her fear, pouting before she jumped onto the beam and climbed up to the attic. There's nothing here either. He closed her eyes, shining the flashlight around the attic, then turned her head to boast about her courage. But behind her, in the darkened room, a gaunt, skeletal face emerged, reaching out with a bony hand toward her shoulder. Do not look back. Chapter 22. If you lose it, then let it go. Before hearing Shinomiya Yuki's voice, he had felt an overwhelming sense of dread creeping up her spine. As if a ravenous beast had set its sights on her, and she was the unwitting prey. Trembling, her body froze, and the flashlight slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor. In the momentary chaos, she caught a glimpse of a withered hand reaching for her shoulder, but her legs refused to obey. She couldn't muster even the strength to move. Do not look back. The calm, steady voice resonated in her ear. When her gaze met his serene expression, her suffocating fear began to dissipate, allowing her to lean gently against his shoulder as the long, slender hand brushed past her ear. So warm. Hiyu's lovely green eyes fixated on Shinomiya Yuki's profile, and her heart fluttered with burgeoning affection. So, Yunji is actually this handsome. With one arm around Shinomiya Yuki extended his other hand through the darkness, pressing against the emaciated man's cheek with such force that it elicited a pained whimper. In the ensuing struggle, a series of clinking handcuffs echoed in the air. The man, Yuya Jikuro, found himself inexplicably shackled in the attic of this cabin. Jingu Yun's demeanor was icy as he lifted his left foot and forcefully kicked the man back into the darkness. The frail figure crashed heavily against the wall, unable to rise for a long time. He and Yi felt a flush creep up their cheeks. It turned out that Yun's skills were quite remarkable. Reflecting on her earlier fervent declaration to protect Jingu Yun, Yi felt an urge to bury her face in the ground, her ears burning with embarrassment. The man they encountered was Ji Ichiro, a notorious serial killer currently on the run. Yi's pupils widened in shock. No wonder she had felt such an oppressive fear moments ago. Was he truly the perpetrator of this case? If they captured him, would it mean solving the mystery? Yi felt a surge of excitement, wishing she could immediately inform Xiaolon to call the police, if only her legs weren't still trembling, forcing her to lean on Yun's shoulder for support. Jingu Yun shook his head and said, "Can you go down? Tell Xiaolon it's all right to call the police." Yi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with shyness and embarrassment, recalling how close she had come to tears just moments before. There was no other choice. Jingu Yun gently cradled her slender legs and carried her down to the loft. The area below should pose little danger. Once she was able to walk, she could inform Xiaolon not to worry. Yi kept her head bowed low, silently acknowledging him. After Jingu Yun ascended once more, she finally raised her head. her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She lightly patted her burning cheeks, scolding herself. Yi, you are truly useless. Returning to the loft, Jingu Yun seemed to step on something. He picked it up and discovered it was a talisman, likely dropped when he had carried Yi. In the darkness, Ji Ichiro huddled in a corner as Jingu Yun approached him with an expression of indifference, each step echoing ominously. Who are you? Ji Ichiro, a serial killer, believed that the aura of death he exuded would instill fear in ordinary people, yet the youth before him remained unfazed. His cold black eyes filled with mockery and disdain. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed like a nightmare. Who are you? Ji Ichiro's raspy voice grew frantic as fear began to seep into his gaunt features. Even while imprisoned in this wooden cabin, he had not shown fear, after all. Death was something he did not dread. However, falling into certain hands, death would be the kindest fate he could hope for. You are one of them. They've come for me. They've come for me. I don't want to go back. Kill me. I beg you, kill me. Ji Ichiro's sanity began to unravel. Descending into incoherent babbling, Jingu Yun stood before him, expressionless and silent. Suddenly, Ji Ichiro, curled on the ground and rambling, lunged at Jingu Yun. Sharp claws aiming for his throat with astonishing speed, a testament to his training as an assassin. Ji Ichiro's face twisted in a snarl, his voice a low growl. You lot, die, die, die. With a thud, a head was forcefully pressed against the wall, a resounding echo following, as eardrums ruptured and blood seeped from the ears. You are even more worthless. Jingu Yun forcefully shoved the talisman into Ji Ichiro's mouth, pressing his head down and smashing it against the floor. With each impact, the talisman was swallowed a little more. Yi and Xiao Lan were outside. He could not kill Ji Ichiro directly. The minimum requirement from Vodka was to ensure he could not speak, and turning him over to the police was acceptable. Thud, 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 until Ji Ichiro's mouth dribbled with saliva, uttering unintelligible babble. Jingu Yun wiped his hands clean, confirming there was no chance of recovery before descending from the loft to wash his hands. Shortly after, Yi rushed in with the vigilant Xiao Lan, whispering, Yun, what is the situation? Xiao Lan and I have already notified the police. Xiao Lan, concerned, asked, Yun, are you hurt? Yi told me he is a serial killer and extremely dangerous. Jingu Yun nodded. He was handcuffed and posed little threat. It seemed he had been confined for a while. His mind somewhat deranged, often banging his head against the wall. Yi suddenly realized, no wonder he attacked me. What? Yi, you were attacked? Are you hurt anywhere? Xiao Lan's face turned anxious as she hurriedly inquired. Yi quickly stammered, dragging Xiao Lan aside, insisting her Aikido skills were more than capable and that she was hardly hurt at all. Xiao Lan sighed in relief, observing Yi fidgeting. Did you lose something? Not really. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air as two officers rushed in, calling out, Have you found Ji Ichiro? Where is he? Jingu Yun pointed upstairs, and two detectives ascended with serious expressions, soon apprehending the serial killer. Before Conan could inquire how they ended up in the mountains, Hattori Heiji interjected. Aside from Ji, have you found any suspicious individuals? His question stemmed from hearing that Ji Ichiro had been handcuffed in the loft. Jingu Yun did not withhold information. Before we arrived at the cabin, Officer Sakata seemed to have driven past here. Sakata? Both Conan and Hattori froze, quickly piecing together all the critical clues of the case. Without a backward glance, they dashed out of the cabin, seeming to ignore both Xiao Lan and Yi entirely. Conan is really something, running all over the place. Yi, are you all right? Yi gently shook her head, lowering her gaze before looking up at Xiao Lan with a smile. Actually, it's nothing serious. If I've lost something, then so be it. Chapter 23, The Codename Mission. Little did they expect that the seemingly gentle Officer Sakata would be the perpetrator behind this series of murders. On the high-speed train back to Mihua Town, Xiao Lan listened to Muri Kagoro's deductions about the incident, reflecting on how many things in the world are knowingly wrong, yet still cannot hinder the steps of vengeance. Even the police are not exempt, let alone others. However, her mood quickly brightened as this trip to Osaka had allowed her to forge a connection with a kindred spirit, and they had exchanged contact information. Before parting, Yi promised to visit Mihua Town again, casually inquiring about Jingu Yun's contact details, arranging for their trio to reunite. On the train, Jingu Yun sipped his cola when his phone suddenly received an email stating, Kiki, guess who I am? Uninterested, he swiped the email away without responding. Moments later, another email arrived. Yun, it's Yi. Oh, Jingu Yun replied with a single letter, then called to the waitress, another bottle of cola, Chilled, please. Ding dong. The next email chimed in, pouting angrily. Yun, thank you for protecting me in the cabin. Next time, let me protect you. After all, Xiaolan and I are the sword and shield of the queen. Jingu Yun rubbed his temples in exasperation, realizing that his days of tranquility were likely numbered. Well then, we should be going now. Until next time, Yun. Jingu Yun nodded, but after taking a few steps, he glanced sideways at Conan, questioning, what are you following me for? Hee, I want to visit Dr. Agasa's house. It's on the way to see you, brother Jingu. Conan replied innocently, tilting his face up. Jingu Yun grabbed the back of Conan's collar, scrutinizing his forced smile. Speak the truth, or I'll hit you. I really am. Dr. Agasa developed a new game software and invited me to play with Jinta and the others. Conan suddenly realized something and explained, Jinta, Kagoro, and Ayumi are my classmates from first grade at Tiden Elementary. Dr. Agasa is a distant relative of my brother Shinichi. He invents all sorts of interesting things. Brother Jingu, would you like to join us? No. Jingu Yun dropped Conan to the ground, lightly tapping his head, and said coolly, even if you follow me and learn my address, I wouldn't let you in. Conan endured the pain and smiled sweetly. This fellow was truly not easy to fool. On the street, a sleek black business car passed by, the rear window revealing a woman with tea-colored hair resting her chin on her hand. Her indifferent gaze surveying the bustling crowd and swiftly disappearing vehicles. Bang. How infuriating. Although he already anticipated the outcome, being ruthlessly turned away still irked Conan. Nonetheless, the primary objective had been achieved. He glanced at the Kudo residence across the street and mused, its south remarkably close. A distant relative is no match for a nearby neighbor. How can a neighbor refuse entry altogether? With a slight pout, he hurried towards Dr. Agasa's house. This time, he spoke no falsehoods. He intended to play video games with Jinta and the others, albeit being forcibly summoned. Hey, Shinjuku Yun flicked his sleeves and trousers, ensuring that Conan hadn't dared to install a listening device on him before answering the call. Come to the base. The address has been sent to your email. A cold, deep voice from the phone belonged to Jin. Your mission has begun. In the outskirts, a black Buick glided through a wooded area, halting before an abandoned factory. Vodka had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Shinjuku Yun exit the vehicle, he smiled. Shinjuku, allow me to congratulate you in advance on officially becoming one of us. What is there to be happy about? Vodka's intended words were abruptly stifled, his expression turning sour as he coldly snorted and stepped into the dilapidated factory. Shinjuku Yun followed closely, and as Vodka unlocked multiple secret doors, a circular platform rose from the center of the abandoned factory. Shinjuku Yun approached nonchalantly, pondering why organizations preferred to establish their bases underground. Couldn't they excavate a mountain? Creating some legitimate experimental facilities to mislead would suffice, for underground air is stifling and could lead to heart attacks. This base was considerably larger than the last one he visited, though it contained fewer laboratories and more shooting ranges. This area was already within the borders of Gunma Prefecture, characterized by desolate mountains and sparse population, making it indeed an ideal place for firearms training. Since it was intended to train organizational members in marksmanship, it implied that Jin leaned against the metallic wall, a half-burnt cigarette in hand, ash dropping to the ground. 1 billion yen, 3 days. Hearing footsteps approach, Jin ended the call, his expression cold and devoid of unnecessary chatter. This mission is quite simple. Murder. Additionally, let Shinjuku Yun observe how the organization leverages waste for financial gain. Kidnapping for ransom is far too primitive. What should I kill with my bare hands? I'm no novice. Jin's face remained impassive. The cold just was far from amusing. He glanced at Vodka, who was barely suppressing a laugh. The latter shuddered and immediately opened a secret door, entering his fingerprint. Rows of handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and ammunition were laid out before Shinjuku Yun. He even spotted several heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. Indeed, this was a concealed weapon depot of the organization, a location ordinary members had no right to know about. By bringing Shinjuku Yun to this armory, Jin had implicitly acknowledged his qualifications. All that remained was a pledge of allegiance to join the organization. You may choose anyone. Vodka's throat moved, but he ultimately remained silent. Shinjuku had already swindled his Browning pistol. There was no need to bring out heavy weaponry for a mere assassination. Browning, Colt, Desert Eagle, Beretta 92, Tokarev. Based on precision and durability, the Beretta 92 was the clear choice, also Jin's personal firearm. After some contemplation, Shinjuku Yun opted for a Colt 2000 pistol manufactured by Colt's Manufacturing Company, a formidable competitor to Beretta. In terms of accuracy, craftsmanship, and durability, it rivaled the Beretta, with an effective shooting range of 50 meters. You didn't T-summon me just to hand me a gun, did you? Jin remained silent for a long moment before coldly stating, "Soon, the organization will conduct a large-scale operation, and I need to know your precise sniping capabilities." Jin retrieved a .24 from the armory and tossed it to Shinjuku Yun, who grinned and proceeded towards the simulation shooting range below. "Brother, that matter hasn't been confirmed yet. Is it too early to?" Jin said nothing, his icy gaze fixated on Shinjuku Yun preparing to shoot, his dark green pupils harboring inscrutable intentions. Half an hour later, 667 meters, 730 yards. Is this truly Shinjuku Yun's limit? Vodka gasped, astonished. A precise sniper target at 700 yards was no feat achieved by anyone in the organization aside from the boss. Not even the defector Rai could match such sniping prowess. Jin observed the recorded data in silence. While this outcome was anticipated, something felt amiss. But 700 yards, Shinjuku Yun, is this really your limit? At that moment, a black Buick entered the expressway leading to Mihanacho, swiftly departing Gunma's territory. Achoo, caught a cold? I hope this mission doesn't lead to any unforeseen complications. Chapter 24. Miyano Akemi. By the time Shinjuku Yun returned to Mihanacho, evening had fallen. Driving past the Kudo residence, 3 small heads unexpectedly popped out from the side entrance. "Well, we're off. Everyone, see you at school tomorrow. Tomorrow is the weekend, Jinta. Is that so? I only remember eating eel rice yesterday." Hikaru, noticing a car approaching, quickly cautioned, "A vehicle is coming. Jinta, don't stand in the middle of the road." "Conan, why are you standing so far away? Do you think the car will drive into the house?" Conan glanced at the familiar Buick, involuntarily twitching his mouth. He had developed a phobia of this car, having been struck every time he encountered it. Fortunately, the vehicle came to a slow stop, and Jinta hurried to the door, apologizing to the people inside. "Sorry. I shouldn't have stood in the middle of the road." Seeing the car stop, Conan pondered briefly before jogging to the window and knocking. "Brother Shinjuku, what a coincidence." "Conan, do you know the older brother driving the car?" Hikaru whispered. Conan nodded. He had met him at a press conference. "By the way, Brother Shinjuku has impressive deductive skills." Conan calculated in his mind. Indeed, the other 3 immediately showed interest in Shinjuku Yun, gathering around him. As the window rolled down, Shinjuku Yun glanced at Conan with sidelong eyes. "Looking for trouble?" Hee. Conan grinned broadly. "Hello, big brother. I'm Yoshida Ayumi, a first-grade student at Titan Elementary. I'm Katajiri Hikaru, also a first-grade student at Tian Elementary. I'm Kojima Jinta." The 3 introduced themselves, pulling a smiling Conan into their group and striking poses, declaring, "We are the Young Detective League. More like the Young Steamed Egg League." Shinjuku Yun's focus remained straight ahead. "Don't block the way." With that, he shut the car window, unexpectedly catching the corner of Conan's collar, dragging him a few meters before the driver noticed someone outside struggling for breath. The window rolled down, and Conan tumbled to the ground with a thud. As the vehicle drove away, Conan, red-faced and gasping for air, clenched his fists in frustration, vowing, "From now on, I will absolutely, never come within a step of that car. Never. How rude. Our Young Detective League has solved many cases. And he didn't even greet us before leaving." Hikaru seemed a bit disheartened by the lack of attention. Jinta, however, was indifferent, whispering, "If he treats me to eel rice next time we meet, I'll forgive him." Only Ayumi blinked, hands clasped behind her back, cheerfully declaring, "No way. Brother Shinjuku looks so handsome. He can't be a bad person. Maybe he was in a hurry, right, Conan?" "Hee, perhaps," Conan retorted. "A freelance photographer with so much urgency? He probably just finds kids annoying." Shinjuku Yun indeed found kids bothersome. Taking care of them was out of the question unless they were well-behaved young ladies over 18. However, one could only hope for a stroke of luck. Perhaps discovering a fortune by the roadside. 2 days later, at the Mihara branch of the Four-Ring Bank. "Good day, sir. Are you here to withdraw or deposit?" "Deposit. 100 million yen. 110 million yen. Please hold on. I need to inform the manager." Shortly thereafter, a slightly portly bank manager emerged, rubbing his hands nervously, and addressed the young man at the counter with polite deference. "Sir, would you prefer a fixed or a current deposit? I shall personally assist you with either." It was remarkable for someone so young to deposit 100 million yen. One could easily surmise he hailed from a prominent family or was a wealthy heir, a significant client indeed. A current deposit, please. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Yusumi, set aside your work for now and attend to this Mr. Jingu. Ah, yes, of course, manager. Behind the counter, a bespectacled, graceful woman glanced at her watch, hesitated momentarily, then nodded and stepped out. Mr. Jingu, please follow me. This area is the bank's lounge. By the way, my name is Hirota Yasumi. You may call me Yasumi. The gentle, artistic woman smiled warmly and softly said, would you prefer coffee or plain water? It will take some time to process the deposit of 100 million yen, so you may have a bite to eat while you wait. Just water, please. Very well. Please hold on. After Yasumi departed, Jingu Yun gazed calmly out the window. He had earned 200 million yen from Suzuki Tomoko from that. He had spent 50 million on a new car, set aside another 50 million for daily expenses, and deposited the remaining 100 million yen in the bank. After all, keeping such a substantial amount of cash at home made one vulnerable to theft. The largest denomination of yen was 10,000. So storing 100 million yen wasn't overly cumbersome. Jin had called him earlier, stating that the operation would take place today, and, upon hearing about his intention to deposit money, had specifically suggested this bank for its efficiency. The moment he laid eyes on Yasumi Hirota, Jingu Yun understood the target of this operation and the implication behind Jin's words. A 10 billion yen heist. How outrageous. Jin intended to rob him of the very money he had just deposited. No wonder he had been so considerate in directing him to this bank. Swift deposits meant swift heists. The bank would bear the brunt of the loss, provided the robbers weren't apprehended. Yet Jingu Yun felt inexplicably displeased. Aren't you Jingu Yun, the money lover? And now Jin will rob you face to face, leaving you speechless. Yasumi, aren't you supposed to be working? It's Conan. The manager asked me to attend to the guests, so I can take a little break. Muri Kagoro watched the beautiful woman walk toward the lounge with a pained expression, then turned his gaze to the other counter where a plump receptionist sat, instantly feeling dejected. Conan peered inside, his expression darkening. How could he possibly keep encountering that person? This time, he chose not to greet her, turning away as if he had never seen Jingu Yun. Mr. Jingu, your plain water. Thank you. Yasumi Hirota smiled gently. I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Jingu, for allowing me a moment's respite. What line of work are you in, Mr. Jingu? It's quite rare to see someone so young with a deposit of 100 million yen. Yasumi engaged Jingu Yun in light conversation, her gentle face often adorned with a smile. Most of the time, it was she who spoke, while Jingu Yun offered simple replies, nods, or shakes of his head. Yet, the gentle woman exhibited no sign of impatience. The only hint of her distraction was an occasional glance at her watch, suggesting she had pressing matters to attend to. I apologize, may I use the restroom? Yasumi said apologetically. That is entirely your prerogative, Miss Yasumi. My prerogative, Yasumi replied, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth, a gentle and beautiful smile gracing her lips. Despite Mr. Jingu's reserved nature, she felt delighted to have made the acquaintance of someone like him. Until we meet again. Jingu Yun's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the water in his cup rippling in concentric circles, yet stilled abruptly upon touching the cup's edge, as if confined within a cage. Friends, you say? Until they meet again, it might well be a life-or-death scenario for Yasumi Hirota, or rather, Mayano Akemi of the Black Organization. Chapter 25. A note. 2 sentences. Mayano Akemi did not return, but the slightly portly manager approached with a forced smile. Upon seeing Jingu Yun seated alone in the lounge, sipping water, he immediately adopted a stern expression and faux reprimanded. What happened to Yasumi? Wasn't she supposed to attend to the guests? If she has neglected Mr. Jingu, I shall have to dock her pay this month, with their funds nearly depleted. Who cared about a meager salary? Jingu Yun set down his cup, accepted the bank card and passbook handed to him by the smiling manager, said nothing, and departed the bank. Truly, the demeanor of a scion from a prominent family was unmatched. The manager beamed, having secured a significant and promising client. His judgment was undoubtedly sound. The armored car from headquarters should be arriving soon. Yasumi would be fine. That negligent little employee, Yasumi Hirota. He would generously refrain from docking her wages. Near the back entrance of the bank, boxes of cash were being unloaded from the armored truck, while 2 officers lay on the ground, unconscious or worse. Conan's unfortunate luck had, as always, drawn him into the fray. Armed robbers were present, and he needed to alert the police quickly. One of the masked robbers barked, "Hurry up, Baizuka, what are you doing?" A man clad in bank security attire approached, carrying 2 hefty bags of cash, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "This is the money that idiot manager just deposited. Why not take it?" "I'm quitting after this job." Another robber retorted sharply, "According to plan, we're only taking 10 billion yen. You fool. We're robbers. Are we supposed to leave some money for them?" At that moment, a black Buick sped past, and Jingu Yun cast a fleeting glance at the 3 robbers, his gaze lingering for a brief moment on the slender figure among them, before rolling up the window and speeding away. "Continue as if you haven't seen anything. Damn it. We've been spotted. According to plan, retreat." The bank security guard's face fell. Since he had also been seen, he might as well grab the bags of cash and leave, skipping the resignation letter altogether. The 3 robbers hastily stuffed the stolen cash into the trunk, reversed direction, and sped away. After lying low for a few days, they could live freely, even clearing their gambling debts in one fell swoop. "Wait, is someone following us? A little boy, is he here to catch us?" They laughed heartily. "He's faster than the police." In the rearview mirror, a boy on a skateboard was closely tailing their vehicle, and the robber in the passenger seat glanced at him, silent. "Shake him off. Don't complicate things." The driver, though dismissive, complied for reasons unknown, slamming on the gas, following the predetermined route, and successfully losing the tail after crossing the train tracks. "You're too cautious, Yasumi. With this money, there is nowhere we can't go. Why fear the police?" The brakes have failed. At a traffic light, a black Buick halted at the crosswalk, where a casually dressed young man rested his left hand on the steering wheel while flicking ash from a cigarette with his right. Suddenly, he heard the thunderous roar of an approaching vehicle, looked up, and saw a runaway van hurtling toward him, its dark pupils reflecting the chaos. "What the hell?" Boom. In a critical moment, the rear wheels of the Buick screeched against the pavement, executing a 90-degree drift, causing the van to graze its side and crash into the roadside greenery. "Just watch the car, now it needs repairs and a paint job again." The smoking van's door fell off, and a masked robber crawled out, blood trickling from his mouth as he cursed under his breath. What a stroke of bad luck. Just as he intended to check on his companions, he froze, seemingly recalling something, and with a malevolent expression, he approached the Buick. "The fates of adversaries intertwine, and I ponder the whims of fortune. Alas, it is you, this insufferable wretch." The robber, observing the seemingly nonchalant youth who disembarked to assess the damage, harbored a malevolent glint in his eyes. "It seems you were unfortunate. Had you not discovered us, the vehicle would not have malfunctioned." Without turning, Shinkong Yutu remarked coolly, "Is there a correlation between these events?" The robber, momentarily taken aback, felt his rage swell. Drawing a pistol from behind, he leveled it at the youth's head and barked, "Isn't it pertinent to your demise?" Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the robber collapsed. Shinkong Yutu, unfazed, withdrew his hand from his pocket, directing his gaze towards the van where a robber, clutching his shoulder and with a slightly torn mask revealing pale lavender lips, furrowed his brow. "Do not move." After dispatching his comrade, the slender robber aimed his firearm at Shinkong Yutu and rasped, "Transfer the money from the van to your vehicle, swiftly." Raising an eyebrow, Shinkong Yutu complied under the pressure of the threat. Together they maneuvered the cash, while the third robber, a bank security guard, had met his demise due to neglecting to fasten his seatbelt, having been ejected from the window upon impact. Even had he survived, a bullet would likely have silenced him. Once the money was transferred, the lavender-lipped robber took the passenger seat of the Buick, gun still trained on Shinkong Yutu, and commanded, "Drive to this address." Casting a glance at the robber, Shinkong Yutu uttered a phrase that left the robber speechless. "Since the other 2 are deceased, you shall bear the cost of my vehicle's damage." At a particular apartment, Shinkong Yutu found himself bound and imprisoned within a room. "As long as you remain compliant, I shall release you once my business is concluded," the lavender-lipped robber assured, softly uttering an apology only for her ears as she closed the door behind her. In the living room, the robber removed her black mask, revealing a delicate visage, her cerulean eyes brimming with tenderness, laced with a hint of sorrow and regret. A coat stained with blood slipped from her shoulders as the gentle woman entered the bathroom, the translucent glass door fogging with the outline of her curvaceous form. Creak. The door opened, and Shinkong Yutu furrowed his brow, hearing the sound of a shower. For the first time, he ambled away, conflicted in emotion, closing the door behind him. The apartment bore the name Hirota. What a foolish woman. Inside, Mayano Akemi washed away the blood from her body, only to find the door confining Shinkong Yutu slightly ajar. Rather than panic, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. The knots binding him were intentionally loosened. Yet, A wave of melancholy washed over her. A woman like me does not deserve friends. Anything more is a luxury. Mayano Akemi's expression darkened, but resolve quickly replaced her sorrow for the sake of her sister. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, tightening Akemi's grip on her pistol as she approached the peephole. Momentarily startled, she concealed the gun behind her back and opened the door. Little one. Who were you looking for? A small boy, his nose adorned with two tiny dragons, sniffled and produced two items from behind him, presenting them to Mayano Akemi. A big brother asked me to give these to a big sister. The boy instinctively patted the lollipops in his pocket, his face brightening before he dashed away. Mayano Akemi furrowed her beautiful brows, pondering who might be sending her gifts at such a time. A can of cola and a note. The paper inscribed with two sentences. Chapter 26. Aiming for the heart. What? The robber's vehicle has been found. An accident occurred. 2 are dead. The loot is missing. From the snippets of conversation with Muri Kagoro, Conan could only surmise that discord had erupted among the robbers, perhaps due to an uneven division of spoils, with one aiming to claim 10 billion yen for himself. What? The surveillance footage revealed that the last robber commandeered a black Buick as an escape vehicle, taking a young man hostage? Is this true, Officer Magyar? Very well, I understand. I will make a call to inquire further. Muri Kagoro hung up the phone with a serious demeanor. Conan, filled with urgency, implored, Uncle Muri. The black Buick, could it be? It is highly likely that it was that impassive fellow, Shinkong Yuki. He had just been to that bank. It must be an unfortunate coincidence. That lad truly has the worst luck. Though Muri Kagoro spoke casually, his expression grew grave. After all, Shinkong Yuki had located the unconscious Rand during the Black Star incident, a fact that lingered in Muri's mind. Unfortunate luck? Conan did not share that sentiment. For he alone knew that Shinkong Yuki had witnessed the robbery. Perhaps the robbers sought to eliminate him to silence a witness. Have you connected the call, kid? Shaking his head, Conan revealed that upon hearing about the black Buick, he had already dialed Shinkong Yunta's number, but it continuously indicated no answer. This poses a problem. Muri Kagoro donned his coat, instructing Conan, regardless, I must visit Officer Magyar. You stay put. With a resounding slam, the door closed. Conan retrieved his skateboard. Darting in the opposite direction just as Kagoro exited, heading towards Hiroto Masami's residence. After stashing the 10 billion yen at a designated location, Mayano Akemi sped along the highway in her red car, her gaze fixed on a harbor by the sea, the site that would determine her fate. The flicker of a lighter ignited within the car, a note quickly consumed by flames. The window rolled down, the ashes whisked away by the wind, entirely dispersing into the ether. Now, aside from herself and the individual who left the note, no one else in the world would know its contents. Mayano Akemi's gaze became unfocused, uncertain whether to trust the note's author, their connection having only emerged today, yet the words bore the power to stir her very soul. Who are you? What manner of person are you? A dull ache throbbed in her shoulder, a remnant of the car crash. A mere stroke of fortune compared to the fates of the two deceased. Rescuing Shinkong Yuki and eliminating a comrade, her conscience bore little conflict, as to her. He was merely an innocent bystander caught in a tumultuous storm, one who had just deposited a significant sum at the bank. Had it not been for the robbery, she might have even gained a commendable reward. Conversely, that robber was a scourge upon society, otherwise he would not have participated in such a heist. By both sentiment and reason, she could not allow Shinkong Yunta's demise. Finding him, yet allowing his escape, Mayano Akemi had prepared for his imminent call to the authorities. But it never came. She remained utterly perplexed by Shinkong Yunta's demeanor. How could an ordinary person remain so composed in the face of abduction? Did he see through her facade, knowing she would not inflict harm upon him? Or perhaps he possessed sufficient confidence in his own safety? Mayano Akemi pondered endlessly until, at last, a faint blush crept upon her pallid cheeks, spreading to her ears. It was only then that she recalled the bathroom's glass door was translucent. Although it appeared blurry from the outside, it still depicted her unclad silhouette. She wondered if he had seen her, under such circumstances. Who would have the presence of mind to notice? Akemi, pondering such thoughts now may signal that your paths with Shinkong Yuki shall diverge from this day forth. Shaking her head, she endeavored to regain her composure. To live, to seek refuge with her sister in a place untouched by the organization, to die. And all would cease to exist. Whether in life or death, it would be a final farewell. The crimson automobile arced gracefully beneath the evening glow. A poignant and resolute journey toward the tranquil harbor where sea met sky. Night fell upon the harbor. It appears you have been waiting for some time, Hiroto Masami. Or should I say, Mayano Akemi. The black trench coat, enveloping the figure within, rustled audibly in the winds of the port. Beneath the black top hat lay a pale visage, marked by an aloof and chilling demeanor. Silver hair, entangled with moonlight, evoked an eerie sensation with a mere glance. He was a member of the black organization, codenamed Qin. Hand over the money. With this man standing before her, vodka, lingering a step behind, was naturally rendered inconspicuous. Upon seeing Qin, Mayano Akemi's palms clenched involuntarily as she spoke fiercely. I have complied with your demands. You must fulfill your promise to free my sister from the organization. You may be mistaken about one thing, Qin replied coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The corners of his mouth curling into an excited grin as the dark muzzle of his gun was aimed at Mayano Akemi. I am not here to negotiate or barter. Rather, I am issuing you a command. Despite trembling, a surge of courage rose within Akemi at the thought of her sister. The money is not with me. Release my sister, and I will tell you where the 1 billion yen is hidden. The sea breeze swept by, the waves crashing relentlessly. Suddenly, Qin uttered an inconsequential remark, his finger twitching near the trigger before he abruptly withdrew the gun. You are well aware of the organization's modus operandi. It's just a pity that this time, I'm not the one taking action. The sound of crisp footsteps gradually emerged from the shadows behind Qin. The edge of a black trench coat, first appearing from the darkness into the moonlight. The newcomer stepped past vodka and seized the beretta from Jin's hand. The cold barrel now aimed at the incredulous Mayano Akemi. Miss Akemi, I did not expect our reunion to unfold in such a manner. Akemi's lips felt parched, her delicate face revealing a bitter smile. It's you. You are a member of the organization. I should have anticipated this. If Shinkai Kumo was part of the organization, then everything prior would make sense. How foolish of her. Kumo's expression was impassive as she prepared to pull the trigger, her demeanor briefly wavering before she quickly regained composure. At that moment, Qin coldly remarked, aim for her heart. Kumo addressed the beautiful woman before her once more. Have you considered the conclusion we have reached? Bang. The gunshot resonated, causing even the moon in the sky to tremble, as if mourning the loss of the beautiful woman. Akemi collapsed into a pool of blood. And whether it was merely her imagination, she seemed to witness Kumo's pupils momentarily turning a vivid scarlet, both eerie and captivating. As Akemi closed her eyes, consciousness fading, two phrases from a note echoed repeatedly in her mind. I can save your sister. In the face of life and death, drink it. A can of cola, marked with the note, was tightly clutched in her hand. Chapter 27. You are not professional enough. Search that woman. You should be able to find clues about the 1 billion yen. Vodka was about to step forward when Kumo halted him. Wait. Qin shot a cold glare at him, seemingly demanding an explanation. Kumo ignored him, striding directly to where Akemi had fallen, the dark muzzle once again aimed at her right chest, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet mercilessly pierced through her body, splattering blood. After rummaging through Akemi's belongings, Kumo found a key to a temporary counter at the train station and tossed it to Vodka, coldly stating, what if her heart was on the right side? You might have been dead just now. Vodka rolled his eyes beneath his sunglasses, though a shiver coursed through him. Kumo was indeed ruthless, much like their boss. It would be wise to avoid provoking her in the future. Qin slightly nodded, tacitly approving of Kumo's actions, recognizing that this delay was inconsequential. Mission accomplished. Let's go. Vodka paused, noticing Kumo lift Akemi's bloodied body and unceremoniously toss it into the sea. Kumo, what are you doing? Cleaning up the traces. You are all too unprofessional. Do you intend to leave the corpse for the police? Vodka attempted to protest further, but Qin muttered a low curse at the madness of it all before turning away from the port. What is wrong, boss? A crisp sound of a safety being disengaged echoed chillingly through the silent port. Vodka's pupils contracted, wishing he had 2 more legs to keep pace with Qin. Muttering as he ran, madman, Kumo is a complete lunatic. Even after death, she won't let it go. A grenade arced beautifully through the air, plunging into the water, creating splashes that soaked the port's surface and obscured their footprints. At the edge of the port, Kumo opened the back door of a black Porsche and calmly took a seat inside. Is it done? The fish in the sea will help us erase all evidence. Jin's gaze remained fixed on the crowd slowly gathering on the road ahead as he coldly added, next time, don't make such a ruckus. There are many ways to clean up traces. TCH. Drive. Yes, boss. As the black Porsche exited the port, a boy on a skateboard approached, the two passing each other. Conan felt a pang of recognition and turned back, just in time to see the passenger window roll down, revealing long silver hair and a half-visible, indifferent face. Jin. The skateboard screeched to a halt, and Conan immediately attempted to pivot and pursue, only to find the black Porsche had vanished amidst the throng of vehicles. Damn it! So close. However, the realization struck him. How could they be at the port? This was bad. Miss Hirota may be in danger. Inside the black Porsche, Jin glanced at the rearview mirror, casually saying, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Just suddenly thought that since the 3 robbers are dead, should the organization reimburse me for the damage to my car?" "Do as you wish." The silver moon was gentle, the night breeze unusually mild. Not far from the port, on the shallows, a bloodied woman, drenched and gasping, clutched her chest tightly, an empty can of cola firmly in her grasp. A water-soaked note held in her hand bore a clear line under the moonlight. Mikawacho, to Chome. The next day. Kumo, wake up. Inside a black Buick. Conan vigorously shook the black-haired youth clad in casual attire. After persistent efforts, he finally managed to rouse him. "Conan, how did you end up here?" "Thank goodness. You're all right." Conan sighed in relief, finally finding a silver lining after a dreadful day. "Kumo, don't you remember? You were kidnapped by the bank robbers." Kumo nodded, saying, "After being brought here, I must have fainted. My head hurts a bit." "Kumo, you must have been knocked out. Did you see what the assailants looked like?" Kumo furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a long silence, he finally spoke. It should have been a woman. Conan fell silent before nodding. It was Miss Yami. "And she may already be dead." Kumo remained silent, while Conan forced a smile. "Considering the time, Kumo, you might have been unconscious for a whole day. So much has happened during this time, and the police have conducted numerous investigations, yet the stolen 1 billion yen remains elusive." Through the window, Kumo observed many police officers entering and exiting the apartment, presumably collecting information from Hirota Yami's residence, extracting fingerprints, attempting to uncover where the 1 billion yen was concealed. A patrolling officer approached, seemingly familiar to Conan, and they exchanged greetings. "Good day, Mr. Shinkai. I am Takagi from the investigative division. How are you feeling?" "Much better." Officer Takagi replied seriously, "Although you are a victim in this robbery case, we still need you to come to the police station to give a statement." "I apologize, but it is part of my duty." "All right." At that moment, an officer rushed over and said, "Officer Takagi, the surveillance lines in the apartment were deliberately damaged 2 days ago and have yet to be repaired. There are no records of entries or exits for the past few days." "Understood. Let us search for other clues," Officer Takagi replied. "I apologize, but I must get back to work now. Conan, could you please look after Mr. Shingu?" Conan nodded, feeling no need to adopt a childish tone in front of the honest Takagi. "Brother Shingu, it seems the robber knocked you out after bringing you to the apartment and then abandoned you in the Buick." Shingu Yun glanced at Conan with a look of annoyance and said, "Are you implying that I had a stroke of bad luck?" "Hey, I didn't say that. Ouch. That hurts," Conan exclaimed, hopping around while clutching his swollen head, secretly criticizing, "If only I could return to my original body. We could compete, though it seems I wouldn't stand a chance." To Conan, it was entirely understandable that the capable Shingu Yun was taken hostage. No matter how skilled one is powerless when a gun is pointed at them. However, Shingu Yun displayed remarkable composure, awakening after being kidnapped yet remaining calm. Had Conan not been familiar with Shingu Yun's character, he might have suspected he was in cahoots with the robber. Suddenly, Conan's attention was caught by a crumpled piece of paper in the car's ashtray. Curiously, he unfolded it. It was a psychiatric examination report from Mihua Central Hospital, indicating that the patient suffered from mild dissociative identity disorder, delusions, and time perception impairment. Conan understood. Everything fell into place. It turned out Shingu Yun was mentally ill. "What are you looking at?" The report was swiftly snatched away, replaced by Shingu Yun's indifferent face, which, up close, appeared somewhat cold and handsome. But she was not a lovesick girl. "Hey, brother Shingu, what is this? There are so many words I don't understand." "Ow, don't hit. Don't hit there. Not there." Chapter 28. Disguise techniques. Having finished his statement at the police headquarters, it was nearly evening. The Buick was temporarily sent for repairs, and there was still no word on the car that Vodka promised to purchase. Thus, Shingu Yun had to take the train back to Mihua Town, 2nd District. Was it a need for stimulation? Perhaps that was one of their commonalities. Sitting on the train, Shingu Yun gazed out at the gradually illuminating neon signs, his thoughts drifting back to the moment at the port when he aimed a gun at Mayano Akemi. Scene object triggered, Mayano Akemi. Please make the following choice within 3 seconds. Save Mayano Akemi and help her escape from the black organization. Unlock skill. Disguise techniques to deceive and confuse. He had already made his decision regarding Mayano Akemi. The voice in his mind only solidified his resolve, providing yet another reason. The woman, whom he had met only once but who radiated kindness, deserved better than to perish so abruptly. Had it not been for her shooting a comrade to save him and subsequently letting him go, Shingayun wouldn't have felt so conflicted. The entire chain of events stemmed from Miyano Akemi's gentle heart, which ultimately saved her. This woman, both tender and strong, should not exit the stage so hastily. Upon arriving at his station, Shingayun decided to walk home, coincidentally passing by Titan High School just as classes were dismissed. The youths pouring out of the school were filled with the vigor of youth, mostly walking in groups, clad in uniforms and chatting animatedly. The girls wore short skirts, barely covering above their knees, revealing their fair legs, a true representation of the most beautiful age of youth. Out of the corner of his eye, Shingayun seemed to spot Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko among the crowd, but he had no intention of greeting them, silently departing down the street, feeling distinctly out of place despite being young himself. "What's wrong, Sonoko? I think I just saw Shingakuen. It can't be wrong," Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, peering ahead. But Shingayun's figure quickly vanished around the corner, obscured by the throngs of students continuing to pour out. "Brother Yun? Sonoko, you must be mistaken. I heard from my dad that Yun-kun has been caught up in a case." Muri Kagoro had not elaborated much, only mentioning that Shingayun seemed to be in trouble. "Another case? But I think Shingakuen doesn't seem like the type who enjoys solving cases. He is so cool and composed. A man of few words and capable. He's practically the perfect boyfriend. He gives me a sense of security." Sonoko's eyes sparkled with admiration. But soon her expression fell as she sighed. "But why has Shingakuen accepted my friend request? Could he be too busy to notice?" Muri Ran could only offer a polite smile. Recently, a new social app had become popular among Japanese youths, and she and Hayu had added Shingayun as a friend. Conan had even managed to do so. Yet, Sonoko's friend request seemed to have vanished without a trace. Much like a stone sinking into the sea, Ran thought to herself, given Yun-kuen's personality, if he were to respond to Sonoko's inquiry, it would likely be a curt two-word answer, "Not familiar." Thinking of this made Ran chuckle quietly. That night in Miwa Town, 2nd District. As Shingayun inserted his key into the lock, he caught a glimpse of the osmanthus tree in the corner of the yard and nodded at the door. Upon entering, a masked woman appeared at the entrance, closing the door behind her but not stepping inside. "You don't need to take off your shoes. Just remember to help me mop the floor," she said. The reason she didn't enter was clearly not about shoes. Her gentle eyes were fixed intently on Shingayun, who remained unfazed as he went about his tasks, boiling water, rinsing rice, and taking ingredients from the fridge for washing. He then preheated the oven. "You can cook?" she asked, her question clearly not the purpose of her visit, yet she couldn't help but voice it, given the stark contrast to her expectations. Why not order takeout? Who knows if someone might poison it? Paranoia. The word sprang to her mind, but upon reflection, which member of the black organization didn't carry a hint of paranoia? Among them, Jin was the most afflicted. "Would you like to lend a hand?" She hesitated, but ultimately removed her shoes and placed them in the shoe cabinet, voluntarily assisting Shingayun in washing the vegetables. Neither seemed inclined to discuss anything related to the black organization or how to evade it. And soon they had prepared a simple home-cooked meal together. At the dining table, the woman had already removed her mask but did not touch her chopsticks, merely watching Shingayun as he ate. After a long silence, she softly asked, "Why? If you don't eat, the food will get cold," he replied. "Why save me?" She pressed again. Shingayun set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, "It was your kindness that saved you, Miyano Akemi." Miyano Akemi's expression was complex. Before seeking out Shingayun, she had made ample psychological preparations, fearing it might be yet another trap. After all, Shingayun was a member of the black organization, seemingly someone Jin held in high regard. She trusted no member of the organization, but for the sake of her sister, she was willing to believe in every beautiful deception, even if that sliver of beauty never materialized. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her palm resting on her thigh and asked the most pressing question of her visit. "What will you do to save my sister? What do you need me to do? Wait for a rainy day?" Miyano Akemi nearly thought she had misheard, tears welling in her eyes. She had been shot twice in the chest, and the pain still lingered, yet the instigator simply told her to wait for a rainy day. Breathing rapidly, she was a clever woman. She understood that without Shingayun, she would have perished without a trace, unable to help her sister, and instead, leaving her sister to bear everything alone in this world. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Her emotions stirred enough to aggravate her wounds, causing her to cough a few times. "Let me see your wounds." Mayano Akemi did not resist. She loosened her top to reveal a light blue bra and a strapless undershirt. The bullet hole is located at the heart, and lifting it slightly reveals a faint mark. Shin Jingyun gazes at the wound that bears a subtle imprint and cannot help but inquire, "Does it still hurt?" Akemi Mayano nods, lowers her clothing, and replies, "How did you manage that?" The bullet merely grazed the heart. It's nothing short of a miracle. As for the can of cola, she refrains from questioning further, suspecting it might be one of the organization's secretly developed drugs. Knowing more would only deepen her entanglement with the organization. Shin Jingyun states, "I happened to see it last time at your place." Through the frosted glass of the bathroom door, what is blurred to ordinary eyes appears crystal clear to Shin Jingyun. He can even discern the pulsating silhouette of Akemi Mayano's heart, allowing him to pinpoint its exact location. However, the rupture of numerous blood vessels is unavoidable, and without timely treatment, death is certain. Under the circumstances at that time, only the healing cola could ensure survival. The moment he cast it into the sea, Akemi Mayano seized the opportunity, and with the vitality and cellular repair induced by the healing liquid, she evaded the blast of the grenade, sustaining only the impact of the water waves, which fortuitously carried her away from the harbor. Akemi Mayano bows her head, her cheeks flushed. She knows she must have been seen. "You must stay here tonight. I need to observe you." "Huh?" In a certain laboratory, a pristine desk, a dim lamp, a fresh newspaper, a heart shattered beyond repair, and tears dripping onto the newspaper, gradually soaking it. Sister, Chapter 29, A Visit to Yukiko. "I mean to observe your injuries and document them. If possible, Miss Mayano, could you elaborate on your feelings after consuming the cola?" "Just call me Akemi." As Akemi reflects, the pain of the bullet piercing her chest makes her eyelids twitch. It wasn't just the left side. The young man before her had also penetrated her right side. Fierce, resolute, and meticulous. As fellow members of the organization, she feels like a helpless lamb confronted by a starving tiger. One glance would lead to her being entirely devoured. Akemi candidly shares her experience, realizing she has no choice but to tread this dark path alone. Any appearance before the organization would lead to her demise, potentially endangering Shin Jingyun, who rescued her. Healing, activation, vitality, and the ability to provide instantaneous yet fleeting bursts of energy. Shin Jingyun contemplates that perhaps the progress on labels 4 and 5 should be expedited. Label 3 still only repairs severe injuries. They have yet to test fatal wounds. There is also the question of whether severed limbs can be reattached, whether diseases can be cured, and even the possibility of regenerating limbs. He cannot conduct experiments due to a severe lack of materials, as he does not possess the habit of self-harm. Shin Jingyun gazes at Akemi Mayano, who feels uneasy under his scrutiny, a chill running down her spine. "Is something wrong? Did I say something unclear?" "No, Miss Akemi. Is your health satisfactory? Have you ever suffered from any particular ailments?" Akemi Mayano hesitates before answering honestly. "I often have minor ailments like colds or coughs, but nothing serious." Shin Jingyun sighs lightly, saying, "Let us leave it at that for tonight. You can use the second room on the left upstairs for the night. Please tidy up after yourself." Akemi nods, and he adds, "You should know that you cannot appear in public with this face anymore." Akemi shakes her head, indifferent, stating that as long as her sister can escape the organization and live well, she wouldn't mind remaining unseen for life. "What I mean is, when you go out, you will need to change your appearance." "Huh?" Without further explanation, Shin Jingyun retrieves a stack of cash from a corner bag, saying, "Here is 20 million yen. It should be enough for you to purchase a small apartment and a car in Mahanko. You can choose a location in the 3rd, 4th, or 6th blocks. I trust you to handle it well." Akemi does not refuse. She has lost everything. Her apartment sealed by the police, her bank accounts frozen. Although she still has a small amount of hidden funds, it is insufficient for even daily sustenance. "Thank you. No need for thanks. It must be repaid later." Akemi blinks her beautiful eyes, surprised by Shin Jingyun's amusing side. She cannot reveal herself. Her identity is unusable, and she cannot work. How will she repay such a hefty debt? Will her sister have to repay it for her, or will they both work for Shin Jingyun? Returning to her room, Shin Jingyun lies on his bed, somewhat pained over his expenditure. Truly, women are the most extravagant, without even keeping one. He has already incurred a significant financial burden. He must visit Yukiko tomorrow. It is a hassle. Though he has the art of disguise, materials are essential, and the quality of human skin props is also crucial. Of those familiar with this field, aside from Yukiko, only the infamous Kid the Phantom Thief remains. Kid, who skips classes daily, could be anywhere. However, Yukiko is merely a street away. I am in dire need of money, so much money. Kudo, Conan. It all rests on you for wealth and prosperity. Latest developments on the 10 billion yen heist. The mastermind, bank employee Masami Hirota, and her accomplices have all perished. The 10 billion yen remains missing. At the Mori Detective Agency, Mori Kagoro gazes at the latest report with a look of sorrow. How tragic that the beautiful and gentle Miss Hirota could be the mastermind behind the 10 billion yen heist. It's utterly unbelievable. Conan also reviews the report, noting that the headline is clearly exaggerated. The true mastermind behind the heist is not Masami Hirota. She is a victim. The real orchestrators are the Black Organization. Has Miss Hirota truly passed away? Asks Ran, bringing breakfast. Mori Kagoro nods, lamenting, it is true. The police found hair left at Hirota's residence, which matched bloodstains at the port perfectly. But they haven't found Miss Hirota's body, perhaps. Conan interjects. Based on the amount of blood and the traces at the port, she was likely shot in the chest or a vital area and then thrown into the sea. With the tide rising at night and the currents being fierce, the chances of her survival are extremely low. Moreover, her body sinking would lead to it being devoured by fish, and that area occasionally attracts sharks, making the possibility of recovery exceedingly slim. Additionally, the police also found remnants of grenade fragments at the scene. Conan senses the atmosphere shift and innocently states, these are all things that Nigaki told me. Mori Kagoro scolds. You're only listening to useless information. Hurry and go to school. All right. Conan grits his teeth, knowing that all of this is the doing of the Black Organization. A detestable group. I must not let them escape my grasp. Achoo. Ding dong. The doorbell rings, and a melodious female voice calls, coming. Shinjing Yun rubs his nose. Feeling as though someone has been cursing him, he hasn't committed any heinous acts. It must be that Miserjin, who is upset over him having taken a Beretta pistol and a few grenades. What else with the daily nagging? The door opens, revealing Yukiko, her hair adorned with numerous clips as though she has been preparing it. However, upon seeing Shinjing Yun, her beautiful eyes widen in shock, and she quickly shuts the door again. Oh no, my hair isn't done, I haven't put on makeup, my lips aren't colored, and my lashes aren't curled. Everything is ruined. Shinjing Yun is utterly perplexed by her antics. The door opens and closes, and the front iron gate remains shut. Perhaps he should seek out Kid the Phantom Thief instead. Kaido might be diligently attending class, but Igoda is somewhat distant from Mahanko. After a considerable wait, the door swings open once more, and Yukiko, draped in a large mink coat that obscures her face, finally allows Shinjing Yun to enter before darting back into the house. This woman appears to be unwell. Perhaps I should try a note. Chapter 30. Dr. Agasa, do not venture out on rainy days. Freshly brewed black tea sat atop the living room table, and Yukiko's voice echoed from the inner room. Please wait a moment. I will be ready shortly. Shinomiya Yuki took a sip of tea, savoring its flavor, and realized he would need to wait at least 2 hours. It would be wise to take a stroll. He wandered around the Kudo residence, noting its vastness, particularly the study. It seemed that a single explosion would not suffice. More explosives would be necessary. He was unsure why such thoughts crossed his mind. With a slight grimace, he borrowed a few intriguing detective novels and decided to head home, planning to return in the afternoon to see Yukiko again. However, just as he reached the doorbell rang, and a kind, elderly voice called out, Yukiko, this is Dr. Agasa. I have several packages for you. As the door opened, Dr. Agasa was prepared to bring in the packages, only to find that it was not Yukiko who had answered, but a young man. He inquired, are you a relative of Yukiko? No, Shinomiya Yuki replied, glancing at the elderly man with a white beard who was gently rubbing his back and assisted him in carrying a few packages inside. Thank you very much. The Kudo family is often abroad, and many letters and packages are signed for by me. Dr. Agasa scrutinized Shinomiya Yuki's face, seemingly recalling something, and exclaimed, you must be Mr. Shinomiya. Kudo often speaks highly of your exceptional deductive abilities. What else did that lad say? Dr. Agasa quickly waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Realizing that Shinomiya was indeed the stoic young man Kudo had mentioned, yet he was quite polite, appearing to have a good rapport with Yukiko. With the endorsement of Kudo, Dr. Agasa felt his apprehensions dissipate. I am Dr. Agasa, residing next door. Surely, Conan has mentioned me. I forgot. Dr. Agasa wholeheartedly agreed with Kudo's sentiment. Anyone who could engage in pleasant conversation with Shinomiya was indeed remarkable. Dr. Agasa awkwardly chuckled a couple of times and steered the conversation away, asking, "Where is Yukiko? Is she not at home? She's in her room applying makeup." Dr. Agasa's expression turned peculiar, yet he refrained from commenting further. "I shall take my leave then. Please tell Yukiko I said hello, and she is welcome to visit next door anytime. Conan often comes to play." Shinomiya Yuki did not respond, but instead posed an unrelated question. "Dr. Agasa, do you have rheumatism?" "No rheumatism, but I do have a slight case of high blood pressure." "Why do you ask?" "It is best not to venture out on rainy days. One might catch rheumatism." "Thank you for the reminder." Dr. Agasa left, gritting his teeth, finding Shinomiya's well-meaning advice rather peculiar, as if he were cursing him with rheumatism. Has Dr. Agasa left? Yukiko emerged from her room, dressed in a modest, elegant pale yellow dress, her brows arched like a crescent moon, long hair cascading down her sides, and a light touch of makeup rendering her a vision of grace. However, to Shinomiya Yuki, she appeared little different from before, save for the subtle enhancement of her lips, now adorned with a hint of lipstick. For reasons unknown, Yukiko suddenly adopted a stern expression and addressed Shinomiya Yuki. "Do you dare to seek me out again, fearing I might settle the score? I had nearly forgotten. We need to settle your commission fee. Last time, I only received a deposit, and the remainder is still outstanding." As Shinomiya Yuki extended his hand, Yukiko puffed her cheeks and smacked his hand away, only to redden her own little hand in the process, her mouth twisting into a pout. "No payment." Shinomiya Yuki calmly sipped his tea and remarked, "Miss Yukiko, the mole on your skin is quite unique." Yukiko scoffed. "What is so special about it?" "Everyone has moles to some degree. I am referring to that small black mole right here." As Yukiko noticed Shinomiya Yuki's hand moving downward, her ears flushed with embarrassment, and she tightly crossed her legs, exclaiming, "Do not speak of it." Yukiko felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Indeed, she had a small mole in that vicinity, a detail that others might overlook, but it was a secret she believed was known only to her. After calming herself for a while, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Now tell me, what is it you wish to ask of me?" "Disguise techniques." Yukiko's brows arched slightly, her bright eyes sparkling with amusement as she seemed to return to her comfort zone. Crossing her legs playfully, she teased, "Though I am uncertain where you heard this. I do possess some skills in disguise techniques, yet you lack the innate talent for it. However, if you sincerely wish to learn, I could consider teaching you. Depending on your earnestness. Then I shan't learn after all. We shall meet again." Shinomiya Yuki nodded and took his leave. Yukiko smirked inwardly, knowing she would not be fooled again. She watched him exit the living room, put on his shoes in the hallway, and open the door. Wait, something feels off. She suddenly realized that perhaps he possessed a hint of talent for disguise techniques. "How about this? If you pay the tuition, I shall accept you." Shinomiya Yuki did not look back, waving his hand dismissively. "Save your money for a soda. Wouldn't tea that be more enjoyable?" Yukiko rushed barefoot to the entrance, exclaiming, "As a gesture of friendship, I will give you a 30 discount. 50, 10, that is my bottom line." The door had already been opened halfway, and Yukiko bit her lip, fuming, "Tuition is free, plus the remaining half of your commission fee." Shinomiya Yuki turned to look at her. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she pouted. "Is that not enough? I might as well pay you to learn." "Deal." At that moment, Yukiko felt like a fool. He was indifferent to learning, yet she found herself in a position to offer him compensation just to secure his interest. "You wait. If you do not apply yourself diligently, I shall not be kind." Yukiko was determined to uphold her pride. Mastering disguise techniques was immensely challenging, and it had taken her considerable time to achieve proficiency, yet she was unsure about Shinomiya Yuki. 2 hours later, nobody is perfect. Now you understand the difficulty of disguise techniques, right? Yukiko's bright eyes sparkled with mirth as she beheld Shinomiya Yuki's disastrous makeup attempt, and all her previous grievances evaporated. "This is incorrect. You are to disguise a woman, and women do not have beards. Eyeliner, shape the face, my goodness. You can't even wear a wig properly." Yukiko slightly raised herself on her toes, patting Shinomiya Yuki's shoulder, and teasingly remarked, "Your talent may be lacking, but your efforts are commendable. You may just manage to grasp the basics." Shinomiya Yuki appeared somewhat disheartened. "Perhaps I should give up. It seems I lack the talent." "Nonsense." Yukiko realized her laughter had perhaps wounded his pride, which was not her intention, as she wished to witness his progress. She gathered various props and several facial masks needed for disguise techniques, handing them to Shinomiya Yuki with earnest advice. Trust me, you have potential in this area. It simply requires practice. Take these props home, practice diligently, and when you are ready, come back for more guidance. All right, goodbye. With a resounding clap, the door closed. Yukiko pouted, tilting her head as an unsettling feeling lingered, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Soon, a smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling like the moon, as she hummed a little tune to herself. Another foolish woman. Chapter 31. It is raining. Now, even if you walk down the street, no one will recognize you as Mayano Akemi. Mayano Akemi gazed at the unfamiliar face reflected in the mirror and said gently, Mr. Shinomiya, how did you manage this? I cannot detect a single flaw. There are indeed flaws. First, your eyes are too gentle. The face you have adopted, while soft, still bears a hint of imperfection. The quality of this facial mask can only be deemed average. It will not last long. That is sufficient for me, Mayano Akemi replied with a smile. Moreover, I do not need to go out frequently. I can acquire ample supplies in one go. Additionally, I may ask you to assist me with some endeavors that cannot be made public, so please be prepared. This was a plan that Shinomiya had long contemplated. Mayano Akemi was indeed a talent, and should the opportunity arise, he might very well allow her to re-enter the black organization under a completely new identity. Mayano Akemi chuckled. Only then can I feel at ease. Otherwise, I would merely be a canary kept by the big boss. Shinomiya winked. Well then, good luck. I want to see you off. After all, taking his 20 million yen was not enough. She was still eyeing his wealth. Mayano Akemi was taken aback. Had she misspoken? Was she being dismissed so abruptly? She cast a resentful glance at Shinomiya before quickly gathering her belongings, which amounted to just a bag of cash. She had already set her sights on a property not far from the second district. Once she left, the room fell silent once more. Shinomiya retained only one expertly crafted human skin prop, handing the rest over to Mayano Akemi. He opened his phone to check the weather forecast. Sunny, sunny, sunny. Was this forecast reliable? At Osaka Kaifeng High School, cherry blossom petals floated gently outside the classroom window. Hey, Heya, what are you doing? The Kendo Club competition is about to start. Aren't you going to watch? A girl with a sprinkle of freckles looked at Heya with confusion. She felt that Heya had been acting strangely lately, often staring blankly at her phone, muttering about when the holiday would begin. Huh, the Kendo Club? What is there to see? It's not an Aikido match. Heya, fingers flying across the screen, felt her previous words were inappropriate and deleted them one by one. Her expression conflicted. The freckled girl stole a glance at Heya's phone screen and exclaimed, Heya, you're not falling in love online, are you? Absolutely not. Heya's adorable face flushed visibly as she shook her head rapidly. I'm not in a cyber romance. However, you've sent a long message. And your counterpart took ages to reply. Only 2 or 3 words yesterday. You don't understand. Yunji must be busy. I'm just thrilled, he replied. The freckled girl remarked. Is that so? Definitely. Another message arrived, and Heya read it word for word before writing a short reply, her heart racing with anticipation. Suddenly feeling her words were unclear, she typed several more segments. The freckled girl felt this scene seemed oddly familiar but couldn't quite place it. Hey. Shinomiya casually messaged Heya back. A flurry of unfamiliar calls came in. He instantly recognized them as his colleagues. Once connected, it wasn't Jin's voice, but Vodka-S. Shinomiya. The car you requested has arrived. Will you come to drive it away, or shall I deliver it? But I want to be the one driving. Don't blame me if you get intercepted on the way. Vodka's tone was laced with a hint of teasing, and the term arrived was cleverly employed. Shinomiya pondered briefly before responding, send me the address. Just as Vodka was about to hang up, Shinomiya's calm voice echoed, get a car to pick me up. The call ended, and Vodka's expression flickered between moods. Fortunately, Shinomiya had been performing well on recent missions and showed no interest in competing for the elder brother's driver position. What a hassle. 2.5 hours later, at an abandoned laboratory in the suburbs, a black Toyota came to a smooth halt at the entrance. Before Shinomiya even exited, he caught a whiff of gasoline mingled with gunpowder. Guided respectfully by the disposable members, a large underground smuggling garage, disguised as an abandoned laboratory, unfolded before him. Various unregistered vehicles filled his sight, some even bearing bullet holes. Those scrap heaps are useless, even if given to you. You couldn't drive them on the streets. You'd get stopped immediately. Vodka emerged from the garage, his reflection in sunglasses revealing a greedy grin. Deliver me? Can you make that decision? Then I shall graciously accept. Vodka quickly waved his hands, surrendering. Wait, wait. I concede. Let us go check out the new batch of goods. This set comes with proper documentation. You can hit the road legally. Following Vodka inside, for newly arrived sports cars from a container stood in perfect alignment, each boasting a unique style. Vodka pointed at a modified SUV, chuckling, 50 million yen 1T fetch a high-end luxury car. These three, Lexus 570, Hummer 2, and Porsche 911, have all been performance-tuned. Equipped with bulletproof glass and submachine guns hidden beneath the seats. You can't go wrong with any choice. Shinomiya remained silent, raising an eyebrow. This is what you call roadworthy? If you want me imprisoned, just say so. Vodka chuckled nervously. That's not my concern. The paperwork is all in order. Whether you drive or not is entirely up to you. What about that one? Vodka pulled the cover off the fourth vehicle, saying, Are you referring to this Ford Mustang Viper 500? It's limited edition and hard to come by. Apart from performance modifications, it only has bulletproof glass. Nothing else has been added. Are you certain? Add that Porsche to the deal. Shinomiya. That exceeds the budget by far. Shinomiya took the car keys and all necessary documents. Opened the door and replied, If there's a problem, you can discuss it with Jin. The elder brother hardly has time for such trivial matters. Then that's your issue, not mine. Vodka thought the phrase sounded strangely familiar. The roar of the red sports car's engine echoed in the underground garage, its streamlined body vanishing in the blink of an eye. Vodka kicked the nearby Hummer in frustration, muttering, Damn it, another modified sports car lost. And what about that imprisoned scientist? Such a headache. On the highway, the continuous growl of the engine was exhilarating. The modified million-yen sports car was a world apart from the Buick he had driven for over a year. A drop of rain splattered against the windshield. It was raining. Chapter 32. Bringing home a little lowly brother, that Shinomiya is utterly unscrupulous. Vodka reported to Jin, lamenting how Shinomiya had even duped his comrades, causing him considerable losses. Jin replied coldly, Enough. Do not waste effort on futile matters. Have you completed the list of top-tier programmers? Not yet. Vodka shuddered, lowering his head as he stood aside. He suddenly felt that Jin was biased, favoring Shinomiya, the newcomer, over him, his most loyal subordinate. Jin's cold gaze fell on Vodka. At the moment Shinomiya killed Mayano Akemi, he had already regarded him as one of the organization's members. Since Mayano Akemi was entwined in many relations, her death meant a binding connection to the organization. Furthermore, Shinomiya was unlike other foolish members of the organization, young and full of potential, that gentlemen would surely appreciate him. The atmosphere in the room fell silent until a black-clad disposable member rushed in, reporting that there was a situation in the research facility's holding chamber. What? Vodka hurriedly followed his subordinates to open the iron door, discovering nothing but a pair of empty handcuffs inside. Find her. Search the entire facility. We must locate Sherry. Vodka shouted at his subordinates. Jin entered the room with a stern expression. He had inspected it thoroughly. It was completely sealed, making escape impossible. The only exit was the door before them. He crouched down and opened the sole trash outlet within the room, then paused, silently scoffing. How could an adult fit into such a small trash exit? Is it some sort of movie contortionist trick? Absurd. With a composed demeanor, Jin exited the room and dialed a number. Hello? A languid voice of a young man drifted through the phone, accompanied by the patter of rain. A notable researcher has defected. I will send you her identification details via email. He glanced down at the unconscious little girl with tea-colored hair in his arms and remarked, We might as well rename ourselves the Finding Organization. First, it's Yuan Cairo, and now it's about finding someone else. Are we really a secret police department? Without acknowledging his words, Qin abruptly hung up the call, indifferent to the stakes at hand. Half an hour earlier, the streets of Mihua town were drenched in a light rain. Pedestrians hurried under umbrellas, their footsteps splashing water that stained a filthy white coat dragging on the ground. Occasionally, curious glances were cast upon the slender figure cloaked in the oversized coat, but those fleeting moments were soon swallowed by the crowd. The small figure stared at her delicate hands, lost in thought. Though she had gradually accepted the reality of her diminutive form, the searing pain within her refused to dissipate. With her body shrunk, her strength reverted to that of a child, yet she sprinted forward, desperate to distance herself from that place and those people. However, she abruptly halted. Where could she run to? The world was vast, yet she felt utterly lost. With her parents gone, and now her only protector, her sister, also vanished. She found herself without a destination. Gradually, her pace slowed, exhaustion wearing her down, mingling with confusion. Suddenly, A red sports car sped by, splashing her with water, jolting her back to reality. She lifted her dirty yet resolute little face, coldly staring ahead. In that instant, the occupants of the red car seemed familiar. She had seen them somewhere before. Miwa City. The girl recalled, and at that moment, despite her frail state and exhaustion from running in the rain, her mind was astonishingly clear. Barefoot, she resolutely chased after the red sports car. Though its taillights quickly vanished into the downpour, she persevered, her face a portrait of determination. This was her sole glimmer of hope. With a thud, the girl fell into a puddle, her hands and feet growing cold, while her forehead burned with fever. Struggling to move forward, her coat had already worn thin against the ground, and regrettably, she had exhausted her strength. Fortunately, the red sports car had screeched to a halt around the corner. The driver seemed to realize he had splashed a pedestrian and exhibited courtesy. Jin Gongyun approached the girl, holding an umbrella, and just then, his phone rang. The girl lifted her head slightly, summoning her last ounce of will, and grasped tightly onto the young man's pant leg, before slipping into unconsciousness. Hello? Scene object triggered, Mayano Shiho. Please make a choice within 3 seconds. Option 1. Pretend not to know anything and take the shrunken Mayano Shiho to Dr. Agasa's home. Option 2. Loyalty to the organization. Return the shrunken Mayano Shiho to the organization, gaining significant favor with Chinjio. Option 3. Adopt the shrunken Mayano Shiho, nurturing her from a little girl, enhancing physical abilities, strength increased tenfold. After hanging up, Jin Gongyun glanced at the email containing the details and a photograph of Mayano Shiho. Scoffing, they seek Mayano Shiho. What does this little girl have to do with me? He picked up the unconscious girl and turned toward the house behind him. It was not high moral standards, but rather the arrival home that resolved the misunderstanding. At Dr. Agasa's house, the elderly man watched the rain outside. Recalling Jin Gongyun's words about staying indoors to avoid catching a cold, he instinctively rubbed his legs. At my age, it is indeed wiser to avoid going out in the rain. Damp droplets trickled from the entrance to the second-floor bathroom, where a tattered white coat lay discarded atop the sink, alongside oversized undergarments. In the bathtub, a petite body, flawless as jade, lay submerged. Warm water flowed over her delicate feet, washing away the mud to reveal perfectly shaped toes. Jin Gongyun maintained a calm demeanor as he gently cleansed the girl, his thoughts unperturbed until he noticed the unshakable sadness and fear etched on her brow, causing him to pause momentarily. He lifted the girl, tenderly drying her body, and draped his long shirt over her, adequately covering her charming legs. At that moment, he pondered the implications of raising her. What would become of her clothing? Should he buy some? Would he be mistaken for a pervert? Perhaps he could ask Mayano Akemi to procure them? Yet, how could he explain undressing the little girl? Jin Gongyun found himself in a quandary, his gaze drifting to a mask made of human skin, shaking his head vigorously. Absolutely not. In the bedroom, the girl turned her little face, seemingly caught in a nightmare, her brow furrowed. However, upon catching a whiff of something, her delicate features softened. It smells like my sister. Chapter 33. The Proud Loli. Hybra AI, the tea-haired girl, instinctively rubbed her slightly warm forehead, then suddenly sat up to survey her surroundings. The ceiling, the wardrobe, the pristine white sheets, she could faintly hear the kettle boiling outside the room. Everything felt so foreign yet provided a sense of relief, allowing her taut nerves to relax significantly. Sitting up, she padded barefoot to a small table by the window, realizing she was indeed on the second floor. From this vantage point, she could vaguely see the Kudo residents across the street. Indeed, they knew each other, and she had wagered correctly. Fortunately, the distance between them was not great. The last time she passed through Mihua City, she had caught a fleeting glimpse of the young man and a schoolgirl wearing a bow. Coupled with the organization's information and her own investigation, she reached a startling conclusion. The former high school detective Kudo Shinichi had now transformed into a first-grade elementary school student. Yet, in her current state, this transformation seemed less daunting to accept. The tea-haired girl had no intention of seeking out Kudo Shinichi. She remembered her sister had once mentioned him. She understood that, with his foolishly naive curiosity as a detective, he would certainly pursue the black organization to the ends of the earth, a pursuit she was trying to evade. However, if she wished to restore her original body, the only research subject she knew of was none other than the transformed Kudo Shinichi. As the tea-haired girl contemplated her future plans, the door behind her creaked open. "You're awake?" Time seemed to freeze momentarily as she knelt, clad only in an oversized dark shirt, propping herself on the table while gazing out the window, with the door directly aligned with her view. from Jin Gongyun's perspective. Even he could not help but glance back, closing the door quietly and leaving without a sound. The tea-haired girl, her expression frosty, had yet to turn around when the door shut behind her. She raised an eyebrow, taken aback, but as the spring breeze brushed past, lifting the hem of her garment, she realized she was only draped in a single piece of clothing. Had that just been? A heavy thud echoed as she fell to the floor. A sound so pronounced that Jin Gongyun, still outside, could hear it clearly. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the door to lift the girl, who had fainted once more. In the living room, a small pair of eyes widened, oblivious to the larger ones engrossed in a newspaper. After a prolonged silence, the girl, deeply affected, finally spoke. Her voice cold and youthful, as if forcing herself to forget the earlier incident. Aren't you going to ask who I am? Who are you? The girl, holding a detective novel, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied nonchalantly, Hybrid AI? Ji Gongyun glanced at the book in her hand. 2 novels featuring female detectives, which he had previously pilfered from the Kudo residence. They seemed hastily crafted, her speech lacking fluidity. Ayumi Hybrid flipped through the pages of a book, having never broached the topic before, and retorted, So, what's next? Do you intend to send me away? Would you prefer the Children's Welfare Institution or the police station? Hybrid remained silent, leaping off the sofa, still clad in her dark long shirt, now paired with a cotton white undershirt and shorts, fashioned from the clothing of Shinomiya, clawed with scissors. I am hungry. She then approached Shinomiya, extending her small hand and lifting her face slightly, her expression devoid of emotion. Money, please. I need to buy clothes. Shinomiya smirked slightly. It was usually he who asked others for money, and he felt a pang of sympathy as he handed her a large bill. Not enough. Hybrid's piercing blue eyes fixated on him. Noticing his reluctance to produce more cash, she boldly reached into his pocket and extracted a thick wad of bills. I'll bring dinner back. You needn't tea cook. The door closed softly behind her, and Shinomiya's expression darkened. Then he chuckled unexpectedly, finding the situation somewhat amusing. As life seemed less dreary. At the entrance, Hybrid gently patted her small chest, internally unsettled despite her calm facade. She had already prepared an escape plan. If worst came to worst, she could endure a day of hunger to remain there. What terrified her most were the inquiries of innocent children. Where are your parents? Shall we ask the police officer to help you find your mother? Fortunately, this fellow was unlike the ordinary. If she were truly sent to the police station or the welfare institution, her fate would be sealed. Hybrid lightly kicked the red Viper parked in the yard, the very car that had splashed her with rainwater, muttering resentfully, Letcher, 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 $1 million sports car. Clearly not lacking in funds. Her small hand clenched the yen tightly. It was rightfully hers, HMPF, though she appeared somewhat haughty. She never displayed her thoughts in front of others. Inside, Shinomiya pondered quietly. Before Hybrid awoke, the cola in the fridge had been replaced with genuine cola, and there were no other items that could be deemed inappropriate. He was contemplating why Hybrid's radar seemed untriggered by his presence. Was it due to his lack of excessive attention towards her, or was there another reason? Shinomiya glanced at the shredded white cotton clothing on the floor, feeling an unexpected twinge of sorrow. Regardless, his wallet was undoubtedly going to take a significant hit. He could no longer afford to be in such a deficit. Shinomiya picked up his phone and unusually sent a message to Conan. I've changed cars. The implication was a query regarding any recent plans for outdoor adventures, castle explorations, cave survival, or treasure hunts in ancient homes, activities befitting a detective who should grasp his meaning. If he couldn't decipher it, what kind of detective was he? Conan did not reply, likely engrossed in profound discussions with his friend from Osaka. Meanwhile, in another group chat of 4, 3 high school girls were fervently sharing their daily lives. Hannah, Xiaolan, I'm on vacation next week and plan to visit you in Miwa Town. By the way. Xiaolan, really? That's wonderful, Hannah. I'll pick you up at the station. Yuanzi, bring me along too. Oh, by the way. Xiaolan and I signed up for a magic enthusiast event, which is actually a meetup of online acquaintances. I heard there will be many handsome guys. Hannah, will Cloud be going? With a cautious expression, Yuanzi, suddenly excited yes. Xiaolan, why don't we invite Shinomiya to join us? I heard the event will take place in a snowy villa deep in the mountains. How romantic. This group chat was created because she hadn't added Shinomiya as a friend, thus requesting Xiaolan to invite him. Cloud probably won't be interested. With a helpless expression, Shinomiya quickly skimmed through the chat history and found the link to the magic enthusiasts group. Doi Takamaru has a rather uninteresting way of naming. Shinomiya located the user with the alias Doi Takamaru, a red herring, and sent him an email containing 4 characters and a punctuation mark. Kaido Kuroba? At that moment, in a certain mansion in Igoda, Kaido Kuroba, bored and playing a game, suddenly received an email. My identity has been exposed. Are these netizens so clever? Chapter 34. 3 Rules of Engagement. The door creaked open, and Hibara, now clad in a deep red knitted sweater, set down a large shopping bag at the entrance. After removing her snug little shoes, she strode past Shinomiya, placing a bento box on the table before him. Eat it while it's warm. I'm heading to my room. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary. However, she had barely taken a few steps when her collar was yanked up, causing her shopping bag to tumble to the floor. Inside were coffee, a smartphone, undergarments, a mirror, toiletries, a bath towel, and even a can of insect repellent. Shinomiya, maintaining a stoic expression, pulled Hibara back to the sofa, looking down at her, speaking each word deliberately. This is my home. Hibara displayed a pitiful expression, biting her lip, feigning tears. Are you going to kick me out? I have nowhere else to go. If I'm left on the streets, I'll starve in no time. While saying this, she occasionally sniffed her adorable little nose. Any responsible man would be compelled to gather her into his arms and cherish her, treating her like a princess, granting her every wish. I have no patience for children, especially bothersome ones. Hibara immediately dropped all pretense, folding her arms and coldly stating, that's just as well. I prefer tranquility. Shinomiya ruffled her hair roughly, extending his palm. You may stay, but we must establish 3 rules. I agree. Hibara brushed aside his hand, raising her chin slightly. This was our first mutual agreement, but my demand is, you may have misunderstood. I meant, you listen, and you adhere to the rules. Why should I? Shinomiya pointed to the shopping bag on the floor and the clothes she wore, the meaning all too clear. Hibara snorted disdainfully, glancing away, momentarily conceding to see if he would make unreasonable demands. First, you cannot enter or exit my room without my permission. You. Hibara shot him a fierce glare. She was more concerned about this lecher entering her room. Second, you can ask me for funds for any of your expenses. Hibara adopted a haughty demeanor, ready to reluctantly nod in agreement when she heard the latter part of the sentence. However, these will need to be repaid later. I'll be generous and waive the interest. Hibara couldn't help but cough lightly. She hoped to escape one organization only to stumble into another pitfall. By the way, rent and utilities will also be charged. You'd better grow up quickly and repay me. Thirdly, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll add it later. Hibara believed this young man before her was clearly blinded by money, gnashing her teeth in frustration. What difference was there between this and renting an apartment outside? Would an apartment allow you to live for 10 years without paying? Hibara pushed Shinomiya aside, picked up the shopping bag from the floor, and without looking back, ascended the stairs, coldly leaving behind a final remark. From now on, not before entering my room. What a little brat. What is there to see? Bang. The door slammed shut, and upon hearing Shinomiya's mutter, Hibara took several deep breaths to calm her impulsive desire to confront him. The room bore minimal decoration but was impeccably clean. Not just the bedroom, but the living room, entrance, and even the kitchen were all tidily organized. This subtly indicated that the owner of the house either had a slight obsession with cleanliness or possessed a meticulous nature. Judging by the toiletries in the bathroom, it was apparent that Shinomiya lived alone, and the kitchenware appeared relatively new, suggesting either the homeowner had moved in recently or seldom used the kitchen. Inside the room, she found nothing peculiar. Setting aside her subjective opinions about Shingon Young, objectively speaking, her life here should be quite pleasant. Shingon Young did not inquire about her past, nor did she question his identity. She did not even know his name. Yet, these were not the primary reasons for her staying. Lying on the bed, Hibara AI gently embraced the snow-white blanket, burying her head within its warmth, for it carried the scent of her sister. In the cocoon of the blanket, her small form trembled, gradually finding steadiness, and eventually, she fell asleep. She had not forgotten the fear instilled by the organization. She merely concealed it, revealing nothing to anyone, even masking her pessimism. In the living room, Shingon Young consumed the vegan bento that Hibara AI had purchased, raising his eyebrows in disbelief. He had no high blood pressure. Yet this girl had not even bought him a morsel of meat. How stingy. As he continued to eat, a smile crept onto his face as he gave a thumbs up towards the upstairs. What a charismatic presence he had. On a moonless night, a red sports car traced a crimson arc along the winding mountain road, its taillights flickering at the bends. The roar of the engine echoed relentlessly. Arriving at a wide section of the hillside, a black Porsche was parked at the roadside, its left front wheel surrounded by a cloud of ash, indicating it had been stationary for quite some time. The screech of tires against the pavement pierced the air from the right rear road. As the headlights illuminated two men in black leaning against the Porsche, a crimson Viper drifted to a halt before them, and the man in sunglasses instinctively stepped back, his face contorting with anger upon seeing the approaching figure. If Young scratched the elder brother's car, it would be his misfortune, such a detestable fellow. The other tall, silver-haired man maintained a cold demeanor and, upon seeing the approaching young man in black, coldly remarked, "You are late." "Is that so? Your watch must be fast." "I could gift you the one I bought last year," Sherry replied. Though he did not immediately grasp the implication, he knew it was not a compliment. He retorted, "I wouldn't even look at a watch worth less than 10 million yen. Young shrugged, as he did not wear a watch, indicating he was not the subject of the conversation. Meanwhile, the vodka-clad man beside him began to sweat nervously. His watch was not particularly expensive, and he was always the one getting hurt during their exchanges. "What do you want from me?" The wind at the hillside was strong, billowing their black trench coats, while the vodka man's black suit remained unaffected. Sherry lit a cigarette, the flame flickering. "The organization needs to reshuffle soon." Young responded coldly. "Is it because of the female scientist who escaped last time? Do you suspect there is an informant?" "That's only one of the reasons. There will always be a few naive fish swimming into the shark's feeding ground," Sherry stated. "Thus, your codename may only be determined after this cleanup, considering even fry can disguise themselves as sharks." Young fixed a frosty gaze on Sherry, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you think I am a shark or merely a fry mingling among them? Who knows?" Sherry replied, revealing a cruel smile. He glanced at Young, extinguished his cigarette, and beckoned Vodka to enter the car. At that moment, a figure lurking on the upper road retracted the sniper rifle, revealing a glimpse of a butterfly tattoo at the corner of his eye in the moonlight. How dull. Chapter 35. Little AI feels capable again on the mountain road. A Dodge Viper swiftly caught up to the black Porsche ahead, rolling down its window to reveal a woman with a slightly arrogant and irritable expression. "If you suspected, why didn't you let me shoot earlier?" Sherry seemed to be sending an email and did not acknowledge the woman's words. Vodka replied, "On the contrary, Qin. If the elder brother suspected Young of being an informant, he wouldn't have invited him here tonight." The woman named Qin displayed a look of confusion, prompting Vodka to explain. "Do you not understand the elder brother's attitude toward informants? Would he speak so kindly to them? Not shoving the gun barrel in their mouth to interrogate them is already his mercy." Qin raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding. "Then why did you let me?" Her words were soon drowned out by the roar of the engine from the car behind. The red Viper pulled alongside the two vehicles, and the indifferent young man coldly glanced at Qin, commenting, "Your gun leaks too much. Had it not been for Sherry's warning, you would already be dead." With that, the red sports car became a fleeting shadow, disappearing down the road after a series of drifts. Qin, infuriated, attempted to chase after it, but was coldly stopped by Sherry. "Return to the base. You will have your chance, but not with him." When Young was choosing sports cars with Vodka dozens of kilometers away, there was no connection to Shirley's escape from the lab. Although he dismissed the detective's antics, Vodka was indeed Young's best alibi. That much was unquestionable. In the dead of night, as usual, he returned to Mihua Town, parked the car, and opened the door. A beam of light illuminated the familiar living room. Yet it felt strangely foreign. Almost forgotten, he was no longer living alone. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing at the entrance, the recently awakened Hybrid AI perked up her ears, slowly placing her coffee cup down and clearing her throat. "You're back? Where did you go out so late?" Hearing the slightly accusatory tone, Young raised an eyebrow. Had this little girl lost track of the hierarchy after a nap? Did she think she was capable once more? With a stoic expression, he replied, "I went to find a wealthy orphanage to adopt you, but alas, no luck." Hybrid AI skillfully evaded the topic, blinking her cold eyes, and stated, "I want to buy a computer, something with higher specifications. Would you like me to set up a server for you? Is that permissible?" Observing Hybrid AI's earnest demeanor, Young felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. He immediately adopted a serious expression, "I have no money." Currently, Young possessed over 120 million yen, with 100 million sourced from Sherry. He still owed the bank another 100 million, but who knew when that would be settled? The process alone would take at least a year and a half. However, Hybrid AI remained unfazed, her expression unchanged. Driving a million-yen sports car, yet you lack funds? That was rented, merely for appearances. A contemplative gleam flickered in Hibara AI's blue eyes. She had previously discovered Young's business card in the house, learning he was a photographer. Photographers typically frequented socialite gatherings, celebrity parties, and tourist attractions for material, making it reasonable to rent a sports car for show. Moreover, the house did not resemble that of a wealthy family. And Young did not wear designer clothes or an expensive watch. He did not seem like a rich heir. Reflecting on this, the coldness in Hibara AI's gaze lessened slightly as she softly stated, I genuinely need a computer. Let's consider it an interest. Though she could not work outside. Earning a little money would be quite easy with a computer, something she had not needed before when dealing with billions in funds. Upon seeing Young nod, Hibara AI exhaled in relief, as this was also one of her reasons for remaining here. In the minds of ordinary people, the narrative would be filled with critiques about a young child being addicted to gaming or surfing the internet. Yet, to Hibara AI, Young's solitary, taciturn, and surprisingly insightful character resonated with her. As long as they did not disturb one another, they would coexist without interference. She even thought Young's mind might not align with that of a typical person, yet she currently lacked the evidence to support this claim. All right, I'm heading back to my room. With her goal achieved, Hibara AI slipped on her newly bought slippers and scampered upstairs. Shinjin chose to disregard her concern over a trivial amount of money, opting instead to contemplate how to secure a more substantial gain. With a swift motion, he sent an email from his phone. Kaido Kuroba, surely you would not want your identity exposed at the magic meeting, would you? A prompt reply arrived. Signed by Doi Takamaru. Kaido Kuroba, the dashing and intelligent thief of the century? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Yun's lips twitched. Yet he refrained from responding. If he denied it online, then he would confront him in person. Fortuitously, there was something he needed from Kaido as well. In the meantime, a high school student named Eguta scratched his head vigorously, fixating on an email from an anonymous sender, marked only with 3 question marks. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom who it could be or how they had uncovered his identity. Frustrated, he pondered whether he should go. What if it were a genuine threat? It could merely be a deceptive mass message, but he decided to investigate further, planning to escape if things went awry. The following morning, Hibara AI stifled a yawn and glanced at the seemingly well-rested Yun, who had been out until the wee hours. She couldn't help but comment on his remarkable sleep quality. I need to step out for a while. I likely won't return until tomorrow. Yun placed a spare key on the table along with a substantial stack of cash, intended for purchasing a new computer and covering living expenses for the next few days. Hibara acknowledged his departure, brewing a cup of coffee and engrossing herself in a magazine. It wasn't until she heard the door close that she discreetly counted the cash on the table, her eyes brightening at the sight of the ample funds left over after buying the computer. A small purse could certainly be within her reach. Excuse me, Miss Rand. Don't you think Uncle Mori should accompany you? Conan, wearing a mask, appeared to be suffering from a cold. Ayumi, hands on her hips and in high spirits, teased. Little brat, did you wet the bed last night? Hence the cold? That girl. Rand interjected, addressing Kogurumori. No need for that, Dad. Yin will come to pick us up. He is going to the same place. Ayumi nodded, asserting, indeed. Kuin must be drawn to the magic I mentioned in the group chat. I've even prepared a magic show. Just as Conan was about to retort, a sleek red sports car pulled around the corner and parked effortlessly in front of the Muri Detective Agency. The Ford Mustang Viper showcased a unique taste. While others might be oblivious, Conan knew Ayumi had already shared the news about Shinjin earning 200 million yen from Suzuki Tomoko. Well then, we shall take our leave. Conan coughed twice, contemplating approaching Shinj to inquire about the meaning behind his previous email. Surely, he wouldn't have randomly sent a message about changing cars without deeper implications. Yet before he could speak, he coughed again. Shinj shot him a cold glance and remarked, "Be careful not to cough yourself to death." With a heavy foot on the accelerator, Conan inhaled a mouthful of exhaust fumes, exacerbating his cough. Chapter 36. If I were Kaido Kuroba, I would be a dog. Yun. What brings you to a gathering of magic enthusiasts? Ayumi asked eagerly. Isn't it obvious? Shinj, Kuin must have an interest in magic. She patted her chest confidently, proudly stating. Rest assured, I've informed everyone that I will be bringing my boyfriend and the magician along. Boyfriend and magician? Ayumi, really now, Rand remarked. Glancing at the impassive Shinjian, she leaned in and whispered, I have no objections, but have you confirmed with Yin first? Ayumi shook her head, winking. But I believe Shinj. Qin surely has a remarkable magic trick up his sleeve. Not at all, Shinj replied, his silence unbroken. He had little interest in the gathering of magic enthusiasts. Even if it might involve a fatality, as long as he was unharmed, he would not intervene. He was neither a renowned detective nor an impassioned youth. However, it seemed this time the deceased might be a keyboard warrior. In that case, he felt even less inclined to interfere. The picturesque snowy landscape in the mountains was quite appealing, a perfect spot for a murder and burial. With snow piled high along the roads, Shinj reduced his speed as the rugged mountain path lay ahead, revealing a cozy cabin nestled in the snow beyond a suspension bridge. Yoon, it's south difficult to park here. Perhaps we should leave the car at the rescue station we just passed and walk over? Ran suggested. Shinj nodded. Even without her suggestion, he would not drive further, following the first rule of the mountain murder mode. Sever the escape route, lest the murderer deflate his tires. Killing was permissible, but deflating his tires was not. After parking, the trio trekked up the mountain, crossing a swaying suspension bridge to reach their destination for the offline gathering. Did you grab hold tightly? Ayumi released her grip on Shinj's clothing, laughing. I was afraid of falling. That bridge is quite frightening. Shinj's indifferent demeanor did not deter Ayumi. Instead, it sparked her competitive spirit. While she was undoubtedly a beauty, she still had her own judgments regarding character. Shinj Yun was avaricious, yet he regarded her, the second daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, with disdain, not even bothering to spare her a glance. If she could ensnare him, what need would they have for money? Surely, it was impossible to deceive her youthful beauty without also deceiving her mother. The door to the cabin opened, revealing a middle-aged man who first glanced at Ayumi, then scrutinized Shinj Yun with mild curiosity. I am Era Yoshinobu, the owner of this cabin. You must be the magician's apprentice, correct? Ayumi appeared taken aback, exclaiming. How did you know I'm the magician's apprentice? I used a male pseudonym in the group. Shinj Yun paid little attention to their exchange. Even as two attractive women emerged from the cabin, he did not cast them a glance. He surveyed the gathering, mentally tagging each individual. The corpse, the murderer, bystanders A, B, and C. Hello everyone, I am Doi Takamaru, the so-called red herring of the group chat. A stout, round-faced boy descended the stairs. Because of Shinj's presence, Ayumi did not express disappointment over the lack of handsome men at the gathering. Greetings, I am the magician's apprentice, and these are my friends, Shinj Yun and Muri Ran. While the others were indifferent, upon seeing Shinj, Doi Takamaru immediately recognized him as the one who had sent the email. It's that detestable photographer. This could be troublesome. Should we escape now? The thought flashed through his mind, yet Doi Takamaru maintained a calm demeanor, smiling at the two. You two are also magic enthusiasts. May I inquire who your favorite Japanese magician is? The question piqued the interest of everyone present. Era Yoshinobu, the cabin owner, was the first to respond. If I had to choose, it would undoubtedly be Kaido Kuroba. Doi Takamaru turned to him, nodding in agreement. One of the women, Tanaka Kikuho, clad in a pale purple coat and possessing an exquisite appearance, softly stated, As for me, I admire the young and immensely talented Kinakushita Kitcher. Another woman, Kuroda Naoko, wearing glasses, and Himeno Ri also shared their favorite magicians. When it was Shinj and his friend's turn to speak, Ayumi was about to chime in when Shinj, casting a casual glance at Doi Takamaru, remarked, I am not particularly acquainted with magicians, but I do know of a petty thief, Kaido Kuroba. That guy. That despicable photographer. Doi Takamaru's polite smile faltered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. But I've heard Kaido Kuroba is a world-renowned thief with exceptional magic skills, consistently managing to evade capture with his spectacular performances, leaving the police befuddled. Shinomiya Yuki added, There is one more thing you seem to have overlooked. The infamous Phantom Thief Kid is renowned for his mastery of disguise, capable of transforming himself into individuals of significantly different physiques, both male and female. Perhaps, it is possible that the Phantom Thief Kid is among us at this very moment. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Shinomiya's words. Araki, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled. That is impossible. A renowned thief would never attend a gathering as modest as ours. Indeed, and we have no gems for him to steal, Takakushi added, instinctively wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead before swiftly changing the topic. Mr. Shinomiya, you jest too much. Let us head inside. There are entertainment performances to prepare for. Aren't there? At that moment, Yoko interjected, It's quite simple to determine if the Phantom Thief Kid is one of us. If he is in disguise. A gentle pinch on the cheek will reveal the truth. Shinomiya raised an eyebrow, impressed by her astuteness. Yoko exchanged a secret smile with him. feeling optimistic that their friendship request would be accepted next time. Hamano, shaking his head, remarked, "Although I don't quite grasp what you all are discussing or why one must prove they are not the Phantom Thief Kid. I have no affection for that magician who resorts to thievery. However, I cannot bring myself to dismiss a lovely lady's proposal. Very well. Let us forego the cheek pinching. I just finished applying my makeup." Clearing his throat, Hamano addressed the group. "If I were the Phantom Thief Kid, I would be a dog." Though somewhat uncivil, it felt quite appropriate for dealing with a thief. Shinomiya cast a sidelong glance at Hamano, contemplating the audacity of speaking such words in front of the very subject. Yoko and Ran exchanged glances but opted not to follow along. Instead, they pinched each other's cheeks. The other two women joined in, and even Araki engaged in the cheek pinching with a hired mushroom-haired temporary worker. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Takakushi, who, with a forced smile, raised a hand in objection. "Wait, why must we suddenly prove ourselves? What if it delays the upcoming performances?" Hamano replied, "It's just a quick pinch. I can assist you." He moved closer. "Wait, hold on." Takakushi, having transformed his appearance, gritted his teeth but, wishing to conceal his identity, begrudgingly stated, "If I were the Phantom Thief Kid, I would be a dog." Chapter 37. The Transaction, a Stubborn Discovery. If I were the Phantom Thief Kid, I would be a dog. After uttering this phrase, Takakushi, still in disguise, attempted to feign indifference, laughing. "Haha, is that sufficient? This gathering's opening act is quite unique. It shall remain etched in my memory. All right, everyone, let us head inside. It's getting late, and dinner preparations await," Tanaka suggested. "Wait. It seems there's one person who neither pinched cheeks nor swore an oath. Am I correct, Mr. Shinomiya?" Hamano feigned elegance, resting a finger on his temple. Pretending to ponder, "Since everyone else has participated, you cannot be the exception, can you?" "I'll do it." Yoko volunteered eagerly, dreaming of pinching Shinomiya's cheek. However, Shinomiya did not give her the chance, stating, "The Phantom Thief Kid is a dog. Mihanko, to Chome. Hello, is Mr. Shinomiya at home?" Outside, a courier dressed in a small yellow outfit and cap politely knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, and the courier was momentarily taken aback by the absence of anyone. Looking down, he discovered a girl with chestnut hair staring coldly at him. "Is there something you need?" The yellow-capped courier handed over a delivery receipt, stating, "Mr. Shinomiya's scheduled towing service has arrived at the destination on time. Please leave a favorable review. Thank you very much." Oh, the courier wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that the girl appeared more mature than he was. Regardless, he had to complete 250 more deliveries to afford tickets for Yoko's concert. After the courier departed, Hibara AI glanced at the black Buick parked beside the wall at the entrance, took the receipt, and closed the door. Moments later, the door reopened, and Hibara AI skillfully unlocked the car with a set of keys, taking her seat in the driver's position. She stretched her legs, realizing she couldn't reach the accelerator or clutch. Pouting slightly, she thought, "The body of a child is quite troublesome, but this won't deter me." "What's this?" A crumpled manual was wedged in the ashtray's crevice. Hibara AI, maintaining her calm demeanor, swiftly extracted the paper and held it before her eyes. "Ah, that explains it." Her expression turned peculiar as she muttered softly, her remaining wariness dissipating due to the contents of the paper, a slight smile appearing on her lips, captivating. Hibara hummed a little tune, her hands clasped behind her back, feeling quite cheerful today. "I'll buy that small bag later. What do you want?" On the second-floor corridor of the vacation cottage, Takakushi approached Shinomiya in solitude. With no one around, he felt no need to disguise his true identity. The insufferable photographer had already determined he was the Phantom Thief Kid and had inexplicably targeted him from the onset. "What?" Seeing the young man before him display a look of confusion, Takakushi took a deep breath and said, "You are the one behind the email signed with 3 question marks. Aren't you? What do you want with the Phantom Thief Kid? My interest in Kid has nothing to do with you." Takakushi felt the urge to drop the disguise and confront the photographer. If it weren't for his disguise, his poker face would have faltered. To assert he had no connection to the Phantom Thief Kid would render further discussion futile. Admitting he was the Phantom Thief Kid would mean he had become a dog. This was all the fault of that fellow Hamano, who insisted on uttering such crude and immature words, which inevitably played into Takakushi's prideful nature. "Let us cut to the chase. You went through all this trouble to find me for a specific purpose. What is it?" The high school student, having assumed a disguise, resolved not to drop the guise of Takakushi today. He was Takakushi. As for tomorrow, who would remember yesterday's matters? Disguise techniques. Shinomiya had no intention of wasting time. His primary purpose in seeking the Phantom Thief Kid was to acquire the necessary tools and materials for disguise. The resources from Yukiko were only suitable for obfuscation. Only the Phantom Thief Kid and another individual he had yet to meet, Vermouth, could provide adequate disguise tools that were untraceable. The former was a reckless youth. Though highly intelligent, he was prideful and preferred to play the part, making him far easier to handle than a woman. The Phantom Thief Kid gritted his teeth. Is your method of seeking assistance to force the other party to declare themselves a dog? Don't cast aspersions. I didn't compel you to say that. The Phantom Thief Kid fixed a piercing gaze on the expressionless youth, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. How did you know that Takakushi is the Phantom Thief Kid? Takakushi, when rearranged in Japanese katakana, translates to the meaning of the Phantom Thief Kid. It's merely a trick to deceive children. Besides that, Shinomiya pointed at Takakushi's round belly, saying, your footsteps are too light. They do not resemble those of a man of your stature. Although you have made considerable effort to imitate them, you can only deceive the average observer. Are you hiding a glider or other magical equipment inside? Takakushi, being the Phantom Thief Kid, chose not to respond to Shinomiya, but instead spoke in his true voice, softly stating, it seems you are in need of the tools for disguise. I am willing to assist you, but I have a condition. Speak, but let us not discuss money. Downstairs, Yoko remarked, you're quite something. We haven't even consulted Yearns' opinion yet. What if? Oh, come on, Ran. As a girl, I don't mind at all. I believe Shinomiya won't be bothered by such trivialities. Surely, you don't disagree, do you, Ran? Xiaolan's expression was one of turmoil. The vacation cabin had limited rooms, and unexpectedly, an additional guest had arrived. Araki had planned to draw lots to determine who would sleep on the living room sofa. But Yoko volunteered, suggesting that the three of them could share a room instead. Xiaolan understood Yoko's intention and laid out a futon, creating a tatami mat. But they would still be sleeping in the same room. Yoko, wrapping her arm around Xiaolan's shoulder, whispered mysteriously, do you doubt Jin's character, Lan? Are you afraid he? Of course, that was not the case. Xiaolan replied, well, I am more concerned that Yunji won't agree. If it were anyone else, Xiaolan would have flatly refused. But she sometimes felt that Jin seemed entirely disinterested in women. Then it's settled, Yoko declared. At that moment, Kuroda Naoko approached the two, saying, dinner will be ready soon. We should call the others down to eat. Has Miss Tanaka not finished boiling the bathwater yet? I'm coming. It's freezing outside. I nearly froze to death. Tanaka Yashikyu entered, shaking the snow from her hair, her expression slightly unnerved. What's wrong, Miss Tanaka? Xiaolan inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I just ran into one of your companions outside. He has a rather cold demeanor. In the snow-covered expanse behind the vacation cabin lay a lifeless body, rigid and surrounded by an absence of footprints. On the second-floor balcony, a young man stifled a yawn. He had not slept well the previous night and felt a bit drowsy, thinking it best to take a hot shower. Chapter 38. Why is everyone still asleep? Why hasn't Hamano come down yet? Didn't you go to call him? We thought that Doidaku would come down with Hamano-san from upstairs. Just then, Doidaka Takshi, who had just come down, flashed a hearty smile. Isn't Hamano preparing for the entertainment program? I wouldn't want to disturb him, otherwise, I'd just be blamed. That's true, Kuroda Naoko replied. But dinner is ready. We can't just sit here waiting for him. In that case, let us all go up and call him. Yoko suggested. She had seen Jin, so it was a perfect opportunity to inform him about sharing a room tonight, which he found rather exciting. Before long, the group arrived at Hamano-ri's door, knocking for quite some time without any response. Realizing something was amiss, Araki and Doidaku exchanged glances and broke down the door. Inside the room, it was empty, save for an open window. Doidaku's expression darkened as he rushed to the balcony, scanning the surrounding snowy landscape. After a moment, he sighed in relief. It seems Mr. Hamano is not in his room. How strange. Where could he have gone? Perhaps he went to another room? The group searched the cabin again, but found no trace of Hamano-ri, only the freshly bathed Jin. Jin, have you seen Mr. Hamano? Yoko asked, before Jin could respond. Tanaka Yashikyu subtly clenched her fists, appearing somewhat uneasy. Who? Jin asked, not intending to remember the names of these individuals. Hamano-ri, the one preparing for the entertainment performance. Could it be that this is the act he wanted to show us? Araki pondered aloud. It's possible. His sudden disappearance and reappearance fits his style. He chuckled. In that case, let us not wait for him. We'll enjoy our meal, and then unravel the mystery of his vanishing act. Half an hour earlier, on the solitary bridge in front of the vacation cabin, the surface had been doused with gasoline. At the other end of the bridge stood Tanaka Yashikyu, holding a lighter, about to ignite the wooden bridge and sever the only route down the mountain when a cold voice interrupted her. Killing is permissible, but could you refrain from burning the bridge? Who? Tanaka Yashikyu spun around, her gaze locked onto the expressionless young man not far behind her. It's you. I think you've misunderstood. I was merely observing your method of murder from the adjacent room. It was rather rudimentary. Tanaka Yashikyu's face darkened. She hadn't anticipated that her act of murder had been witnessed. A crossbow bolt was discreetly gripped behind her back as she stealthily approached Qin. What are you talking about? I just finished boiling water and came out for a stroll. As she stepped within 3 paces of Qin, she lunged forward. But before she could unleash the bolt, her head was violently pressed into the snow without a hint of mercy. With her hands restrained and the bolt aimed at the back of her head, the young man's chilling voice resonated behind her. If you have nothing else to say, I can demonstrate what true impossibility in crime looks like. You are fortunate to transition from spectator to participant. Tanaka Yashikyu, pinned in the snow, caught a glimpse of the young man's emotionless gaze, causing her body to tremble. She understood what it meant to be a participant in Jin's words, to become a corpse for him to complete the impossible crime. She felt the sharp point of the bolt pressing against her scalp. I can help you, she stammered. My grandfather was the magician Harui Fuho. I can give you his entire collection. Attending a magician's gathering surely implied an interest in magic, and the only thing she could think of that might pique his interest was her late grandfather's extensive collection of magic props, materials, and related literature, which held little value to ordinary people. Interesting. I might have considered it before, but unfortunately, it can only cover half your life now. Tanaka Yashikyu was not foolish. On the contrary, she was clever enough to devise a method of murder that bordered on the impossible. I am willing to work under you to repay that remaining half of my life. You possess my secret to murder. I cannot escape. The young man fell silent for a moment, seemingly in contemplation. The bolt lifted from her head, and as she sensed her restraints loosening, Tanaka Yashikyu exhaled, brushing the snow off her clothes. Though she had been pressed into the snow, her cheeks still ached slightly. Go dispose of that corpse. I don't want the police delaying my return, nor do I have time for any detective games. Tanaka Yashikyu nodded, preparing to leave when the young man unexpectedly turned back and asked a question she never anticipated. By the way, is your family wealthy? Returning to the present, after dinner. What? Yoko was attacked with a crossbow in the bathroom? Who was the Shadow Master? Yoko said, trembling. The Shadow Master is the one who often sends strange messages in the chat group, claiming that it was all of you who caused the death of magician Harui Fuho. The group recounted the incidents involving the Shadow Master, implying that there was someone lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Xiaolon tightened her grip, her gaze darting towards the dark window, fearing a crossbow bolt would fly through at any moment. Isn't Mr. Hamano in great danger? But we can't find him anywhere. Perhaps he has already met with misfortune. The phone lines seemed to have shorted due to the inclement weather, and there was no signal on the mountain. Jean cast a fleeting glance at Tanaka Yashikyu, who lowered her head. She had forgotten to deactivate the traps inside the cabin after their earlier encounter, not knowing someone had inadvertently triggered them. Regardless, we must survive the night. It is best that we do not act alone. The others nodded in agreement as Mr. Hamano was merely temporarily missing, and no body had been discovered, maintaining a semblance of calm. As night fell, Xiaolon spread a thick layer of bedding in the room, saying, I'm sorry, Yinji, but you'll have to make do for the night. Thankfully, Jean was present. Otherwise, with that lurking Shadow Master, she wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Xiaolon felt a bit more reassured, grateful for Yunji's presence. In the stillness of midnight, Xingu Yun found himself in a light slumber, his ears twitching at the faint rustling sounds that followed the soft thud of bare feet against the wooden floor. A blanket was laid beside him, belonging to Yuenzi. Before long, another mattress was spread out on the other side, and then came a knock at the door. Startled, the two women instinctively huddled closer to Xingu Yun. The door creaked open, revealing two women in nightgowns who, with a hint of shyness, inquired if they might share the room for the night. Chapter 39. AI Hybera gets hit. The night wore on, with the heavy snow having ceased. Yet the howling wind grew increasingly fierce. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the wind battering against the windows. After the earlier attack by the Shadow Mage and the mysterious disappearance of Hamano Ri, the creaking of the old window seemed particularly ominous to Xiaolon. leaving her unable to find solace in sleep. Despite several attempts, she could not drift off, and the warmth of the blankets began to dissipate. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Yuanzi across from her, equally restless, though she appeared slightly better off, winking at her. Just as Xiaolan was about to whisper to Yuanzi, she saw her stealthily carrying a pile of blankets to Xingu Yun's side, laying down and beckoning her with a hand. From her lip movements, it was clear she was saying, "Come here, Xiaolan, it's safer here." "Oh, Yuanzi." After a moment's hesitation, influenced by the lurking attackers outside the vacation cottage and her best friend's earnest invitation, Xiaolan gently lifted the blankets, her charming face flushed. She felt a twinge of fear. Safety in numbers seemed wise. Yet, they were not alone in this sentiment. As a knock echoed again, Xingu Yun sat up, casting a glance at Yuanzi. Only after she moved the mattress further away did he approach the door. "Apologies, may we come in?" asked Kuroda Naoko, her expression slightly awkward. Upon realizing it was Xingu Yun who had opened the door, she felt a wave of regret, but her companion Tanaka Yashikyu blocked her way, prompting her to speak in a hushed tone. "Is something the matter?" "Nothing at all." Kuroda Naoko felt utterly embarrassed. She had initially believed it would only be Xiaolan and Yuanzi, imagining the four of them could squeeze into one space. Who would have guessed Xingu Yun would also be present? Both women were clad in outer garments over their nightgowns, clutching a pile of blankets, caught in indecision about whether to stay or leave. Tanaka Yashikyu finally spoke up. "Are Xiaolan and Yuanzi in here? Given the unusual circumstances tonight, we intended to join you for safety in numbers." Xingu Yun was somewhat surprised. It was quite audacious for the instigator to speak so nonchalantly. A testament to her magician-esque background, adept at maintaining a poker face, skills that might prove useful in the future. "Ah, so it is Miss Kuroda and Miss Tanaka." Upon seeing the two women enter, both Xiaolan and Yuanzi sighed in relief, making room for them to set up their mattress. "Your bed seems quite empty," Kuroda Naoko remarked, her eyes twinkling with amusement, her meaning clear. "We're merely concerned about the shadow mage lurking in the dark. Having a dependable man around certainly provides a sense of security. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Xingu?" Tanaka Yashikyu shot a glance at the young man who was already reclining, feeling slighted by his earlier indifference, but now wondering why he was acting like a caring figure. Xingu Yun, disinterested in explaining himself, had already accomplished his purpose for being there and planned to return to Mihua Town the next day. He would not have participated in such a gathering had it not been for the elusive kid the Phantom Thief. Tanaka Yashikyu's eyes held a hint of resentment. Yet she was powerless. She was now under someone else's roof. Although she had contemplated other possibilities, the memory of those indifferent eyes sent shivers down her spine, as if a crossbow bolt might pierce her at any moment without hesitation. The four women exchanged whispers, which only heightened the peculiar atmosphere. After ensuring the door was locked, they nestled under the covers, ready to drift into slumber, though their sleeping positions were far from graceful. In the latter half of the night, Xingu Yun found himself in a state of discomfort, hardly able to sleep, his hands and legs occasionally draped over him, making it difficult to discern who belonged to whom. Yuanzi, Xiaolan, and even Tanaka Yashikyu were all restless. The following morning, Xiaolan rubbed her eyes and felt a weight pressing against her chest. Glancing down, she discovered Yuanzi sprawled across her, appearing as if someone had unceremoniously tossed her there. Gently, Xiaolan rose. Noticing she and Yuanzi were the only ones left in the room, Xingu Yun and the other two women had seemingly awakened long before. "Yuanzi, wake up. It's no time to sleep." In her dreams, Yuanzi mumbled, "No, don't push me, Xingu-kun, just let me snuggle a bit longer." "Good morning, lovely ladies. Hamano-san, where were you last night? We searched the entire cottage for you." As Xiaolan and Yuanzi descended the stairs, they found Hamano-ri seated in the living room. His complexion slightly pale, his voice hoarse and sharp, likely due to a cold. Hamano-ri wore a look of resignation, while beside him, Era Yashitake chuckled and explained. "Hamano was hiding on the roof all night, stubborn as ever. Thankfully, he's all right. Oh, by the way, Doi Takamitsu, Kuroda Naoko, and Tanaka Yashikyu left early. After last night's events, no one had the heart to attend the gathering." Xingu Yun entered from the doorway and addressed the two women. They left. "Well, we should depart as well. Thank you for your hospitality. I think I'll head out too. I feel a bit feverish and ought to visit a doctor." Hamano restated, rubbing his forehead, clearly not in the best condition. On the narrow bridge, Yuanzi remarked, "How could they leave without a word? We had quite a chat in the group, and we even shared a bed last night. Perhaps they had urgent matters to attend to. The main reason is that you refused to get up, insisting on talking in your sleep. I did not. Shingu-yun remained indifferent, glancing at his phone. It was Monday. No wonder Kid the Phantom Thief had left early. If he didn't hurry, he'd be late for school. He had intended to delay a bit more, but regrettably, that would have to wait for another occasion. Outside, the snow began to fall again. It's snowing once more. Yunji, let us hurry along, Yuanzi urged. As the three of them hastened down the mountain path, oblivious to the figure stumbling behind them on the narrow bridge, who then fell off the edge. Only Era Yashitake witnessed the entire ordeal, but his screams were swallowed by the wind and snow, unheard by anyone. Shortly after, police cars sped towards the snowy mountains. In a corner of the rescue station, Hamano re-watched the police vehicles rush past, tearing off the mask that concealed his features, revealing the face of a woman of considerable beauty. He glanced at the newly added friend on his phone before his figure gradually disappeared into the swirling snow. In Mihua Town, 2nd District, AI Hyber sat on the sofa in her living room, watching television, swinging her legs, and enjoying a sweet treat. A cup of black tea steeped on the table, and compared to her days in the organization, this was an abundance of happiness. The sound of a key turning in the door broke her reverie, and AI Hybera, maintaining her composure, placed the small cake on the table, wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth, and pursed her lips to adopt a frigid demeanor that deterred any approach. However, before she could hold this expression for long, her collar was yanked upward, and a large slipper landed squarely on her rear. Now tell me, do you know what you've done wrong? Chapter 40. The annoying child next door arrives after dropping Xiaolon off at the Muri Detective Agency and unceremoniously tossing Yuanzi out of the car. Shingu-yun finally retrieved his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello. A task has come in. Shingu-yun hung up the call, muttering to himself, May 6th, Kabuto Town. But the question is, what day is May 6th? With a sense of resignation, Shingu-yun opened his phone calendar and saw it was only 3 days away. Clearly, it was an important task requiring 3 days of preparation. A new email arrived, signed by Tanaka Kikuhei. I have successfully extricated myself. It seems I have not aroused the police's suspicion. Shingon-yun replied with a simple acknowledgement. This temporary escape plan was proposed by Tanaka Kikuhei. And although it was riddled with flaws, without Conan present, Phantom Thief Kid had also left early. The only witness to the entire ordeal was a mere extra, Era Yoshinori, whose testimony would be singular. He had witnessed the ailing Hamano Toshi fall to his demise from the suspension bridge. The harsh weather would severely hinder the police's search efforts. And by the time the body was discovered, it might have already been reduced to a pile of bones by ravenous beasts. Of course, all of this was part of Tanaka Kikuhei's cunning scheme. Being the granddaughter of the magician Hari Kazutatsu, her magic skills, while not as dazzling as her grandfather's, were more than sufficient to deceive Era Yoshinori. After pondering this, Shingon-yun sent another email. Do not use the name Tanaka Kikuhei anymore. From now on, your code name will be Tanaka Lemon. Understood. The red sports car parked in the small courtyard caught Shingon-yun's eye as he observed the now somewhat crowded front yard, where 2 cars flanked a narrow path, and the potted plants were jumbled together in disarray. He had previously considered purchasing the houses on either side to connect the 3 small dwellings, but for now, he needed to address another matter. Upon entering the house, he found Hybera AI, her demeanor cold as she sipped her red tea. Upon noticing her host's return, she rose indifferently, seemingly preparing to retreat to her room, with no intention of engaging with Shingon-yun. However, before she could take even half a step, her collar was seized, and a flicker of irritation crossed her cool, lavender eyes. What are you doing? Let go of me. I haven't even asked you what you intend to do. Is it merely a few days before you breach our agreement? Hybera AI averted her gaze, replying coolly. I do not comprehend what you are saying. The front door is too narrow. The trailer cannot enter. The car keys are in my drawer. Do I need to say more? I had someone assist in bringing the car in, and you blame me for that? Once a breach occurs, there will be a second. We must curb this. Indeed, you are quite the lunatic. A sharp slap rang out. Hybera AI's delicate face registered shock, an expression of both anger and disbelief. You dare. Shingon-yun showed no mercy as he struck her 3 times with his slipper until her eyes turned red, yet she continued to bite her lip, glaring at him defiantly. I will remember you, Shingon-yun. This was the first time Hybera AI had addressed him by name. She had always referred to him in the second person, indicating that perhaps this tea-haired girl had truly etched his name into her memory. Shingon-yun raised an eyebrow, the slipper in his hand poised. Hybera AI clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. Just then, the doorbell rang. Little AI, are you home? We came to play with you. Shingong Yun and Hybera AI exchanged glances. He wore a look of disdain, as if to say, you still play with elementary school students? Hybera AI glared at him with red-rimmed eyes filled with stubbornness. Humph, as if you have any say in this. Shingong Yun released her, and Hybera AI inhaled sharply, knowing without looking that her back would likely be bruised. Having grown up in the black organization, she had never endured such humiliation before. Cursed be that photographer. No. That deranged photographer. Outside, Ayumi stood at the forefront, flanked by Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Conan. Upon spotting the black Buick in the courtyard, Conan instinctively stepped back, a psychological shadow looming over him. Is something the matter? Upon seeing the door open to reveal a youth with an indifferent expression, the three stepped back involuntarily. Except for Ayumi. Shingong Anayakin, you're home. We came to play with little AI. Shingong Yun crouched down, inquiring, you must be Ayumi, right? How do you know little AI? Yesterday, while visiting Dr. Agasa's house, I bumped into her on the street. She had so many shopping bags, so I helped her carry them home. I never expected it to be your house, Shingong Anayakin. What a coincidence. Ayumi chattered on, and Shingong Yun felt a headache coming on. Allowing the little girl to enter while blocking the three who attempted to sneak in, especially the most suspicious among them. Girls play with girls, and boys play with boys. Can you drive? The three shook their heads, their expressions somewhat stiff. Conan had considered nodding but thought better of it, recalling the youth's potential instability. Can you smoke? They shook their heads again. Drink? Shingong Anayakin, those things are for adults, and they're all goodbye. I won't see you out. As Shingong Yun began to close the door, Conan quickly stepped forward, playfully asking, what is Shingong Anayakin to little AI? A relative? Shingong Yun cast a sidelong glance at Conan, then turned to Genta and Mitsuhiko, asking, can elementary school students go around asking for personal information? That's just how Conan is. Don't mind him. Exactly, Conan is the disgrace of our junior detective league, always pretending to be an adult. Conan was taken aback as his two companions sold him out, leaving him at a loss for words, merely chuckling awkwardly, feigning innocence. Conan said, I'm just curious, you and Hybera have different surnames. Look, Conan is acting like a child again, always trying to grab attention. How shameful. Hey, you too. Are we playing or not? Who's on whose side? Ayumi stepped out from the house, waving to the others. Then it settled. See you tomorrow at Dr. Agasa's, little AI. Sorry to bother you, Shingong Anayakin, we'll be off. After bidding farewell to the youthful troublemakers, Shingong Yun felt a twinge of surprise and asked, are you going out tomorrow? That's none of your business. With her small slipper removed and raised slightly, Hybera AI covered her backside, glaring fiercely, don't push your luck. Watching the young man approach with a blank expression, the tea-haired girl retreated until cornered, finally biting her lip to say, Ayumi said they're going treasure hunting tomorrow. Gathering at Dr. Agasa's. Treasure hunting? Shingong Yun lowered his slipper and stroked his chin. Is that brat Conan going as well? Who knows? Aside from Ayumi. I don't know the names of the others. How about you take me along? Hybera AI, her small feet adorned in white socks, feigned calmness. First, return my slipper. Wearing her small slipper, Hybera AI shoved Shingong Yun aside and dashed upstairs, glancing back to mutter, you're the worst. Chapter 41, Deceived. Treasure hunting? There are still 3 days until the task, so there should be ample time. Shingong Yun sighed softly. The pressures of life are so great. With that thought, he picked up his phone and messaged a friend with a dove icon in his contact list. Which museum or major corporation's collection are you planning to steal from lately? No immediate reply came. That brat Kaido was likely focused in class, while someone in their small group tagged him, asking if he was free this weekend, as they planned to visit Tokyo to see Ran. Shingong Yun did not respond, thinking, visiting Ran? What business does he have being free? That would impede his earnings. Upstairs, Hybera AI lay face down on her bed, realizing she would have to sleep in this position tonight. All because of that guy? No, I must move out. Burrowing her head into the quilt, the faint scent wafted up to her nose, though it was already very faint and nearly imperceptible. Never mind. Perhaps moving out would be less desirable than this. School? Why would you ask me such a question? At the breakfast table, as Hybera AI consumed her milk oats, she coldly rejected Shingong Yun's sudden inquiry. I'm not going. Are you already trying to rely on others at such a young age? Pfft. Hybera AI patted her chest, wiping away the milk that had dripped from her mouth, shooting a glare at the youth across from her, who was engrossed in a fluffy bun. School is pointless. It's boring. It is quite absurd to expect an 18-year-old female scientist to attend elementary school and tackle math problems that are trivial to her. Surely it would be more enjoyable for her to stay at home, perusing magazines and sipping coffee. Why must she endure such torment? Not to mention the indignity of being classmates with elementary school children? The mere thought drives her to madness. Shingongyun nodded in agreement, expressing his own disinterest in schooling, and remarked, "Then just behave at home. Otherwise, I shall send you to elementary school." AI Hybra offered no response, tossing her head in defiance before turning away to wash the small dishes. She desired neither of the two options presented. However, she was soon lifted up, a flash of unending irritation crossing her delicate and charming features. Fortunately, the doorbell rang at that moment. "Don't you dare put me down." Shingongyun raised an eyebrow slightly, continuing to carry Hybra toward the entrance. The petite girl squirmed in midair, her short legs swinging futilely, only to lose one of her slippers in the process. How infuriating. Shingongyun placed his hand on the doorknob and leaned down to whisper to the angry girl glaring at him. "You wouldn't want your peers to see you like this, would you?" "What peers?" She was an 18-year-old, highly accomplished scientist. As Hybra saw the doorknob turn, genuine panic surged within her. However, the idea of pleading with Shingongyun was out of the question. She resolved that she could simply remain indoors and avoid socializing altogether. Biting her lip, she steeled herself for the moment of social embarrassment she anticipated. But in the instant the door opened, she felt her feet touch the ground again as Shingongyun set her down, her expression a mixture of annoyance and relief. "Good morning, Shingong brother. And little AI too. Why are you still shy, AI?" A cute girl with a pink headband stood at the doorway, her large eyes blinking at the bashful Hybra hiding behind Shingongyun. In that moment, she realized that the girl before her was, like herself, just a child. "Did you oversleep?" Shingongyun, oblivious to the other three behind him, felt his mood lift slightly. Behind him, Hybra's face darkened, and she grasped Shingongyun's pant leg, pinching it fiercely to vent her frustration. "Huh. I sometimes have the habit of oversleeping too." The girl named Boomei nodded in agreement. "Shingong brother, will you join us in treasure hunting? We're going to a large villa." "With you there, AI shouldn't be too shy," Boomei added. Hybra shook her head vigorously. She was not shy, merely disinterested. "There's no helping it. Then let us go together," Shingongyun mused, stroking his chin, pondering the treasure hunt at the villa. After arriving at Professor Agasa's home and explaining their intentions, the professor readily agreed, though he noted that his Volkswagen Beetle could not accommodate so many passengers. Reluctantly, Hybra was led by the hand, feeling embarrassed, but thankfully Boomei was beside her, chatting away. "I can drive and follow the professor," Boomei offered with a smile. Professor Agasa nodded in approval, while Conan, holding the back of his head, chimed in, "Then I'll ride with Shingong brother. I have a few questions to ask him if that's all right." "Absolutely not," Shingongyun replied firmly. "Conan, you cannot be so willful. You must be polite," GY interjected. "GY is right, Conan. Don't you want to sit with us?" the chubby Yuan Tai said, exerting a bit of pressure on Conan. Reluctantly, Conan waved his hand. "How could that be? I genuinely have questions to ask." Shingongyun held Hybra's hand, while she took hold of Boomei's. As they prepared to drive the Buick, on the suburban road, a yellow Beetle cruised leisurely, followed by a black Buick. Shingongyun yawned, holding the steering wheel with one hand, while Hybra, expressionless in the passenger seat, remarked, "It's south only natural to drive steadily with children in the car. Unlike someone who enjoys speeding. Is this your first time riding in my car?" Shingongyun responded. Hybra scoffed. "The tire marks tell the story, with that level of wear. And considering it's a sports car, I'm correct, aren't I? You're quite knowledgeable. Surely you'd score 100 in every subject if you went to school." He teased. Hybra immediately fell silent, while Boomei in the back seat clapped her hands. "AI, are you going to school? That is wonderful. Now I can play with you at school." Hybra, unsure of how to explain to the little girl, shot a fierce glare at the young man driving. Shingongyun smiled slightly, but after 10 minutes, his amusement faded. Before an old large villa in the suburbs, Yuan Tai exclaimed, "What a huge villa, Professor. Is this really your uncle's?" "Indeed. My uncle is a famous local tycoon, and it's said that all his wealth is hidden within this villa." "Wow. Treasure hunting." "Treasure." They cheered. "Wait. I've been fooled." Only Shingongyun's lips curled in a wry smile, and he sighed in resignation, while Hybra smirked at his misfortune. "What's wrong? Were you disappointed? You knew all along?" Hybra, hands behind her back, replied, "I didn't know, but think about it. An old man taking a few children on a treasure hunt. Could there be real treasure?" She was essentially calling him foolish. Yun remained expressionless, feeling duped, certain that Conan had misled him. After leading the children inside, Professor Agasa's intentions became clear, but Yun contemplated sneaking away, only to be caught by sharp-eyed Conan. Start the Buick. Step on the clutch. Reverse, bang. That was intentional. Shingong must have done that on purpose. Conan covered his nose, a trickle of blood escaping, vowing that wherever there was a Buick, there would be no Adagawa Conan. Chapter 42. Farewell, Shinichi Kudo. Conan, why are you bleeding? Haha. I must have eaten too many spicy foods recently. I'm a bit overheated. Yuan Tai patted Conan on the shoulder, sincerely suggesting, eat more eel rice like I do. And you want to get overheated? Conan nodded with a smile, glancing at the nonchalant young man entering the villa, his teeth clenched in frustration. He approached him and softly inquired, Shingong brother, how do you know Hibara? You two can't possibly be related? Yun glanced sideways at Conan, who awkwardly chuckled. You two share no similarities in hair or eye color. Shingong brother's appearance leans towards an Asian visage. If we consider only demeanor and personality, one would swear you two are from the same parents. I picked her up off the street, he retorted. Well, if you don't want to say, then don't. Children can be quite deceptive. Conan lost interest, sensing that Hibara was not like ordinary children, yet he had yet to discern what set her apart. Meanwhile, a few genuine elementary school students eagerly searched for treasure, with Mei tugging Hibara along to rummage through the villa. Conan, cradling his head, had no intention of joining in. Not only did he see through the cryptic codes immediately, but even the so-called treasure was merely toys he had purchased with Professor Agasa over the weekend. He felt no interest in it whatsoever. Yun casually picked up a playing card adorned with symbols of stars, moons, and suns, sighing, what a waste of a trip. Why are you sighing, Shingong brother? Conan asked. You can't genuinely believe there is treasure here, can you? As for Professor Agasa's codes, he doubted Yun would struggle to decipher them. The only explanation was that he truly believed there would be treasure, which was unlikely given Yun's logical reasoning. Could it be that this was what they called being blinded by greed? My mood is rather foul right now. Do you wish to be punished? Conan sulked away, cradling his head. He was still a victim and did not wish to incur further injury. With Hibara's involvement, Mei and the others quickly found a box of toys hidden by Professor Agasa, only to discover that the toys had been deliberately damaged. At this moment, Conan also discovered another set of hidden codes within the villa, pondering thoughtfully while stroking his chin. The individual who devised this code, involving the moon, stars, and sun, was indeed intriguing. Suddenly, the rooftop trembled, as if a mechanism had been triggered. Kumo clapped his hands and casually passed by Conan, stating, let us go. I need to get home. What? Have you already deciphered the code? Conan glanced at the artistic lamp in the center of the living room, where a groove connected, evidently indicating that Kumo had already cracked the code and activated the mechanism. Conan felt somewhat perplexed. This speed was rather astonishing. Had he sustained a head injury from being hit by a car? Right. The person who damaged the toys had yet to be found. I suggest we report this to the police first, as there are numerous books on how to produce counterfeit currency stored here, which could likely indicate a crime. Before he could finish his thought, everyone eagerly followed Kumo up to the second floor. In the room directly opposite the artistic lamp, a dusty staircase descended from the attic. Dr. Agasa speculated, this must be the secret attic built by my uncle. I heard he enjoyed tinkering with mechanisms when he was alive. Are there treasures up there? The doctor certainly did not deceive us. Young Detective Core. Let's gather for treasure hunting. Thud. A brick-like object was hurled from the attic and landed on the floor. Hibara AI picked it up, her eyes flickering as she softly remarked, it's a lead plate worth $20. Judging by its appearance, it's somewhat aged. The craftsmanship is excellent, but the technology is now vastly outdated. Counterfeits made from this lead plate would be easily recognized by anyone with a discerning eye in the market and thus hold little value. Hibara AI raised her head and met the gazes of the crowd, stating calmly, what's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Ayumi chimed in, wow AI. You know so much. Indeed, if you were in school, you'd definitely be at the top of your class. Conan's attention turned to the tea-haired girl, who seemed out of place at the moment. His brow furrowed, but upon seeing Kumo jump down, he decided to hold his tongue for now. He planned to alert Kumo later, as this girl seemed rather unusual. Who could be hiding here, engaging in such illegal activities involving counterfeit money? Dr. Agasa attempted to smooth things over. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet fell to the floor. Conan swiftly turned to the staircase. where a strange man with a mustache slowly approached, holding a revolver, his expression grave. Just as the mustached man was about to speak, a lead plate suddenly struck him, knocking the gun from his hand and rendering the scene awkward. Shinjin Kumo glanced in surprise at the girl who had thrown the lead plate, while she remained cold-faced and slightly panting, seemingly having vented her pent-up displeasure. Who told this guy to provoke her? Unable to deal with Shinjin Kumo, he thought he could intimidate a nameless extra. The mustached man's face turned ashen, but when he spotted the gun lying at the feet of a young man, he lunged forward, snarling, "Kid, get out of my way." Bang! Another gunshot echoed, and the mustached man stood frozen, a patch of his hair singed and smoking slightly, with the gun barrel pressed against his forehead, trembling in fear as cold sweat dripped down his face. Had he not checked the calendar before leaving home today? First, there was that little girl who boldly threw a lead plate at him, and now this young man who nearly sent him off with a bullet. Had he stumbled into a gathering of oddities? Dr. Agasa quickly intervened. "Mr. Shinjin, please remain calm. We must keep our composure. I've already called the police, and they will arrive shortly. We can leave this to them. As for the gunfire, we will state it was in self-defense." Shinjin Kumo holstered his gun, unloading all the bullets before tossing it back. The mustached man didn't dare catch it, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Conan retracted his open tranquilizer watch, slightly pouting. It seemed he would not have a chance to intervene this time. Soon, the sound of police sirens approached, taking away the mustached man involved in the counterfeit case. After giving their statements, the sky had already darkened. "Well, we should be heading back now." Shinjin Kumo paused and spoke earnestly to Dr. Agasa. "Dr. Agasa, please make sure to clarify these treasure hunts in advance next time." Assuming Shinjin Kumo was referring to the counterfeit incident, Dr. Agasa hurriedly nodded in apology, promising to select an outdoor activity for the next treasure hunt. Satisfied, Shinjin Kumo departed. Ayumi and the others also said their goodbyes to Hybera AI. Noticing Conan lost in thought, Jin and Mitsuhiko immediately reprimanded Conan. "That's quite rude." Conan, feeling helpless, waved, "Goodbye, Shinjin brother, Hybera AI, see you next time." Shinjin Kumo did not look back, but Hybera AI, holding hands, turned her head, revealing a meaningful expression and silently uttering words to Conan. Conan's heart trembled, his expression instantly darkening. He understood Hybera AI's lip movements. "Goodbye, Kudo Shinichi." Chapter 43, Making a Phone Call in Front of Hybera AI. Kudo Shinichi. How could she know I am Kudo Shinichi? This is impossible. Conan's expression turned grave. If his identity were exposed and the black organization found out, everyone around him would be in danger. No, he needed to clarify this matter. Conan quickly intercepted the two ahead, his demeanor serious. "What do you intend to do to Shinjin, brother?" In that moment, Conan had come to believe Shinjin Kumo's earlier words. Hybera AI was indeed something he had stumbled upon, but there was surely more to it. He absolutely did not trust that the other party had no ulterior motives. Shinjin Kumo looked at Conan as if he were a fool and remarked, "Did you forget to take your medicine today?" Ignoring him, Conan leaned closer to Hybera AI and whispered, "As long as I'm here, you want to harm Shinjin, brother." Smack! A large chestnut struck Conan's head, and Shinjin Kumo disdainfully said, "Get lost. Go tell your Kansai black skin about this." Ouch! That hurts. Seeing Conan rolling on the ground, clutching his swelling forehead, Hybera AI instinctively swallowed. It seemed Shinjin Kumo had already been quite gentle with her. "Wait, let me explain." "No, I can't explain this. Don't go," Conan pleaded, holding his head and grimacing as he watched the black Buick drive away, feeling utterly helpless. Inside the car, Hybera AI glanced at Shinjin Kumo's phone screen, which was lighting up with incoming calls, softly asking, "Is it not okay to ignore that? You seem quite popular with the kids." The caller ID displayed, "Foolish Detective Kid." Shinjin Kumo temporarily blocked Conan's number, not responding to Hybera AI's question, instead stating, "In the future, don't be so reckless." "I will if I want to." Hybera AI casually twirled her fingers, uninterested. "Besides, aren't you even more reckless? You can shoot a gun? That's not a skill for a photographer. I learned it in Hawaii." Hybera AI, puzzled, wondered why one would need to go to Hawaii to learn to shoot. "I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive." Since she couldn't make sense of it, she decided not to think about it anymore. Hybera AI said lightly, closing her eyes to feign sleep. The phone vibrated again, and Hybera AI gently frowned, turning her head against the car window. "Hello? Yes, I'm driving to Cup Town. You'll cover the gas?" At the moment Shinjin Kumo answered the call, Hybera AI inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively crossed her arms, But upon hearing the line about covering gas, she couldn't help but chuckle, the ominous feeling dissipating in an instant. Just a false alarm. What a stingy guy. Out so late. You're still heading out? Hybra AI asked. I still closed, casually. Shinjin Kumo replied, I'm your creditor. Hybra AI huffed, turning her head away. Even if you bring a woman home for the night, I couldn't care less, as long as you don't disturb me. My room is well soundproofed. Hybra AI's eyes narrowed, her tone turning cold. You better not forget your keys. I want to let you in. I'll change the locks tomorrow. Hybra AI fell silent, her expression growing frosty. After they arrived at Mahama Town, she jumped out of the car without looking back as she entered the house. A short while later, Dr. Agasa's beetle arrived, and Conan immediately leaped from the vehicle, sprinting toward a house on the opposite street. He shouted, Jingu-kun, open the door quickly. I have something extremely important to discuss with you. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a red sports car accelerated out of the courtyard, startling Conan and causing him to tumble to the ground. The window rolled down, revealing Shinomiya Yuki, who cast a cold glance at Conan before pressing the accelerator and swiftly vanishing down the street. That guy? A flower pot shattered beside Conan's feet. He looked up to see the girl who had earlier addressed him as Kudo Shinichi, now standing coldly by the second-floor window. What were you going to say about Gray? Conan muttered. Both of these people are insane. In Kabukicho, Jin remarked, what is it that you need me here for? You should know that I am quite busy. Unlike the rest of you. A black Lincoln came to a stop not far from a Porsche 356, and an elderly man dressed in a black suit emerged. His appearance suggesting he was in his 60s or 70s, yet he seemed remarkably spry. Vodka glanced at the old man without speaking. Despite his status as an esteemed member of the organization, Vodka held him in disdain. Pisk, Jin coldly stated the man's code name, lighting a cigarette and leaning against the car. One more hasn't arrived, let us wait a bit longer. The man known as Pisk seemed about to say something. But upon seeing the woman in the back seat of the Porsche, he moderated his demeanor. Who is important enough for us to wait? Jin puffed on his cigarette, while Vodka remained indifferent. The woman in the back seat rested her delicate chin in her hand, watching with keen interest the sound of engines and the flash of red from the approaching car. Here they come. A red Mustang glided past Pisk, skidding gracefully on the snowy ground until it parked next to the black Porsche. The window rolled down, revealing a silver-haired, seductive woman who regarded the stoic youth with dark hair, her fingers tapping rhythmically. No one could decipher her thoughts. Jingu, you're late again. Compared to Pisk, Vodka found himself increasingly approving of Shinomiya Yuki. Charge the fuel to my card. The one from when you lost 1,000,000 yen last time will suffice. You idiot, Vodka replied, exasperated. This sort of thing should be discussed privately. Why bring it to light? I have my dignity too. He will be a member of our organization in the future. The current situation is special, and his code name has yet to be established, Jin stated coldly. Pisk looked at the young man who had just exited the red sports car, a hint of surprise flickering across his face, quickly replaced by discontent. He could wait for Jin and Vodka, but a newcomer without a code name hardly seemed qualified. The silver-haired woman stepped out of the car, her form captivating, her voice uniquely magnetic, akin to a mature seductress. Pleasure to meet you. You may call me Vermouth. Jingu nodded, glancing at Vermouth's attire, discreetly assigning her the label of a wealthy woman. Pisk, he said, now that everyone is present, can you disclose the target for this mission? A politician, Sumako Shikiko. Pisk. This mission has been designated for you to handle, with Vermouth assisting and covering your retreat. Sumako Shikiko? Isn't he closely connected to the organization? He's under police scrutiny for bribery, a foolish man. We must eliminate him before they gather evidence for his arrest. Pisk nodded. He took the organization's mission seriously, yet he wondered if there were too many people involved. With Vermouth's assistance, isn't that sufficient? Jin, do you doubt my abilities? The implication was clear. The newcomer, Jingu, should refrain from complicating matters. Jin remained silent for a moment before responding coldly. You'd best pray that no mistakes occur, otherwise. Rest assured. If there are no complications, I shall take my leave. The black Lincoln turned around and vanished into the night. At this moment, Jingu coldly remarked, now that the riffraff has departed, may we discuss your arrangements? Hey, Pisk is an esteemed member of the organization. How can you refer to him as riffraff? The charming Vermouth teased, seemingly unfazed by Jingu's dismissal of Pisk. Jin replied icily, entrepreneurs who succeed thanks to the organization's power have lived long enough. Vodka interjected. Speaking of which, Jingu, Pisk has some connections with you. He is the chairman of an automobile company, and that underground smuggling garage is part of his illicit dealings. So, he is quite wealthy? Jingu raised an eyebrow. His interest in the old man piqued, confirming Jin's earlier assertion about his longevity. Jingu, do not act recklessly. Unless there is an emergency, you must not touch Pisk. The organization has its rules, Vodka cautioned, as Pisk had shown disrespect to his elder brother, relying on his seniority. Vermouth smiled silently, allowing them to delve into their deeply nuanced discourse. Now, the reason I summoned you is twofold. Firstly, to assist Pisk in resolving the Sumako case. Your participation is optional. Secondly, Vermouth has been tasked with locating Shirley. You need not concern yourself with that anymore. Lastly, a certain gentleman wishes to meet you. Jingu nodded. Jin's reference to meeting was certainly not literal, implying some form of indirect communication. At the mention of this gentleman, the atmosphere grew serious. And it took a while for the tension to ease. Is there anything else? Jingu asked. If not, I shall take my leave. I am eager to return home for a hot bath. Jin snorted, opening the car door and taking a seat. Vermouth approached the red sports car, a sultry smile gracing her lips. Could you give me a ride? It seems we're heading in the same direction. Vodka questioned. Aren't you returning to America? Vermouth replied. I grew weary of it, so I decided to take an extended vacation in Japan. She turned to Jingu with a grin. What do you say, handsome? Care to give me a lift? Overloaded, Jingu retorted. Seemingly anticipating his refusal, Vermouth's alluring lips curved into a captivating arc as she softly suggested. How about I pay for the ride? Jingu contemplated for a moment before extending a finger. 50 times. On the expressway leading to Mahanaka, Vermouth rested her chin in her hand, feeling somewhat discontented. This was the most expensive and quietest taxi ride she had ever experienced. As the red sports car entered Mahanaka's vicinity, the two occupants had exchanged not a single word. Vermouth, unperturbed, took out a mirror to touch up her makeup. Occasionally stretching lazily, her curves prominently displayed. Clad in a fitted black dress, her silver hair slightly curled, two strands cascading down her chest, she exuded both allure and mystery, akin to a captivating enchantress lurking in the shadows. Arrived. Time to disembark. Vermouth smiled, realizing that the young man could hardly contain his composure. Police station? Vermouth's smile faltered as she pointed to the police headquarters, asking, Why have you brought me to the police station? You didn't specify an address. So I had no choice but to let the police escort you home. Mahanaka, 2-21. Vermouth suddenly recalled an old friend who had returned to Japan, and she intended to stay with her for a few days, certain that she would not refuse. Where do you live? What? Have you lived there before? Noticing Jingu's silence, Vermouth smiled, revealing that she was far from the shy, demure young girl. She could easily navigate any topic of conversation. Crossing her legs, Vermouth flaunted her impeccable leg shape, teasingly asking, Or do you have a secret with a certain woman living there? Jingu turned his gaze to Vermouth's deep, beautiful eyes and replied with a smile. Have you heard of the renowned high school detective around here? I believe his name is Kudo Shinichi. Vermouth's smile froze for a moment before she turned her head, casually remarking, I haven't heard of it. I rarely return to Japan. Is it quite famous? After all, I happen to reside in Tu-Chome, Mahanko, and the name has become almost unbearable to my ears. At that moment, the smile of Jingu Yun appeared to Vermouth as something sinister, akin to that of a devil. Unfortunately, I have yet to meet the person in question, Jingu Yun sighed. Vermouth felt a sense of relief, glancing at the houses outside the car window. She gently brushed aside a strand of silver hair by her ear and said, This is good enough. I shall alight here. To her surprise, Jingu Yun shook his head, saying, What's the rush? We haven't arrived yet. Vermouth shot him a cold glance and articulated each word. I said, Stop the car now. I know you have a Browning pocket pistol hidden in your sleeve, but you must think carefully. The current speed of the car approaches 200 miles per hour. You only have two choices, to live or die. Taking a deep breath, Vermouth withdrew the pistol from her sleeve, straightened her posture, and laughed lightly. I find you quite amusing, you madman. Who isn't? The red sports car slowly came to a halt at the Kudu residence. After completing her disguise, Vermouth opened the car door, casting a flirtatious glance at Jingu Yun before ringing the doorbell. Darling, hurry and open the door. There's a wild man harassing me outside. The door swung open, revealing Yukiko, who peered out with a puzzled expression. She felt an odd familiarity with that voice, but it shouldn't be possible for it to appear at her doorstep, considering she had. How could you? Before Yukiko could finish her sentence, Vermouth covered her mouth and half dragged her into the house. It's been a while since we've slept together. Have you missed me? Just as the red sports car parked in the yard, a small window on the second floor opened slightly before slamming shut. Jingu Yun, perplexed, wondered why she was still awake at such a late hour. No wonder she didn't want to go to school. Turning on the living room light, he noticed a bento on the table, presumably left by AI Hybera, though it had already gone cold. Jingu Yun pulled out his phone, which displayed several messages, including ones from Kaido Kuroba and the now identity-changed Tanaka Lemon. The content mainly pertained to disguise props that had been sent via express delivery. The former had even replied to him. Jingu Yun noted the message from his friend, dubbed White Dove. I've changed my profession lately. Jewel theft has no future. When you're no longer around, I'll return to my old line of work. Jingu Yun replied, Are there any interesting places in Igoda? The message sank like a stone, and the avatar of White Dove, which had just been bright, instantly went offline. While he was messaging, AI Hybera descended the stairs, clad in adorable cartoon pajamas, seemingly intending to pour herself a glass of milk. However, as she approached Jingu Yun, she caught his scent and frowned. You really brought a woman home. What exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 45. Who scratched Big Brother's car? It seems you want to go to school. AI Hybera crossed her arms and replied coldly. As long as you don't bring any mysterious women home, I won't care what you do outside, even if you bring one back. Are you sure you can manage? AI Hybera fell silent, her expression icy as she picked up the bento to toss it into the trash. Jingu Yun, seeing this, did not stop her and casually replied to an email. Are you planning to sleep on the street tonight? AI Hybera continued her motion, and Jingu Yun reached out to grasp her slender wrist, exclaiming with exasperation, I simply gave a ride to a passerby. The bento is innocent. Her cold gaze reflected the young man's face, and after confirming he was telling the truth, she turned her head away and murmured, Let go. I'll believe you this once. Opening the bento, he found it was filled with vegetarian dishes, identical to the previous time. He grumbled, I'm quite healthy. Can't I have more meat? The tea-haired girl replied coolly, Meat is prone to poisoning. It's better to keep it light. What a ridiculous excuse. If someone wanted to poison, would they care about meat or vegetables? Tomorrow, I have to go out. Would you like to join? Jingu Yun asked casually, not because he bore any resentment towards AI Hybera for the lack of meat. Where are you going? AI Hybera raised her head. This was the first time Jingu Yun had asked if she wanted to go out with him, having previously not even bothered to notify her. It's a memorial for a director. Many stars and company presidents will attend. I want to go. AI Hybera directly turned to head upstairs. Such high-profile gatherings would certainly attract reporters. If her face were accidentally captured and the black organization found out, both she and Jingu Yun would be at risk. Jingu Yun stared at the remaining bento, took a few bites, and then tossed it into the trash. Home-cooked meals are much better. In the late afternoon, snowflakes fell abundantly. Think of me, darling. A slender woman wearing sunglasses blew a passionate kiss to a woman with an angry gaze at the door, zipped up her jacket, glanced at a house across the street, smiled faintly, and gradually vanished into the crowd. Hey, did an older sister just walk out over there? Bome? You must have seen it wrong. Hikaru glanced at the tightly locked iron gate next door and shouted into the house. Jinta, hurry up. Didn't we agree to go play in the snow after school? I'm trying, but somehow my stomach is acting up. Honestly, it must be because you ate too much eel rice. Sorry. Bome gazed at the street for a long time before suddenly remembering something, saying, by the way, should we invite AI Hybera? She must be quite bored at home. Bome, how do you know that? Bome pointed at the car in the yard and said, because a red car is missing, Jingu brother must have gone to work. I agree. Bome, you go ask her. Hikaru and I will wait outside. Conan stroked his chin thoughtfully as he had many questions he wanted to ask the girl named AI Hybera. With Jingu Yun absent, it was a good opportunity. Bome rang the doorbell. AI, it's me, Bome. Would you like to come out and play with us? In a moment, the door opened slightly, and AI Hybera moved a small chair from behind the door. After confirming through the peephole that it was Bome outside, she quietly asked, is it just us two? Or, it's us two. The two who had been hiding outside stepped in, along with Jinta, who had just run over from Professor Agasa's house. AI Hybera scanned the three little ones and said to Bome, sorry, Bome, I'm not feeling well today, wait. Conan stepped forward, lowering his voice. You don't have to go, but I have a few questions I must ask you. Do I have to answer? AI Hybera said coldly, attempting to shut the door, but suddenly recalled something and asked Conan, do you have a lot of pocket money? Paid QA, but the fee is a bit high. Can you accept? On the streets of Mihan, the three little ones happily stomped through the snow, while behind them, the tea-haired girl counted a stack of cash, and at the very back, a small, disheartened elementary student clutched an empty wallet. Any other questions, famous detective? AI Hybra felt rather good. It turned out learning Jingu Yun's tricks was quite enjoyable, and she had earned a decent sum. Conan shook his empty wallet, looking dejected. His living expenses for the month were gone, and it seemed he would have to stay at Professor Agassi's for a while. What exactly is your relationship with Jingu Yun? Is he also? That's 2 questions. You'll need to pay double. Conan paused for a moment, nodded solemnly. I'll owe you for now. This question was crucial for him. If Jingu Yun were a member of the Black Organization, the consequences could be dire. That counts as interest. Fine. AI Hybra secretly commended Jingu Yun and then softly said, I can answer those 2 questions together. I happened to be picked up by him on the roadside. Is that answer satisfactory? Upon hearing this response, Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking the money spent was not in vain. However, within moments, his expression turned grim. He recalled that yesterday, Shingong had mentioned to him that Hybra was someone he had brought back, which made him feel that his money spent today was utterly wasted. How infuriating. Why couldn't he just trust Shingong Yun for once? Hybra AI was about to tuck the bills into her small purse, intending to take Subaim shopping at the mall. However, after only a couple of steps, a sleek black Porsche caught her eye, causing her heart to race. The Porsche 356, how could it possibly be here? At that moment, Conan also spotted the black Porsche, and his mind flashed back to the scene of the 10 billion yen robbery at the port and that cold, stern face. It was those guys. Conan immediately dashed past several people, rushing towards the black Porsche, a mix of tension and excitement coursing through him. Hybra AI stood frozen, her pupils wide with fear, for at the intersection ahead, 2 men clad in black were ignoring the traffic lights and approaching her. Vodka and gin. Tremors coursed through Hybra AI as waves of sorrow and helplessness, which she had desperately tried to conceal, surged forth, making it hard for her to breathe. Was there truly no escape? Hey, Alway, what's wrong? Come and play in the snow with us. Subaim called, pulling the dazed girl with tea-colored hair into a nearby alley piled high with snow, just as the 2 men in black passed by. In front of the black Porsche, Vodka exclaimed angrily, which bastard scratched the boss's car. Chapter 46. I really want to call Conan over to film an episode. The black Porsche cruised down the street, with Vodka gripping the steering wheel and continuing to grumble. Boss, why did you leave so suddenly? It must have been those little brats who scratched the boss's car. If you don't stop me, I'll make sure to teach their parents a lesson. Jin, gazing ahead with an indifferent expression, replied, Are you playing house? Vodka fell silent, realizing that he would ultimately be the one responsible for repairs and dared not argue with the boss, feeling quite frustrated. His phone vibrated, and Jin answered, speaking coldly into the phone, Have you arrived? If the memorial for Pasuk goes awry, you'll have to handle the aftermath. Yes, I trust you to do your job. Outside the Cup City Hotel, a young man flicked the ash from his cigarette, listening to the static-filled noise on his phone, quietly reminding, The noise on your end is too loud. Jin's expression turned icy as he began searching through the cushions and drawers around him, ultimately discovering a listening device and transmitter wrapped in chewing gum beneath the edge of the seat. With a cold smile, he crushed the listening device. Just as Vodka was about to inquire if it was Shingong Yun on the line, Jin interrupted sharply, Don't speak. Find a secluded place to park. The bite marks on the gum had been damaged, leaving no traceable information behind, but it was prudent to assume there could be more such devices in the car. I'd like to know who planted this device, Jin mused, recalling various old adversaries, even suspecting some members within the organization. After parking in a quiet corner, Vodka produced his equipment and began checking the vehicle for additional listening devices. Boss, I didn't find any other similar devices. What about fingerprints? The fingerprints in the car have also been destroyed. Damn it, could it be the same person who scratched the car and installed the listening device? Jin remained silent, fixing a cold gaze on Vodka. During missions, do not mention members' names. Refer to each other by code names. If you had said it just now, the organization would lose a visible member. I understand, boss, but that guy's code name has been released yet. Vodka realized this was a protective measure for every member's identity, which is why the boss never referred to Shingong Yun by name, to prevent accidental leaks that could lead to loss of identity or worse, elimination. Jin said no more. Although Vodka wasn't particularly clever, he understood the implication. Shingong Yun was a special case. The identities of other members in the organization were not publicly shared, and even if one were to discover someone's identity through means, it was likely to be a false name. The one who installed these devices would certainly head to the Cup City Hotel, Notify them to be wary of suspicious individuals. In Professor Agasa's beetle car, Conan removed the listening headphones, deep in thought. The memorial for Pisuk, a failure. Professor, could you please check if there is a memorial being held in Cuptown? It should be quite famous, so it shouldn't be difficult to find. Sure. Just a moment. Professor Agasa opened his portable laptop and began searching for data. While waiting for Professor Agasa, Conan turned to the silent girl with tea-colored hair in the back seat and asked, "Do you know the codename Pisuk? It's also a type of liquor. It must be related to those guys, right?" Hybera AI lowered her head, silent for a long while before muttering, "It will lead to death. Take me back." Hybera AI touched the bills in her pocket, suddenly missing Shingon Yun. When he was around, she rarely thought of the black organization. Most of the time, he had her so riled up that she had no time for sorrow or fear. Conan spoke solemnly. "Those guys' target this time is likely someone of high status and influence, and you wouldn't want to remain in this childlike body forever, would you?" "I'm quite content with it," Hybera AI replied, feeling safe in her current form at Shingon Yun's home, as there were no secrets left. Although it was embarrassing and infuriating, it was a fact. But if she were to revert to her original body, who knew what would happen? Hybera AI imagined herself from Shingon Yun's perspective. She would probably be forced to repay debts, working 10 jobs a day. And all the household chores would undoubtedly fall to her. If she dared to resist, she could be hit with a slipper. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Conan felt that Hybera AI and Shingon Yun were remarkably similar, if it weren't for the lack of evidence. He would be convinced they were blood relatives, given their identical expressions and lifeless stares. "I found it. The memorial for Director Qin is at the Cup City Hotel. And many celebrities will be in attendance, including several politicians and business tycoons." Conan nodded, contemplating. "It seems likely, but I wonder who their target is." "Never mind. Let us head there." Professor Agasa glanced at the rearview mirror, hesitating. "Well, I think it's better to take AI back first. After all, wait. What did you just say? The director's memorial?" Hybera AI froze, recalling where Shingon Yun had mentioned the previous night. It was also a director's memorial, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Could it be such a coincidence? No matter what, she absolutely could not take the initiative to seek those guys. It would truly lead to her demise. Hybera AI clasped her small hands together, bowing her head and biting her lower lip. "Lecherous, greedy, childish, and abusive towards children. I want to care whether he lives or dies." At the Cup City Hotel, a woman clad in an elegant black dress entered the memorial hall, where many social luminaries had already gathered, all of whom had connections or interests related to the late director Qin. "Chris, I didn't expect you to return from abroad." The alluring woman in black appeared to be quite well known, as several prominent directors and stars greeted her with casual conversation. The seductive woman responded with practiced ease, occasionally infusing her Japanese with a hint of an American accent, clearly accustomed to handling such situations. Click. The sound of a camera shutter caught the attention of the woman in black, who looked over without displaying any anger, instead offering a charming smile to the young man in a black suit holding the camera, subtly beckoning him with her finger, as if to say, "Make sure to capture me beautifully." The youth wore an expressionless face, contemplating that capturing a photograph of the illustrious star, Chris Winard, would not be as effortless as deceiving the editors at Nichibai Television. Recalling the 99 overdue requests for submissions in his phone's notifications, Shinomiya Yuki felt a headache coming on. It had barely been a short while, yet the editor was already pressing for more. He wished he could summon Conan to scout around his home or perhaps meander over to Nichibai Television. Chapter 47. You Kill. "I am here to kill you." Shinomiya Yuki attended the memorial for director Sakaguchi, not primarily to assist Pisk, as the latter did not require his support. Since the other party showed no interest in his help, he would not offer his warmth to a cold shoulder. It seemed that the fellow named Pisk had even mocked his lack of talent. However, Shinomiya Yuki was not one to harbor grudges. As long as one has wealth, all matters could be negotiated. Excuse me, you're blocking my shot of the prominent politician," he declared. "Oh, a fellow professional?" At a memorial for such a renowned director, journalists were certainly abundant, yet colleagues in this profession were akin to rivals. After all, first-hand news was the most coveted, and competition among peers was ruthlessly fierce. Casting a glance at the sneaky paparazzi, he remarked, "If we were to liken filmmaking, I am creating Oscar-winning masterpieces, while you are producing low-tier films, or worse, pixelated videos riddled with glitches. Therefore, There is no need for you to feel a sense of crisis. We are simply not in the same league. The paparazzo, gauging the difference in stature between himself and Shinomiya Yuki, abandoned the idea of confrontation and scurried away, muttering bitterly. Even if it's low tier, it's still a masterpiece. You simply lack the appreciation. At the entrance, a registration clerk was politely verifying the list of attendees for the memorial. Politician, Sumakuchi SHN. Author, Miss Nanjimiko. Oh dear, little girl, have you lost your family? Hybera AI had intended to sneak into the venue following the crowd, but was unexpectedly intercepted. I'm here to find someone, she stammered. The clerk smiled. Are you looking for your parents? Could you tell me their names? Perhaps we can wait. That boy over there. Stop. Seeing the clerk blocking Conan, who was about to slip in, Hybera AI quickly darted inside, her mind racing. Betraying teammates was disgraceful, but they were not truly teammates. Where is Shinomiya Yuki? There were many attendees at the memorial, all clad in somber black suits or formal gowns. Given her small stature, her perspective was limited, making it nearly impossible to locate Shinomiya Yuki. Mr. Masayama Kenzo, you have come as well. Masayama Kenzo, slightly hunched, spoke amiably. Director Sakaguchi and I had a fruitful collaboration in the past. I brought many contracts along this time. As a prominent figure in the financial sector, he naturally attracted a throng of journalists, engaging cheerfully with those around him. Suddenly, a seemingly lost girl with chestnut hair rushed by, causing Masayama Kenzo to open his eyes slightly wider, contemplating the girl's retreating figure. At that moment, the grand chandelier overhead abruptly extinguished, and a spotlight illuminated the host at the front. Next, let us enjoy some unreleased slides from director Sakaguchi's life. The unexpected darkness startled Hybera AI, yet the bustling commentary around her grounded her back to reality. In such circumstances, locating Shinomiya Yuki seemed an insurmountable challenge. She would only have an opportunity after the slides were over. Suddenly, Hybera AI's heart raced, her body stiffened, and she lowered her head, her eyes filled with dread. A heavy footfall echoed in the darkness, resonating clearly in her ears, approaching her step by step, each stride seeming to tread upon her most fragile emotions, amplifying her fear to an infinite degree. What if those guys come? What should I do? Hybera AI trembled, her neck felt rigid, lacking the courage to turn around. Only able to listen as the footsteps drew closer, finally halting just 2 or 3 meters behind her. No, I must escape from here, leave Mihan Town, escape Japan. Flee to a place where no one knows me, and then, whoosh, the sound of a silenced gunshot went unnoticed amidst the murmurs of the crowd. But Shinomiya Yuki heard it. He grasped the camera at his waist, glancing down at the trembling girl before him, suppressing his breath and wearing an enigmatic smile. It seemed that the little girl's radar had not failed her. If she did not behave in his presence henceforth, she could hardly blame him. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted in the darkness, scattering the crowd. The lights flickered back on, revealing the enormous chandelier that had crashed to the ground, beneath which lay the lifeless body of an adult. Politician Sumakuchi SHN. Quick, call an ambulance, report it. Gasps echoed through the crowd, and Shinomiya Yuki caught a glimpse of vermouth among the throng. She gestured with a signal of task completion, indicating he could withdraw. Shinomiya Yuki remained silent. When he turned back, Hybera AI had vanished from sight. That girl. Inside the hotel, Hybera AI sprinted desperately forward, bewildered by why the overwhelming sense of terror that had enveloped her had suddenly dissipated, perhaps drawn away by the commotion. Regardless, she was determined to distance herself from that place. Hybera AI had come to realize that Shinomiya Yuki was not in danger. Rather, her proximity to him posed the greatest peril. She did not dare look back, fearing that her face might be recognized. She could not gamble on whether he had seen her as a child. She could not afford to lose her life, and perhaps Shinomiya Yuki's as well. Hung in the balance. Though he was not particularly likable, she did not harbor any disdain for him either, running until she could muster no more strength. Hybera AI paused to catch her breath, surveying her surroundings, which appeared to be an underground wine cellar. She was lost. You're quite elusive, little girl. Or should I say your other name, Sherry? Hybera AI's pupils dilated in shock as she turned stiffly to face an elderly man clad in black. At that moment, he was not hunched over but was calmly donning white gloves, retrieving a phone to compare the information displayed against the small girl before him. I never imagined the drug your parents developed would reach such heights. You surpassed them. Hybera AI stared at the elderly man wielding a handgun, fear rendering her speechless. Her feet instinctively retreating, but behind her was a dead end. At that moment, the distant wail of police sirens faintly reached them. Masuyama Kinzo frowned slightly, saying, "Do not worry, I will not kill you for now. Such drugs elicit too much sympathy, especially for an old man like me, who is nearing the grave." Masuyama Kinzo tucked away the hypnagogic gas. Before he could make further moves, a series of crisp footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, Masuyama Kinzo smiled at the young man behind him. "You are late. I have already completed the mission, and I have a bonus discovery. Indeed, you newcomers are lacking. Merely appearing cold is futile. It requires intellect." As Shinomiya Yuki passed Masuyama Kinzo, he scooped up the unconscious little girl from the ground. A Colt handgun aimed at his forehead, eyes gleaming with mirth, he declared, "You kill. I am here to kill you." Chapter 48. Little AI blushed in a dark alley in Kabuto town. Jin stared at the photo sent to his phone, extinguishing his lit cigarette before turning coldly. "Drive. Boss, are we not waiting for Pisk and the others to evacuate?" Jin did not respond but sent an email, then awaited a reply. Before long, a response arrived. And a cruel smile curled Jin's lips, lamenting, "Regrettably, it is not my hands that will do the deed. Boss, what on earth has happened? From now on, the organization will no longer have the codename Pisk." Jin replied to the email, containing but a single word: "Kill. You brat, when I joined the organization, you were not even born." Masuyama Kinzo could not help but take a step back, retorting sharply, "If even Jin does not dare to kill me, what right do you have?" The young man before him remained unfazed, the smile at the corner of his mouth appearing as icy as the gaze of Masuyama Kinzo. He had only witnessed such a morbid grin on one other person, Jin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shingongyun glanced down at his phone and remarked with a smile, "Your death warrant has arrived. You can now rest assured in your demise. I am truly too merciful." Masuyama Kinzo's eyes widened in terror upon seeing the word "kill" in the email. He swatted Shingongyun's phone away in anger, exclaiming, "Impossible. This must be a hoax. After years of hard work for the organization, how could he ever agree to this? Because the footage of you pulling the trigger has been captured and will make headlines tomorrow. How could this be?" Masuyama Kinzo's expression turned to fear. If this were true, he was finished. Shingongyun pulled the trigger, delivering to Masuyama Kinzo the final words of his life. "I almost forgot to mention, that photo was actually taken by me." Bang! The bullet pierced through his brow, leaving the esteemed elder of the organization, codenamed Pisk, unable to comprehend why the young man before him had targeted him so ruthlessly. "You broke my phone. A few billion in compensation should be reasonable, right? But it appears you are out of funds." Shingongyun picked up the phone, gently adjusting the sleeping girl in his embrace, smoothing her furrowed brow and pinching her soft cheek. "Did I permit you to frighten my little AI?" Outside the Cup City Hotel, the detectives from the police headquarters had cordoned off the hotel entrance, and familiar faces were present: Muguru Jizu and Takagi Wataru. "Officer Muguru, a large number of reporters have arrived outside, but fortunately, they have been kept at bay." Mugata replied gravely, "We cannot hold them off for long. The attendees of the memorial are all prominent figures. Without a valid reason, we cannot detain them. What shall we do?" Takagi noted down the details in his notebook, filled with quotes from his senior. "There is only one way: quickly identify the culprit." Meanwhile, Conan felt frustrated. He had reported the incident, but by the time he entered the memorial, the victim was already dead, too late to intervene. The actions of those in black were far too swift. And then there was Hibara, who had suddenly decided to attend the memorial on her own. How infuriating. There was no choice but to resolve the current case first before deducing anything else. He would gather information in the guise of a child, then approach Officer Takagi with his usual charm to solve the case. "Officer, I have a photo that might be helpful in this case." A young female reporter suddenly approached, seemingly having made a significant decision, handing a picture taken during the blackout to Officer Muguru. "I might have accidentally captured this while taking slides. Could it assist in the investigation?" The reporter wasn't entirely sure, as the photo had been mixed with others, perhaps truly an accidental capture. "This is..." Officer Muguru picked up the photo, revealing a scene of Masuyama Kinzo shooting. "Miss Reporter, the information you provided is crucial. Please stay here for the time being." Takagi immediately understood and took a detective to search. Masuyama Kinzo, if all goes well, he is the perpetrator of this case. The crowd surged, with various parties exerting pressure on the police through their own means. Such unfounded detainment of high-profile individuals was intolerable. Officer Muguru raised his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have preliminarily identified Masuyama Kinzo as the suspect. If there are no further developments, you will soon be free to leave the hotel." "What? They have already locked onto a suspect?" Did Officer Muguru take the wrong medicine today? So bold? Conan was taken aback. He hadn't even made a move. And the case was already resolved? This was unlike before. Conan rushed forward, employing his usual tactics with the unsuspecting Takagi. It turned out that the shooting had been captured on film, and Officer Muguru's luck was extraordinary. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. In a corner, a short, thin reporter who had previously exchanged words with Shingon-yun looked at the female reporter with envy and jealousy. He had witnessed her handing a photo to the officer, prompting the latter's declaration. That photo must have captured critical evidence. Such first-hand news, if it fell into his hands, would surely bring him fortune, and his name would be on the front page tomorrow. This woman truly did not recognize the value. Before long, the elegantly composed black-clad woman exited the hotel. After waiting a while without seeing Shingon-yun, she pulled out her phone to make a call. Hello, the plan has changed? No need for you to intervene. He will manage it. Then I shall have my freedom of movement. The call ended abruptly. The person on the other end evidently did not wish to hear any more. Vermouth chuckled softly. She was merely here to lend a hand, and moreover, she did not need to consult Jin. Making this call was simply to ascertain if there were any young allies available for assistance, especially considering her previous encounter had left her slightly at a disadvantage. That night, when she had disguised herself as Sharon Vineyard, she had nearly frightened Yukiko to death. She had to concoct a tale of her own demise to cover her tracks, but she knew it would soon be exposed. However, that mattered little to her. Whether as Sharon or Chris, she was still Vermouth. Opening her email, she found a photograph of the tea-haired woman, Mayano Shiho. Now, let me ponder where to begin my investigation. A mysterious smile crept across Vermouth's face as she hailed a taxi and vanished into the night. The red Mustang cruised steadily along the highway to Mahanko, Shingon-yun steering with one hand while cradling the delicate tea-haired girl in his arms. No. It was Hybrid AI who clung tightly to his clothes, her previously furrowed brow now relaxing, though the expression of fear remained on her sleeping face. After a while, the tea-haired girl stirred, and upon regaining consciousness, her first instinct was to struggle against her bindings. Yet her head was pressed firmly against his chest. Still disoriented, Hybrid AI chose a more convenient spot to bite down. After a while, she gently blew on the series of delicate bite marks she had left, her exquisite face turning slightly red as she whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." At that moment, Hybrid AI's porcelain legs bent upon the seat, her entire being nestled against the young man's chest, where she could clearly hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, alongside her own increasingly rapid pulse. As the evening glow painted her face, it felt as if the sun was setting in embarrassment, and in that moment, the tea-haired girl felt like the sunset itself. Soon to be engulfed by darkness, burying her head against the young man's embrace, silent for a long time. Chapter 49, drooling a quarter of an hour prior. At the Cup City Hotel, Shingon-yun supported Hybrid AI's slender leg, proceeding without detours, for the hotel surveillance had been completely destroyed. All attendees of the memorial were confined to the lobby by Officer Muguru, except for Shingon-yun and Masuyama Kenzo, who had left earlier. As for whether Vermouth had departed, he was uncertain and unconcerned. Having decided to partake in this mission, he had already calculated all escape routes. That photograph was sufficient to eliminate all speculation, placing everything squarely on the deceased Masuyama Kenzo. Even if the randomly selected female reporter failed to hand the photo to the police, he would still send it online anonymously upon leaving the hotel. The only one he both anticipated and did not anticipate was Hybrid AI in his arms. Hadn't she promised to stay home? What was she doing in Mahanko looking for him, risking her life? He had initially intended to use the photo to extort Pisk for a hefty sum, but now the little girl had been discovered by the other party. At the very least, he had missed the chance to swindle Pisk out of several billion. Your value is increasingly apparent. Should you find yourself unable to repay in the future, I cannot fathom what you would offer as collateral. Shinjinjian effortlessly evaded the police officers stationed at the hotel entrance, opening the door to the passenger seat. As he prepared to lift Hybrid AI into the vehicle, he noticed her small hands gripping his black suit tightly, one hand clutching his tie. A gentle pat elicited no response, indicating that the effects of the drug would linger for some time. Taking a deep breath, Shinjinjian settled into the driver's seat with Hybrid AI in his arms, murmuring, "If a traffic officer spots us, it won't merely be a matter of losing my license. Upon reflection, it seems you owe me quite a bit. I shall keep a record of it." As the car entered Mihua town, Shinjinjian sensed that the girl with tea-colored hair in his embrace was beginning to awaken, as her grip on his tie had loosened slightly. Beep beep. Turning a corner. A truck with its high beams on approached, startling the girl, who instinctively lifted her head. Shinjinjian swiftly pressed her head down to avoid the truck driver, who would undoubtedly attract Conan's attention. Just as he intended to discuss the matter of their debt, a sharp pain radiated from his shoulder. "Let go," he urged. But the tea-haired girl seemed oblivious, still caught in the moment of being discovered by Pisk. She bit down even harder. Slap, slap, the familiar sensation of pain. Hybera AI instinctively released her grip, clutching her back as she lifted her head, glaring at Shinjinjian, who bore the face of a creditor she wished to strike. Her eyes conveyed excitement, confusion, embarrassment, and a deeply concealed sense of grievance. She ought to have been at home, sipping coffee and watching television at that hour. Suppressing her thoughts, Hybera AI turned her face away and softly asked, "What brings you here? Is your head all right? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? How did you end up at the Cup City Hotel?" She had already concocted an excuse for her presence on the way there. Pouting, she gazed at the ceiling of the car and fabricated, "I was a bit bored at home, so I took Professor Agasa's car to find you. But I ended up lost in the hotel. Where's Professor Agasa?" "I don't know," she replied, blinking her watery eyes. She was merely a child. How could she know so much? Shinjinjian chose not to expose the numerous holes in her story, and Hybera AI seemed aware of this. A faint smile gracing her lips as she glanced at the small bite mark on his shoulder, looking slightly apologetic. "I'm sorry. I thought you were being captured by some villain." Shinjinjian remarked, "You'll cover the medical expenses, double." Hybera AI huffed in annoyance, attempting to rise, but her legs buckled, causing her to fall back into the young man's embrace, inadvertently jostling the steering wheel, making the car sway. "Be careful. Do you wish for the car to be wrecked and our lives lost?" Hybera AI shot him a fierce glare but soon settled down, resting obediently in his arms, inhaling the scent that lingered around him, which she found oddly comforting. Having just escaped a moment of terror, she relished the sensation of safety and warmth, though she would never voice it. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, such as the fate of that member of the organization known as Pisk, how Shinjinjian had located her in the hotel, and whether he was aware of her true identity, she refrained from asking. It wasn't that she hadn't considered it. Rather, she simply did not wish to dwell on it, preferring to remain in this warm embrace for a while longer, free from thoughts of anything or anyone else. This long-awaited tranquility felt akin to having her sister by her side. Shinjinjian wore an odd expression as he realized that the little girl had fallen asleep, her breathing steady and her brow relaxed, as if dreaming of joyous things. "Oh dear," she asked, drooling, "this suit is rather expensive." At midnight, in a luxurious villa, the residents of Masuyama Kinzo, two men clad in black leaned against the front of a car, their expressions cold as they prepared to finalize their task. "Brother, the gasoline has been poured. Shall we incinerate the bodies of those bodyguards as well? Has all useful information been extracted?" Jin inquired indifferently. "Yes, brother. That Shinjinjian fellow even took the 230 million yen in cash hidden in the villa's safe, not leaving a single yen for me." Upon receiving Vodka's report, Jin remained unfazed. The organization had its methods for reclaiming all assets belonging to Masuyama Kinzo. That 200 million would serve as compensation for the task. "Light it up." Vodka chuckled coldly, tossing the lit lighter into the villa, which was instantly engulfed in flames, the three men's pupils reflecting the fierce blaze. "No further instructions? I'm off to get some sleep." The young man in black yawned lazily. He was indeed quite tired after running back and forth between Cup City and Mihua Town all day, the fuel tank nearly empty. Jin nodded, his voice icy. "The organization will not have any activities in the near future, barring any unforeseen circumstances." Shinjinjian started up the sports car, casting one last remark. "If there are any surprises, don't look for me. I'm taking a vacation." Vodka couldn't help but interject, "Brother, aren't you angry? This guy treats the organization like a casual job and takes vacations." Vodka silently lamented. After many years in the organization, he had never taken a single day off. "Drive." "Yes, brother." On the road, Shinjinjian opened his phone to find several messages mentioning him in the group chat. "Keiho, Rand, I'll be on vacation the day after tomorrow. I'm coming to Tokyo to hang out with you." "Rand, great, Keiho. I'll introduce you to one of my good friends. UNZ, that's me. Although we haven't met yet, we're already good friends. By the way, how about inviting Shinjinjian Cohen to join us?" Frantically tagging Shinjinjian. "Shinjinjian, I'm busy." Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Shinjinjian noticed two new friend requests, one of which bore the note, "Your Yuki Master." Without hesitation, he rejected the request and then glanced at the other friend request. Chapter 50. The truth unfolds. Where did you find me? In the wine cellar. Why would you go to the wine cellar? I thought I saw you run out during the memorial service. I assumed I was mistaken, so I asked the waiter. Do not answer me with conjecture. Respond seriously. Hybera AI, heartbroken, handed over the cash in her hand to the young man before her, realizing that the very tactics she had just learned were now being used against her. Her heart ached. As she handed over the money, Hybera AI inquired, "Did you see anyone else in the wine cellar besides me? Does the corpse in the hallway count?" Hybera AI gasped, quickly asking, "Was it an elderly man in a suit?" Shinjinjian gave her a knowing glance, and Hybera AI bit her lip, reluctantly handing over another bill. "Yes. Did you see anyone else?" "No." Hybera AI pressed on. What happened next? Shinjinjian took the remaining bills from Hybera AI's hand and replied nonchalantly, "Then I took you home." "That's it." Hybera AI blinked, sensing something was amiss. How could a simple statement about going to the wine cellar and taking her home cost her such a significant amount of money? Surely it must have been at least 10 large bills. This isn't just about being money-minded. This is absurd. You're even scamming pocket money from a child. That's all there is to it. Even if there were more, you couldn't afford it. Hybera AI retorted angrily, "Leave. I want to be alone." Shinjinjian counted the bills, casting her a sidelong glance as she took several deep breaths and stomped upstairs. In her room, Hybera AI buried her head under the blanket, repeatedly telling herself, calm down, let us sort this out. First, I went to the Cup City Hotel to find him and encountered an organization member, but wait. That's not right. What's important is how that organization member died. Is Shinjinjian the murderer? No, if that were the case, he would have been wanted by the police long ago. He couldn't possibly have the leisure to sit at home swindling her pocket money. But no, he has a mental illness. I cannot completely dismiss that possibility. Hybera AI, her tousled hair a testament to her evident discomfort with deduction, pondered the concept. Deduction? Her eyes sparkled with a fleeting thought of a passionate elementary student skilled in this art, though she lacked his contact information. Instead, she possessed Professor Agasa's phone number. Upon unlocking her phone, a trending news headline caught her attention. Shock. The chairman of an automobile company, a titan in finance, Masayama Kinzo, is revealed to be a murderer? The article posed questions regarding the distortion of human nature, accompanied by a series of exclamations. At the bottom of the screen was a high-definition image depicting Masayama Kinzo in the act of shooting. Her eyes widened in realization. As if she had stumbled upon a crucial piece of information, her lips parting slightly. Indeed, it must be so. The photograph of Masayama Kinzo committing murder had been accidentally captured, leading to police scrutiny. Given the organization's methods, should their identity become exposed during a mission, the first course of action would undoubtedly be to eliminate the individual to prevent any information leaks. As her thoughts developed, her eyes gleamed with determination. After her collapse, the police would surely seal off the hotel to search for Masayama Kinzo, but before that, the organization would preemptively eliminate him. Only for Shinomiya Cloud to later arrive at the wine cellar to retrieve her. However, such fortune seemed almost too coincidental. Dressing in her coat, Hybera AI decided to step out and validate her hypothesis. Descending the stairs, she slipped into her cotton slippers, opened the front door, and cast a glance at Shinomiya Cloud, who remained on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in his phone. She offered a gentle reminder, "I'm heading out." Oh, bang. The door slammed shut. Yet Hybera AI still caught Cloud's voice, "You'll have to compensate for the door if it breaks." Puffing her cheeks, she considered whether encountering such a character was a stroke of misfortune or a twist of fate. Oh well, it was manageable. Shortly thereafter, at Professor Agasa's residence, Hybera AI sipped steaming light tea and inquired, "So, any leads?" Conan, deep in thought, wore a contemplative expression but did not appear overly troubled. He responded, "My deductions align with yours. If the organization operates as you suggest, then Shinomiya Cloud has not lied." "What? You think he would deceive me?" Hybera AI's demeanor shifted, her displeasure evident. Was she there to seek confirmation of Shinomiya's honesty? That lecherous, greedy man could hardly be a valuable asset to the organization. It was not a psychiatric facility. "I understand your concern," Conan continued. "You wish to ascertain whether the organization is aware of your identity and if remaining close to Shinomiya might endanger him." Hybera AI fell silent, indeed contemplating this very matter, which prompted her hasty departure, perhaps as a farewell. Conan waved his hand dismissively, sending friend requests to Shinomiya Cloud on his phone. "If your identity were to be exposed, you wouldn't be here, lively as ever." During our time at the hotel, it's possible that even Shinomiya Cloud, in his search for you, might have, suddenly. Conan felt a chill, shivering involuntarily, awkwardly chuckling. As long as nothing occurs in the near future, this hypothesis remains valid. Hybra AI mumbled. Why would he take me away from the hotel during a murder investigation? Isn't it safer to stay near the police? Conan replied languidly. Perhaps it's because of you. He didn't want to cast a shadow over your childhood. In his view, Shinomiya was a classic case of being cold on the outside yet warm within, though this warmth was seldom evident. Thus, despite Shinomiya's constant jabs at him, Conan was eager to befriend him, albeit unilaterally. Hybra AI leapt from the sofa, her gaze shifting to Professor Agasa, softly expressing her gratitude for his hospitality. Without looking back, she exited, hands clasped behind her, appearing quite cheerful. Once she departed, Professor Agasa turned to Conan, asking, Shinichi, are you certain there won't be any repercussions? Professor, I understand your concerns, but according to my deductions, this is the truth behind the incident. Conan's reasoning was not without logic. Prior to today, he had leveraged his identity as Kudo Shinichi to gather information from Officer Magyar, combining it with what Hybra had disclosed about the organization's modus operandi. All the mysteries unraveled. Masuyama Kinzo was, in fact, a member of the black organization, codenamed Pisk, and had been eliminated by the organization after his identity as a murderer was exposed during an assassination mission. From Officer Magyar, Conan learned that when Masuyama Kinzo's body was discovered, all his communication devices and wallet were missing, leaving the scene spotless, without even a single strand of hair. Crucially, what dispelled Conan's suspicions about Shinomiya Cloud was the photograph. Chapter 51. The organization is not a winery. Conan recalled clearly hearing, during a wiretap of Jin's phone call, the phrase, if Pisk falters at the memorial service, you will handle the aftermath. At the memorial, aside from Pisk, another member of the black organization was present. When using his identity as Kudo Shinichi to extract information from Officer Magyar, he had inquired whether Shinomiya Cloud had been seen, to which the answer was no. Following the previous incident involving a 1 billion yen robbery, although Officer Magyar was not well acquainted with Shinomiya Cloud, he had encountered him during his visit to the police station for a statement, leaving a lasting impression. Since Shinomiya Cloud was not present when the police sealed off the venue, it was evident that he had no knowledge of the photograph. It was leaked by another member of the black organization present at the memorial, leading to Pisk's elimination, with no ties to Shinomiya Cloud. Furthermore, Hybra's decision to attend the memorial was spontaneous, and Shinomiya was completely unaware. His discovery of Jin's South vehicle on the street was merely coincidence. With all these unexpected elements combined, it was clear that Shinomiya had not lied. Conan was confident. Even if his words seemed implausible, the outcome validated their truth. Recalling past experiences where his disbelief in Shinomiya Cloud had led to trouble, he felt a wave of relief. His phone vibrated, and upon answering, he heard Takagi's voice, Conan. I inquired with the hotel staff. Indeed, a young man had asked her about some storerooms, including the location of the wine cellar, but she couldn't recall his face. After the call ended, Conan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, only to suddenly scold himself. How could I have doubted others? No wonder he wouldn't accept my friend's request. Professor Agasa opened his mouth, wishing to interject. Perhaps Mr. Shinomiya didn't block you, but rather removed you from his contacts. That's why your request went unanswered. He never received it. I'm back. Gently closing the door, Hybra AI slipped off her shoes, her delicate feet clad in white cotton socks. She feigned nonchalance as she passed by Shinomiya Cloud, placing a bento box on the table. Eat it while it's hot. I'm heading to my room. Shinomiya's eyes widened in surprise. She never usually brought her meals to her room. What is going on? There's definitely something amiss. He gazed at the steaming bento on the table. Could it be poisoned? No, it shouldn't be. Opening the bento, his eyebrows raised in astonishment to find a chicken leg inside. How strange. It appears her wallet still has some balance. She hasn't been too frugal. What a soft-hearted girl. Upstairs, Hybra AI sat by the window, resting her chin on her hands, the bento beside her. Though she had little appetite, a subtle smile occasionally graced her eyes. I bit him yesterday, and today I bought him a chicken leg. Yes, just like that. Meanwhile, downstairs, Shinomiya Cloud picked up the chicken leg with chopsticks, sniffing it. Braised? Braised chicken legs are the easiest to poison. I'd better cook for myself. As time flew by, the weekend arrived. At Osaka's high-speed train station, a charming girl with a high ponytail, carrying a small bag, boarded the train with eager anticipation, her nimble fingers tapping away on her phone screen. In a group chat among 4 friends, Kazuha, Xiaolan, Yuanzi, I've boarded the high-speed train, and I'm so excited to see you both soon. Xiaolan, Kazuha. Which platform will you arrive at? I'll come to pick you up. Yuanzi, Izu. I've booked a hotel at Izu Beach. With Shinomiya Yuki. We can have 3 days of fun. I'll cover all the expenses. Yuanzi confesses she is somewhat intrigued by Shinomiya Yuki's physique, wondering how many abs he has. Kazuha, changing the plan to Izu works, but I didn't bring my swimsuit. What should I do? The thought of the beach, the sunset, and the beauty of the scenery makes Kazuha feel a bit shy yet excited. Yuanzi, enthusiastically leave it to me. Choose from a variety of bikinis. I wouldn't mind if Shinomiya Yuki picks one for me, hehe. Xiaolan, embarrassed I've gotten used to it. Shinomiya Yuki replies with a curt, not available. The 3 girls feel as if the sky has fallen, a dark cloud looming over them. In a laboratory at an institute on the outskirts, Shinomiya Yuki puts down his phone. He truly has no time for a beach getaway. He is about to undertake an important experiment. Outside the lab, Vodka is somewhat perplexed, especially with his hat on. Is Shinomiya really conducting an experiment? Can he even handle that equipment? Who knows? The laboratory is sealed off, rendering the inside invisible. No one knows what Shinomiya Yuki is up to. Vodka, curious since this is the first time Shinomiya has reached out to him, albeit in a rather brusque tone, agrees to join him. However, he never expected that Shinomiya, a cold-hearted individual capable of taking lives, would be tinkering with such things. What if he blows up the lab? Should we evacuate? Jin contemplates Vodka's suggestion, considering whether they should withdraw. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother, but Shinomiya Yuki is unpredictable enough to do something outrageous. You stay here. Let me know if anything happens, Jin coldly commands. What? Vodka sees Jin leave the lab without a backward glance. His expression akin to one who has tasted something bitter. Yet, he must reluctantly comply with his superior's orders. He grabs a chair. Sitting as close to the lab exit as possible, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. He remains there for a long time, yawning repeatedly, occasionally checking his watch. Is the boss taking a break? Why isn't Shinomiya out yet? Suddenly, the sealed lab door opens, and Shinomiya Yuki emerges with a peculiar expression. Neither disappointed nor excited. Vodka approaches him, asking, Shinomiya, what were you up to? After all this time, did you produce nothing? No surprise there. We're not cut out for this. Shinomiya Yuki produces a glass container from behind him, filled with a reddish-brown liquid, murmuring, not exactly nothing. What is this? Alcohol. Vodka snatches the glass container angrily, gritting his teeth. Shinomiya, don't go too far. This organization is not a brewery. This drink is different from the others, Shinomiya Yuki asserts. Vodka stares at the liquid for an extended period, muttering, how is it different? Try drinking it. Are you trying to poison me? I need to inform the boss first. Shinomiya Yuki remains expressionless. He had diluted a sample significantly to study its components, and after much effort, accidentally blended it into a bottle of alcohol. Ironically, among all the varieties, this particular blend turned out to be the most harmonious. On the lab table, an empty bottle of wine stands, labeled vermouth. Chapter 52, Brother Yun, come save us. Vodka examines the liquid skeptically, a strong aroma wafts from it. As a seasoned wine taster, he hasn't yet reached the point of being unable to move upon smelling alcohol, but his craving is peaked. Shinomiya, are you sure you didn't poison it? Vodka asks again. Shinomiya Yuki remains silent, realizing that this group is overly paranoid about being harmed, while he is merely craving a chicken leg. Why is that girl so flustered and has ignored him for days? Fine, I won't drink it. Now that you mention it, I feel reassured. Glug, glug. Vermouth isn't a high-alcohol drink. It's not even half as strong as vodka. When vodka takes a sip, he feels no overwhelming sensation. This drink isn't strong enough for me. And wait, this feeling. Vodka, already fatigued from lack of sleep the previous day, finds that the drink momentarily alleviates his exhaustion. The slight burning sensation fading quickly. For a brief moment, he feels rejuvenated, but the effect dissipates after 35 seconds. Vodka notices a slight uplift in his spirits. Unable to suppress a grin, this drink is great. Perfect for late-night sessions, it's just as effective as those high-proof spirits. Shinomiya, bring me more. This isn't enough. Vodka's transformation is evident to Shinomiya Yuki, who had previously experienced the effects of this new vermouth but felt minimal excitement. It faded almost instantaneously. That's all there is. Why is there only this much? Is this your new cocktail? Based on vermouth, but it tastes several levels better. Vodka expresses disappointment yet admiration. I didn't expect you to lack experimental results but possess a talent for mixology. I guess I'll have to bring you to the bar from now on. What is going on? Jin enters with a cold demeanor, showing no signs of having taken a break. Vodka replies, Boss, Shinomiya has concocted a new drink, and it seems quite decent. Jin glances at Shinomiya-kun, who raises an eyebrow, signaling vodka. Jin nods, charge it to his account, but don't make the price outrageous. What? Boss, what are you talking about? Why are you charging me? Vodka is bewildered. However, upon seeing Shinomiya-kun produce another glass of a similar new vermouth, Vodka's expression turns sorrowful, as if on the verge of tears. Boss, Shinomiya, you can't be serious. Hiding alcohol is one thing, but why must I pay for it? Jin remains silent, taking the glass from Shinomiya-kun and pouring a small cup for Vodka, gesturing for him to drink first. Meanwhile, Shinomiya-kun flatly states, 1 million yen. Vodka exclaims angrily, 1 million yen for a drink? Do you think this is the Rolls-Royce of beverages? After tasting it, Jin unexpectedly closes his eyes, the fleeting yet pleasurable sensation of nervous excitement causing a cold smile to curve his lips. Not bad. 1 million yen is too low. Shinomiya-kun furrows his brows, wondering if he had been too lenient. This is practically a no-cost venture. If he exploits too many people, his conscience might trouble him. Perhaps he should just spank AI Hayasaka a few times to alleviate his moral unease. Is it profitable? Jin remains silent, and Vodka suddenly interjects loudly, Shinomiya, don't go too far. The organization is not a brewery. We're not here to mass-produce alcohol, understand? It seems the organization has vineyards and wineries in France and Italy. Vodka, boss, Jin suddenly interjects, but that doesn't concern me. Qin Jingyang immediately grasped the implications behind Qin Zhao's words. Qin Zhao had previously mentioned to him that he had a singular opportunity to meet that gentleman. I await your message. Is it confirmed? Upon receiving a nod from Qin Jingyang, Qin Zhao refrained from further inquiries, though a peculiar sensation lingered in his mind. The first encounter with that gentleman was to discuss the sale of liquor, a situation that must have been equally unprecedented for the gentleman. Perhaps, as Vodka suggested, Qin Jingyang truly had money burning a hole in his pocket. Vodka, seated in a chair, glanced around, bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the two enigma-laden individuals, feeling his head grow heavy with confusion. Well, I've paid the price. If intellect is lacking, let the cash compensate. Late at night, a crimson sports car glided into the courtyard, the lights on the second floor still aglow. The internet-addicted girl must have a substantial obsession. No wonder she skipped school. Qin Jingyang boiled water and prepared a bowl of instant noodles. Ever since the chicken leg incident, Hybera AI had not ventured out to buy lunch boxes. In a good mood, he stocked up on vegetables and meat products for the refrigerator. They each bought their own meals, cooked separately, and dined in solitude, ignoring one another. On lazy days, instant noodles and cola were sufficient for a carefree existence. He opened his laptop, expertly dismissing the barrage of 99 urgent editing messages sent by the editor, and then proceeded to search for the keyword, Kid the Phantom Thief. No trending news about Kid? Has Kaido really turned over a new leaf? Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated, revealing a flurry of friend requests, with notes reading, Disciple, why haven't you accepted your master-s friend request? Disciple, I'm preparing to teach you the art of disguise. Hurry and accept. After being rejected twice in quick succession, the woman on the other end seemed increasingly agitated, and Qin Jingyang could almost hear Yukiko roaring in his ear. Why not accept? Am I any less than that woman? I'm a star too. Qin Jingyang chose to ignore her, recognizing that at this juncture, the woman was likely irrational. Whether he accepted or declined, he would face a deluge of messages. Suddenly, he received a private message from Ran. Young, come quickly to save us. Qin Jingyang merely frowned slightly before slurping another mouthful of noodles, calmly opening the group chat with the four of them. If it were truly a matter of life and death, how could one still have the leisure to send a simple punctuation mark? Thus, it was unlikely that the message originated from Ran. It was more probable that it came from Sonoko. Indeed, the group chat was filled with swimsuit photos of the three girls, bikinis, sailor suits, and strapless tops in a variety of colors and styles, seemingly taken in a fitting room. The latter photos featured them on the beach, dressed more conservatively. However, one landscape photo captured what appeared to be half of a face, dark-skinned, wearing black-rimmed glasses, presumably a server. Qin Jingyang took a sip of cola and murmured, now this is intriguing. Just then, Hybera AI descended the stairs in a charming red and white pajama set. Upon hearing Xinjing Yang's comment, she let out a cold snort, raised her chin slightly as she passed in front of him, and retrieved a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, heating it for herself. Even if you were praising me, I won't forgive you today. Let us discuss it in a few days. Chapter 53. The pictures of purity in the morning. The two continued their routines, preparing breakfast. Their figures, one tall and one petite, crossed paths in the living room without exchanging a single word. Hybera AI prepared a vegetable salad accompanied by black rice and white fungus porridge, nutritious and rich. On the other hand, Xinjing Yang made a pan-seared steak and milk-fried bananas. The former was acceptable, but the latter, golden and glistening, caught Hybera AI's eye, prompting her to lick her lips before lowering her gaze to her porridge. Humph. Utterly ignorant of ingredient pairing, the nutrition is imbalanced. I'm heading to IZ. I'm going out with a Yumi. The two spoke almost in unison. Hybera AI raised her gaze slightly and noticed Xinjing Yang engrossed in his phone, quickly averting her eyes and remaining silent. Xinjing Yang perused the chat history among the three girls and began to piece together various matters. A murder had transpired near the small grove by Isa Beach, a popular spot for couples, and the tone among the three in the chat exuded considerable concern, rather than casual conversation. It seemed tailored specifically for Xinjing Yang, as they were already together. He had little interest in the case, the identity of the deceased, or the identity of the killer. However, he fixated on the photo of the dark-skinned server wearing black square glasses. After a moment of contemplation, he seized the car keys from the table and stepped outside. As the door clicked shut, Hybera AI elegantly wiped the remnants of white salad from her lips. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and took the remaining milk-fried banana from Xinjing Yang's foil box, using a napkin. After a brief sniff, she detected a tempting aroma of caramelized milk and murmured, "It does look appetizing. I simply detest wasting food." Hybera AI took a delicate bite, her lovely brows arching. After bringing him lunch so many times, perhaps he ought to prepare a meal for her in return. At Isa Beach, in the House of the Sea. Sonoko, what are you filming? Ran, flustered, attempted to seize the camera from Sonoko's playful grasp, eager to see what photos she had captured. Ran, I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Sonoko embraced Ran, whispering conspiratorially, imagine if I send this photo to Shinjin-kun. Wouldn't he rush to Isa to protect us? Absolutely not. Young wouldn't he come for such trivial matters, and why are you focusing on me? Sonoko grinned. Of course, it's because you, Ran, are the most eye-catching. Even I feel a stir. In their small-in room, both girls donned breezy bikinis, the room awash in white. Their playful interactions and banter caused the bashful Keiho, sitting nearby, to cover her slightly flushed cheeks. Is this how Ran and Sonoko usually play? How embarrassing. Nevertheless, to be fair, let us each take a picture. Keiho, it's your turn. I can't. Keiho's charming face flushed crimson. Not solely from the prospect of being photographed, but also from the thought of sending the picture to Xinjing Yang. How could she hold her head high in front of him afterward? Keiho, you're adorable. That shy little face is perfect. Come on. Keiho blinked and timidly suggested. Just my face, all right? Sonoko, where are you aiming the camera? Done. Keiho dashed to Ran's side, linking her arm with hers. Ran, look at her. Ran sighed, Sonoko. Stop it. There's been a murder, and the killer is still at large. I think we should head back. Yes, Keiho nodded in agreement. Although feeling a twinge of regret, she mused that perhaps upon returning to Baika Town, Young would have finished his matters and be available. Sonoko raised her head defiantly, declaring, precisely for this reason, we need Shinjin-kun to protect us. These photos are bait. But I don't think Young would be interested in these photos, Ran countered, her words resonating with truth. Sonoko feigned tears, lamenting, you know well that the victim was a woman with brown hair, and I just happen to have brown hair too. If this is the killer's twisted penchant, I might be next. Just as Ran was about to interject, Keiho expressed her concern. What about me? I have dark brown hair too, Ran. Ran replied, Sonoko, with someone backing you, you should at least demand support and still enjoy your meal. If all else fails, we can leave later. The three girls changed their outfits, waiting for the photos to develop. Preparing to sit at a small seaside restaurant for lunch while anticipating Xinjing Yang's response. What would you like to order, dear guests? Grilled bonito, bamboo fish sashimi, seafood donburi. Sakura shrimp, Ran quietly reminded Sonoko. We can't finish so much. It would be wasteful. The garden spirit smiled mysteriously. It's all right, Xiaolan. Trust me. By the way, could you lend me your phone? I left mine in my bag back in the room. I need to take some pictures of the dishes later. After the dark-skinned man dressed as a waiter noted down the menu, he stole a fleeting glance at Yuanji, who had her hair tied back, before turning to leave. At that moment, a red sports car had just descended from the highway, and through the window, one could already see the distant Izu beach. The phone vibrated slightly, and the young man glanced down, surprised to find several photos sent by Xiaolan. Jin Gongyun accepted the files, if they were indeed from Xiaolan. They would either be beautiful landscape photographs or images from a crime scene requiring his analysis. If they were from Yuanji, they would merely consist of swimming pictures. The images appeared somewhat bright yet profound. "Hello, lovely ladies. May I have the honor of sharing a table with you?" A man in a yellow short-sleeve shirt, with a slightly roguish yet handsome demeanor, greeted Yuanji and her companions, flashing what he believed was a charming smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dao Jingyan." The beach was indeed crowded, and the restaurant was filled with tourists enjoying their meals. The three women agreed without hesitation, as they occupied a 6-person table with seats still available across from them. After a brief exchange, Dao Jingyan's witty conversation and decent looks even caught the attention of a nearby middle-aged woman. "By the way, I heard Yuanji mention you took many scenic photos. Would you mind sharing them with me?" Before Dao Jingyan could finish his sentence, he sensed 3 icy glares directed at him from across the table. The once gentle and charming demeanor of the 3 ladies had transformed, exuding an aura of lethal intent that seemed to surpass even his own as a seasoned killer. "What is happening here?" Dao Jingyan awkwardly chuckled and stood up, preparing to summon the waiter to place an order when he accidentally bumped into a passing young man, falling to the ground as the latter coldly regarded him. "Watch where you're going." Chapter 54, Dazzling Swimsuits Yunji. Upon spotting the young man, He Yi and Xiaolan felt their earlier bravado dissipate, reverting to their soft and charming selves. He Ye's gaze flickered away, betraying a hint of shyness. Yet her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Initially feeling a touch of disappointment, she now found Tokyo to be a splendid place. Yuanji was also somewhat surprised. Although she had secretly sent the photos to Jin Gongyun, she hadn't anticipated his swift arrival, having only passed a meal's time. "Yunji, what brings you here?" "Did Yuanji?" Xiaolan gasped, covering her mouth, then shot a reproachful glare at Yuanji, who seemed to revel in the mischief. Yuanji, ever the schemer, had known that borrowing her phone was not merely for taking pictures. Now, she felt uncertain about facing Jin Gongyun. Meanwhile, He blinked her large, adorable eyes. Still oblivious to the photo incident, assuming Jin Gongyun had come in response to the group chat's messages. Yunji is such a warm-hearted person. "Sir, you bumped into someone and didn't even utter an apology?" Dao Jingyan remarked, feigning gentility while subtly maneuvering to position Xiaolan and her friends opposite the young man. If the young man didn't apologize, it would reflect poorly on his character, leaving a negative impression on the ladies. Moreover, it appeared that this young man had a connection with them, potentially jeopardizing his own standing. "Are you blind?" Jin Gongyun had no intention of engaging with this man. Yet Dao Jingyan persisted. "It's of no concern that you bumped into me or dirted my clothes, but you have interrupted the dining experience of these 3 lovely ladies. I would appreciate it if you could apologize to them, and then we may consider the matter settled." After speaking, Dao Jingyan flashed a smile towards Xiaolan and her friends, attempting to present himself as a gentleman. However, the 3 ladies did not acknowledge him even once. Yuanji instead expressed her admiration. "Jin Gongkun, you finally arrived. Are you here to protect us? That killer might still be lurking nearby, and Xiaolan, He Yi, and I can't sleep a wink at night. Yunji, you must have seen the messages in the group chat to come here. Thank you for your trouble. Yunji, it's been ages since we last met." He lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing as if she were meeting a long-time online friend in person, unsure of what to say. She merely offered a shy greeting. Jin Gongyun nodded, his gaze seemingly searching for someone without drawing attention. Yuanji beckoned him to sit, ordering another round of dishes while subtly attempting to position herself across from him, though her efforts were thwarted. Dao Jingyan stood motionless in the aisle, his face pale with rage. He had considered every possible scenario but had never anticipated being completely ignored. His expression twisted in disdain as he memorized the features of the 3 women, particularly focusing on He Yi and Yuanji, along with their brown hair. Swallowing his resentment with difficulty, he feigned surprise. "So you all know each other. I must apologize on my part and wish to extend my sincerest apologies to this gentleman, hoping to earn the forgiveness of these 3 lovely ladies." Get lost. Dao Jingyan's expression soured as if he had bitten into something foul. He had never encountered someone so dismissive. It felt as though he had lowered his face to the ground for the other to trample upon. His lips trembled with rage. His eyes reddened as he prepared to confront Jin Gongyun, but just as he reached out, a powerful arm restrained him. A dark-skinned waiter wearing black-rimmed glasses, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, firmly grasped Dao Zhengyun's wrist and warned, "Please refrain from causing a scene here, or I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." After struggling to break free, Dao Zhengyun was eventually released, leaving with a venomous glare. "My apologies for disturbing your dining experience. Here is your freshly ordered seafood. Please enjoy." As the waiter returned, he cast a few lingering glances at the cold and aloof Jin Gongyun, sensing an air of danger that left him unsettled. Once the waiter departed, Yuan immediately remarked, "Look at that guy. He seems charming but is filled with tricks. Anyone with eyes can see it was he who bumped into Jin Gongyun and is now trying to twist the narrative. If it weren't for you, Xiaolan, I would have confronted him myself." Xiaolan chuckled. "I believe Yunji wouldn't want to waste his time on him." He clenched her small fist, fuming. "The worst part is that he attempted to drive a wedge between us and Yunji. What a petty person. Yunji and I are bonded for life." The three ladies were not foolish, especially since the person in question was targeting their close friend, Jin Gongyun. In that moment, their minds raced at least twice as fast as usual. Yuan was purely captivated by looks. He was caught in a swirl of complex emotions regarding her bond. And Xiaolan treated her friends with utmost tenderness. Jin Gongyun savored the tempura and crab legs, a significant upgrade from the bento that Xiao Ai had purchased. Gazing out at the expansive sea, his mood lifted. Why bother arguing with the dead? "Achu, Xiao Ai, have you caught a cold?" "No, it should be just the dust." In a corner of the Mihua library, two girls were tiptoeing to search for books. Bume excitedly picked up a fairy tale book, eager to recommend it to Xiao Ai, only to discover that Xiao Ai had already tucked several hefty volumes filled with incomprehensible English symbols under her arm. "What are these books, Xiao Ai?" "Some papers on chemical particles and anti-physics, along with a few detective novels." Bume blinked, struggling to comprehend, before suddenly realizing, "Are these for Jin Gongji? I'll buy one too as a gift for him." She then browsed the shelves, selecting a popular Kamen Rider comic. AI Hybris smiled faintly upon seeing this, as if she could envision the expression on Yun Gongyun's face when he received the Kamen Rider manga. However, she quickly concealed her smile, adopting a cold demeanor. After all, she had yet to forgive him. That night, in a guest room at the Yuzu Ocean House, Yun Gongyun tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was rare for him to exhibit signs of restlessness, but the events of the night had indeed tested his character. Sonoko had removed her hairband, donning a leopard print bikini, and was currently adjusting her bangs. Ren appeared somewhat bashful, her hand modestly covering her chest in a blue and white swimsuit. Among the three girls, she possessed the most alluring figure, her long legs exquisitely fair. On the other hand, he kept her head down, her knees slightly bent. Dressed in a green one-piece swimsuit that Sonoko claimed suited her perfectly, even styling her hair into pigtails. Yet, he felt a sense of unease. Her small hands covering her flushed cheeks. Stealing glances at Yun Gongyun, she sighed with relief when she realized he wasn't looking at her, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. Did she truly wish to be seen, or not? The dazzling array of swimsuits was wild, youthful, and adorable, yet it also posed a critical question. Yun Gongyun, who do you think looks better? Yun Gongyun blinked, first excluding Sonoko. In Chapter 55, Miwa Town, Little AI, Yun Gongyun AI is really good to you, giving you so much pocket money. Ayumi helped AI carry a small bag filled with books, heavy and expensive, far beyond the fairy tales she usually purchased. And buying over 20 books at once. Yun Gongyun AI is so good to you. Well, sort of, AI replied, facing Ayumi's innocent expression, unsure how to respond. Ayumi envied AI, but AI was equally kind to Yun Gongyun AI, gifting him so many books. AI gritted her teeth slightly, tightening her grip on the shopping bag. It was difficult to tell Ayumi that she had earned that little money herself through her computer, and the books were for her own readings, with no connection to Yun Gongyun. Yet, to claim that Yun Gong was unkind to her would not be entirely true. AI's emotions were complex, especially considering her current overwhelming debts, burdened with billions at such a young age. Indeed, this world felt like an enormous cage, from which escape seemed impossible. Behind them, a woman wearing a sun hat gazed contemplatively at AI's retreating figure, taking a few steps before the two little girls vanished into an alley. Meanwhile, in a modest residence, another woman with gentle eyes collected the laundry after watching the two girls leave. Yun Gongyun, who do you think is the most beautiful among us three? The three girls, each adorned in different styles of swimsuits, boasted skin as smooth as cream, particularly Yi, who, compared to Ran and Sonoko, blushed not only on her cheeks but also on her shoulders and delicate collarbone, as if touched by a blush of innocence. Yun was perplexed by their sudden change in attire, a vibrant display of swimsuits revealing long, pale legs. Are you going for a night swim? Sonoko, I told you Yun is different from others, Ran said, though she too felt a bit shy. However, upon seeing the cleanliness in Yun's gaze, she relaxed somewhat. Wearing swimsuits was not the same as undressing before him. Yun, do none of us hold even the slightest allure for you? Sonoko lamented, her finger mimicking a grain of rice in size, her eyes brimming with tears. Ran felt a sense of helplessness. Her kind and delicate heart discerned only admiration in Yun's eyes towards her and Yi, while it seemed he barely glanced at Sonoko. Perhaps it was best not to mention this to her. Yun replied nonchalantly, I've already seen the photos in the group, implicitly suggesting that they lacked novelty. How could photos compare to reality? Sonoko gritted her teeth, having already removed her hairband, yet it seemed futile. All that remained was her least effective ability, her monetary prowess, which Yun might regard with disdain. He timidly interjected, once Yun arrives, we can relax. Tomorrow, we can enjoy ourselves on the beach. By the way, Sonoko exclaimed, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. I can't swim. Yun, could you teach me to practice backstroke tomorrow? Sonoko, but I remember you. Yun's ears perked up as he seemed to hear a door opening next door. He stood up, saying, I'll step out for a moment. Next door was his room. The light was off, and a shadowy figure rummaged within, careful not to make a sound, revealing a sinister grin on the face hidden in darkness. Now, let's see how you handle this. I don't believe you can remain so arrogant in front of the police. Silent as a statue. Do you need me to add another charge for myself? Who? As the fluorescent light flickered on, Michike's Masahiro instinctively shielded his eyes. Beside him lay a blood-stained knife and numerous personal belongings of women. Trying to frame me? You might as well add your life to the mix. Masahiro stared coldly at the young man who had suddenly appeared, casually pouring himself a cup of cold tea. When did you come in? Masahiro's expression darkened as he grasped the knife from the tatami mat, filled with resentment. I initially intended to frame you and casually eliminate that annoying woman next door. But since you presented yourself, don't blame me. Yun nodded and said, annoying women are indeed unlikable, so what are you waiting for? Go ahead. Masahiro hesitated. Seeing Yun simply sitting in the chair, waiting for him to strike, doubt crept into his mind. He had no way out. Either Yun would die and all blame would fall on him, or his identity as a murderer would be exposed. Fine, I suppose I'll take action myself. Masahiro barely registered Yun's movement. In the blink of an eye, the knife he wielded had pierced his own shoulder, the blade twisting into flesh. Just as he was about to scream, Yun violently shoved a teacup into his mouth, shattering his teeth and forcing it down his throat. Stop. The door burst open, and a dark-skinned waiter rushed in, seizing Yun's arm with impressive strength, halting the knife's turmoil, yet showing no signs of releasing it. The waiter, having overheard the conversation outside, did not wish to harm Yun, recognizing him as the victim. However, if this continued, it could escalate into excessive self-defense. He spoke in a low voice, Sir, please cease. Hand him over to the police. It is the best course of action. And if I refuse? Such actions offer no benefit to you. The dark-skinned waiter's gaze was earnest, his instincts telling him Yun was a formidable fighter. He did not want to witness him imprisoned for the actions of a scoundrel. Yun pointed to the nearby women's clothing, stating coolly, based on the victim's belongings he brought. At least 3 have died at his hands, not to mention yesterday's incident. Are you certain you wish to let him go? The waiter shook his head, clarifying that it was not about letting him go, but rather allowing the law to judge him, which was the fairest resolution. In that case, the one with the might has the right to speak. Shall we change locations? Yun revealed the purpose of his visit, as otherwise the knife would not have been lodged in the shoulder. The waiter remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Masahiro, unable to even whimper, felt tears welling up. Pleading, please hand me over to the police. I now find the police to be so charming and adorable. On the coast behind the forest, Yun retrieved his phone from his pocket and placed it aside, softly stating, Yun. The dark-skinned waiter removed his service attire, revealing a grayish-white tank top. His eyes burning with intensity as he assumed a karate stance, solemnly declaring, Cup Door High School, Kyoga Kishin. Chapter 56 Yuanzi, close your eyes. You truly are something. Brother Yun traveled all the way from Mihua town to protect us, and this is how you repay him. I was merely trying to do him a favor. Who knew it would turn out like this? Xiaolan, is it because you've lost weight recently? Let me feel. Yuanzi. Don't. Xiaolan hurriedly pulled Yuanzi back. Diverting the topic, do you remember that dark-skinned waiter from the seaside house? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, Xiaolan, if that is your preference. Then I'll choose Xingong Kuan. No, Yuanzi. I just think he looks a bit familiar, and don't you find him suspicious? It seems he has been watching you with his brown hair. Ah, is that so? If only it were Xingong Kuan watching. Kazuha, sitting nearby with her face covered, listened to Xiaolan and Yuanzi's conversation. She could certainly tell that Yuanzi harbored considerable affection for Brother Yun, and felt an inexplicable anxiety rising within her. Unsure of how to respond, she swung her pale legs while gazing out the window, slightly lost in thought. Oh, is that Brother Yun and the suspicious person Xiaolan mentioned? On the coast, Dao Seiji, bound casually to a tree, looked on in shock at the two figures clashing and intertwining before him. His thoughts of Xingong Yun fading into sheer terror. No, he had to escape. Falling into the hands of such monsters was far worse than surrendering to the police. Under the threat of inhuman fear, Dao Seiji gritted his teeth, only to discover that his teeth were gone. Enduring the excruciating pain, he slowly pulled the sharp knife embedded in his shoulder out. The sound of fists colliding and legs grappling echoed through the air. After yet another clash, the two figures separated once more. Kyaga Kumakoto took a deep breath, concluding his warm-up. His fiery gaze not only remained undiminished, but grew more exhilarated, his fighting spirit soaring higher than ever before. In their prior encounters, he had initiated every attack, yet not a single strike had landed on his opponent, as though he were merely feeding his moves. Kyaga Kumakoto removed his glasses and carefully set them aside. He turned to Xingong Yun, his voice lowering. Mr. Xingong, I'm going to get serious now. Upon seeing Xingong Yun nod slightly, Kyaga Kumakoto charged forward along the shoreline, closing the distance of 2 meters in an instant. The sound of wind rushing preceded his punch. Xingong Yun narrowed his eyes, raising his hand to block the heavily charged blow. At the moment their fists collided, his feet left a short mark in the soil. The force of the strike, despite Xingong Yun's efforts to retreat and mitigate its impact, remained overwhelmingly relentless. Was this the power of a combat prodigy? Such an unreasonable fist felt exhilarating. Xingong Yun glanced down at the 2 3 to 4 meter long marks he had made in the dirt, shook his numb left hand, and smiled. Bring it on. Kyaga Kumakoto's expression was serious. Although his punch had struck Xingong Yun, it felt as though his opponent had allowed it to happen, testing his strength, as he could have easily evaded it otherwise. Moreover, from the beginning until now, he could not discern Xingong Yun's fighting style. There was no stance, no technique, and his opponent's body was riddled with openings that were utterly unexploitable. Kyaga Kumakoto assumed a karate stance, his gaze scrutinizing Xingong Yun. This was one of his skills, seeing through an opponent's physical traits to judge their habitual movements in combat. However, if you don't move, then it's my turn to strike. Xingong Yun, unusually verbose, declared that he did not practice karate or any other martial arts forms. What he knew was how to render his opponent helpless, bending forward, planting his right foot firmly into the ground, channeling his strength to create a deep imprint in the hardened earth. So fast, Kyaga Kumakoto's pupils constricted. Xingong Yun, who had been several steps away just moments ago, now dashed right in front of him, shattering the saying that a punch is faster than a gun within 7 steps. With no flashy techniques, he delivered a punch that sent a powerful gust of air, adhering Kyaga Kumakoto's gray tank top tightly to his body. Kyaga Kumakoto shouted, his biceps bulging as he met the punch head-on. What a heavy blow! Kyaga Kumakoto was astounded. This was the first time he had encountered someone whose strength matched his own. The agility and speed of this opponent surpassed him. Xingong Yun instinctively lifted his leg, but after a brief frown, he suppressed the impulse and unleashed another punch, driving Kyaga Kumakoto, who had his hands raised defensively, backward, leaving a deep trail on the ground. Kyaga Kumakoto rubbed his reddened arm, praising, Mr. Xingong, you were truly impressive. Xingong Yun remained expressionless. It was Kyaga Kumakoto who was the true monster. Had he encountered Kyaga Kumakoto before meeting Xiao Ai, he would have struggled to defeat him, especially against such an overwhelmingly powerful fist. This is where it ends. Xingong Yun glanced at the now absent Dao Seiji, smiling. If he didn't run away, it would truly be difficult to kill him. His objective for the day had been achieved. He could see that Kayagaku Makoto bore him no malice, as if they were merely sparring, unable to unleash their full potential. He too was similar. His expertise lay in the art of killing, honed through numerous life and death moments, and certain instinctive reflexes were not conducive to this type of sparring. Kayagaku Makoto also noticed Dayu Seiji slipping away after cutting his ropes and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I will accompany Mr. Shingon to search for that murderer." Shingon Yun waved his hand. "Forget it. You should call the police. He shouldn't have gotten far." Kayagaku Makoto thanked him again. He held great respect for the strong and did not wish to see Shingon Yun make a mistake over such a scoundrel. After taking a few steps, he turned back, his dark features slightly embarrassed as he spoke. "Mr. Shingon, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Your gaze has changed since the beginning." Shingon Yun remained silent, merely yawning. He felt a bit tired. Kayagaku Makoto slightly bowed, solemnly stating, "I will go abroad to hone my skills. When we meet next time, I hope you will be generous with your guidance. I will always remember Mr. Shingon. Get lost." Kayagaku Makoto scratched his closely cropped hair, confused as to why Shingon Yun suddenly seemed angry. Shingon Yun waved his hand. "No need to remember, however, when we meet next. I can introduce you to a dark-skinned person. You might find common ground." In the forest, Kazuha, stealthily sneaking out, lay on the grass, witnessing a match that could only be described as the pinnacle of human capability. Her little mouth had not closed from beginning to end. Her large eyes were filled with the image of Shingon Yun, and being adept in Aikido, she understood the true worth of such a contest. Brother Yun is so handsome. As the two concluded their duel, not wanting to be discovered for sneaking out, Kazuha bent down, hiding in the thicket, her face flushed. Oblivious to the pale-faced man with a sinister expression lurking behind a nearby tree, crouched and clutching a sharp knife as he stealthily approached. "Kazuha, Brother Yun, I just came out for a stroll. I didn't see anything. Kazuha stammered, her words tripping over one another as she noticed Shingon Yun drawing closer. Her already rosy cheeks now almost radiant, her eyes shimmering. "Brother Yun, what are you going to do to her?" "Kazuha, close your eyes." Chapter 57. Kazuha acted impulsively. The moonlight was bright and the cool breeze caressed her face. The gentle ripples of her black dress stirred slightly as she clutched its hem. Her yellow hair tied blowing against her ear, her water-green eyes fixed unwaveringly on the young man approaching her, her cheeks gradually flushing. "Yun, Brother Yun. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk, hee. What a coincidence." Upon finishing her sentence, Kazuha's face turned a brilliant shade of red. What girl would take a midnight stroll through a foreboding forest, especially someone as timid as her? Who was afraid of ghosts? Brother Yun. Actually, Kazuha stuttered, not that she couldn't come up with an excuse, but because Shingon Yun was now standing right before her, extending a hand toward her flushed face. "Kazuha, close your eyes." The man's cool yet slightly warm voice brushed against her ear, while he merely gazed at him. Rendered motionless, her lips slightly parted and her eyes shimmering. What could Yungo possibly want from her? Was he going to kiss her? What should she do? Should she shy away or refuse? Yet, she found herself surprisingly unresistant. He lifted her gaze slightly, the young man and the bright moon behind him complementing each other. His already handsome features seemingly adorned with a silver glow, adding an air of mystery to his cool demeanor. Captivated, he finally understood why the garden was enchanted by the beauty of Shingon Yun. If only Yun Gu smiled more often. She might not even need to wear a winter coat in the cold. Shingon Yun's gaze shifted towards the fleeing Doxy Jingyan behind He, his brow slightly furrowing. He stepped closer, pinning He against the tree behind her, one hand resting on her slender waist, the other brushing past her ear to seize Doxy Jingyan by the throat. He was bewildered. The angle, the posture, and that handsome profile getting closer. It was overwhelming. She felt an impending rush of heat. You must hold it together." Closing her eyes, she gently rose to her toes, her flushed face tilting slightly upward, her long eyelashes trembling, her heart in turmoil. She felt a mix of frustration at her own weakness and an unexpected thrill. The beach's sunset scenery transformed into a silvery moonlight. And the little grove for couples, her fantasies were coming to life. Shingon Yun glanced at He, who had her eyes closed and face uplifted, and finding her quite compliant, tightened his embrace around her waist, covering her slightly warm ear, his gaze icy as he watched Doxy Jingyan struggling in midair behind the tree. The wind tonight was indeed strong. Snap! He nestled her adorable head in Shingon Yun's embrace, her body softening, yet the anticipated kiss under the moonlight was delayed. prompting her to open her glistening eyes. What met her gaze was the profound and tranquil pupils of the young man, momentarily mesmerizing her. His silly yet charming demeanor made Shinkong-yun lower his head, gently plucking a leaf from Heye's hair, softly saying, "The wind is quite strong tonight. Be careful of the sand blowing into your eyes, Heye." He thought she had misheard. He wanted her to close her eyes merely because the wind was too strong and fearing sand would get in. He had embraced her only to remove the leaf that had unknowingly fallen onto her head. Yun-go. This was entirely different from what she had imagined. What's wrong? Heye? Should we head back? Before Shinkong-yun could finish, Heye, summoning unexpected courage, rose to her toes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gently pressed her rosy lips against his cheek. Seemingly unsatisfied, she kissed the other side as well, finally resting her head on his shoulder with contentment. It was only after these actions that Heye realized the audacity of her earlier boldness. Her face felt as if it had been steamed, flushed to a crimson hue, as if thoroughly ripe. Oh no! In a moment of heated impulse, she had acted so boldly towards Yun-go. What should she do now? Heye found herself unable to face Shinkong-yun, her temperature rising, a small trickle of blood escaping her nose, and her little head went blank as she fainted. Was this considered a case of opportunistic behavior? Shinkong-yun touched the warm sensation on his face, tinged with a hint of youthful fragrance, as he scooped up the unconscious Heye in a princess carry. Noticing the small trickle of blood on her face, he smiled softly. This saved him a great deal of trouble. He cast another indifferent glance at the body behind the tree. He was quite skilled at handling corpses and adept at shedding suspicion. With Heye gently slung over his back, Shinkong-yun raised an eyebrow at the endearing woman. Her charm was undeniable. The next day, Heye awoke slowly, rubbing her sleepy eyes. As her memories came flooding back, she noticed Xiaolon and Yuanzi sitting beside her, staring intently. In a soft voice, she said, "Xiaolon, Yuanzi, you both are up so early." Yuanzi blinked, while Xiaolon covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Heye, it's already past noon." "Ah, have I slept so long?" Xiaolon replied, "It's fine. I heard the beach and the woods have been sealed off. It seems there are new developments in the case." Neither of them was particularly interested in the case, and Yuanzi teased, "Heye, did you sneak out last night to become a flower thief? Why do you still look so unenergetic at noon? How could that be?" Yuanzi guessed right. Heye thought back to everything but could not possibly reveal such matters in front of her friends, especially since they might be her rivals. "Perhaps I was overly vigilant about the murderer. I only relaxed and had a good sleep after Yun-go arrived. Indeed, the first night, I barely slept for 2 hours. My dark circles were almost visible." Xiaolon interjected, "Let us not dwell on this. Since the beach is sealed off, let us pack our things and return with Yun-go." It seemed they had no other choice. Yuanzi felt quite dejected. She had been hoping to learn backstroke from Shinkong-yun on their last day, but now she would have to wait for another opportunity. He was in high spirits. While packing her belongings, she hummed to herself, her high ponytail swaying, her steps lightened. She was now far ahead of Yuanzi. "Heye, you are truly impressive," Officer Hekigomo stated. "The women's clothing found in the woods has been confirmed to be related to the previous 3 victims. And the blood-stained weapon on the beach has also been linked to the woman who died 2 days ago." With a coral-headed Hekigomo stroking his chin, he solemnly asked, "Have any witnesses or traces of the murderer been found?" "So far, there are no leads. We must continue rigorous investigations. We cannot allow the murderer to strike again." Hekigomo sighed heavily, muttering, "If only Detective Maori were here, he would surely resolve this case swiftly." In a red sports car by the coast, Shinkong-yun leaned back against the seat, and not far ahead, 3 youthful and beautiful girls waved at him. Buzz, his phone vibrated, revealing an email forwarded by Jin, containing only a single word, "Confirmed." Chapter 58, Organizational Code that read, "Ford Mustang, please stop and cooperate with the inspection." Hekigomo waved his hand, leading 2 detectives towards the red sports car. He knocked on the window, presenting his credentials as he spoke. "I am Hekigomo, a police officer from Shizuoka Prefecture. A homicide has occurred here. Please exit the vehicle to assist with the investigation." Hekigomo paused, then turned to the passenger seat where Xiaolon sat, his expression brightening as he exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, Xiaolon. Are you here on vacation in Aizu? If so, does that mean Detective Maori is here too?" Hekigomo's excitement was palpable. He admired Kagoro Maori, and if the detective were present, this case would surely be resolved in no time. "Officer Hekigomo, I came here with Yuanzi and the others. My father is likely handling other entrusted cases." Xiaolon smiled, albeit awkwardly. knowing her father was probably off gambling or playing with marbles. It seemed her luck was not favorable. Hekagumo surveyed the occupants of the car, particularly eyeing the young man behind the wheel, and asked a few routine questions. "Excuse me, your occupation? Please present your driver's license. Also, what were you doing the evening before yesterday and early this morning? Did you notice any suspicious individuals?" Before Shinkong Yin could respond, the three girls who noticed him being questioned could no longer remain still. Xiaolan said, "Officer Hekagumo, Yungo only arrived yesterday afternoon, and he has been with us the whole time." Yuanzi chimed in loudly. "Xiaolan is correct. We were with Shinken-kun until just before we went to bed last night." He glared slightly at the detective, her face tense as she insisted, "Yungu could not possibly be involved in the case. We can vouch for him." She truly could attest to Shinkong Yun. Last night at dawn, she had acted impulsively towards him, and even now, the memory left her feeling deeply embarrassed. Hengo Samwa felt a tinge of embarrassment and hastily remarked, "It is merely a routine inquiry. You may leave now." After the vehicle was permitted to pass, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, murmuring to himself, the daughter of a renowned detective, the second daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, the only child of the head of the Osaka Police Department's criminal division. What is the background of this young man? Soon, he received a report from his subordinates. "Officer Hungo, here are the records of the inspection on the elevated road. That red Mustang indeed came from Mihua Town just yesterday. Then it has nothing to do with him." Hungo replied, "Understood. Please continue to expand the search area." When he mentioned it was unrelated, he referred to the grotesque murder case involving 4 women. The male blood detected on the sharp knife, presumed to belong to the murderer, was of secondary concern. If anything were to happen to the 3 women in the car, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar, which he could not afford to ignore. Furthermore, whether that deranged killer was alive or dead, to be honest, if Hingo Samwa were not clad in his uniform, he would have relished the opportunity to deal a few blows to such scum. Yet, ultimately, someone must uphold justice, whether it be the light of justice or the shadowed form of it. Shinji-yun stifled a yawn. Last night, he had casually crushed an ant. And since he was present at the time, disposing of the remains had proven too troublesome. He had to call Tanaka Lemon to take care of the body. He still recalled the look Tanaka had given him, as if assessing a great lecher who would kill for a beautiful woman. However, upon learning that the deceased had harmed 4 women during his lifetime, Tanaka had immediately stomped on the corpse's neck, his gaze towards Shinju becoming increasingly complex. "You are a good person." As Shinju drove, he reflected on this statement, scoffing softly. He had no connection to goodness and had no desire to receive a good person card. "Brother Yun, are you free today? Yi is returning to Osaka tonight, and we plan to visit Mihua Mall to buy some local specialties for her," Xiaolan said, her eyes filled with expectation as she awaited Shinju's reply. Shinju remained silent, contemplating how to decline their invitation when his phone rang. It was Dr. Agasa. He pressed the speakerphone button. "Hello? Is this Mr. Shinju? I apologize for the interruption. It's Dr. Agasa. Speak. I intend to take Conan and the others camping in the wild, and Yumi wishes to invite Shiho along, so I wanted to consult your opinion." On the other end, Dr. Agasa seemed to be nudged by someone, hastily adding, "Besides the camping, there will also be adventure and treasure-seeking activities. I read in the brochure that there is an undeveloped cave." But Shinju hung up the phone and murmured, "It appears I cannot accompany you." "It's fine. Brother Yun, if you have matters to attend to, take care of them." The 3 girls were not unreasonable. Yuanzi curiously asked, "Who is Shiho? Why did Dr. Agasa seek Mr. Shinju's opinion?" After pondering for a moment, Shinju casually replied, "A little girl I picked up." None of the 3 believed him. Xiaolan seemed to recall something, saying, "I think I heard Conan mention that she is a relative of the little girl staying at Brother Yun's house. But I have never met her. So she is indeed a little girl." Yi sighed in relief, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Yun's relative must be a very adorable little girl." Yuanzi chimed in, "How about this? When we visit the mall, we can buy her a few cute dresses as a gift for our first meeting. What do you think?" The 3 girls discussed their upcoming encounter with Hybera AI in the car, while Shinju maintained his composure, hoping that Hybera's reaction would not be too unfavorable. He might consider getting the little girl some cute children-esque clothing. As for the treasure-seeking adventure in the cave that Dr. Agasa mentioned, he planned to pass on it. He would not venture anywhere associated with names like the Kong's family treasure or San Mizuyashiaman. He had learned his lesson. In the shadows, several footsteps were heard as individuals clad in black attire arrived, each bearing different expressions. "Cohen, Kieni, you're late. However, it is not a significant issue. Today a spotlight is not on you." Cohen remained silent, while Kiani scoffed and turned away. Vodka was already accustomed to these two, guiding them to gin. It seems I have also arrived late. Vermouth approached from the opposite side, the chameleon-like enchantress, her form graceful. Jin said nothing but turned his gaze toward a young man in a black trench coat not far away, more precisely, toward the sound of his keystrokes. The melody of 7 children's keystrokes echoed softly in the empty darkness. After a long pause, the young man stood up, his trench coat swaying with his movement, and approached the group. Jin's cold voice broke the silence. The organization has gained another core member. From now on, you shall refer to him by his codename. The young man wore a human skin mask, his features a blend of Eurasian descent, with red eyes and white hair. At that moment, a radiant smile graced his lips, and his voice resonated in everyone's ears. Nika. Chapter 59. The Sun God Nika. A week later. Hey, Kudo, how have you been lately? Fair to middling. Why do you sound so lethargic? Any progress in tracing that organization? Conan glanced at Jinta and the others engrossed in video games in front of the television. Switched the phone to another direction and sighed. Ever since the Cup Hotel incident, those guys seem to have vanished without a trace. No progress whatsoever. Hattori Heiji inquired over the phone. You previously mentioned that those guys in black use wine names as code names, right? That is correct. Why do you ask? Do you have any discoveries? Hattori whispered. I accidentally overheard my dad conversing with Uncle Jinjiro last time. Conan straightened up. Accidentally? I think you did that on purpose. Spill it. What did you find? Otherwise, you wouldn't have called me. Hattori said, have you heard of the wine named Nika? Nika? Nika whiskey? Is there such a wine? Conan frowned. Since Hattori asked like that, it must exist. I just found out that it's a hybrid wine that has suddenly gained popularity among the European elite and nobility, sweeping through the upper echelons of society at an alarming rate. Is it really that exaggerated? A wine becoming world-renowned requires historical depth, and there are plenty of expensive wines. Right? Hattori replied, there must be some force behind this surge, but more importantly, it's the characteristics of the wine itself. Laughter. Laughter? Conan furrowed his brows again. I heard that anyone who drinks Nika, regardless of their personality, will uncontrollably break into a delighted smile. That's why this wine has another name. The sun god, Nika. Conan instinctively made a connection and asked, Hattori, are you implying that the wine contains? Unfortunately, it does not. In fact, it is beneficial for mental fatigue, which is why it has rapidly gained traction in Europe, but it seems to be limited to the upper class, while the lower class has little access to it. Hattori self-deprecatingly remarked, if my dad weren't the head of the Osaka Prefectural Police, I might never have encountered it. Conan understood why Hattori had called him and said, are you suggesting that this wine might be related to the Black-clad organization? I'm merely speculating, which is why I called to inform you. See. I'm good to you. Thanks, Hattori. Conan hung up, his expression grave. Should he ask Hybera about Nika? If it was a newly emerging wine, she probably wouldn't know about it, and besides, he was out of money. How ridiculous of me. It's just another new wine. With so many renowned wines in the world, if I were to suspect them all, wouldn't the Black-clad organization be inundated? Conan murmured a few words before rising to tend to the ailing Professor Agasa, who was bedridden due to a cold. Consequently, the time for their outdoor cooking was postponed. In a 2-story house on another street, Hybera AI cradled a small golden British short-hair, her eyes wide and fixed on the young man before her, both unwilling to yield. No, she declared. Hybera AI lifted her gaze slightly, her voice cold. What's your reasoning? It will shed fur, he replied, gently stroking the golden cat's head. She sought to calm the visibly anxious little creature. This kitten had been found by her and a Yumi in a cardboard box on a street corner, undoubtedly abandoned by its owner. Since pets were not permitted in a Yumi's apartment, she could not bear to see the small cat trapped in the box, mewing softly as if echoing her own past in captivity, and thus decided to take it home. I will clean up every day. It will disturb my sleep. I will soothe it. Hybera AI's tone softened with a hint of concession as she added, I will cover all its living expenses. After a moment's contemplation, Shinomiya examined the kitten's hind legs and confirmed it was a female. Let's have her spayed. That's too harsh. Hybera AI reassured the little golden cat, whose fur was slightly bristled. It's still young. We can wait until it grows up. Meow? What should we name it? The third party, the mistress. Hybera AI shot Shinomiya a glare, exasperated. And what if it were a dog? Without hesitation, Shinomiya blurted out, Kaido. At that moment, the handsome young man unexpectedly sneezed and muttered, which great gem is speaking of me? Recently, He had been targeted by that troublesome photographer, so it was better to delay matters for now. The royal treasure of the Romanov dynasty, the Egg of Memories, will be exhibited next week at the Suzuki Foundation Art Museum in Osaka. Kaido touched his chin, pondering aloud, if I steal an egg, I surely won't run into that photographer again. Such coincidences are rare. But just in case, should he send a greeting beforehand? Absolutely not. I am the elusive Phantom Thief Kid. However, the last cover poster for the Black Star seemed to have garnered him quite a few more fans. At the Hyuga law firm, Lawyer Hyuga, your coffee is ready. Thank you. Just leave it on the table. After placing the coffee and a document on the table, Kuriyama Midori discreetly assessed the strikingly beautiful woman in a black silk professional outfit and couldn't help but marvel at how Lawyer Hyuga seemed to grow more youthful and radiant. Could it be due to a secret beauty regimen? The work of a lawyer was inherently complex, often requiring late-night brain power to organize litigation, leading to both physical and mental fatigue. Not to mention, Lawyer Hyuga had to maintain her 100 win rate, a pressure only her assistant could comprehend. What's wrong, Kuriyama? Do I have something on my face? No, Lawyer Hyuga. I just think you're becoming more beautiful. Lawyer Hyuga took a small sip of her coffee, casting an eye at Kuriyama Midori, who was flattering her, and replied earnestly. Focus on your work. Please send me the recent work schedule. Understood, lawyer. After Kuriyama left, Lawyer Hyuga meticulously reviewed the documents on her desk, organizing testimonies and clarifying every key point, preparing herself to respond adeptly to any tricky questions that might arise in court. It was only as evening approached that she let out a long breath, leaning back in her chair, her long legs slightly stretching, accentuating her curves. That will do for today. Upon returning to her apartment after work, she set the hot water and removed her alluring professional attire and form-fitting skirt. Standing before the mirror to appraise the woman within, her expression was cold, yet her eyes betrayed a captivating allure. What else could it be? As Hyuga soaked in the bathtub, she wished to dismiss her troubling thoughts about the man who had both saved her and caused her to lose herself. She fervently hoped not to see his name on the list of litigants. Otherwise, there would be consequences. Wrapping herself in a towel, her damp hair cascading over her smooth shoulders, her cheeks flushed slightly from the steam, she had just stepped into the bedroom when a sudden noise came from the roof. Frowning slightly, Hyuga approached the balcony, intending to remind the other party not to disturb the peace when a white figure swiftly darted away, akin to a dove, followed by a shadow descending from above. Before she could discern the face, her mouth was covered, and she was dragged into the bedroom. This presence felt familiar, as if she had encountered it before. Chapter 60 Hyuga, I will definitely sue you. Hey, on a moonlit night, as the Virgo pointer reached its mark, speak plainly. Shinkami, you listened to the warm, magnetic voice emanating from his phone before adding, and don't speak with a strained voice. You wretched photographer, don't think I truly fear you. Beep, beep, beep. Kaido glared at the disconnected call, his expression one of frustration. Master Kaido, remember to be polite when speaking with friends, the butler, Taichi Kazuki, gently reminded him. That photographer is hardly my friend. He acts like a creditor even though I owe him nothing. Nevertheless, after being persuaded by the legacy of 2 generations of Phantom Thief Kaido's family, Kaido redialed the number. The user you were trying to reach is currently on another call. Please try again later. 3 black lines appeared on Kaido's forehead, and his lips twitched in irritation. In Mihara, Tuchome, Ms. Tomoko, the Romanov dynasty's treasure? I need to think it over. Have you invited many professionals? I have been rather busy lately. If Phantom Thief Kid issues a notice, will the reward be doubled? No problem. After hanging up with Tomoko Suzuki, Shinkami dialed Phantom Thief Kid's number. Time and place. Money is not to be delayed even for a moment. On the rooftop of a certain Mihara apartment, Phantom Thief Kid, clad in white, elegantly descended. Good evening, Mr. Shinkami. Thank you for coming. You are late. I shall penalize you by requiring an additional line in your notice. After Kid's appearance, a young man hidden in the shadows stepped forward, the silver moonlight casting a cold sheen on his expression, suggesting he was not in high spirits. Phantom Thief Kid performed a gentlemanly gesture, his white-gloved hand slightly lowered in apology. The invitation under the moonlight, accompanied by the chime of the century's end. If it could be composed together with Mr. Shinkami, would surely be a grand spectacle. Are you seeking a beating? I trust that is not your intention. Though it appears so. Phantom Thief Kid maintained his elegant poker face, but internally he was concerned. Would this photographer genuinely come to confront him? If so, he would need to prepare an escape route. That depends on whether your next words can persuade me. Kid stepped closer. mentioning the upcoming exhibition of the Romanov dynasty's Egg of Memories at the Suzuki Foundation, a fact not particularly secretive, and he had uncovered even more hidden details. Stealing or not, pretending to do good. What's the purpose? A thief must have principles, Kid replied quietly. That Egg of Memories is likely more complicated than it seems. But the clues I have are limited. To unravel the entire mystery, one must authenticate it personally. Not interested. Kid breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. His greatest fear was Shinomiya Yuki showing interest. One detective was already troublesome enough, and adding another photographer would make escaping nearly impossible. Shinomiya Yuki shifted the conversation, stating, "The price must be increased. That's clearly the voice of a photographer without a budget. Life must be quite challenging." During their conversation, a Russian blue cat unexpectedly climbed up, its round eyes gazing at the two, softly mewing. If cats could speak, we would be exposed. Let us end things here. I look forward to the full moon reunion next week. A gust of wind swept by, startling Phantom Thief Kid, who promptly dropped a smoke bomb and took flight with his glider, fleeing in haste. You run swiftly. Even if late, you still put on airs. Jin Gongyun stood at the edge of the rooftop, preparing to leave, when suddenly, a woman wrapped in a white towel emerged from the balcony below, her expression reflecting a desire to scold. Who dares to make noise on the rooftop at this late hour? Don't they realize this constitutes a disturbance? Jin Gongyun raised an eyebrow, leaping down to cover the woman's mouth and nose, seizing her struggling hands and dragging her into the bedroom. The woman, seemingly just out of the shower, still had droplets of water in her hair, and her flushed face turned pale in an instant due to the sudden turn of events. Jin Gongyun's expression was peculiar. Fei? What a coincidence! He had already found her somewhat familiar, but now he was certain her measurements were just right. Hush, quiet down. One of the women Jin Gongyun least wanted to deal with was Fei, a blend of rationality and emotion, her intelligence always sharp, and her keen observational skills making her far more challenging than the others. After a brief struggle on the bed, the woman seemed to recognize Jin Gongyun's identity, her beautiful eyes widening, but she ceased her resistance, signaling him to release her restraints. How did you end up here? Were you following me? What do you think? Fei furrowed her brow, adjusting her towel over her chest, instinctively wanting him to leave her room, but she quickly realized that was precisely what he desired. Coldly, she stated, "If you don't wish to be charged with trespassing and assaulting a woman, I advise you to call security immediately. I will claim this is a civil dispute. Don't think about escaping. The entrance to the apartment is under surveillance, and we are on one of the upper floors." Jin Gongyun felt somewhat helpless, gazing at the cold and rational woman on the bed. "Lawyer Fei, you are coercing me into committing a crime. That depends on you. Initially, the choice was yours, but now." Fei held up her phone, indicating, "I can call the police at any moment. I believe I still have time to utter the name Jin Gongyun. Must it be this way?" Perhaps feeling she held the upper hand, her queenly demeanor emerged as she coldly stated, "I said, the choice is yours. The decision lies with me. It seems I have no choice." Jin Gongyun opened the door, stepping out only to return, nearly forgetting something. The towel has fallen. Fei stared blankly for a moment, pointing at Jin Gongyun with a trembling finger. "I thought our previous encounter was an accident. The responsibility is not entirely yours. Is your true nature now exposed? There are my fingerprints on it, Lawyer Fei." After a moment of silence, covering herself protectively, Fei replied coldly, "Dream on. Then you leave me no choice." The woman, freshly out of the shower, resembled a water lily, her skin smooth and glistening, with a hint of pink. To claim that Jin Gongyun felt nothing during their last encounter, including the swimming suit show and the kiss beneath the moonlight with Yi, would be a lie. His willpower simply surpassed that of the average person. Yet, he was not devoid of desire, nor would he indulge it whimsically. "I will definitely sue you. I will." Fei glared coldly at the man before her, her arms crossed defensively, while he held a pure white towel. "Do you remember what I excel at, Lawyer Fei? You may leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened." Jin Gongyun grasped Fei's wrist and retrieved a recording device hidden beneath the pillow. "I am most adept at handling details, though it is not my strong suit." Fei could never have imagined that despite only having met Jin Gongyun twice, both instances had escalated to such intimate encounters. The first was an unfortunate accident. The second seemed self-inflicted. If only she had let him leave sooner, she wouldn't be in this predicament now. "I will definitely sue you." Chapter 61, Lawyer Fei. You wouldn't want Xiaolan to hear about this, would you? Under the midday sun, Fei stared blankly at the ceiling, her disheveled hair a stark contrast to her usually poised demeanor. Her once proud calmness and insight had completely evaporated the previous night. She didn't want to lift a finger. This was her innermost thought at that moment. Damn it. Why would a man capable of handling details almost perfectly and possessing strong logical reasoning resort to violence to resolve issues? Doesn't he realize this will have the opposite effect? Doesn't he fear the potential consequences? Did he leave any valid evidence behind? Bite marks? It seemed she had only bitten his arm and shoulder, and that scoundrel didn't regard her as a person at all. Fei Yingli rubbed her forehead, attempting to organize her chaotic thoughts, as fragments of the previous night flooded her mind, igniting a sense of shame and anger. What have I said? Buzz a phone. Who could it be? It's Xiaolon. Seeing the name on her phone, Fei Yingli jolted, disregarding the blanket that had slipped from her shoulders, bracing herself to decline the call. Given her current situation, answering would undoubtedly lead to disaster. To her surprise, before she could reach for her phone, someone else snatched it away first. Give it back. Fei Yingli felt a surge of panic, no longer masking her displeasure towards Ji Gongyun as she pleaded. Please don't answer it. I beg you. Just this once. Ji Gongyun gave her a curious glance, pointing to the phone. This is my phone. Fei Yingli let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't her phone, which was a relief. But why did this man have Xiaolan's number? He knows Xiaolon. Scoundrel. Her anger reignited, but she dared not express it, as the call had already connected. Hello? Yungu? It's Xiaolon. I wanted to ask if you're free tomorrow. I'd like to treat you to dinner and introduce someone to you. What was with Xiaolan's tone? Why did it sound somewhat shy? She wants to treat a man to dinner. To uncover the nature of Ji Gongyun's relationship with Xiaolon, Fei Yingli gritted her teeth and leaned closer to him, trembling slightly. Time and place, Ji Gongyun replied succinctly. Could he be any more concise? Fei Yingli wanted him to decline, but looking at her current predicament, she thought it wiser to let it go. Haha. I'll confirm the time and send it to you later, Yungu. As for the place, it should be at Mihua Mall. All right. After hanging up, Ji Gongyun felt a sharp pinch on his arm and turned to meet Fei Yingli's questioning gaze. Are you eager to take a bath again? Tell me, what is your relationship with Xiaolon? How do you know her? What are your intentions towards her? As for the possibility of taking a bath again, Fei Yingli was beyond caring, her eyes fierce. Today, only one of them would leave this room unscathed. Before Ji Gongyun could respond, his phone rang again. This time, it was Fei Yingli's phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, Fei Yingli shot a warning glance at Ji Gongyun, but he ignored it. After hesitating, she nervously pressed the answer button. Mom, are you working? Hearing Xiaolon's gentle voice on the other end, Fei Yingli felt tears welling up. Mom is off today. What's wrong? Mom, remember the person who saved me on the cruise at Yuanzi's house? I planned to treat him to dinner. You were thinking of thanking him, right? Fei Yingli immediately recalled that incident, casting a sidelong glance at the composed Ji Gongyun, biting her lip. Yes, Mom mentioned that, but tomorrow at 11 a.m. At Mihua Mall. Is that all right, Mom? It's rare for him to be free. Why is it rare for him to be free when he stayed at your place all night, and hasn't he left yet? Fei Yingli took several deep breaths and forced a smile, saying, Mom agrees, but I must remind you, some individuals may appear very respectable on the surface, yet their true nature is obscured and unknown to anyone. Mom, trust me. By the way, I've won a voucher for a complimentary one-day trip to a hot spring resort, which accommodates 4 people. I will ask Yungu if he would like to bring that little girl from his family along. So it's settled then. Wait, Lon, hello? Fei Yingli listened to the busy signal on the phone, feeling gratified by her daughter's persistent good fortune, yet troubled by the prospect of dining with that scoundrel and visiting a hot spring resort. No, she absolutely had to dissuade Xiaolan's intentions tomorrow. Shen Gongun, with a composed demeanor, remarked, You seem quite anxious. Would you like me to speak to Xiaolon on your behalf? That's none of your concern. Fei Yingli bit her silver teeth. The events of the day had overwhelmed her, and she struggled to make sense of it all. Leave my house. The clothes aren't dry yet. That's your fault. Shen Gongyun glanced at the flushed Fei Yingli, noticing that she showed no signs of dehydration, instead appearing increasingly vibrant and radiant, quite contrary to scientific expectations. Get out. Fei Yingli had lost her ability to think rationally. Titles like Queen of Titan or Unbeatable Queen of the legal world held no weight in this moment. Shen Gongyun shot her a sidelong glance and said nothing further, instead scooping her up effortlessly. What are you doing? Put me down. The phone call connected. Hello, Yungu. Could you check with Xiao AI tomorrow morning at 11? Shen Gongyun whispered in Fei Yingli's ear. Lawyer Fei, you wouldn't want Xiaolon to hear your voice, would you? Fei Yingli covered her mouth, eyeing Shin Gongyun as if he were a demon. You're taking me to the bathroom? Wasn't I cleaned enough last night? Chapter 62. Hybrid AI. I am his and a hot spring resort? Hybrid AI, lounging with her legs crossed and holding a fashion magazine, raised an eyebrow and asked. Mixed bathing? Shin Gongyun stretched his arms and yawned. I believe there should be a children's hot spring pool. I'm somewhat interested, but I don't wish to accompany you. Hybrid AI flipped through the magazine, not foolish enough to walk into a trap, even if Shin Gongyun didn't seem like that type. Little did she know when a tiger is ever fully sated. Shin Gongyun nodded and turned to leave. If you want to go, get in the car. Rather than using a multitude of reasons to persuade them, it might be better to let them come to the conclusion on their own. If they understand, great. If not, they can order takeout. However, Shin Gongyun had no intention of employing this strategy. If Hybrid AI chose not to go, he would simply knock her out and take her along, living under the same roof. He couldn't be left to face the onslaught from Fei Yingli and Xiaolon alone. If the atmosphere became awkward, he would leave Hybrid AI behind and slip away. After a moment's contemplation, Hybrid AI rolled her eyes at the young man by the door and said, Fine, I'll accompany you this time. But let me make one thing clear. You cannot charge the expenses of the hot spring to me. Had it been anyone else, such a thought would never have crossed her mind. But with Shin Gongyun, she had to assert herself first. Do I look like that kind of person to you? You don't look like it. You are. Shin Gongyun stroked his chin and suddenly said, However, I never said it would just be the two of us. Huh. Hybrid AI instinctively tried to retreat, only to be yanked back and tossed into the car. Miwa Shopping Center, 3rd floor private room, window side elegant seat. Sorry, Yun Good. We're late. The holiday traffic was terrible. Just in time, Shin Gongyun nodded. Xiaolon remained punctual, arriving 2 to 3 minutes early despite the traffic. Oh. Is this Xiao AI? How adorable. Xiaolon smiled at Hybrid AI, extending her hand. Hello, I'm Muri Ran, Xiao AI. Caught off guard by Xiaolan's radiant smile and genuine warmth, Hybrid AI found herself at a loss for words. She was least adept at engaging with such vibrant personalities. Curse that guy, she thought, as her small foot discreetly kicked Shin Gongyun under the table, hoping he would come to her rescue. She is mute. Xiaolon, Hybrid AI, could she backtrack? She regretted kicking him the moment she did, and now the situation unfolded as expected. Seeing the girl before her take it seriously, Hybrid AI tightened her expression, gazed sideways, and introduced herself, Hybrid AI. Xiaolon sighed with relief, casting an exasperated glance at the composed Shin Gongyun. Yun Ge. How could you be like this? But you two really do seem alike. You must be relatives. Xiaolon was about to say more when she felt someone poking her from behind. Remembering she hadn't come alone, she quickly grasped the arm of the stunning woman beside her and introduced, Yun Ge, this is my mom. She has been meaning to thank you for saving me from Kid the Phantom Thief, but she has been busy and could only make time today. Thank you for nothing. If it weren't for that guy exhausting me to the point of weakness, I wouldn't have had to take a cab and risk being late. Fei Yingli maintained an impeccable expression, her demeanor both dignified and rigorous. I am Fei Yingli. I sincerely thank Mr. Shin Gongyun for protecting Xiaolon. I appreciate your assistance. Xiaolon can be quite impulsive, so I hope you will look out for her in the future. Fei Yingli believed Shin Gongyun understood the underlying message. Keep your distance from Xiaolon. Her willingness to come was precisely for that reason. Shin Gongyun replied, I've seen you before. Ah, Yun Ge, have you met my mom before? Fei Yingli's heart sank, casting a discreet glance at Shin Gongyun, her eyes pleading and filled with unspoken grievances. Why was he suddenly reneging on their agreement made yesterday during their bath? Shin Gongyun leisurely pointed at the menu and said, I often see your presence in the legal column of newspapers, Lawyer Fei. Xiaolon exclaimed, Oh right. I almost forgot Yun Ge is a renowned photographer. Fei Yingli unconsciously touched her chest. Having Xiaolon beside her felt like a roller coaster ride, with continuous twists and turns. As soon as they met, not only did she lose her commanding presence, but even the conversational dynamics were being steered by the other party. This marked the third time Fei Yingli found herself in such a disadvantaged position. The previous 2 times had been in a daze, so they didn't count. Hybrid AI stole glances at the mother-daughter duo. The kind and gentle girl was one thing, but that vibrant lawyer seemed to owe Shin Gongyun quite a bit of money. Creamy mushroom soup, pan-seared lamb chops, French baked pudding cheese, and rose sapphire special. Shin Gongyun observed the exquisite dishes being served at the table with an impassive expression. Yet they were the only common topic among the 3 women. I would like a cup of black coffee. After Hybrid AI placed her order, Her gaze drifted out the window, harboring resentment towards Yuan for not informing her about the nature of this gathering. She felt quite uneasy facing Xiaolan's enthusiasm. Xiaolan indeed held a great fondness for Hybera AI, partly due to her nature, and partly because she couldn't help but feel protective towards Hybera AI's cool demeanor. Such a cute girl. Xiao AI, what grade are you in at school? Here it comes. The usual round of inquiries. Hybera AI dreaded such mundane small talk. She was utterly unaccustomed to it. In that moment, she felt fortunate that Shingongun had taken her in. I'm not in school. In a succinct exchange. Hybera AI maintained a stoic expression. As long as she remained unembarrassed, others would have no hold over her. She subtly nudged Shinomiya Cloud with her calf, hoping he would divert some of the attention, yet he seemed solely focused on devouring lamb chops. Was there a lack of meat at home? Rand blinked in confusion, pondering whether AI genuinely had not attended school or simply did not wish to. AI took a moment to scrutinize Hybera AI, softly stating, AI must be of mixed Japanese and English descent. I presume she has just returned from abroad and has yet to transfer schools. Am I correct? Taken aback by Ai's unexpected defense, Hybera AI momentarily paused before nodding slightly. It was only half true, but provided her with an impeccable excuse. Ran exclaimed in surprise. Is AI a relative of Cloud from abroad? Hybera AI considered this, and a glimmer of mischief crossed her eyes. Did he not enjoy the spectacle? Thus, she decided to join in. In terms of family relations, I would be his aunt. Poof. Chapter 63. Why hasn't Mom arrived yet? In terms of lineage, I am indeed his aunt. Faced with Rand's incredulous expression, Hybera AI calmly sipped her black coffee, the bitterness masking her inner turmoil. Furthermore, there was a hint of wicked amusement. What would you do now, Mr. Photographer? Aunt. Rand gasped, her gaze flitting back and forth between Shinomiya Cloud and Hybera AI, finally arriving at a stunning conclusion. It was not entirely implausible. They shared striking good looks, similar expressions, and even their manner of speaking was quite alike, brief and to the point. Ordinary children rarely possessed such mature demeanor, rivaling even Conan. If she had borne the title of aunt from a young age, influenced by those around her, it would all make sense. Ai remained silent, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She preferred to believe that AI was Cloud's daughter, if not for the age discrepancy. It would perfectly align with the devilish image of Shinomiya Cloud in her mind, demanding and devoid of boundaries. Ren asked, Cloud, is this true? Is AI really your little aunt? Shinomiya Cloud wiped the sauce from his mouth and replied, You'd be better off believing I am Qin Shi. The three women exchanged glances. Cloud's response seemed to be a negation. Yet AI did not strike one as a liar. It was indeed perplexing. To alleviate the awkward tension, Rand gently suggested, Cloud, why not let AI transfer to T in elementary? Interacting with her peers would help her acclimate to this unfamiliar environment. Clearly, she now regarded AI as a young girl visiting from abroad, whose discomfort stemmed from the alien surroundings. As for deeper reasons, they pertained to personal matters. Every family had its own struggles and should not be overly probed. Shinomiya Cloud sensed Hybera AI discreetly poking him under the table, her gaze warning him against overstepping. It seemed reasonable. He would ensure she attended school the following day. Hybera AI silently cursed herself for accompanying Shinomiya Cloud. Nothing good ever came of it. Cloud, I merely suggest letting AI adjust for a while longer. AI said nothing, instead observing Rand's demeanor towards Shinomiya Cloud, noting her keen attentiveness to the subtleties. Fortunately, matters had not spiraled into the worst-case scenario she had envisioned. However, one question puzzled Ai. Ren appeared to have an unwavering trust in Shinomiya Cloud's character, which struck her as odd. This rascal had only met her twice and had bathed her 3 times. How could Ran place such faith in him? Were it not for her desire to discern the nature of Shinomiya Cloud and Rand's relationship, she would have long since cast aside her reservations. Despite her body's betrayals, it did not imply Ai's endorsement of Shinomiya Cloud. She remained vigilant, seeking an opportunity to ensure he faced the consequences of his actions. The melodrama of falling for someone after yielding to them would never transpire in Ai's life. T.N. Elementary. Jinda, Conan, you lot, hurry over. It's time for our first grader's health check. Kobayashi Orange called to the group playing soccer on the field. It's all right, Kobayashi-sensei, let the children finish this match. There's still plenty of time. Thank you for your patience, Dr. Shinichi, Kobayashi Orange remarked, glancing at the refined Dr. Shinichi Tomoki. Marveling at why he was so popular among the girls at Titan High School, his demeanor was simply too pleasant. Dr. Shinichi smiled, looking towards the first-grade students queuing outside the infirmary, and gently asked, Kobayashi-sensei, have all the children arrived? No absentees? Kobayashi Orange adjusted her glasses, counting heads, and confirmed that all first-graders, including those with Conan, were present. Dr. Shinichi nodded, instructing the queued children to begin their checkups while he would attend to Conan's group last. I truly appreciate your help, Dr. Shinichi. On the soccer field, Conan. Kobayashi-sensei is calling for us. Shouldn't we go? No rush. We can go after this kick. Conan received the ball from Hiroshi, deftly maneuvered past a student, lifted the ball, and struck it powerfully with his right foot. Goal. Jinta, who had missed the shot, exclaimed from the ground, I'm done. Conan, you always show off. If it were a contest of who can eat eel rice, you'd surely lose to me. Why would he compete in something like that? Besides, he has only Hiroshi on his side 2 against 5. Don't say he's bullying younger kids. Hey, you lot, you're the only ones left to be checked. Hurry up. Oh no. The teacher's getting angry. Conan, we should go now? After the nameless students rushed off, Conan leisurely dribbled the soccer ball towards the infirmary. Upon entering, however, he felt an inexplicable chill at the sight of the smiling Dr. Shinichi. This was not Shinomiya. Why did he feel this disquiet? Fortunately, the health check proceeded smoothly, and nothing unexpected occurred. Conan shook his head in confusion. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Dr. Shinichi, thank you for your hard work. All the first graders have been checked. Now, Dr. Shinichi was bewildered. Was that it? The adorable first grader named Yumi was indeed present. Where had that chubby girl with the tea-colored hair disappeared to? Kobayashi Orange had confirmed that no one was absent. Surely they hadn't skipped school? Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the school building, a blonde woman clad in a black professional outfit, her glasses glinting in the sunlight, observed Dr. Shinichi's every move. In the hot spring, women's section, this feels wonderful. It's rare to soak in a hot spring. My spirit is rejuvenated. Ran, clutching her slightly buoyant form, beckoned to Hibara AI, who was hesitating by the edge. Come on, AI, don't be shy. Hibara AI's exquisite face was filled with resistance as she glanced at the ethereal beauty in the water and the perfect curves above the surface. She had once been quite the catch herself. Come on, AI, it's delightful here. I hear the natural springs have beautifying effects on the skin. After some inner conflict, Hibara AI reluctantly shed her bathrobe and stepped into the hot spring. Since she was already here, it would be impolite to refuse their kindness. It had nothing to do with beauty treatments. She was a scientist, not superstitious. Where's Mom? Why is she taking so long? Chapter 64. Hayui has a reaction. In the bustling streets of Mihua Town, number 21, Yukiko was sorting through her disguise tools. Over 2 weeks had passed. It was time to assess her pupil's skills in disguise. Initially, she had no intention of staying long after returning to Japan, but unexpectedly met Shinomiya Cloud and took him on as her student. As a mentor, she certainly had to ensure her disciple was well trained. She couldn't abandon her duty midway. In the first few days upon her return, Yukiko felt elated, experiencing a nostalgic sense of innocence akin to being an 18-year-old girl once more. However, all of this dissipated with the arrival of that woman. Never let her discover who brought her here. Can't she find a hotel if she has nowhere to stay? What infuriated Yukiko the most was that Shin Jing-yun, for reasons unknown, accepted that woman's friend request while delaying hers. That night, she had boasted to Sharon that she had taken on a disciple who was exceptionally handsome, with an aloof demeanor and the potential of a male star. By seniority, he was even Sharon's little disciple. When Sharon inquired about the contact details of this seemingly mysterious little disciple, it led to the two of them adding Shin Jing-yun. The more Yukiko thought about it, the angrier she became. She had sworn to Sharon that her disciple would call her Shirgu, yet they had not even become friends online. A disciple not adding their master. Where could the master's dignity go? What was even more frustrating was that Sharon's friend request had been accepted without a hitch. Who was she bullying? Everyone is a big star in their own right. She had merely stepped back from the spotlight. She was not washed up. Sigh. Where had Sharon disappeared to? Her disciple did not come to chat with her, and life was becoming unbearable. Yukiko rested her chin on her hand, gazing at her unadorned sweet face in the mirror, murmuring, recently, dark circles have begun to appear. Should I ask Irie for assistance? But perhaps it was best to refrain. The lawyer was busy, and it had been ages since they last met. Lost in thought, Yukiko inexplicably dialed Shin Jing-yun's number, and it connected swiftly. A smile lit up her face. But before she could utter a word, a remarkably familiar stern female voice emanated from the other end. Shin Jing-yun, are you still deceiving me? Yuxiko is abroad. If this truly is Yuxiko calling, then I concede. Yuxiko responded. Although I can't quite discern which old acquaintance you are, it seems you might have already lost. In a hot spring inn in Gunma Prefecture, in a private room, Airi Han dressed in a simple kimono. Though loose-fitting, it could not conceal her curvaceous figure. With her hair elegantly styled, she sat across from Shinjing Yun, exuding a cold yet stunning aura. What is there to discuss? Do you intend for me to rot in prison? Airi wished the man before her would indeed face that fate, but through prior encounters, she had gleaned a few insights. Shinjing Yun's logical reasoning was distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals, and his perspectives were quite unconventional. Engaging him head-on would likely result in her disadvantage, as had been the case during their 2 previous bathing incidents. Moreover, Shinjing Yun possessed formidable physical prowess. Though she had practiced some self-defense techniques, it would hardly suffice to resist him. It might only prolong her time in the bath. Thus, Airi resolved to temporarily set aside her aggressive tactics and approach their relationship, along with that of him and Xiaolan, from a more rational and calm standpoint. Through her keen observations, she recognized that Shinjing Yun, despite his erratic speech and succinctness, was fundamentally a reasonable individual. To engage with someone like him, one must first identify and exploit the logical inconsistencies in his words, a domain in which she excelled. Airi stated, I wish to know everything regarding your relationship with Xiaolan. You need not rush to oppose. Conversely, you may pose a question to me, a fair exchange. Shinjing Yun lightly tapped his fingers and nodded. He had little interest in Airi's matters, yet there was indeed one query he needed her to resolve. What if you cannot answer or choose to lie? This was indeed a question that required careful consideration. Airi pondered before responding coldly. If anyone lies or cannot answer, they must unconditionally grant the other a promise, with no possibility of retraction. This was Airi's objective. Once Shinjing Yun agreed, he would be bound by his own words. If he proved untrustworthy, it would serve to reveal his true nature to Xiaolan. As for Airi, she had little left to lose. Only Xiaolan remained, her most precious concern. Do you have any recording devices hidden away? Airi's expression brightened, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth as she retrieved a slender recording pin from her garment. Tossing it aside, she had already gained the upper hand in this verbal duel. This is your first question. Now it is my turn. Airi stated firmly. What is your true intention regarding Xiaolan? Shinjing Yun was no ordinary person, Airi understood deeply. However, his identity was of little significance to her. What mattered was whether he would pose a threat to Xiaolan. Airi scrutinized Shinjing Yun's facial expressions closely, this being the first time she observed him with such intensity, not letting slip any subtle signs of deceit. She had dabbled in the study of micro-expressions to swindle her for money. Airi's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend his statement. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, repeat that. To swindle her for money. Enough, Shinjing Yun. You cannot possibly utter such childish lies. Airi's chest heaved with indignation. She was genuinely angered. Even if Shinjing Yun claimed he wanted to seduce Xiaolan, she might have believed him, but to deceive her for money? If not for the fact that she could not best the young man before her, Airi would have lunged at him in fury. She was earnest, yet he treated the matter as a jest. Believe it or not, that is your choice. Shinjing Yun replied with an indifferent expression. He had not lied. Xiaolan was currently without money, but the future princess of Hispania, after their identity swap, would possess the wealth of an entire nation. The instant he laid eyes on Xiaolan, he recognized the fortune she carried. Airi clenched her teeth. She was utterly dissatisfied with this response, yet she could not discern any signs of deception in Shinjing Yun's demeanor. Buzz, 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 her phone rang. Shinjing Yun glanced at the caller ID and remarked, Your dear friend Yuxiko is calling. Will you answer? Yuxiko is abroad. Airi retorted. If this call truly is from Yuxiko, I will concede. Was it amusing to deceive her? Or was it merely a ridiculously transparent lie? That cannot be. I still have a question to ask you. Shinjing Yun approached Airi, leaning closer to her delicate, flushed ear, softly inquiring, Can you tell me how Xiaolan arrived? Airi's body trembled violently as that warm breath brushed against her ear, and his words struck deep into her heart. Unable to suppress herself, Airi grasped the edge of her kimono, her emotions swirling within her as she reacted unexpectedly. Chapter 65. How did Xiaolan arrive? Hello? Disciple. Who was that woman speaking beside you just now? Her voice sounds so familiar. Yuxiko's seemingly casual inquiry was accompanied by her ear pressed against the phone, as if listening for any discordant sounds. Yet, she heard no such sounds. Instead, There were exclamations akin to someone falling, followed by a familiar, authoritative voice. Yuxiko? It's Irie. Long time no see. Have you returned to Japan? Irie, it's really you. I knew that voice sounded so familiar. Are you in Mihua Town? Yuxiko's eyes sparkled with anticipation. We are in Gumma Prefecture. Xiaolan won a free day at the Hot Spring Inn, and we are taking this opportunity to express gratitude. The two women exchanged information regarding their acquaintance with Xinjing Yun over the phone, yet, without exception, they omitted the more unsavory details. What a pity, Irie. I think I just heard you say you concede. Were you two betting? Irie maintained her composure as she replied with a smile. I was merely joking with Mr. Xinjing. We have a fireworks display this evening. Once Xiaolan and her friends finish at the hot springs, we will set off. Let us talk later, Yuxiko. Once the call ended, Irie let out a long sigh. The rapport between her and Yuxiko was akin to a rivalry, not in the sense of enmity, but rather as the only competitors among their peers. Are you still feeling weak? The warm breath near her ear jolted Fei Yingli back to reality. Her body was half embraced, her feet weakly resting on the tatami mat, and her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Shinomiya Yuki. You actually know Yoko, my apprentice? You seem to be playing quite extravagantly. Don't change the subject. It's your turn to answer my question. Fei Yingli paused, pushing Shinomiya Yuki away, her gaze evasive. She understood that this young man was the only one she could not deceive. As for Lan, she is undoubtedly my daughter. That was not my question. What is Xiao Lan doing? Fei Yingli lay on the ground, appearing utterly defeated, her eyes dimmed. Come on. I, Fei Yingli, can afford to lose. I unconditionally agree. Do as you please. In her mind, she calculated that Xiao Lan and Xiao Ai should be almost done, maybe 5 to 10 more minutes. From her own experience, even 30 times that wouldn't suffice. Just then, footsteps echoed from the adjacent room, followed by the loud, lecherous laughter of an uncle-like figure. Kazushi, it's been ages. Are you still a detective? I was long ago fired. Yumi. Oh, you are still as beautiful as in college. Simply stunning. A stable, deep voice chimed in, Muri. You are now a well-known detective. At this reunion, I intend to get you drunk and pry some information from you. Come on, who is afraid? When it comes to drinking and reasoning, I, Detective Muri Kagoro, have never lost. Perhaps you've never won either. Shinomiya Yuki was somewhat surprised to find Muri Kagoro at this hot spring inn. Judging by the conversation, he must have joined a reunion with college classmates. With that, Shinomiya Yuki removed Conan from his blacklist and sent a message, soon receiving a reply. Brother Shinomiya, you finally added me. Today is the health check day at Titan Elementary. The school doctor from Titan High is a new physician, but I feel something is off about him. Should I take a photo for you to see? All right. Since Conan isn't coming, back to the blacklist. Shinomiya Yuki approached the already upright Fei Yingli and softly said, Wait, I'll show you something interesting. How does that sound? Fei Yingli sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't aimed at her, she could consider it. As a lawyer, she had undergone rigorous training, no matter what. One must not act recklessly. In the adjacent room, Muri Kagoro was downing a large mug of beer, leaning against the sturdy Kazushi, clearly already a bit tipsy. Kazushi. I remember you and Yumi were a couple in college. What about now? Kazushi rubbed his bald head, laughing awkwardly. Muri, let us not go there. Yumi and I parted amicably after college. Kazushi, you truly have no taste. A woman as beautiful as Yumi is hard to find again. Kazushi smiled silently, nodding in agreement that he had indeed missed out. You guys, can you drink a little less? We still need to go watch the fireworks. Horikoshi Yumi. Hands on her hips, her slender figure and charming face were reminiscent of her beauty that had lingered for so long. Men are all the same. Shinomiya Yuki cast a casual glance at the arms crossed Fei Yingli, stating, I have discerning tastes. Such women are no different from trash on the street. Fei Yingli snorted, understanding his implication. Her expression softened slightly, yet she still replied coldly, What makes you say that? That woman named Yumi has only spoken one sentence, and her figure and appearance are indeed well maintained. Her right middle finger bore a faint white circle at the knuckle, indicating she had worn a ring. Fei Yingli questioned, Isn't that normal? The left ring finger signifies marriage, while the right middle finger indicates being in a relationship. That is perfectly normal for a single woman, isn't it? What if that white mark isn't from the same ring? What is wrong with being unmarried at around 37, having dated a few boyfriends? Are you still stuck in old-fashioned thinking? What if she wears the same ring repeatedly? Fei Yingli frowned and asked, You can deduce all this from just one glance? Shinomiya Yuki said no more. What intrigued him more was Fei Yingli's attitude towards Muri Kagoro and Xiao Lan. Don't look at me like that. Fei Yingli pinched Shinkami Yun fiercely, whispering, "You may insult me, but you cannot insult my character. I'm a bit fed up." Fei Yingli was momentarily taken aback, then shot Shinkami Yun a murderous glare, her fair knuckles cracking ominously. In the adjacent room, a tipsy Muri Kagoro swayed, asking, "Are they setting off firecrackers?" "The fireworks festival hasn't started yet. Mom, why are you still in there?" "Xiao Ai and I are all set." Just before the door swung open, Fei Yingli's fiery demeanor dissipated, revealing a serene smile. "Lon, I was discussing the fireworks festival with Mr. Shinkami. Should we head out early to grab a good spot?" "That's a splendid idea." Xiaolon pulled along Hybera AI. Both had changed into kimonos, their hair slightly damp, cheeks flushed and radiant. "Brother Yun, you haven't soaked in the hot springs yet? It's so relaxing." Xiao Ai and I even scrubbed each other's backs. Shinkami Yun nodded, offering Xiaolon a look of sympathy for her hard work. Although Hybera AI didn't comprehend, she sensed it wasn't a kind gesture and merely huffed softly. But when Xiao Ai and I returned, we saw a large crowd heading to the hot spring pool. Now it seems like only the open-air mixed bathing area is empty. Chapter 66. Accompanying Lawyer Fei to the crime scene. Mori, don't drink too much. At a reunion, one cannot solely indulge in alcohol. We must consider the feelings of the ladies as well. Kazushi, you really know how to speak. Why are you still unmarried? Muri Kagoro, Kazushi, Horikoshi Yumi, and 3 others were all members of the judo club in college, having gathered at this hot spring 5 years ago, and now they were back again. Horikoshi Yumi seemingly indifferent remarked, "Kagoro, didn't you know? Kazushi is about to get married. If all goes well, you'll receive an invitation in a few days." "Really? Then I must congratulate you in advance." Kazushi, rubbing his bald head, replied sheepishly, "Oh, I was planning to surprise you all." Horikoshi Yumi stifled a yawn and waved her hand. "I'm going to take a nap. I'll head over after the fireworks start. I wonder how long Mom and Brother Yun will soak." Xiao Ai, should we head to the fireworks festival to grab a spot? Xiaolon, after helping Hybera AI dry her hair, had a smile that seemed to grow fonder towards AI. "Oh, I forgot to bring the little clothes I bought for Xiao AI last time with Sonoko and the others. What a pity. They specifically selected some very cute outfits. I believe Xiao AI would love them." Hybera AI felt a sense of helplessness. She disliked being treated like a child and found herself reminiscing about living with Shinkami Yun. Even with a mountain of debt, those days felt much more comfortable. Hybera AI nodded, her expression cool. She merely wished to finish this day quickly and return home to play computer games for money. Being a homebody wasn't so bad. Not long after Xiaolon and Hybera AI exited the hot spring inn, a tipsy Muri Kagoro and his companions followed suit. In Horikoshi Yumi's room, dressed in loose clothing, she wasn't resting but was instead organizing something. When the door opened, she heard the commotion but didn't turn around. Instead, she looked out the window at the figures of Muri Kagoro and the others heading to watch the fireworks, revealing a mysterious smile. "You're here? Is the money ready?" The visitor paused for a moment before speaking. "Yumi, are you truly going to take it this far?" Horikoshi Yumi turned, her expression slightly menacing. "Kazushi, this is what I deserve. We have been together for 18 years, and yet you are marrying another woman." Zhongdao Haji clenched his fists and growled. "You are aware that we have been together for 18 years. In that time, I must have proposed to you at least 99 times. Yet your response has always been rejection. If that were all, we could attribute it to the fate that kept us from marrying. Even during our relationship, I could overlook your dalliances with other men, attributing it to my own lack of charm. But why did you feel compelled to harass my fiancée with phone calls and send her threatening letters?" Horikoshi Yumi scoffed. "You abandoned me, yet you seek happiness? If your fiancée were to see the intimate photos we once shared, I dare say your marriage would be fraught with difficulties." Zhongdao Haji's gaze darkened. The woman before him was no longer the person he had known 18 years ago. She had transformed into someone utterly foreign and repugnant to him. In a dark, cramped storage cabinet, Fei Yingli covered her mouth in shock as she listened to the exchange outside. Her astonishment was not at Horikoshi Yumi's moral failings or extravagant lifestyle, after all. As a lawyer, she had defended far more bizarre cases. What truly bewildered Fei Yingli was how Shinjin Yun seemed to see through Horikoshi Yumi's character with a mere glance, and how he knew they would meet in that room. Unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered to the young man beside her. Though the cabinet could barely conceal a person, its height was limited, and Fei Yingli's tall frame was nearly pressed against Shinjin Yun's. She propped one hand on the edge to maintain some semblance of modesty. The solitary actor among a group is either the perpetrator or the victim. But if she were to voice this, Fei Yingli feared he would call her a fool. Silence reigned. She rolled her eyes at Qin Jingyun, rubbing her slightly sore wrist. She had expected him to show her something entertaining, but instead, it felt like a glitch plot. It would have been better to watch fireworks with Lon and the others. Suddenly, a brilliant firework burst in the sky, illuminating the faces of those gathered along the riverbank as the fireworks display commenced. Meanwhile, inside the room, the sound of a gunshot startled Fei Yingli, causing her to lose her balance and fall against Qin Jingyun. They found themselves face to face. One with a pale complexion instinctively closing his eyes, the other gazing down at the depth of his chest and his face, exuding an aura of restrained authority. He retracted his earlier words, realizing they were not as trivial as he had thought. A murder had occurred. Through a gap, Fei Yingli clearly saw Horyuchi Yumi's lifeless body slumped against the wall, a bullet having pierced her temple. The event unfolded so swiftly that she had no time to intervene. Shaking slightly, Fei Yingli had seen corpses before, many of them, but witnessing a murder firsthand was a first, and the creeping fear within her grew. If she and Qin Jingyun were discovered, the assailant would surely silence them to conceal the crime. No matter how skilled Qin Jingyun was, he would be at a disadvantage against firearms, and she was even less equipped to handle such a situation. Feeling his hand clasp hers, Fei Yingli cast a silent warning glance at Qin Jingyun, suggesting they wait until Zhongdao Haji left to call the authorities. This was their safest option. Moreover, as witnesses, they could argue that the incident had already concluded. To her dismay, the young man disregarded her gaze, parting his lips to speak. "You're pressing against me." Panic surged through Fei Yingli as she caught a glimpse of Zhongdao Haji looking in their direction. Resolute, she leaned down and kissed Qin Jingyun. This scoundrel. Did he not comprehend their predicament? There was a gun-wielding murderer outside. What could be more important than their lives? They exchanged breath, marking Fei Yingli's first proactive gesture, all while fully aware of her surroundings. Her beautiful eyes darted to the door, warning Qin Jingyun to remain silent, lest they attract bullets. Yet soon, her fierce demeanor softened as she realized what she had pressed against. Her eyes glistened, and her tightly clenched jaw loosened slightly. This was a scene she had become all too familiar with in recent days. No, this could not be happening here. A hot spring. Perhaps. Chapter 67. Standing after sitting for too long, a cascade of vibrant fireworks erupted in the sky, painting the faces of those gathered by the riverbank with a tapestry of emotions. What beautiful fireworks. I'm so glad we came. Lon had secured the best viewing spot alongside Hybera AI, leaving 2 empty seats on the nearby bench for Qin Jingyun and Fei Yingli. Elated, Lan's good mood radiated throughout the day, as no unexpected events or murders had transpired. This was the tranquil life she yearned for. It seemed that nothing untoward had occurred since she had been out with Yun. Even during their last outing at Isa Beach, he had arrived later. Even in the event of a crime, Yun would ensure they were not drawn into it, as evidenced by the incident in Osaka, which marked the true beginning of her separation from the world of reasoning. Resting her chin on her hand, Lon gazed at the fireworks above. Her thoughts simple. As long as her family could live in peace and health, that would suffice. Unbeknownst to her, Hybera AI noticed a subtle tension between Qin Jingyun and Fei Yingli. They could not possibly be meeting for the first time. AI recalled that their lunch today was meant as a gesture of gratitude. Yet, as Muri Ran's mother, Fei Yingli had barely acknowledged Qin Jingyun during the meal. She seemed to have intentionally avoided the topic. Had she thanked him privately? If so, why conceal it from Lon? Caressing her smooth chin, AI pondered aloud, is Fei's lawyer's salary substantial? Lon blinked, surprised that AI had initiated conversation, although she was unsure why AI posed the question. She replied with a smile, AI, you can call me Ran. As for Mom's salary, I'm not entirely sure. However, it seems she doesn't often accept fees for her defense work and even provides pro bono services. Understanding dawned on AI, Fei Yingli was undoubtedly in deep financial trouble, perhaps even as deeply in debt as she was. A smile crept onto her lips as she realized this truth, only to be met with a rough tousling of her hair, ruining her meticulously groomed style. What are you smiling about? Hybera AI swatted away the intrusive hand and turned to glare at the indifferent young man behind her. I was just thinking how fortunate you are not to have drowned in the hot spring. Coughing uncontrollably, Fei Yingli, recalling a recent incident, turned beet red. Children speak without thinking. Ran, Yun, you finally arrived. If you had come any later, the fireworks display would have concluded. Apologies, Ran. The hot spring here is indeed quite relaxing. I lost track of time. Fei Yingli settled beside Lon, offering an apologetic smile and softly explaining her delay. On the other side, Hybera AI, reluctant to share a seat with Qin Jingyun, jumped down and stated, "I'm tired of sitting. I'll stand for a while." Is that even a proper way to speak? Fei Ingli couldn't shake the feeling that Hybera AI had witnessed the entire ordeal, as her remarks were too astute. Perhaps she, as a lawyer, was genuinely neglecting her duties. Before Hybera AI could take a few steps, her petite frame was suddenly lifted, and she found herself seated on Shin Jin-yun's lap. Put me down. Holding hands was one thing, but with so many onlookers, it was quite another to sit on his lap like a child. Hybera AI felt utterly embarrassed. Don't move. Ran, and Aries simply smiled at the sight. Relieved to finally see Hybera display a childlike shyness and rebelliousness, it was a welcome return to normalcy. The fireworks festival reached its zenith. A symphony of colors illuminating the night sky, painting a vibrant tapestry. Ran leaned against Aries' shoulder, sharing laughter and conversation, while Aries responded with a warm smile. On a nearby bench, Shinomiya Yuki gently rested his chin on Hybera's fluffy hair, the girl slightly pouting, her bright eyes filled with resistance. However, after a few moments of struggle, she seemed to resign herself to his embrace. The evening air grew cooler, yet she felt no chill. This scene resembled a cozy family of four, exuding warmth, yet it carried an inexplicable oddness. Which among them could be the lady of the house? What? Nagahira committed murder? Officer, are you sure you've got the right person? Isn't that Mr. Murray? It was unfortunate that the case had already been closed, leaving no opportunity for him to showcase his skills. In Gunma Prefecture, yes, it was indeed the rookie detective Yamamura, whose luck remained as consistent as ever. The case had resolved itself without the need for investigation or deduction. Fingerprints, weapons, and evidence were all present, and even a witness had come forward, though they chose to remain anonymous and left after giving their statement. Yamamura straightened his collar. He excelled in cases with no danger involved. I refused to believe it. Muri Kagoro, with reddened eyes, rushed to Nagahira, who was still in a daze with handcuffs on, grasping his collar in fury. Nagahira, we've been classmates for over a decade. Why did you kill Yumi? You're a renowned detective. Tell me why. Do you even deserve that uniform you wear? Nagahira rubbed his bald head, equally bewildered. He was still dealing with the body, preparing to stage it as a suicide when a sharp pain struck the back of his head, causing him to collapse. The last words he heard before losing consciousness seemed to be spoken by a woman. I need to call the police. I can't take a bath now. The Phantom Thief Kid has issued a notice. Mrs. Suzuki, should we enhance our security measures? Do not panic. This was anticipated. Notify everyone that the exhibition will proceed as planned, and we should invite everyone on the list. Tomoko Suzuki held a small white card in her hand. The bottom right corner marked with the Phantom Thief Kid's exclusive emblem, along with a series of puzzling riddles. However, the final line was particularly strange. Her brow furrowed as her impeccably maintained long legs crossed, her fingers tapping anxiously on the table. Despite the presence of those on the list and the police now filling the exhibition hall, she felt a lingering unease. Tomoko took out her phone, lightly touching her soft lavender lips before sending a message to a certain young man, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, spending money brings the greatest peace of mind. Chapter 68. The Phantom Thief Kid ignites public outrage as the Lion of Dusk gives way to the Maiden of Dawn. And the clock strikes its 12th hour without a second hand. I shall descend from the luminous sky tower, collecting the egg of memories. Try to stop me. Foolish detectives and inept officers. The magician of the century, Phantom Thief Kid, makes his entrance. Bang! A fist struck the table with force. Had it not been for the decorum of the council hall, Nakamori Ginzo would have smashed the table to pieces. This is outrageous. It is absolutely intolerable. That Phantom Thief Kid has no regard for us officers, blatantly challenging our authority. This time, they must capture the audacious thief and ensure he faces the consequences. Nakamori seized the microphone and shouted to the assembled officers, this time, we must protect the egg of memories. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Everyone, give me 200 vigilance. Capture this insufferable thief. Meanwhile, several renowned detectives received insider information. Kudo, is this the Phantom Thief you mentioned? He truly is insufferably arrogant. I'm not well acquainted with him. Hattori Heiji, with a dark expression, clenched his fist and spoke urgently into the phone. Kudo, when will you arrive in Osaka? I'll come to pick you up. This time, I'll ensure that thief knows the extent of Hattori Heiji's prowess. Soon, but have you deciphered Kid's riddle yet? Conan glanced at Muri Kagoro, still engrossed in horse racing, chuckling softly. Among the invited detectives, it seemed that only Uncle Muri remained unaffected by the Phantom Thief Kid's antics. Not yet. but his words are infuriating. I feel heated all over. By the way, what about your brother Shinomiya? Will he be attending this time? Mentioning Shinomiya Yuki made Conan's expression darken. He had been blocked again, which was truly vexing. Perhaps, considering this incident involves both Phantom Thief Kid and the Suzuki conglomerate, the attention is so high that even Shinomiya will probably be urged to attend by the editors. That would be good. He didn't participate in the last incident. So let's see how the three of us fare against one another, whether the Western detectives are superior or if your Eastern luck prevails. Conan immediately sensed something amiss and retorted. Hey, Hattori, why is it that if your Western detectives win, it's skill, but if we Eastern ones win, it's merely luck? What's the difference? After all, we're all on the same side. Enough. Let's save other discussions for when I arrive in Osaka. Are you certain you won't come? Hibara AI brushed her short golden hair and replied softly, I won't be attending this time. I'm not fond of large gatherings. I'll stay home to care for it. I forgot to prepare its food when we went to the hot springs last time. The little golden tabby cat, now forced to be named Little San, mewed a few times, its eyes wide, appearing somewhat dazed from hunger. Shinomiya Yuki didn't press further, turning to leave, contemplating whether to secretly abandon the cat in a few days. After all, cat ownership could become addictive, and it would indeed become Little San. Yunji, over here. Outside. A luxurious extended limousine awaited, with Sonoko waving from the back seat alongside Ran. A private car service for the ladies. How splendid. Ran glanced behind Shinomiya Yuki and asked, Yunji, why didn't AI come along? Right, Yunji, I haven't met AI yet. I heard from Ran that she's an exceptionally cute and well-behaved girl. I really want to see her, and you wouldn't want to leave her home alone, would you? Shinomiya Yuki casually replied, if she gets lost, we'll just pick her up again. Yunji's heart was as big as ever. One had to wonder how AI's parents could trust him to take care of her. Ran inquired, Sonoko, are we heading straight to the Suzuki Art Museum in Osaka? Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Sonoko linked her arm with Ran, whispering, that's where the detective enthusiasts gather. Neither you nor Shinomiya are interested in such matters, so we won't join the crowd. Of course, I won't forget Shinomiya's professional duties. I'll take you both to see that egg. Ran glanced at the driver, whispering, is this really okay, Sonoko? Chairman Suzuki wouldn't allow it, would he? Only my father would agree, but he's ill. The main person in charge this time is my mother. It took a lot of convincing for her to reluctantly agree. Compared to Shiro Suzuki, Sonoko feared the authority of Tomoko Suzuki more. At home, her mother was the true head of the household. Shinomiya, what do you think? Sonoko looked at Shinomiya Yuki expectantly. While she had her own thoughts, it was essential to seek the opinion of the person involved. Rather than asking me, it would be better to let the driver answer. In the passenger seat, Shinomiya Yuki stifled a yawn, the rearview mirror reflecting a handsome young driver with slightly narrowed eyes, who occasionally observed Shinomiya Yuki's expression. Shinomiya, do you know Nishino-san? He is my father's secretary, proficient in many languages. The driver, Nishia Makoto, with his narrow eyes, scratched his head and chuckled. Miss Second, this is my first meeting with Mr. Shingu. Perhaps my appearance resembles that of one of Mr. Shingu's acquaintances. Yoko and Ran exchanged glances, both feeling that Shingu-yun would not casually mention an unfamiliar person. They immediately fixed their vigilant gazes on the driving Nishia Makoto. Miss Second. Miss Ran, is there something on my face? Yoko pointed out. Mr. Nishia's collar seems a bit loose. Yoko nodded, her imaginary detective instincts kicking in as she scrutinized Nishia's attire, only to feel disheartened moments later. I still can't figure out what's wrong with Mr. Nishia, Shingu-kun. Please. Miss Second, do not jest. How could I have a problem? In the rearview mirror, Shingu-yun rolled up his sleeve nonchalantly. Did you adjust the angle on purpose to make me look in the mirror? Nishia squinted. I sincerely apologize. It must have been an accidental bump. And was that one in the trunk also an accidental bump? Did you not have time to secure him? Nishia's eyes widened slightly. If one listened closely, a faint sound of collision could be heard from the trunk. Kaido Kid felt a twinge of regret. After all, he had overslept and felt a bit guilty towards the real Nishia Makoto in the back. While Yoko was confused, Ran pondered for a moment and exclaimed, Yoko. Nishia is actually Kaido Kid in disguise. The urgent screech of brakes sounded like a bird's cry, followed by a thud from the trunk, and a cloud of smoke dissipated in the car, leaving only a note behind on the driver's seat. To the beautiful lady and gentleman, please convey a message to the detectives and police present. I, Kaido Kid, shall acquire the Emperor's Easter egg tonight. Ah, it truly is Kaido Kid. What could be his purpose for disguising himself as Mr. Nishia? He must have intentionally revealed himself. As for the reason, it should be a reminder to adhere to the agreement from that night. After all, Kaido Kid has thoroughly angered all the participating detectives and police. The mastermind, Shingu-yun, cannot simply walk away and leave him to face the consequences alone. Shingu-yun felt a bit troubled. He had indeed heard the clear sound from the trunk moments ago. Having just sat down, was he already to assume the role of the driver again? Chapter 69, Suzuki Tomoko's Private Appointment, Osaka Castle Park. Suzuki Art Museum. Did you encounter Kaido Kid disguised as Nishiya on the way? Suzuki Tomoko, dressed in an elegant and noble attire, appeared to inquire of Yoko while her gaze continually scanned behind the group. Yes, Mom, Kaido Kid's disguise is truly remarkable. There were no flaws at all. Yoko's eyes sparkled as she praised in front of Suzuki Tomoko, but it did not escape Shingakuin's keen eye, who saw through the ruse immediately. He must have intended to follow us into the museum to seize the memory egg. The latter part was entirely Yoko's fabrication. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Tomoko merely smiled and asked, "What about Shinga-yun? I must express my gratitude for him securing an initial victory for us." Shingakuin said he wanted to explore the museum layout first to devise a strategy against Kaido Kid. Is that so? Suzuki Tomoko's expression turned contemplative, then she smiled at Rand. My apologies, Rand. I almost forgot to greet you. It seems Detective Mori has already arrived. Let us head over together and allow everyone to view the memory egg. Rand quickly waved her hand. Mrs. Suzuki, there's no need to worry about me. I'm just here to follow Yoko and Yun, not much help. Suzuki Tomoko replied with a smile. Keeping an eye on this wild girl, Yoko, is already a great help. Yoko pouted beside her, not daring to retort. Rand followed closely behind Suzuki Tomoko, feeling rather anxious. She suddenly had a peculiar thought, wondering if Yoko's mother's strong aura could subdue Yun. Inside the Suzuki Art Museum, in the corridor, a young man with a detached expression was filming a video on his phone, while a lazy voice from his Bluetooth headset came from a high school student. To the left, yes, that's the surveillance camera. The security measures at the Suzuki Art Museum are quite stringent. There are only 4 or 5 blind spots along the way. Move to the right. Listening to the chatter in his ear, Shinga-yun remained unfazed. After all, Kid would have to return everything, and with an old acquaintance, he would repay double. Or even tenfold. Hey, you over there with the phone, who allowed you to film in the museum? Nakamori Ginzo, accompanied by 2 officers, blocked Shinga-yun's path. Scrutinizing him before frowning, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Oh right. You were at the Suzuki Foundation's 20th anniversary party, weren't you? The officer beside him leaned in and whispered, Officer Nakamori. He's the young man who recovered the Black Star from Kaido Kid last time. The Suzuki Foundation must have invited him to deal with Kaido Kid this time. Nakamori Ginzo realized and scrutinized Shinga-yun, then sternly declared. But we cannot rule out the possibility that he is Kaido Kid in disguise. His behavior is extremely suspicious. Kid, I need to verify your identity. Shinga-yun retracted his phone and walked past Nakamori Ginzo. No time. Nakamori Ginzo's outstretched hand froze in midair, and he turned to shout, seize him. He is Kaido Kid in disguise. I can feel it. Nakamori Ginzo was not intentionally framing Shinga-yun. His instincts warned him that Kaido Kid was nearby. Officer Nakamori, what are you doing? Has Kid's riddle been solved? This guy's behavior is suspicious. Filming randomly in the museum, he could very well be Kid in disguise. Upon spotting Suzuki Tomoko and the others approaching, Nakamori Ginzo's expression brightened. Now we have them surrounded. Let's see how this kid escapes. Suzuki Tomoko, with her beautiful eyes, approached the calm young man and softly inquired, what is going on? There are 5 blind spots for surveillance. Security needs to be enhanced. Shinga-yun produced the video from his phone, revealing Kaido Kid's gritted voice in the headset. I discovered all of these. That detestable photographer. Suzuki Tomoko nodded and turned to Nakamori Ginzo. Officer Nakamori, I do not wish for our own people to begin infighting before Kaido Kid has even appeared. Shinga-yun is someone I specifically invited. He cannot possibly be Kaido Kid, just based on his usual cool demeanor. Suzuki Tomoko knew that this was not a disguise Kid could pull off. While appearances may be disguised, those eyes could not lie. They were just like the ones that protected her before. Let us set these matters aside for now. Our guests must have arrived. And it's time to show you all the egg. The voice of Kid echoed in Shinga-yun's ear. I'll come along to take a look too. This is Mr. Qin Jiang, an art dealer, Mr. Han Xuanlong, a freelance video artist, and Ms. Pu Saikinglin, a researcher of the Romanov dynasty. Shinga-yun's gaze lingered for a moment on the tall Miss Pu Saikinglin, then swept over to Conan and Hattori Heiji, who were grinning and waving at him. Truly foolish detectives. Before that memory egg arrives, does anyone have thoughts on the riddle released by Kaido Kid? Nakamori Ginzo immediately stated, it must be the Tenshikaku. The Sky Pavilion represents the Tenshikaku of Osaka Castle. Kaido Kid will appear at the Tenshikaku tonight. Unfortunately, that is incorrect, Officer Nakamori. The sound of Kid's laughter echoed in the headset, and Shingu Yun frowned. The untransformed Kid was truly too noisy. The crowd began to express their opinions, each trying to convince the other, while only Kid in the headset listened intently, occasionally chiming in with comments. Everyone, please stop for a moment. Have you considered a possibility? Kaido Kid may have already disguised himself as one of us, waiting to seize the memory egg when it arrives. Kaido Kid, how did I not think of this? Photographer, why don't you just take the egg for me later? Shinji Kaido removed his headphones as he noticed Suzuki Tomoko approaching him. No one is allowed to leave this room until I've pinched their cheeks. The girls can pinch each other's cheeks, and the boys stand against the wall. Shinji Kaido, step outside with me. Mrs. Suzuki, let me confirm that this kid is not a disguised kid. Or else, Suzuki Tomoko raised her hand in refusal. I will verify this personally, Officer Nakamori. All right then. That bespectacled boy over there, what are you laughing at? You're the first. Conan pointed to himself and grinned, but I'm just a child. Not even children are spared. Officer Nakamori is truly agitated by Kid's announcement. In the top floor lounge, Suzuki Tomoko stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window and softly inquired, have the codes been deciphered? It doesn't matter. Hearing the youth's indifferent tone, Suzuki Tomoko sensed a strong confidence emanating from him, a smile curling at her lips as she turned to him. Indeed, it is not important. So, can you guess what it is that I desire? Shinji Kaido looked down at the elegantly poised Suzuki Tomoko, perceiving a fierce competitiveness in her eyes. To win. The admiration in Suzuki Tomoko's gaze intensified as she declared, whether the code is cracked does not matter, the location of Kaido Kid's appearance is irrelevant, and even the egg, valued at 800 million yen, is of no concern to me. Even if it gets damaged in the process, I wouldn't care. What I desire is victory. She lost in the last Black Star incident, and this time, she intends to reclaim her standing. Suzuki Tomoko stepped closer, looking at the youth. Can you assist me? Shinji Kaido nodded. Can we win? That will require additional payment. A more pronounced smile graced Suzuki Tomoko's lips as she adjusted Kaido's clothing. Isn't this the best way to validate our efforts? Chapter 70. Something's off. My IQ is increasing. A sneeze. An ominous premonition loomed over him. Kaido Kuroba rubbed his nose. Ever since he met that photographer, he had been inexplicably sneezing without any warning signs. Kaido-kun, do you really not need assistance? This time, you've caused quite a stir, Terai Kazuki expressed with concern. It's all that wretched photographer's fault. He was merely a few seconds late that day. Does that warrant such animosity? Kaido Kuroba certainly wouldn't place all his bets on Shinji Kaido. They were not yet genuine friends, and could barely be called partners. Yet, such partnerships could easily unravel in an instant. Do not worry, Terai-san, for I am, the white cloak billowed in the night, adjusting his top hat. His voice suddenly becoming magnetic and filled with confidence. The omnipotent Kaido Kid. With a forward step, his figure vanished instantly. Kaido-kun, I forgot to mention. I haven't reinstalled the glider since it was damaged last time. This is the 51st Emperor's Easter egg, crafted from pure gold. Housing a model of the Nicola Emperor's family, celebrated as the memory egg. The art dealer, Kanekawa, retracted his authentication tools, his eyes ablaze. This precious memory egg, along with its historical significance, is valued at 800 million yen. Muri Kagoro couldn't help but click his tongue. Counting on his fingers, how many rounds of marbles and how many tracking commissions would it take to earn that? Just where are all the others? Where are Ran, Sonoko, and Ayoko? Why are only we men here to watch this egg? Nishino Masato, with a large bump on his head, slightly bowed to the crowd and quietly explained, Miss Sonoko went shopping, and Miss Ayoko was called away. Please do not worry. Nakamori Ginzo remained unconcerned, rubbing his swollen face, stating, fewer people make it easier to protect the egg. What's crucial now is deciphering the remaining codes. Detective and young detective over there. Any leads? The three, with their own bruised faces, surprisingly stood united, unwilling to engage with Nakamori Ginzo. Seeing this, Nakamori Ginzo said to Nishino Masato, until the code is thoroughly deciphered. It's too dangerous to keep the egg in the museum. I propose we leave a fake egg here for Kaido Kid to steal, while the real memory egg will be secretly protected by us police. Please convey this request to Mrs. Suzuki. I will relay Officer Nakamori's request to Mrs. Suzuki. Whether she agrees will depend on her discretion. At the upscale CAF, Shinjuku truly has my admiration. What is the point of a bunch of men watching an egg? Such a leisurely evening should be spent exploring Osaka Castle Park. Sonoko unabashedly expressed her appreciation for Shinja Kaido, intrigued by the clash between Kaido Kid and the Suzuki group. She was not particularly interested in cracking codes. Rather, she preferred to wander around Osaka, awaiting Kaido Kid's arrival. Confident that Shinjuku must have already deciphered the codes in the announcement. Ran felt similarly to Sonoko, though she was quite interested in that egg. Among the four sitting under the sunshade, only Aoko was completely bewildered. She wanted to see that egg. They were merely meeting for the first time. Why was she included? If there is nothing pressing, Miss Sonoko, I would like to return to protect the memory egg. As a researcher of the Romanov dynasty, I cannot allow it to be stolen by Kaido Kid. Sonoko hesitated. She also didn't understand why Shinjuku had brought Aoko along. Just looking at Aoko's long, slender legs brought a strong sense of crisis. Could it be that Shinjuku prefers long-legged types? Sonoko cast a glance at Ran's smooth, flawless legs. It shouldn't be so, for she had seen Shinjuku show a keen interest in Ran. Aoko smiled gently, preparing to take her leave when a clear Chinese phrase echoed in her ears, causing her to shudder, her gray pupils suddenly locking onto the youth sipping cola. A fleeting glimmer of hostility passing through. Kaido-kun, did you just speak in Chinese? Ran blinked, unsure of the meaning, but recognizing it as Chinese nonetheless. Miss Aoko, don't you understand Chinese too? What did Shinjuku say to you? Sonoko's curiosity surged. Surely, her Shinjuku couldn't have fallen for Aoko at first sight? Aoko's expression turned slightly unnatural. Once seated again, she spoke softly. Mr. Shinju just greeted me in Chinese. To her surprise, Mr. Shinju is also proficient in multiple languages. If given the chance, I would love to consult you. The latter part of her sentence was articulated in a very awkward Chinese accent, nearly causing Kaido Shinju to choke on his cola. As a world-class bounty hunter, mastery of several languages is an essential skill, which facilitated his immediate integration into the world of Detective Conan, especially since it is his mother tongue. His Mandarin proficiency is of the highest standard. Both of you, stop with the riddles. Sonoko exclaimed anxiously, feeling that Aoko and Shinjuku were exchanging glances filled with unspoken feelings. Just then, bursts of fireworks illuminated the sky above Osaka Castle, followed by the gradual extinguishing of all power facilities, plunging Osaka Castle Park into darkness. Kaido Kid has arrived. Just as Ran was about to speak, she turned around to find two of her companions missing. Where did Kaido-kun and Aoko go? Oh no, my Shinjuku, did he ultimately succumb to the allure of beauty? Ran felt embarrassed, convinced that anything could happen, but this was one thing she never expected Kaido-kun would do. At the top of the Tsutenkaka Tower, a white cloak floated in the moonlight, descending upon the summit, a white dove landing on the gloved fingertips. Beneath the monocle lies an eternal, enigmatic smile of confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. First, let us take a look at the egg's location. The power supply system was temporarily disconnected, and the lights throughout the city gradually extinguished. Subsequently, the power systems of essential facilities, such as hospitals, began to operate. Inside a dilapidated warehouse, Inspector Nakamori Ginzo guarded an exquisite box, which contained an Easter egg. Nakamori, the entire area has suddenly lost power. Should we activate the power supply? Instinctively asked one of his subordinates. However, as a mocking remark from Kaido Kid echoed in his mind, he suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, "Do not activate the equipment. Kid aims to expose our location. Hiding in the darkness makes us far safer." Truly, Inspector Nakamori's foresight is commendable. At the top of the tower, Kaido Kid raised an eyebrow, realizing he could not locate Inspector Nakamori as he usually did. Don't move. Kaido Kid, you are surrounded. Heiji Hattori, accompanied by officers from the Osaka Police Department, declared, tipping his hat. Your signal has been deciphered. This time, you have lost. Kaido Kid turned to the other side, where a boy juggling a soccer ball had taken his position, scratching his head in confusion. Something feels off. Have these guys grown smarter? Kid mused, still wearing a confident smile despite being encircled. But the real show is just beginning, isn't it? Chapter 71. Tomoko invites to dance under the night sky. At the entrance of a quiet alley, footsteps echoed in synchrony, stopping at a secluded spot. With a fierce glare, Pu Saikinglin swept her gray hair from her forehead and inquired, "What do you mean by that remark?" "The descendants of Rasputin," Jean Gongyun replied. The history of the Romanov dynasty is not my forte. You may search for it online. Pu Saiqinglin's gaze sharpened as her right hand subtly moved to the bulge at her waist. The Walter pistol, favored by spies and international fugitives alike, was drawn. I advise you not to move. We are merely 6 paces apart. Unfazed, Pu Saiqinglin was determined to eliminate anyone obstructing her acquisition of the Romanov treasures, including this youth. Before Jin Gongyun could finish his sentence, she had already aimed her pistol, chambered around, and steadied her aim at the youth's right eye. As her vision sharpened, she pulled the trigger, but the bullet soared into the sky, and her wrist was forcibly twisted. A sharp pain flashed across her face as she crumpled to the ground, clutching her abdomen from a heavy blow. I do not accept payment for ineffectual tasks. Since Suzuki Tomoko has offered a substantial reward to capture Kaido Kid, it is imperative that she headlines the news. Thus, a murder would be superfluous. Shooting at the right, I reminded Jin Gongyun of the internationally wanted assassin, Scorpion. He picked up the gun from the ground and approached the struggling Pu Saiqinglin, stating, in certain interests, we are rather similar. You may exit temporarily. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and had Pu Saiqinglin known of the previous intentions, she would have spat in disdain. Who shoots someone upon first sight? A Blackfin had been waiting outside the alley for some time, and Jin Gongyun tossed the gun aside. Handle it. If she dies, consider it her misfortune. At the tower, Kaido Kid surveyed the circle of detectives and officers surrounding him, a smile widening across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, are you familiar with the Chinese idiom "a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough"? A smoke bomb slipped from his sleeve, and as the mist enveloped the rooftop, Kaido Kid vanished from sight. Everyone, stay calm. The exit of the tower has been locked. He must have disguised himself as one of us, Conan shouted. Heiji and Conan exchanged glances before immediately searching among the officers. A certain officer, donning a counterfeit police helmet, covertly gestured and mouthed the word bang. Suddenly, explosions erupted from trash cans throughout Osaka Castle Park. Though not powerful, they were remarkably impressive. Inside the dim warehouse, Nakamori Ginzo heard a loud explosion from outside, his expression tightening. Kid is here. Everyone, stay alert. But Inspector, we cannot see where Kid will enter. We will hold our position and mobilize all surrounding guards to encircle the warehouse. I want Kid trapped with no escape. Understood. At the tower, while Conan continued his search among the officers, he suddenly heard a series of police sirens. And a flash of realization struck him. Heiji, quickly inform Inspector Nakamori, Kid's target is him. Damn it. So the startled bird refers to this? It's too late. 2 esteemed detectives, oh no, foolish detectives, Kaido Kid chuckled softly, slipping away from the officers and leaping into the air with his glider, following the flashing police lights until a dilapidated warehouse came into view. Is this the place? The sound of shattering glass echoed as a figure in a white suit came into Nakamori Ginzo's line of sight. Kaido Kid. Long time no see, Inspector Nakamori. I shall take this egg of memories. You won't succeed, Kid. Kaido Kid donned his protective sunglasses, and a flashbang illuminated the night, blinding everyone in its wake. Damn it. Kid, don't run. Run, and stay here to play house with you? I have school tomorrow. Kaido Kid cradled the exquisite box in his arms, but paused after taking a few steps, furrowing his brow. Wait, this egg is a fake. As the power supply was restored, the city lit up once more, and Nakamori Ginzo's vision cleared, yet the warehouse was already devoid of Kaido Kid's presence, leaving only the open box and a noticeably larger egg of memories. Nakamori scratched his head, recalling that the egg was not like this when he had brought it in. At the Suzuki Art Museum, the exhibition hall was eerily silent, with the exquisite Emperor's Easter egg prominently displayed in the center. A young man strolled into the hall, his calm expression fixated on the egg. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and the sound of high heels echoed on the floor, followed by a voice imbued with a touch of nobility. Mr. Jin Gong, were you not out with Yoko and the others? Jin Gongyun turned to face a stunning woman in a purple gown, softly responding. Mrs. Suzuki, Kaido Kid has appeared. I am here to protect the egg of memories. Mrs. Suzuki approached the exhibition front, elegantly stating, but wasn't he the genuine egg taken by Inspector Nakamori? With a wry smile, Jin Gongyun replied. There is no need for you to test me, Mrs. Suzuki. I am well aware of our plan to confuse the genuine with the counterfeit. Jin Gongyun elaborated. All police resources have been directed to safeguard that fake egg, leading Kaido Kid to believe it's the real egg of memories, while the genuine egg remains openly displayed at the Suzuki Art Museum, unattended. Unprotected protection is the best safeguard. Am I correct, Mrs. Suzuki? But perhaps the police and the esteemed detective are oblivious to this plan. Hence it appears so convincing, Jean Gagnon sighed. However, how did you discern that I am not Jean Gagnon? I thought I mimicked his tone rather accurately. Mrs. Suzuki chuckled lightly. I previously warned him not to call me Mrs. Suzuki. Is that so? Then I was recognized from the start. Kaido Kid removed his disguise and bowed with a gentlemanly flair. And now, all police forces are still en route. This egg of memories shall be mine with ease. Who dares to claim that this egg is indeed the egg of memories? Is it possible that truth is concealed within the facade of deception? The infamous Phantom Thief Kid was struck with sudden realization. He should have seen through it. However, the misleading clues provided by Nakamori Ginzo had led him astray, causing him to miss the genuine article. It appears that in this encounter, Mrs. Suzuki has outmatched him, and thus, I shall refrain from further involvement with this Emperor's Easter egg, for it is not what I seek. As the smoke bomb descended, the exhibition hall lost the presence of the Phantom Thief Kid. He had no reason to linger any longer, for school awaited him the following day. Shortly thereafter, a young man with a nonchalant demeanor approached Suzuki Tomoko from behind and yawned, saying, "See, as long as you say that, I knew he would overthink it." The line between reality and delusion is not so intricate. It is merely a matter of truth and falsehood. The egg of memories displayed before them was indeed the authentic one. Suzuki Tomoko turned to face the young man, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She was well aware that the situation was not simply a matter of truth and deception, as a single misstep could lead to entirely different outcomes. Yet the young man had anticipated it all. Extending her left hand and raising her gaze slightly, Suzuki Tomoko said, "It would be my honor to invite you, Mr. Yin, to dance." Filled with enthusiasm, she relished not only in having outsmarted the Phantom Thief Kid, but also in the fact that she was the one to take the stage. Each step had fallen perfectly within the expectations of Jinya Yun, and this sensation captivated even one as seasoned as she. The warmth of her slender waist lingered as her delicate hand rested on the young man's shoulder, her eyes shimmering and her lips enchanting, moving in silence. As the music concluded and the crowd remained, a faint blush adorned Suzuki Tomoko's cheeks, stirring unexpected emotions within her. Gripping the hem of her dress, she revealed a hint of girlish shyness. Chapter 72. Yokosuka Castle. The renowned detective finds himself ensnared in a web of trickery. The Suzuki Corporation triumphs over the Phantom Thief Kid, safeguarding the egg of memories. In a shocking turn of events, the Phantom Thief Kid, once able to toy with detectives and police alike, faces his first defeat, revealing the formidable foundation of the Suzuki Corporation. Picking up a news bulletin, Hattori Heiji gazed at the exaggerated headline, crumpling the paper in anger. These sensationalists are infuriating. What do they mean by being toyed with by the Phantom Thief Kid? We were on the verge of capturing that thief. Isn't that so, Kudo? Conan, however, was not as vexed as Hattori. With a slight smirk, he remarked, "The efficiency of the Suzuki Corporation is commendable, but I am more curious about the mastermind behind that clever scheme. If you were in Hattori's shoes, would you have the audacity to display an egg valued at 800 million yen so casually in an exhibition without any protective measures?" Though reluctant to admit it, Hattori praised, "This is no mere game. It is a complex psychological battle. It was we who allowed the Phantom Thief Kid to let his guard down. Curse that premonitory letter. It has riled us all." Conan pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and asked, "Hattori, hypothetically speaking, if the Phantom Thief Kid had appeared at the Suzuki Art Museum from the very beginning, would the egg have been easily taken?" "Without a doubt. I would have felt secure with Jinya Yun present." Suzuki Tomoko retrieved the egg of memories, placing it on the table, and addressed the sweet and charming woman who introduced herself as Kasaka Natsumi. If this egg truly was crafted by Miss Natsumi's grandfather and holds profound significance, it is only fitting that it remains in her possession. "That cannot be," Natsumi replied. "I am not even certain if the castle left by my great-grandfather is related to the egg of memories." Suzuki Tomoko smiled gently. "I have acquired what I desired. Keeping the egg serves no purpose now, and I have urgent matters to attend to. Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Jinya for his hospitality." Kasaka Natsumi bowed in thanks. "I appreciate the generosity of Mrs. Suzuki. I will ensure that Mr. Jinya is well taken care of." As Suzuki Tomoko rose to bid farewell to Natsumi with a handshake, she leaned closer to Jinya Yun, adopting a rare playful tone while no one was watching. "Is this your first day on the job? You cannot possibly refuse me on your first day, my esteemed advisor from the Suzuki Corporation. I am quite interested in the castle as well." "Very well. As for whether or not to include YKO and the others, you may decide." Suzuki Tomoko was busy, needing to return to Tokyo to manage the affairs of the Suzuki Corporation with an abundance of decisions awaiting her. After bidding farewell to Suzuki Tomoko, Kasaka Natsume's beautiful gray eyes fell upon the young man who had not uttered a word since their meeting, and she spoke gently, "Mr. Jinya, I am ready to depart at your convenience. I will make a quick call." Natsume blinked, curious about who the young man would contact. Given his casual demeanor even in front of Mrs. Suzuki. Mihon Town, 2nd District. Hibara AI swung her legs, indulging in a small cake when her phone rang. With a slight arch of her brow, she pressed the answer key. "Wanna play?" Click. Hibara AI hung up, her face cold and proud. Spam call. Nuisance. Kanagawa, Yokosuka. Stop calling, Yoon. Little AI is so adorable and understanding. Even if she makes mistakes, she will correct them soon. Jinya Yoon held Hibara AI on his lap, grasping her wrist, punishing her playfully for her disobedience. Correct? Without imparting a memorable lesson to this girl, she may never learn. Hibara AI clenched her teeth, remaining silent. Her eyes wide. There was no way she would yield to this greedy and lecherous man. She, Hibara AI, would not change. YKO held back a concerned Ran, smiling. "Ran, Jinya-kun knows his limits. Did you not see that little AI was silent even after 10 minutes of playful punishment? His strength must not be great." "It seems so." Ran sighed in relief. Yun was the type with a cool exterior but a warm and delicate heart, never having lost his temper with them, especially with AI. Who was closer to him? Hibara AI pouted, her little face turned aside. She would never admit that her silence was due to pride, in her mind. She had already cursed Jinya Yun from head to toe. Her fair legs swayed rhythmically, and she felt she would have to sleep on her stomach for several days. She could tell without looking that they would surely be red and swollen. "Miss YKO, Miss Ran, and Mr. Jinya, that is the castle built by my great-grandfather." A magnificent German-style castle loomed atop a hill, its design reflecting a half-century-old German aesthetic, a rarity in Japan. "Wow, what a spectacular castle. It looks just like what I've seen on television. Miss Natsume must feel like a princess living in it," Ran exclaimed. Kasaka Natsume waved her hand and laughed. "I merely inherited my grandfather's legacy, and I currently reside in Paris, so I am not well acquainted with the castle's situation." "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am a pastry chef, not a princess." Meanwhile, YKO had already succumbed to her fantasies. If Jinya-kun were to profess his love for me from the castle's pinnacle, how romantic that would be, like a knight and princess. If that is not possible, then it would not be amiss for me to express my feelings to Jinya-kun. Jinya Yun's outstretched hand paused in midair as he gazed at the imposing castle, contrasting it with his modest two-story home. His emotions were complex, and he snapped a photo. After all the hard work, the money he had earned would likely not even cover half the castle. Contemplating this imbalance frustrated him, prompting another click of the camera. Hibara AI's eyes reddened. She had grown somewhat disillusioned. Initially intrigued by the so-called Yokosuka castle, her enthusiasm had vanished. "Let us proceed. I hope to discover clues regarding the egg within the castle." Only Kasaka Natsume, YKO, Ran, and Hibara AI, who had been picked up by Jinya Yun midway, had come on this trip. Others wishing to join had been firmly declined. He had already dealt with the troublemaker, and did not wish for any further complications, lest they face another disaster like a fire in the castle. How could I possibly stand firm? Had I known, I would not have brought you along. Jingu Yun lifted the faintly trembling figure of Hibara AI, who remained silent with a delicate grip on the young man's shoulder, her sorrowful gaze brimming with unspoken emotions. Perhaps next time, he could add rat poison to his meal, or even a laxative, perhaps both. In Chapter 73, Are You AI's Father? They found themselves in the esteemed lady's chambers, the emperor's quarters, and lastly, in the study of my great-grandfather, E.G. Xiaomei exclaimed in awe. Miss Xiaomei's great-grandfather truly amassed an impressive collection. Antique oil paintings, knightly armor, and sculptures from the last century, all invaluable treasures. Yuenzi, however, was not particularly interested in these artifacts. She was on the hunt for the most romantic spot in the castle to confess her feelings, ideally at sunset. Hibara AI was intrigued by the castle's Germanic architectural style. Had her legs not been weak from Jingu Yun's embrace, she would have loved to explore alone. Especially since the castle's designer was a master of mechanisms, it was likely to contain intriguing secret passages. Yet her interest lay not in adventure, but in the appreciation of artistic beauty. Jingu Yun pondered silently, having discovered several hidden compartments in those rooms, all likely rigged with security mechanisms and possibly containing no genuine treasures, more likely, They were bait for would-be thieves. After Xiaome's introduction, she smiled and asked, "So, have you found anything?" Xiaolan and Yuanzi shook their heads, turning their gazes toward Jingu Yun, who maintained a stoic expression, feigning ignorance of their unvoiced inquiries. Xiaomei replied gently, "It's no problem if you didn't find anything. To be honest, I didn't have high hopes. Moreover, I'll be returning to Paris tomorrow, and this castle is unattended. I initially intended to gift part of the castle's deed to Mr. Jingu as a token of gratitude for Mrs. Suzuki's generosity." The sound of mechanisms ceased abruptly in the room, followed by the appearance of a concealed passage in the study. A young man stood at the dimly lit staircase, coldly addressing the women. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." Hybera AI, nestled against Jingu Yun's neck, tugged at the corner of her mouth. Could she still pretend not to know him? What a miser! Before long, they discovered the remains of Xiaomei's great-grandmother and a slightly larger red egg at the end of the secret chamber. The union of the two eggs unraveled the mystery of the memory egg. The women gazed in astonishment at the family portrait of the Russian imperial family projected onto the wall, along with photographs of Xiaomei's great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Xiaomei bowed to them, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much. I will cherish this precious memory left by my great-grandfather." Mr. Jingu. As agreed, after I lay my great-grandmother to rest alongside my great-grandfather, a portion of the castle's usage rights will be entrusted to you. Jingu Yun nodded. In truth, this was an additional gift from Tomoko Suzuki, who had unwavering faith in his ability to solve the mystery, unhesitatingly handing over the memory egg. Given the need to relocate Xiaomei's great-grandmother, they decided not to linger in the castle, leaving the remaining time for Xiaomei and her ancestors. "Oh, my plan to confess in the castle has fallen through." Yuanzi lamented silently, her meticulously crafted knight and princess confession scenario dissolving into thin air as the vehicle departed from Yokosuka. Yuanzi, why the long face? Isn't this a perfect ending? Xiaolan smiled, realizing that with Yun around, no tragic events would occur. It seemed she could ask him to join future travels. That may be true, but I can't shake the feeling of unfulfillment. Yuanzi gazed despondently at the young man in the passenger seat, her eyes flickering toward Hybera AI, who was resting in his embrace, a wave of frustration washing over her. While she could accept being outdone by Xiaolan, it seemed even a little girl surpassed her. Yet, Hybera AI was Jingu's relative, and thus posed little threat. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Yuanzi's eyes, while she couldn't capture Jingu's heart just yet. Winning over a little girl's affections would surely be a piece of cake. Once she befriended AI, understanding Jingu's every preference would be within her grasp, allowing her to strategize effectively and conquer his heart. Hybera AI lifted her gaze, casting a cool glance at Yuanzi, who seemed overly enthusiastic, and turned her head away. Should she use rat poison or a laxative? Perhaps a laxative would suffice. Yet, given his paranoia, placing it in his favorite food would likely yield better results. But what did he enjoy eating? Hybera AI furrowed her brow, reflecting on their time together. She realized she didn't even know his preferences. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a twinge of conflict. Her small face tilting up just enough to see his cold, unyielding visage, as if daring her to act. "What are you looking at? Want to get hit?" she thought. Perhaps it would be best to poison him after all. "Wait, Yuanzi, look. Isn't that Miss Judy?" Outside a nearby arcade, a tall, voluptuous woman with golden short hair was engrossed in a shooting game. The vehicle came to a halt, and Yuanzi leaned out, calling out, "Miss Judy." However, the blonde seemed lost in her game, oblivious to Yuanzi's greeting. "Jingu, Xiaolan and I are going to say hi to Miss Judy. We can have dinner in the adjacent mall and buy a few cute outfits for AI," Yuanzi proposed, setting her plan in motion to win over Hybera AI. Jingu Yun paid no mind to Hybera AI's disapproving look, lifting her from the car. He too was curious to witness her awkwardness and adorable clothing. "Miss Judy, what brings you here?" Yuanzi approached the gaming woman, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, Yuanzi and Xiaolan, hello," the blonde woman replied in accented English. Surprised to see her students in the arcade, Jingu Yun remained back, as the girl in his arms clutched his shirt tightly, burying her face in his shoulder. Though she did not tremble, her eyes radiated defiance. "Are you feeling shy?" Hybera AI said nothing, but the tension in her heart dissipated at that moment. Her cheeks slightly flushing, she had never heard a kind word from him. "Yun, this is our English teacher from Tiden High School. Hello, I'm Judy St. Emilion." The teacher first noticed Hybera AI, smiling as she said, You must be the little AI Yuanzi mentioned. What an adorable girl. She then turned her gaze to Jingu Yun, assessing him with a thoughtful expression. Are you AI's father? You're quite young. Jingu Yun raised an eyebrow. She had good taste. Just as he was about to nod, a small hand grasped at his waist, and the girl in his arms glared at him fiercely, as if to say they would become foes should he dare agree. At that moment, an unsigned email arrived on Jingu Yun's phone. A new task had come through. In Chapter 74, the tequila is still in play. Judy continued, I apologize. I was merely jesting. How could such a young man as Mr. Jingu possibly be married with children? If he were, Xiaolan and Yuanzi would have no chance. Miss Judy, Yun and I are just good friends, right, Yuanzi? Xiaolan interjected. Yuanzi pouted, not wishing to be merely friends with Jingu, but she couldn't undermine her best friend either, so she feigned ignorance and stammered. Yuanzi. The teacher was joking. A handsome young man like Mr. Jingu would make anyone's heart flutter. Judy casually redirected the conversation. May I ask what Mr. Jingu does for a living? Yuanzi quickly interjected. Teacher Judy, Jin Gongkuan is currently a photographer in the editorial department of Nichibai Television. My mother holds him in high regard. A photographer, you say? Does that mean he can attend various high society parties openly? Judy feigned surprise, then as if realizing something, hastily added, Mr. Jin Gong, please do not misunderstand. What I mean is, wouldn't that allow him to meet numerous celebrities? How enviable. Haihara AI cast a glance at the blonde woman opposite her, who seemed to have a particular interest in Jin Gongyun. Hadn't they met before? Teacher Judy's shooting skills were quite precise, reminiscent of American agents in movies. With her mouth agape in astonishment, she exclaimed in her clumsy British accent in Japanese, Mr. Jin Gong, you're remarkable. How did you know I have a particular fondness for Western blockbusters? Especially action and crime dramas? My shooting skills are merely an imitation of movie characters. Are we driving? Or is it simply brazen to do so in front of female students? Jin Gongyun lightly tapped on the glass with his fingers, saying nonchalantly, Then I recommend you watch some Japanese films. Although the plots can be quite kitsch, the quality of the actors surpasses that of your Western counterparts by several degrees. I'll try to look into that when I get the chance, Judy replied, her eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness. She then downed an iced Americano from the dining table and smiled at Ran and the others, saying, I have class tomorrow, so I won't stay for dinner with you all. After leaving the mall, Judy turned several corners and crossed a street before tapping on the window of a parked Mercedes. The window rolled down, revealing an elderly man in a suit with a white beard in the driver's seat. Judy, why the sudden contact? Have you made a discovery? No. It must be my figment of imagination. Judy shook her head. We should focus our attention on that individual. We can consider other matters later. Judy nodded and was about to open the passenger door when a man wearing a knit cap in the dimly lit back seat suddenly opened his eyes, removed his eavesdropping headphones, and stated in a calm voice, Judy, you have already exposed yourself. Judy frowned slightly and asked, is it because of that remark about American agents? Suggesting my identity? It could very well be a coincidence. The man in the knit cap leaned back in his seat, his green eyes gazing out of the window towards the direction Judy had come from. There is indeed a possibility of coincidence. But what solidified my suspicion was the latter part of your statement regarding the quality of actors in your Western films. James Black, the driver, became unsettled. He understood the implications of her words. He immediately responded, Akai, could it be that you're overthinking this? I can accept that Judy's acting may have been discerned, but it's hard to believe that we have been discovered too. Perhaps it's 50-50, the man in the knit cap replied, closing his eyes once more, his mind replaying the very subtle sound he had overheard, akin to the rhythmic tapping of a glass. If translated using Morse code, it would read, Hey Dad, are you working on a case again? I'm with Yuanzi, I understand. After Ran hung up the phone, Yuanzi leaned closer and asked, Did Uncle Mori take on another case? Ran nodded and replied, It seems a software engineer was murdered, someone named Itakura Taku. Dad didn't elaborate much, just told me he wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. I told you, going out with Jin Gongkuan is great. Nothing dreadful like a murder incident has occurred. And we don't have to leave dinner halfway to solve some case. Haihara AI, uninterested in the conversation, looked up at the young man responding to messages and asked flatly, When are we heading back? I'm feeling a bit tired. Jin Gongyun sent a message to Jin, then ruffled AI's hair, telling Yuanzi and Ran, I have work to attend to, so I want to be shopping with you. And don't bother escorting AI home. She can take a cab. After watching Jin Gongyun leave, Ran remarked, There must be some major news breaking. The editor must have pressed you into work. Rand quickly grabbed Haihara AI, who was trying to slip away, and with a smile said, AI, let us pick out some nice clothes for you. Don't worry. We'll safely escort you home. Haihara AI glared at Jin Gong-yoon, who had left her behind as a shield, mentally noting another point against him. Just as Jin Gong-yoon exited the mall, a murder occurred inside the restaurant. That night, as heavy snow fell, a yellow beetle was driving along a small road leading to Guma Prefecture. Doctor, can we go any faster? Conan asked, his expression tense with excitement, as this was the first lead he had on the Black organization since the incident at the Cup House Hotel. Not long ago, he had assisted Muri Kagoro in solving a murder case involving a software designer, from whom he obtained a disk that recorded transactions with a man codenamed Tequila, including their software delivery deadline. Indeed, this was the same victim from the gaming company incident, and Conan remembered it vividly. It was his first encounter with other members of the Black organization after being drugged. Everything connected, the software design, the list of top engineers. There must be a grand scheme at play. Just wait. This time, he would ensure the truth was uncovered. In Tokyo, on the overpass, a black Porsche 356 was already covered in snow. A spark ignited in the darkness as a phone rang. Vodka has gone for the transaction. You're too late, Nika, came the emotionless voice from the phone. The spark flickered and fell to the ground, revealing the icy, murderous intent in the silver-haired man's eyes. Are you going to trade with the dead? Chapter 75. Target, Detective Muri Kagoro. In Tokyo, at the last level of the coin-operated iron lockers at the Idle Bridge station, Vodka waited impatiently for Itakura, who had yet to arrive. It seems that guy is late. Lighting a cigarette, he mused that if it were Jin Gong, he would likely shoot Itakura upon arrival and take the software with him. Vodka grinned. He wasn't too concerned. Once the transaction was completed, he would send Itakura off and retrieve the check for the software, which was a considerable sum, enough for him to gamble with Jin Gong several times over. Huh? Isn't this the check meant for Itakura? Why is it stuck in the locker? Did that guy arrive early? Upon opening the locker, he indeed found a tape-secured disc, and discarding his cigarette, he removed his gloves and tore off the tape. Excellent. Everything is proceeding as planned. In the back of the coin-operated locker, Conan was quietly hidden, panting slightly. As long as Vodka continued to wait for Itakura, he would surely assume the other party was too afraid to trade face-to-face and would leave with the software and the check, allowing Conan's plan to succeed and possibly leading him to the organization's hideout. Damn it, is he too afraid to trade? It seems Itakura is quite lucky. Growing impatient, Vodka, visibly displeased, left with the software and check, his footsteps fading until they were no longer audible. They're gone. The plan worked. Conan suppressed his internal excitement, waiting a bit longer to ensure there were no further sounds before preparing to collect the cigarette butt and fingerprints from the tape Vodka had left behind. But just as he took a step forward, a wave of unease washed over him. Something's not right. This has gone too smoothly. It feels like it's all staged for my benefit. Sure enough, footsteps echoed again, and a beam of flashlight illuminated the staircase, tightening Conan's heart to its utmost tension. Brother, it seems the plan has failed. Perhaps there is no one hiding here after all. Vodka returned to the coin-operated iron lockers, retrieving the discarded cigarette and tampering with the fingerprints intentionally left on the tape. This was, of course, a ploy orchestrated by Jin to draw out the puppet master behind the scenes. However, with Banzo already deceased, who could have made the phone call to me? And who placed the check and the magnetic software here? Jin descended the staircase, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the rows of coin-operated lockers. Vodka understood the cue and began to inspect them one by one with his gun, yet found nothing of significance. Your performance was too contrived. The last remark was utterly superfluous. Jin holstered his pistol and opened the box containing the magnetic software, retrieving a sticky transmitter from the hidden compartment, smirking as he remarked, "Do you recall the Cup City Hotel incident? The transmitter is identical. It appears we have attracted the attention of certain individuals. Brother, who could it be?" Jin remained silent and continued, "Your saliva can be extracted from the cigarette, revealing your blood type. The tape is used to obtain your fingerprints, and the transmitter is for tracking. All of this bears the hallmark of a detective's handiwork." Conan, hidden within the locker, gasped for breath, realizing that his entire plan had been unraveled. However, how did these individuals come to know of Mr. Banzo's demise? The police had yet to release any information, and the earliest publication would not occur until tomorrow morning. This urgency was precisely why he had rushed here. Opportunity only knocked today. Vodka muttered, "Detective? How could a detective be targeting us? Was Banzo that fool who hired one?" How did you know that Banzo Taku was truly dead? It's the heart, Jin replied, casting his gaze towards the staircase as a shadow elongated under the beam of a flashlight, drawing nearer. You have arrived, Nika. The young man of mixed European descent had a chiseled face, white hair, and red eyes, smiling yet possessing a voice that was chillingly frigid. The information you provided indicates that Banzo Taku had a heart condition, and a person with such an ailment wouldn't venture alone into a villa amidst a heavy snowfall. Sudden temperature changes can stimulate the sympathetic nervous system, placing a strain on the heart, potentially leading to cardiogenic shock. Vodka suddenly understood. So you discovered Banzo Taku's address and made the call, only to be answered by the police? The means of communication, whether from a public payphone or a disposable mobile, seemed unnecessary to inquire about, as he was already aware of such tactics. Nika. Conan's breathing quickened. Jin referred to this individual as Nika, an alias he recognized from the organization, confirming what Hattori had surmised. Yet, what was with his voice? It was not merely hoarse. It seemed as if it had been deliberately distorted and repaired, evoking a spine-chilling sense of dissonance. Given this, brother, Nika, what is the reason for our return here? That detective might have slipped away already. Vodka glanced at Shinomiya Yuki, knowing that if it were up to him, his strategy would undoubtedly involve obliterating the entire underground station, since locating the individual seemed futile. Jin coldly laughed. Do you think I spoke all those superfluous words for your benefit? Brother, are you suggesting that the imposter posing as Banzo Taku is still eavesdropping? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Jin's eyes, his expression hardening as he continued. After receiving Nika's call, I conducted a bit of research. Interestingly, the scene of Banzo Taku's death not only involved the police but also a detective present. A renowned detective, Kagero Mori. Concealed within the locker, Conan's heart abruptly halted. Disaster. Mihan Town, 5th District, number 39. Ms. Judy, I never anticipated your deductive skills to be so astute, rivaling my father's. No, Ms. Judy. I merely stumbled upon it by chance. I could never compare to a renowned detective. Xiaolan exhaled. Just as Yun left, a murder occurred in the restaurant. Fortunately, Ms. Judy was nearby and assisted the police in locating the assailant, escorting them home. Not far behind the two, a Mercedes-Benz followed at a leisurely pace. Akai, you should have stopped Judy. We are ill-equipped to handle such murder cases. Leaving it to the Japanese police is the best course of action. Akai, are you listening to me? The man in the knit cap sitting in the backseat straightened, squinting at the three shadowy figures atop the roof of the Muri Detective Agency. His eyelids flickering. Jin. And who is that white-haired youth? I have never seen him in the organization, but he gives me an exceedingly bad feeling. James, do you have your gun? On the rooftop, Jin coldly surveyed the darkened Muri Detective Agency across the street, then shifted his gaze to the two women approaching and finally fixed his eyes on the Mercedes-Benz, a frigid smile playing on his lips. Akai Shuichi. Chapter 76. Yukiko delivers warmth. Brother, is that the mole infiltrating the organization, Black Barley Whiskey, now the investigator Akai Shuichi? Vodka instinctively grasped his sidearm, his expression darkening. Why is he here? Are they secretly investigating us? Jin sneered. Do you not comprehend? The presence of an FBI investigator here speaks volumes. Jin exchanged a glance with Akai Shuichi in the car, suppressing the icy murderous intent within, and turned away without a backward glance. Brother, are we simply leaving? At this distance, it exceeded the effective range of a handgun. If there were no results, it would be a waste of time. Vodka hesitated. What about that renowned detective? Are we abandoning him too? Jin replied coldly. That was merely bait to draw out the puppet master. That detective is likely still at the crime scene, oblivious to the transaction. Vodka realized, brother, you intentionally mentioned the renowned detective Kagero Mori at the underground station to direct all suspicion towards him, regardless of the truth. He would be compelled to reveal himself. If he did not, the innocent detective would meet his demise. This is the burden of standing in the light. What we fear are the unknown adversaries. The rats surfacing merely await the right moment to be ensnared. Jin had achieved his objective. Now that he was aware of their covert infiltration into Japan, the subsequent organizational operations would be closely monitored. As footsteps halted, Jin furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the young man still standing on the rooftop, coldly stating, Nika, do not act impulsively. There will be ample opportunities for confrontation in the future. A smile appeared on Shinomiya Yuki's face, disguised as a young man of mixed European descent, before he turned and coldly remarked, Kiani seems to have some reservations about me. So before my arrival, I informed Cohen. Jin's eyes widened in surprise before abruptly darting towards the high-rise behind him, where a metallic glimmer flickered. A cruel smile gracing his face as he found himself increasingly admiring Shinomiya Yuki. Inside the Mercedes, James had also noticed the members of the Black Organization on the rooftop, anxiously asking, "Akai, what should we do now? I never anticipated encountering those individuals. It is just you, me, and Judy. And we have no idea how many of them there are, or if they have ambushes. Do not panic, James. If they are adequately prepared, they are not aiming at our eyes, but rather at a sniper." Akai Shuichi suddenly felt a surge of intense urgency. As a top-notch sniper, his instincts kicked in, and he swiftly turned his gaze towards the rooftop of the building to the right front. At that moment, having received Shinomiya Yuki's message, Conan, who had been lying in wait, pulled the trigger on his sniper rifle. "Get down, James." Despite his deep trust in Akai Shuichi, James was somewhat older. He barely managed to evade a fatal shot to the head, the bullet piercing through his shoulder and into the seat. Akai Shuichi had no time to assess James's injury. Seizing the opportunity between sniper shots, he flipped into the driver's seat, activated the windshield wipers to obscure the assailant's view, and then lowered his head, flooring the accelerator as he sped across the street. If Akai Shuichi were to gaze upon the rooftop and the tall buildings at this moment, he would notice that the shadow of the Black Organization had vanished. Conan received orders to fire a shot, with the target being at his own discretion. If his opponent was Akai Shuichi, the element of surprise with the first shot presented the best opportunity. The likelihood of success with a second shot would diminish significantly. And if the adversary also wielded a sniper rifle, he could face retaliation. Neither side was willing to gamble. Akai Shuichi dared not take the risk, or perhaps found no necessity to do so. Aware of those individuals operating in Tokyo, he knew he would eventually retaliate. "Miss Judy, is something the matter?" "No. Nothing at all. I just remembered an urgent matter I must attend to. Ran, I must take my leave." Ran smiled and bid her farewell. "All right, Miss Judy. Thank you for your help." Judy waved goodbye, but as she turned, her expression soured. If she hadn't misheard, that was the sound of a silenced sniper rifle. Moreover, the sudden departure of the Mercedes indicated that something unfortunate had transpired. Inside the black Porsche, a conversation unfolded. "I have a suggestion, Nika. Could you refrain from wearing that expression? When you smile at me, it feels as though you wish to eliminate me." Vodka adjusted his sunglasses, finding the unmasked visage of Jin Gong-yun more agreeable. Suddenly, Jin inquired, "Nika, don't you reside in Mihua town?" Jin Gong-yun replied with a grin. "What? Do you wish to visit me?" Jin scoffed. "I have no interest in your personal life. I refer to that esteemed detective, Kagoro Mori. Although his suspicion is nearly negligible, he still requires observation." Jin chuckled coldly. "They know my and Vodka's appearances, and have seen you as you are now, but they have certainly never encountered your true visage. Belmode happened to be active in the Mihua town vicinity, and you two, masters of disguise, would be ideal for infiltration." Jin's speech abruptly halted as he observed Jin Gong-yun extending his hand, seeking money. Vodka chuckled, recognizing the familiar Jin Gong-yun, who would swindle him before targeting his elder brother. "No money, no talk," Jin Gong-yun stated with indifference. Jin huffed, closing his eyes, feigning sleep. Out of sight, out of mind. As the black Porsche gradually disappeared down the street. The following morning, Hybra AI's eyes were slightly puffy from a restless night filled with nightmares. She dreamt of a visitor at her home, their features blurred, resembling a tall woman. Hybra AI rubbed her forehead, perplexed as to why she would have such a strange dream. It was all that person's fault for abandoning her, leaving her burdened with an array of bewildering small garments. She did not comprehend why Sonoko was so warm towards her. If it was merely a matter of financial interest, one could simply throw money at it. Descending the stairs clad only in a small cotton nightgown, she cast a glance at the young man surfing the internet in the living room. Upon noticing the screen, she remarked, "How curious. You actually replied to an edit, which is unusual for you." Jin Gong-yun tousled the girl's hair and said, "I told him that if he bothered me again, I would fire him." Hybra AI swatted his hand away, stepping back with disdain. "I believe it will be you who gets fired. Without a job, I wonder how you'll fare. You might end up relying on me." Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jin Gong-yun approached the peephole, then opened the door with an odd expression. "Is there something you need?" Yukiko appeared somewhat bashful, raising her gaze to meet the young man's stern face, then quickly averting her eyes, her voice soft. "I was hoping you could assist me with something." Jin Gong-yun suddenly recalled a remark made by Eri Kisaki before parting at the hot spring inn. "Yukiko, too? So, is she here to offer warmth? Looking for Conan?" It was Dr. Agasa next door who told me that Conan hasn't returned all night. He has been staying at the doctor's lately. Jin Gongyun casually opened a can of cola and replied, "He's just a child. What could possibly happen to him?" Hybera AI remained unfazed, wiping the moisture from her mouth. "Don't mind me. You may continue." The high school detective Shinichi Kudo's disappearance was likely tied to his investigation of the organization. Indeed, detectives often possess an innate foolish fervor. She had made the right choice by not getting involved. It was safer to remain at home. However, regarding that dream, Hybera AI glanced at the sweet-faced Yukiko and shook her head, concluding that it probably did not pertain to this woman. Best to forget that dream as soon as possible. Although Yukiko was intrigued by the adorable girl appearing at Jin Gongyun's residence, she still felt the need to speak on behalf of her ineffectual distant relative. After all, Conan was my distant relative. With his parents abroad, it was my duty as a relative to look after him. Contact the police, find a detective. They would be more reliable than seeking my assistance, Yukiko stated. It takes 24 hours for a missing persons case to be filed. I inquired with Sonoko, and Detective Muri is still handling a commission. I just returned to the country, and among those I know, you are the only one capable. Yukiko's eyes brimmed with tears. Please help me, master. Save your theatrics. After finishing the can of cola, Ji Gongyun turned to the beautiful woman batting her eyelashes at him and said, "I have no time. Can we discuss the matter at hand?" Yukiko's gaze flickered, her lips muttering, "Is it that obvious?" While it was true that Conan had been missing for a night, it was not unusual for that rascal to disappear for 2 or 3 days. No one could ever decipher what thoughts danced in a detective's mind. Dr. Agasa was still rather youthful. However, she could conveniently use this as an excuse to chat with her apprentice and also encourage him in his skills of disguise. To her surprise, she had encountered a delightful surprise, a refined girl of mixed Japanese and British descent. If you were truly in such a hurry, you would not ring the doorbell and wait idly, but would knock and call out. Yukiko pouted, "I would never be so unladylike. I am not airy." Regaining her usual demeanor, Yukiko smiled at Hybera AI. "I apologize. Did I frighten you? I was merely joking with your brother Jingong. You may regard it as a rehearsal for a play on television. You are such a lovely and quiet young girl. What is your name?" Hybera AI's eyelids twitched slightly. "This woman seems a bit foolish. He is not my brother. I am her creditor." Yukiko's smile froze upon her face. This family appeared rather different from others, as if engaged in some form of role-playing. Perhaps she should also play along to fit in. The thespian within Yukiko stirred once more. She tousled her hair and approached Hybera AI, lamenting melodramatically, "In truth, I am your long-lost stepmother. I held you when you were just born." Hybera AI's mouth twitched slightly, casting a glance at Ji Gongyun, as if to say, "You won't ruin someone else just because they owe you too much money and can't repay it, will you?" Ji Gongyun found the situation amusing. It seemed Yukiko had grown too bored at home and could not control her emotions. Her personality was in stark contrast to Eri Kisaki's. One was icy, the other fiery, a true juxtaposition of elements. At Dr. Agasa's residence, he pondered whether Yukiko would be able to enlist Jingong's assistance. Before his departure, Shinichi had instructed him that should anything happen, he should seek Jin Gongyun's help. Dr. Agasa recalled Conan's words before entering the underground station. Jingong is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. If he knows a friend is in danger, he will surely come to help. Do not worry, Doctor. Alas, it all rested on Yukiko's shoulders. Well, AI, you possess so many beautiful clothes. Your brother Jingong truly dotes on you. Hybera AI's cheeks flushed slightly. She could not comprehend why Jingong Yun had mistakenly agreed to let Yukiko tour their home. And now, the first stop was her bedroom. She resisted vehemently, maintaining a cold expression, yet was still pushed aside by Shinjing Yun with a single hand as he opened the bedroom door. The room was adorned in a monotonous, cool-toned minimalism, but the small wardrobe was overflowing with a dazzling array of clothing, with some pieces even piled haphazardly on the bed. Yuki surveyed the scene and remarked, "AI's fashion sense is truly exquisite. It is far from that of a child, resembling instead the elegant style of a composed, mature young woman." Hybera AI lifted her small face slightly, acknowledging the compliment. Unlike a certain someone who merely squandered money, she decided to let it go, reasoning that there were no hidden secrets in the room, and the computer was secured with a password. Shinjing Yun pointed at the bed and inquired, "Haven't you changed the bedding?" "I air my blankets out daily. You know," Hybera AI retorted, her face hardening as she pushed against the unyielding Shinjing Yun. "Get out. You shouldn't be casually inspecting a girl's room." Yuki, I suddenly have the urge to practice my disguise skills, she added. Yuki, slightly exasperated, responded, you should call your mentor. Yun ignored them, rummaging through the bottom drawer of the wardrobe until he unearthed a red dress. I'll practice with this for AI. I'm certain she will agree. Yuki's eyes brightened. I was initially worried that AI was too mature for her age, but I never anticipated she would have such an adorable dress hidden away. Haihara AI. Upon seeing the red Lolita princess dress in Yun's hands, could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor. She leapt up to snatch the dress, feigning anger. Give it back to me. How did you know I hid it at the bottom of the drawer? Yun seemed to read her thoughts. Pulling out his phone and scrolling through the chat history of their group. 3 girls had messaged, Yun, this is the little dress we picked out for AI last time. If possible, we want to see her wear it. Accompanied by a picture of the red Lolita dress. Don't blame me. It's hard to resist such sentiments. Haihara AI bit her lip. It turned out they were all in cahoots. They even had a small group. Can I join this group? It seems quite fun. Yuki swiped through the chat history, filled with daily life shares and complaints, even travel plans, exactly what she needed. That depends on your sincerity, Yun teased. Lifting the red dress while grasping Haihara AI, who was attempting to escape. Don't be so rough with AI. Yuki pulled her closer, shooting Yun a glare. Then turned to AI with a conflicted expression, gently saying, AI, you will look absolutely adorable in that dress. You're all villains. Chapter 78. Hattori, take care of yourself. Tokyo. At the Shikawara station, in the underground locker area. Huh? Little brother, why are you in there? A hazy voice echoed in Conan's ears as fresh air rushed into his nostrils. As he barely opened his eyes, he was met with an unfamiliar face clad in a staff uniform. Did I faint? The air in that iron locker was stifling. And coupled with my tense and oppressive state, I was right. That group of people in black were after Uncle Murray. I must notify him immediately, but damn. There's no time. Emerging from the underground station, Conan gazed at the pale sky, feeling as if he were in a different world amidst the bustling crowd. He quickly dialed Dr. Agasa's number, relieved when someone answered promptly. Doctor, quickly inform Uncle Murray. The detective agency is in danger. Kudo, what are you saying? Where are you now? Huh? Hattori? Why are you at the doctor's house? Conan blinked, then hurriedly replied, don't worry about that now. The detective agency is in danger. You need to call Baka. What are you talking about, Kudo? I just spoke with that uncle and he came to Tokyo for a case. I was planning to challenge you again. Huh? Just hurry back. Conan scratched his head, wondering if he had dreamt about Jin's words last night. No. Something must have occurred that he wasn't aware of. Since Hattori was there, he should first review the situation with him. Perhaps they could uncover overlooked details. At Dr. Agasa's residence. Hattori, did Shinichi call? This time I truly appreciate your help, Hattori replied. I just happen to have a case in Tokyo as well, and don't worry. Kudo won't easily fall into trouble. That puts my mind at ease. By the way, Hattori, may I ask what case you're working on? Hattori scratched his head. That case is nearly wrapped up, but while I was on the phone with Uncle Murray, I stumbled upon something intriguing, a series of arson cases. After a tiring morning. AI, you are so adorable, just like a princess stepping out of a fairy tale castle. Yuki covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Though her eyes betrayed her amusement. It must be Yun's fault. AI, you have been quite resilient. Seated on a chair, AI's bright red shoes dangled above the floor. Swaying gently, the red dress, exquisitely crafted, hugged her form snugly, revealing a delicate white calf beneath. The cotton sleepwear had long been discarded, replaced by the striking red Lolita dress. If viewed from the neck down, she could be deemed a flawless work of art. Haihara AI gazed at her reflection. Her once delicate, cool visage now adorned with garish makeup that resembled scribbles. Her large eyes appeared dim, and her soft, fair lips were slathered with an uneven application of bright red lipstick. Peach-toned foundation was hastily applied to her cheeks, lacking uniformity, while her long eyelashes fluttered unevenly. The only aspect still intact was her hair. Feeling a surge of frustration, Haihara AI thought to herself, where's my knife? I need to take down this money-obsessed fool who insists on forcing makeup upon me. Yun, glancing at his handiwork, tousled the girl's hair into a messy bun and said, how about I charge you $28,888? Yuki, perplexed, asked, why not in yen? I'm half Japanese and half English, Yun replied. Yuki facepalmed, then chuckled, your family is quite amusing. I imagine everyday life must be very light-hearted and joyful. One is a recluse who only reads magazines and plays on the computer, while the money grubber only drinks cola to swindle her hard-earned money. Yun ruffled the girl's hair again, noting that he wasn't particularly short on funds at the moment. The substantial commission paid by Suzuki Tomoko, along with the generous salary of a special consultant, paired with his share from the sales of Nikko wine in Europe, made for a rather lucrative situation. After all, who could ever have too much money? Before his otherworldly journey, Yun believed that money was the only thing in this world that would never deceive him. And it still held true. Yet, as he gazed at the image of a sorrowful, wronged face in the mirror, striving to maintain his aloof and enigmatic persona, he smiled. Feeling rather pleased. This money grubber is still smiling. How can he smile at a time like this? Ihara AI felt as if she might explode with frustration. With a determined kick, she leaped from the chair, intent on washing off the makeup and locking herself in her room for the entire day, or perhaps 3. Where are you going? This is just the beginning. The back of the princess dress was difficult to manage, and Yun held her head firmly, spinning her back around, exclaiming, "This is so much fun." Makeup was merely the foundational skill of disguise. The real show was yet to come. Ihara AI's eyes widened in terror as she saw Yun produce a wig. Will I lose my only decent hair as well? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It's the doorbell. Someone is here. Ihara AI exclaimed. Yun had not anticipated so many guests today. There were only a few who knew his address. He hoped it wasn't the two he most despised. As Shinomiya Yuki descended from the building, Hybrid AI let out a breath. Feeling that this version of Shinomiya Yuki was far more terrifying than usual, 100 times more so. Now was the time to wash off her makeup and lock the door. AI, why not let me give it a try too? Yukiko said, trimming her wig with childlike enthusiasm, perhaps to surprise Shinomiya Yuki. Ding dong, ding dong. Hey, Kudo, is this really the Kamiyama residence? It looks deserted. Hattori. Don't ring the doorbell so quickly, that guy has a notoriously bad temper. And be careful not to call my name. Conan instinctively took a step back. Glancing at the black Buick parked in the yard, memories that were better left unvisited flooding back to him. Hattori Heiji remarked, I don't find him that intimidating. After 2 encounters, though he appears cold and somewhat pretentious, speaking little and not quite fitting in, his deductive abilities surpass yours and are below mine. Based solely on that, I can accept him. I don't need your acceptance. The door swung open, and Shinomiya Yuki unexpectedly revealed a slight smile to Hattori Heiji, saying, however, I could recommend someone to you. Perhaps you two could spark a different kind of chemistry. Conan instinctively shuddered, sensing that Shinomiya Yuki was more terrifying than ever. Hattori, take care of yourself. Chapter 79. Yukiko, you are quite the schemer. Arson case? Hattori Heiji stated, recently, there have been a series of arson incidents in Rishin Town, Toriacho, and Okuho Town, and since Mika Town is adjacent to these areas, it is highly likely that the next arson will occur in Mika Town. Conan grimaced. Aside from Mika Town, there was also Kabuto Town, but he wouldn't voice that. Hattori continued, the perpetrator leaves behind a red horse statue at the crime scene. Not interested. Before he could finish, the door was slammed shut, leaving Hattori with a face full of dust. What a detestable fellow. This concerns his own safety. We came to warn him, yet he shows no gratitude. Conan sighed, cradling his head. Hattori, you deliberately withheld information just to lure Kamiyama out to solve the case. Didn't you? It should be Rishin Town Block 1, Toriacho Block 2, Okuho Town Block 3. According to the pattern, it ought to be Mika Town Block 4. What does that matter? Shouldn't the focus be on solving the case? Hattori clenched his fist, leaving in frustration. Kudo, I must say, you're a bit better at this. Leave this case to us. Haha, Hattori, you're changing quickly. Meanwhile, on a street in Mika Town, a peculiar, bespectacled, plump man was promoting his shop as catalog and giving away keychains as souvenirs. I'm Jinda Takanori, dealing in antiques from the neighboring Kabuto Town. I hope you'll visit my store when you have time. The soft-spoken woman, not good at refusing, accepted the keychain gift. Glancing back at her modest home, did she really look like someone who could afford antiques? I think I heard Conan's voice. Where did that rascal run off to? Yukiko, upon spotting Conan from the second-floor window, realized that Professor Agasa was overthinking it. After all, aging tends to affect one's perception, especially for someone who overexerts their mind. Detective games. How relentless. Let it be. Relieved, Yukiko turned to Shinomiya Yuki with a mysterious smile, saying, guess what happened to AI? She washed off her makeup and locked herself in her room? Yukiko was slightly surprised. All her guesses were wrong, and if it weren't for her intervention, she would have been completely accurate. If anyone claimed they weren't related, Yukiko would be the first to dismiss it. Shaking her head. She pulled out a little girl from the stairway, smiling. Look who's here. Shinomiya Yuki paused, holding a can of cola midair, slightly surprised. Ayumi? No. The expression was too cold. It was that girl, Hibara AI. At this moment, Shinomiya Yuki found it hard to look at Hibara AI and said to Yukiko, "You're quite the schemer, Yukiko. Did you see through me? I thought my disguise was perfect, even with the pink headband. Where did I go wrong?" Taking a sip of cola to calm his nerves, Shinomiya Yuki knew he had helped Hibara AI bathe twice, but he was aware that Hibara AI was indeed Mayano Shiho, and felt no psychological burden. However, as Hibara AI, disguised as Ayumi, approached Shinomiya Yuki, her innocent and adorable face bore cold eyes as she softly said, "What's wrong? Do you prefer cuter children? Is that why you recognized I'm not Ayumi so quickly?" The corner of Shinomiya Yuki's mouth twitched slightly at that moment. He had no interest in ruffling the girl's hair and chose silence instead. Seeing Shinomiya Yuki at a loss was a first for Hibara AI. And with a flick of her brow, she devised a plan, tugging at the young man's sleeve and playfully saying in Ayumi's voice, "Shinomiya brother, why are you ignoring Ayumi? Did I do something to upset you?" Shinomiya Yuki's eyelids twitched. "You will be punished for that, I assure you." Noticing that Shinomiya only threatened verbally and did not act as he used to, Hibara AI's face grew stern as she unleashed her pin of frustration. "Are you going to hit Ayumi? Ayumi is scared of pain. She is so pitiful." After saying this, Hibara AI shuddered. She was not adept at such remarks, always feeling they sounded insipid. Enough of this nauseating dialogue. Shinomiya Yuki stood up, addressing Yukiko. "Yukiko, I must leave now. I have urgent matters to attend to." Foreboding crept over Hibara AI as she sneaked a few steps, only to have her ankle caught and be hoisted up. "Let me down. Help me." Yukiko was still pondering why her disguise had been seen through so easily when she suddenly realized Hibara AI was being carried upstairs by Shinomiya Yuki. Compared to Ayumi, AI was far too mature. Although the disguise could alter one's appearance to avoid recognition by acquaintances, a core element was needed: acting skills. Yukiko puffed her cheeks slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Her apprentice, who knew nothing of disguise techniques, had seen through her ruse instantly, which was quite embarrassing for her as a mentor. "No, I must show my apprentice true disguise skills, ones that can truly deceive." Yukiko prepared to take matters into her own hands with her acting prowess. She was confident she could make it difficult for Shinomiya Yuki to discern the truth. However, the disguise needed to be someone Shinomiya Yuki was familiar with, preferably someone he knew well. Ran? Sonoko? Probably not, as she didn't know them well. "Ah, Hayui, second floor. Let me go you." Hair accessories, wigs, and little shoes scattered from the stairway to the door. Hibara AI, flustered, clutched her skirt, her face in a panic. At that moment, her desire to return to her original size intensified. At least Yukiko downstairs wouldn't turn a blind eye to her simply because she was a girl, and she could have some resistance. Shinomiya Yuki tossed Hibara AI onto the bed, face down, pinning her small hands behind her back, restraining her little feet clad in white socks. "Where did your earlier courage go? Still pretending to be Ayumi?" Hibara AI gritted her teeth, snorting coldly. "So what if I have to lie down and sleep for another week? I will never bow my head to you." Buzz, 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 her phone vibrated. Shinomiya Yuki glanced at the email sender, then at Hibara AI, who looked resigned, slightly surprised. "A detective has contacted me regarding the arson case related to this red horse I just received." The sender was Mayano Akemi. In Mika Town, Block 4, Conan and Hattori Heiji, after inquiring some information from the gentlewoman before them, were about to leave to find the next place. At that moment, a small car slowly pulled up beside them. The window rolled down. "Conan, what are you doing here?" "New doctor, what are you doing here?" Hattori Heiji glanced inside the car, seemingly recognizing a familiar box, and quickly inquired, "Did someone gift you a red horse statue on the road earlier?" Shinichi Tomo reached into the vehicle and produced a figurine of Guan Yu riding the red hare, saying, "Is this what you were referring to?" Not far away, a woman, previously gentle in appearance, suddenly adopted a stern expression, her demeanor tense. This unsettling sensation lingered. Chapter 80, Shiho's Punishment, Amy's Laughter. Will she still be a beauty? Humph. Hibara AI remained silent, save for a cold snort, her small teeth clenching the blanket. AI noted this incident down in her mental ledger, vowing to repay Shinichi Kudo in full one day. Repayment. AI remained tight-lipped, her mind incessantly murmuring, Upon seeing another email from Amy with an attached photograph, her hand paused mid-shot. The photo's angle was quite discreet, capturing the faces of 3 individuals to varying degrees. Heiji was most prominent, almost fully visible, while a young student in a blue suit was shown from the back, clutching his neck. Lastly, at the edge of the photo, was a side profile of a bespectacled gentleman, captured only partially. Was Amy's photography skill lacking? No, it was rather her fear of being discovered. The high school detective Hattori Heiji was fully visible, and Conan, whom she had previously encountered, was captured from behind. The gentleman's presence, exuding a sense of pressure far surpassing that of the 2 renowned detectives, warranted her caution. It seemed that Vermouth was also active around Mihua Town. Pondering Jin's words, Shinichi's gaze turned inquisitive as he pinched AI's unexpectedly warm cheek, contemplating. If AI isn't attending school, then why is Vermouth impersonating Shinichi Tomo? Does she aspire to be a doctor? If she intends to adopt a new identity in Mihua Town, it would be illogical to disguise herself as Shinichi Tomo. The scope is too limited, confined merely to Tiden High School. Is she aiming to investigate Shinichi Kudo as well? No. Although Tiden High School and Tiden Elementary are part of the same system, they are situated in different regions. AI school attendance, or lack thereof, could not justify Vermouth's masquerade as Shinichi Tomo. Tiden High School, Ran Muri, Vermouth. Shinichi again pinched AI's soft, slightly flushed cheek, retreating just as she was about to bite him. He finally understood Vermouth's motive for impersonating Shinichi Tomo in Mihua Town. The only person she perceived as a threat was himself, Shinichi. By masquerading as Shinichi Tomo, she could safeguard Ran Muri, investigate Shinichi Kudo, and pursue Shiho Mayano, achieving 3 objectives in one. Have you realized your mistakes? AI's eyes were cold, and if she yielded now, all the punishment she had endured would be in vain. Turning her face away, she refused to utter a sound. Shinichi raised an eyebrow, contemplating the necessity of inviting Vermouth over for a visit. AI let out a whimper, her small feet in white socks dangling in midair, tears welling in her eyes. She contemplated running away from home. Wait, why did she say home? She desired a new place to rent. Are you investigating a case? In response to Shinichi's inquiry, Conan quickly adopted a childlike tone, stating, Heiji Nii is a high school detective from Osaka. I'm merely accompanying him. Hattori Heiji interjected, I am Hattori Heiji. Could you describe the individual who previously gave you the keychain? Shinichi pretended to recall, speaking gently, I didn't pay much attention. But he seemed quite sweaty and appeared a bit dazed. However, I did notice he was a plump, middle-aged man, wearing round glasses, dressed in gray, with a tie. His demeanor very earnest, projecting a humble image. Meanwhile, Amy, disguised as a gentle woman, secretly tucked her phone away and approached. Does this assist you in solving the case? Honestly, if we can swiftly apprehend the arsonist, I wouldn't have to live in constant fear. Have we met before, miss? Conan recalled never having seen her face, yet it bore a hint of familiarity. Amy smiled, little brother, this is our first meeting. My name is Hirota Yumiko. Yumiko in the cloud. Yet the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deceit. Yumiko, is it? All right, I understand. I am Idagawa Conan, he replied, tugging at Heiji's sleeve. Feeling the atmosphere was decidedly off. Both Shinichi and the woman Hirota Yumiko exuded an air of ambiguity. Regardless, he resolved to focus on solving the arson case first, then discuss the black organization with Heiji and inquire about any recent information regarding the Nika liquor. Suddenly, without warning, a familiar pain struck, accompanied by a recognizable license plate and a familiar youth. Conan tumbled several times on the ground, scrambling up, his thoughts of retaliatory threats forgotten as he sprinted to hide behind Hattori Heiji. That black Buick again. It was truly his nemesis. Every encounter on the road resulted in a collision. That detestable Shinichi. The composed youth exited the driver's seat, stating, I honked the horn, implicitly suggesting it was Conan's fault. Amy chuckled, while Shinichi maintained his polite demeanor, seemingly lost in thought. Heiji, undeterred, felt a surge of determination. Indeed, he had not misjudged the situation. Shinichi had come to solve the case. Conan lamented internally, feeling like the victim, a mere child, wondering why no one was advocating for him. Hattori shared the intelligence they had gathered with Shinichi, unwilling to exploit the opportunity. Detective confrontations must be fair and just. As for the information he had obtained, that was personal deduction, the key to cracking the case. He would not share. So, have you made any progress in the investigation? Ah, yes, we have some leads. I believe a visit to the 4th block of Beihu Town will help us identify the culprit. Shinichi glanced at Amy, who winked at him. seemingly conveying a message of fondness and asking him to extend her regards to AI. He had not concealed Shiho's transformation into Hybrid AI from Amy. That was a promise he had made. Choosing to protect AI from the shadows was Amy's own decision, and observing the seemingly content AI, who had made new friends, albeit a young student, brought a smile to Amy's face. Perhaps this incident would allow her to meet Shinichi, visiting in her current identity to witness the daily lives of AI and Shinichi, which must be vibrant and colorful. Chapter 81. It's been a while since I bathed. Shinichi was somewhat perplexed. Why was Amy suddenly smiling at him? Did she know he had just made AI cry? Disguised as Shinichi Tomo, Vermouth was in a foul mood. She hadn't anticipated encountering Shinichi, nor was she certain if he had seen through her disguise. Vermouth was aware of Shinichi's proficiency in disguise and his meticulous attention to detail. He could deduce complex logic from minor anomalies. She admired him and was intrigued to compete with him. But, Idagawa Conan, what are you doing here? Vermouth had not been entirely unproductive during this time. She was already aware of Shinichi's transformation into Idagawa Conan and even suspected that Shiho might have undergone a similar change to escape. This suspicion arose after she inadvertently encountered a girl with light brown hair, yet she found no leads at Tien Elementary. It was also due to Shinichi's presence in Mihua Town that she decided to impersonate Shinichi Tomo, infiltrating Tien High School to gather intelligence while protecting Ran. To the astonishment of all, Xiaolan had grown surprisingly close to Nika. Upon receiving this news, Vermouth felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. Terrified that one day she might awaken to find Nika standing over her, coldly declaring, "This woman has discovered my identity. Eliminate her." Conan, clutching his head, chuckled, "Brother Jingdong, are you here to investigate with us? I might share some exclusive intelligence with you." Disguised as Shinichi Kudo, Vermouth's eyelids twitched. She had never encountered someone so reckless. Was he truly afraid Nika might not recognize him? She had heard of Nika's gruesome missions, such as the one involving Akemi Miyano, whose demise had been particularly tragic. The moment she heard Nika utter the name Shinichi Kudo in the car, an unsettling feeling had washed over her. And it was evident now that her intuition had been correct. "Time is of the essence. I have an appointment," Conan remarked. Glancing at the Buick where indeed a woman sat in the passenger seat, someone that looked vaguely familiar. To his surprise, the door swung open to reveal a striking woman in a red coat paired with a white blouse. It was Aunt Yukiko. Under Yukiko's piercing gaze, Conan found himself faltering, scratching his head awkwardly as he approached Heiji Hattori, wondering what kind of chaotic battlefield he had stumbled into. With Yukiko's presence, was this an attempt to ensnare Nika entirely? Vermouth, disguised as Shinichi Kudo, felt her lips dry. She hoped for an amicable resolution, wishing Conan wouldn't stir up any further trouble. "Conan," Heiji interjected, "you mentioned you had some findings? Perhaps we could consolidate our leads and possibly crack this series of arson cases." Just then, as Heiji was about to utter Kudo's name, he felt two murderous glares behind him, but found nothing when he turned. Shinichi remained composed, wearing a gentle smile, while Yukiko leaned against the car, smirking. "Blacklist that dark-skinned individual." Conan, oblivious, stated, "I believe Mr. Takafumi Jinda, who distributed keychain gifts, is not the murderer. He simply appears to be a good person." "That is what you intended to say, right, Conan?" Shinichi interjected, halting him with a childlike reasoning, before addressing the group. "Although my understanding of this arson case is limited to your discussions, it does remind me of a certain case in a detective novel. A murder case." Shinichi felt compelled to act. Nika might dispose of Conan before her eyes. While she was uncertain if Nika was aware that Kudo had been deemed dead by the organization after being drugged by Jin, she couldn't take that chance. Heiji immediately responded, "Are you suggesting that the perpetrator committed these 3 incidents to set the stage for a 4th? Leading everyone to believe in a pattern and thus overlook the actual motive?" Shinichi waved his hand with a smile. "I'm merely speculating. I've read that detective novel. And this case does bear similarities to the murder incident." Conan chimed in. "So the true motive of the murderer is cough cough cough." Shinichi cleared his throat several times and continued, "You should know that I am a doctor. When I encountered Mr. Jindo on the road, I noticed his mental state was rather poor. He might have a history of sleepwalking or similar conditions." Heiji clapped his hands. "I understand. The murderer exploited Mr. Jinda's habit of distributing keychain gifts along with his mental condition to not only devise an arson plan but also prepare a scapegoat." Just as Conan was about to speak, Shinichi started the vehicle, honked the horn, and urged, "Get in. If we can find out where Mr. Jinda received treatment and who his attending physician was, Particularly if he resides in the 4th or 5th blocks, the likelihood of him being the murderer is significantly high. Conan was astonished by the unusual fervor of the new doctor. However, the priority was to uncover the culprit. Brother Jingong, would you like to join us? Before Conan could finish his sentence, Shinichi accelerated away, mentally cursing Conan for his recklessness. The unfortunate arsonist, whose name hadn't even emerged, was already facing closure on the case. Akemi Miyano blinked, suddenly finding this new Shinichi rather endearing, her initial trepidation seemingly unfounded. Meanwhile, Ji Gongyun greeted Akemi, restarting the Buick. He was merely passing by to take a glance, while the true mastermind was Yukiko. Inside the car, Yukiko stretched languidly, her perfect curves and sweet visage radiating joy. Mile informed me that she is free tonight. She has an important defense tomorrow against a prosecutor named Reiko Kujo. I merely agreed to drive you. The fare is tenfold. Hey, am I not your mentor? Can't we share a meal? Yukiko retorted, I've even booked a luxurious hot spring hotel suite, costing me quite a sum. I'll think about it. Jin Gongyun raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling that it had been quite some time since he had treated the lawyer Hayo. Chapter 82. The Princess and the Queen at the Hayu Law Firm. Kuriyama said, let that stack of documents sit for now. I have dinner plans tonight. Kuriyama Midori grinned and teased, Hayo, could it be with Prosecutor Kujo? You two are set to face off in court tomorrow. With such an important matter at hand. It must be a dinner between rivals, right? Hayo Eri waved her hand dismissively. How could it be Prosecutor Kujo? Meeting with the opposing prosecutor before a trial. If that were to leak, who knows how it would tarnish my reputation. Seeing Kuriyama's curious gaze fixed upon her, Hayo Eri knew she was being playful and sighed. It's merely an old friend I haven't seen in ages. It's just dinner. I'll review those documents later tonight. In her heart, she thought that their meeting would inevitably lead to some verbal sparring, as they had often competed during their school days. Finally, Kuriyama left work satisfied. Hoping that Hayu's impeccable win rate wouldn't be jeopardized, the undefeated queen of the legal realm had no rivals. At the Mihua Hotel restaurant, Hayo Eri drove her blue vehicle, dressed in her professional attorney attire, feeling there was no need to change for Yukiko. Their previous phone call had been cordial due to the circumstances, but with just the two of them meeting, verbal clashes were inevitable. In the restaurant, at a windowside booth, Yukiko rested her delicate chin on her hand, adorned with light makeup that only enhanced her naturally sweet features, turning heads among passing waitstaff and customers alike. Yukiko gazed out the window, wondering why Jin Gongyun had yet to return from the restroom. She had important matters to discuss with Eri. You still haven't changed. Always trying to appear younger, Yukiko remarked, a dark line crossing her forehead as she fixated on the woman before her. Clad in professional attire and exuding an air of aloof royalty. Huh, that remark could apply to you as well. The former queen of Titan is now merely an aging woman, Hayo Eri replied, her expression unchanged, narrowing her eyes. The Titan princess has also reached the point where she needs makeup to attract attention. As their gazes met, it felt as if electricity sparked between them until the faint sound of footsteps and a cold voice broke the tension. Are we still eating? Yukiko shot a glance at Jin Gongyun, who seemed oblivious to the battle of wits occurring before him. Can't you lend a hand? Although Yukiko was aware that Hayo Eri and Jin Gongyun were acquainted, their relationship could not compare to the closeness shared between mentor and student. Fei Yingli's delicate body trembled, and a fleeting look of panic crossed her sharp eyes. The voice was all too familiar, especially from that day at the hot springs. Whispering in her ear like a devil, drawing her into an abyss. Fei Yingli had often wished for that person to suffer in prison. Yet it was she who ended up imprisoned by her own circumstances. Why was he here? Why hadn't Yukiko informed her in advance? Were they still best friends? Yingli, I know you two are acquainted, so I didn't mention it. I thought you wouldn't mind, Yukiko said. Fei Yingli stood frozen, her mind racing with suspicion that both Yukiko and Shinjing Yun were spies sent by Kyuju Reiko to prevent her from attending tomorrow's court defense. Of course you wouldn't mind. I just suddenly remembered an unfinished commission, Yukiko remarked. Shinjing Yun casually added, Lawyer Fei, you're sweating. Why not sit for a while before leaving? Sweating, bathing, and sitting for a while could lead to being imprisoned. Fei Yingli was perplexed by her immediate understanding of Shinjing Yun's words and quickly took a seat, feigning calmness as she ordered, I'll sit for a bit. But I want to eat. Just bring me a cup of black coffee. She needed to remain vigilant. Tomorrow held a crucial court confrontation, and she could not afford any distractions today. Fei Yingli felt a deep-seated fear of Shinjing Yun, for the latter acted without reason. The most frightening aspect was that if this reckless individual possessed both greater attention to detail and intellect, she would inevitably succumb. Ingli, after so many years apart, are you only having a cup of coffee? Are you trying to provoke me? Yuxiko feigned anger, planning to intoxicate Fei Ingli to manipulate her into complying with her scheme. Though their earlier exchanges had involved banter, they mostly reminisced about their school days, as few still referred to them as queen and princess. When Fei Ingli noticed Qin Jingyun sitting beside her, she instinctively shifted inward, fearing Yuxiko might catch on. Coldly, she added, "Then I'll have a French salad. It's best to eat lightly in the evening. That is not enough. Get a double-berry coconut mousse, a flour-flavored taro puff cake, and French borscht soup." Qin Jingyun replied, "You can choose the meat. We ladies want to indulge in greasy food tonight. Let us have a bottle of wine. Let us go with vermouth." Vermouth, being low in alcohol and sweet, was suitable for Fei Ingli without causing her to become overly intoxicated and jeopardize their plans. Fei Ingli had no objections. If Qin Jingyun truly intended to bathe her, drinking or not would matter little. However, she recalled that in previous bathing incidents, she had often provoked him first. If she hadn't actively sought trouble, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. "Ingli, how did you meet Qin Jingyun?" The first question made Fei Ingli squirm in her seat. After gathering her thoughts, she managed to respond, "Well, we met at a bar. Qin Jing helped me fend off a harassing man." Yuxiko raised an eyebrow and teased, "Who would have thought it was a classic hero saving the damsel? Did our queen offer herself in gratitude?" Uffed. Fei Ingli masked her flushed cheeks with anger. "Yuxiko, if you keep saying that, Xiaolon will get upset. I'm sorry. I'll take a penalty drink." After downing her drink, Yuxiko's sweet face flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes appraising Fei Ingli. Wondering why Ingli appeared more radiant and luminous than before. Had time softened her edges? Yet, she had never heard of time enhancing skin's hydration and glow. The two women conversed about their lives over the years, uneventful, until recently when they began to experience some turbulence. They simultaneously glanced at the young man enjoying a small steak. Fei Ingli's gaze was complex, while Yuxiko's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Ingli, I've booked a hot spring hotel for tonight. Let us not go back." "What? Hot springs? In a hotel? Yuxiko, are you trying to kill me?" Fei Ingli felt her breath quicken, sensing the young man's ambiguous gaze nearby. She tightened her grip on the hem of her lavender uniform and declared sternly, "I refuse." "In the top suite of the Mihua Hot Spring Hotel," Yuxiko insisted. "This one do. I have an important defense tomorrow and need to return to review the commission documents." The undefeated queen of the legal world wouldn't be reviewing documents the day before a trial unless she was confident. "Ingli, would you have agreed to dinner if you weren't sure of winning?" Fei Ingli was momentarily at a loss for words. She indeed felt a degree of confidence in her victory, but that was no justification for a hot spring outing. This was not leisure. It was a path to imprisonment. If she indulged in the hot springs, the undefeated queen of the legal realm would vanish entirely. Feeling frustrated, Fei Ingli could hardly speak. Yuxiko tugged at her, raising her small bag triumphantly. "Don't worry, I've brought the documents you left in the car. We can review them after enjoying the hot springs in the hotel room." Fei Ingli, feeling helpless, abruptly thought of something and grasped Yuxiko's hand. "Yuxiko, how many rooms did you book?" 3. "Why? Cancel one. I'm sharing a room with you tonight." Fei Ingli's tone was resolute, dragging a bewildered Yuxiko along as if she would jump off the balcony if not agreed to. "All right, but you must agree to one condition." Yuxiko's cunning expression indicated that this aligned perfectly with her plan, allowing Ingli to cooperate. Fei Ingli nodded, as long as it meant avoiding a bath tonight. Yuxiko could dictate terms. Later, in the hotel suite, "You're insane, Yuxiko? Why would you disguise yourself as me?" Fei Ingli believed Yuxiko had completely lost her mind. Under normal circumstances, it would be one thing, but here, with a hot spring, her own safety was at stake, and she relied on Yuxiko to get through the night. Now, Yuxiko wanted to impersonate her. "Ingli, just agree to this once." Yuxiko playfully pleaded. Fei Ingli, unable to resist the charm of Yuxiko's sweet face, hesitated but still asked, "What is the reason? What if you use my appearance for nefarious deeds?" "Ingli, am I that kind of person? All right, I'll tell you the reason." Yuxiko divulged her relationship with Qin Jingyun, her eyes sparkling with pride. "He your apprentice, Yuxiko?" Fei Ingli was momentarily speechless. What was she supposed to call Yuxiko now? Master's wife? How absurd. No wonder Yuxiko wore such a smug expression. She seemed eager to elevate her status. But wait. Nothing happened between me and Qin Jingyun. As long as I don't acknowledge it, it never happened. Yuxiko continued, thus, as his master. I must demonstrate my true abilities before my apprentice, or else people might think I, Fujimoto Yuxiko, am misleading my students. Fang Li twitched her lips, rolling her eyes at her. No one would be interested in such matters. Yuxiko, I still maintain my stance against this. I'm not on good terms with Xin Jingyun. Fei Li felt she had been more than patient, and if the conversation continued, she would reveal how she had ended up in a bath. Perfect. Hearing you say your relationship with Xin Jingyun isn't great only delights me further. Perhaps it's due to that moonlit night when we caught a thief that sparked a flicker of affection. Fang Li sighed, aware of Yuxiko's mischievous nature and her penchant for pranks. Then how do you want me to cooperate? Strip. Leave nothing on. The so-called hot spring hotel was merely a gimmick. The bathing pool did indeed contain flowing hot spring water, with each suite having its own private tub for a solitary soak. In a hotel suite, Xin Jingyun soaked in a hot spring, engrossed in his phone. Messages from a group chat pinged incessantly, predominantly discussing weekend plans, whether to visit Osaka or Tokyo. Should we invite Yunji to bring Xiao Ai along for a trip to Osaka? It's such a pity that the incident at the Suzuki Art Museum coincided with exams last time, and we couldn't meet up. Xiaolon, I have no objections, but it seems that Yuanzi hasn't been able to go out lately. Yuanzi, I'm confined at home by my mother. I can only go to school. She tagged Shinjingu-yun. Shinjingu-kun, come save me. My mom really wants to invite you over. As Yun contemplated a reply, a knock interrupted him. Tap, tap, tap. Shinjingu-yun. It's Heieri. I need to discuss something with you. Ignoring her, he casually texted back, I'll think about it, and continued soaking for another 10 minutes before emerging. Outside, Heieri wore a stern expression. Indeed, she had waited for 10 minutes without a response. Their relationship was clearly not very strong. With a decisive click, the door opened. Shinjingu-yun, clad only in a white bathrobe and towel drying his hair, glanced at the cold-faced woman outside and asked, What is it? With an icy demeanor, Heieri replied, Put on some clothes. I have something to discuss with you. You have 5 minutes. She forcefully entered the room, raising her eyebrows in a manner that Shinjingu-yun couldn't see. Not only had she mastered the art of disguise, but she had also borrowed a voice-modulating collar from Professor Agasa to compensate for her own vocal limitations. Moreover, her attire was extremely conservative. As long as her clothing remained untouched, even Xiao Lan would struggle to distinguish her true identity. And as for lifting her clothes, did Shinjingu-yun possess the audacity to do so in front of the formidable lawyer? Yukiko felt quite at ease, knowing that with Heieri's face, she would soon astonish Shinjingu-yun, thereby gaining his genuine acknowledgement as her apprentice. Yun remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Though he was baffled by Heieri's audacity, had she truly suffered a loss previously? Noticing that Shinjingu-yun had no intention of changing, Heieri coldly remarked, Forget it. I'm here to inform you that Yukiko's disguise skills are remarkable. I hope you take your studies seriously and don't let her efforts go to waste. Are you planning to take a bath? Huh? Heieri did not grasp the implication of his words and continued, What is Yukiko doing with you? Yukiko was bewildered. Eri, weren't we supposed to maintain a certain relationship? Why did my clothes come off after just 3 sentences? Did the esteemed lawyer have no reservations in front of Shinjingu-yun? Yukiko felt she had been tricked. As her clothing reduced to mere undergarments, fear enveloped her. She prepared to concede to her apprentice, but before she could utter a word, her lips were sealed. Gazing into the eyes of the young man, Yukiko's beautiful eyes widened, reminiscent of the moment when they had hidden beneath the eaves, sharing each other's breath. The forceful pushes turned into gentle strokes. Having consumed a bit of alcohol earlier, she now found herself in an unprecedented situation. After all, he was her apprentice. Yukiko's enchanting gaze faltered, and her mind became increasingly chaotic as she considered her identity. As their lips parted, her fair skin flushed a rosy hue, her eyes reflecting a mixture of trepidation, unease, and a hint of shy anticipation. Wrapping her arms around his neck, blushing, she softly whispered in Heieri's voice, Carry me to the bath. Chapter 84. Yukiko truly delivers warmth, gentle, sweet, fervent. Upon feeling that soft warmth, Shinjingu-yun realized that the person before him was not Heieri, but Yukiko. He was well acquainted with Heieri's reactions. She would never remain so still. She would resist until her head spun. Only then would she relent, often declaring, I will make you serve time in prison, to assert that her compliance was not voluntary. This was Heieri's final act of defiance. Shinjingu-yun cast a glance at the voice-modulating collar around Yukiko's fair neck, his brow furrowing slightly. still adhering to preconceived notions. Yukiko could not easily mimic others' voices like Vermouth, which lulled him into a false sense of security. Reflecting back, the flaws in Yukiko's impersonation of Hey Eri were glaring. Firstly, her boldness in approaching him was the greatest flaw. Hey Eri avoided him at all costs. Secondly, in terms of discourse, Hey Eri would not have deliberately sought him out regarding Yukiko's apprenticeship unless her mind was muddled. Thirdly, and most critically, even if there were an urgent matter, Hey Eri would never wait outside for 10 minutes, only to begin with an illogical request for him to change clothes. Shinjingu remained indifferent. He had indeed lowered his guard. Otherwise, despite Yukiko's seamless disguise, he should have recognized the discrepancy in her very first statement. Had this been Vermouth instead of Yukiko, she would never have committed such an oversight. She would have been far more cautious with her words. As Yukiko, disguised as Hey Eri, gazed dreamily into his eyes, she found herself unexpectedly anticipating his next move, yet he remained unresponsive. With only a mere 2.5 centimeters separating them, Yukiko stared into the depths of his eyes, which mirrored the expression he had beneath the moonlight that night, causing her to unknowingly fall under his spell. Enveloped in a profound sense of security, with this thought, Yukiko tilted her head slightly and reached for Shinjingu-yun's shoulders, while he replayed the events in his mind. The woman beneath him suddenly lifted her face, fiery with passion, entwining her hands around him, and, in Hey Eri's cool voice, murmured, "Carry me to the bath." Shinjingu-yun's eyebrows arched in surprise. Yukiko's body, coupled with Hey Eri's voice, was unexpectedly captivating. He lifted her legs and carried her toward the bathroom. A few minutes later, in the bathroom, the now unclothed Yukiko regained some clarity and exclaimed, "It's me, your master, Yukiko." "I know," Shinjingu-yun replied, with the disguise and voice modulator removed. Yukiko clutched her chest, the water of the hot spring gently rising around her, her sweet and enchanting face adorned with a rosy glow. Though this was not her first honest encounter with Shinjingu-yun, it felt entirely different. This time, she sensed impending doom, yet her heart held little resistance. "Apprentice, master will not dare again. Spare me, please." In another suite, Hey Eri donned Yukiko's clothing and bore her likeness, awaiting a signal from Yukiko to proceed with their act. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without any sign, she began to worry. Hadn't they agreed that once the moment arrived, Yukiko would notify her via text to come knock on the door, allowing her to showcase her skills in front of Shinjingu-yun? Could something have gone awry? Hey Eri felt her identity posed a significant risk in front of Shinjingu-yun. Perhaps she truly ought to intervene and prevent Yukiko from proceeding further. Yet, if Shinjingu-yun genuinely intended to bathe her, Yukiko would undoubtedly reveal her true identity. She couldn't possibly yield so easily, could she? This made no sense. Although she entertained the thought of setting her friend up, she certainly wouldn't allow her to be taken advantage of. "No, I must check on this." Unable to remain still, Hey Eri approached Shinjingu-yun's door, pressed the doorbell, and knocked several times, yet there was no response. She pressed her ear against the door. But the hotel's soundproofing was too effective. She couldn't hear a thing from the inside. Determined, Hey Eri called Yukiko's phone, but it went unanswered. After several attempts, the call was finally connected. "Hello, Yukiko, how's it going? Speak up, hello?" The call connected, yet it seemed no one was on the other end. As if the phone had been set down nearby. Leaning closer, Hey Eri thought she discerned faint, intermittent sounds. Don't call my name. Call me master. It feels better that way. Don't let me go, master. Rebellious disciple, how dare you?" Hey Eri frowned. Was this a theatrical performance? Yukiko's situation was bewildering. She hadn't been forewarned. Yet, it didn't take long for her to grasp the gravity of Yukiko's current predicament, reminiscent of her own dazed state while bathing. Fei Yingli promptly ended the call, a flush of embarrassment washing over her face as she muttered a curse under her breath and retreated to her room. Given the circumstances, what else could she do? Should she be angry at her friend for this predicament, or hurl insults at Shinjingu-yun? Fei Yingli found herself tangled in a web of confusion. Moreover, Yukiko's tone didn't suggest she was coerced like Fei Yingli had been. For the first time, even the nuances of seduction had been theatrically displayed. So, Yukiko TF, the esteemed star, had chosen to showcase her acting prowess in such a scenario. The silver lining was that tomorrow's courtroom defense could proceed as planned. Her friend had essentially traded her dignity for Fei Yingli's legal representation. Whether this transaction was a gain or a loss remained uncertain. Chapter 85 concluded with infidelity morphing into a love triangle. The other party in the affair was now firmly entrenched. Yukiko furrowed her brows. The pain was inevitable. Yet her mind was entangled in the question of the relationship between Fei Yingli and Shingon Yun. Why, after only a few exchanged words, had he taken such liberties with her, or rather, with the disguised Fei Yingli? Yukiko's mind raced, capturing the crux of the issue. Could it be that Yingli and her apprentice had shared a connection prior to this? If this were true, all of Yingli's previous oddities would suddenly make sense. How infuriating that Yingli had ensnared even her closest friend. Yet, hadn't Yingli warned her multiple times? Was this a situation of her own volition? Yukiko ground her teeth in frustration, acknowledging a slight affection for her apprentice, which was undoubtedly inappropriate. If that were the case, did it not imply that Yingli had been involved with him first? What did that make her, the third party in Yingli and her apprentice's relationship? Yukiko felt tears welling. How had she gone from being the other woman to becoming the third party herself? This script could not be written this way. However, the reality was stark. She had disguised herself as Fei Yingli, arrived alone at Shingon Yun's room late at night, and waited outside for an extended period. Now, knowing their relationship, it was reasonable for Shingon Yun to misinterpret her as Fei Yingli and behave accordingly. Yet therein lay the dilemma. Even when her apprentice had halted his advances, she had inexplicably drawn him closer to kiss him, uttering those compromising words. Did this not constitute seduction of Yingli's man? A rosy hue crept across Yukiko's enchanting face. Despite her own reckless actions, an unexpected wave of guilt towards Yingli and her apprentice surged within her. Are you awake? Yukiko clutched the blanket tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she whispered to Shingon Yun. Apprentice, you don't hold it against me, do you? Master acknowledges her mistakes. Shingon Yun blinked, bemused. Was she truly daft, or was last night's performance merely the first act of a two-part play? What went wrong? He asked. At his words, Yukiko's eyes grew even more teary as she bowed her head, confessing, I shouldn't have disguised myself as Yingli. Nor should I have entertained such inappropriate thoughts towards my apprentice. I couldn't help myself. Shingon Yun was rendered speechless. It sounded as though Yukiko had wronged him. Was last night's portrayal insufficient? I speak the truth. Yukiko recalled her dramatic display from the previous night, burying her head under the covers for a time before emerging with tear-streaked eyes, sobbing, let us never speak of this again. I cannot face Yingli. I owe her too much. Apprentice, let us pretend I never came last night. I'll say I booked another room to sleep in. How does that sound to Yingli? Shingon Yun raised the bun in his hand, saying, Lawyer Fei was here. She even brought you breakfast. She mentioned the hot springs were quite pleasant. But since you looked so peaceful sleeping, she didn't want to wake you. Oh no, this is the end. Yukiko completely cocooned herself in the blanket, deciding to disappear for a few months or perhaps flee abroad until the storm passed. Shingon Yun watched the adorable woman with amusement. Gently patting her head, Lawyer Fei didn't enter. She spoke from outside. Yukiko rustled about for a moment before peeking out with a disheveled head of hair and a flushed face. Pouting, Apprentice, are you teasing your master? This is irrelevant. Yingli must know everything. I'm doomed. Yukiko tugged at her tousled curls, grasping Shingon Yun's hand with a serious expression. No one outside of Yingli must learn of our affairs, Shingon Yun. Promise me. I have a question for you as well, he replied, holding her hand and placing it on the crimson spot on the sheet. Yukiko's eyes widened shyly as she softly said, now that everything has transpired, it's impossible to hide it from you. You must have asked Yingli about it, right? Her silence is tied to an incident from over 20 years ago, along with a certain agreement. At the Aoyama residence, Kudo remarked, you mean to say you've encountered the black organization member codename Nika? Conan shook his head, his tone grave. I haven't seen him in person, only heard Jin refer to him and recognized his voice. His voice? Hattori Heiji sensed Conan's emphasis on this detail. It was a voice unmistakably marked by a sense of rupture, easily discernible. Hattori stroked his chin, stating, in that case, we could check the lists of individuals with damaged vocal cords at major hospitals. Initially estimated to be males aged 20 to 40, with reclusive and dark personalities, clad in black. Though the odds of finding someone were slim, it was indeed a feasible approach. Conan's expression turned serious. What perplexes me is that those individuals mentioned Uncle Mori's name but took no action. Were they merely attempting to intimidate you? Unlikely. They must have their reasons. Something must have transpired while I was unconscious that remains unclear to us now. Hattori replied, Kudo, regardless, you acted too hastily this time, leaving behind traces that the enemy easily recognized, nearly leading to your discovery. Conan, equally frustrated, ran his fingers through his hair, I didn't intend for this. Who would have known they seemed to have prior knowledge of Adakura Takashi's death? Conan refrained from stating that he viewed Jin as his primary adversary, only to realize that even vodka was capable of deception. How could they navigate this? Hattori immediately chimed in. Could it be that someone associated with them was present at the scene of Adakura Takashi's death? Regrettably, that was not the case. Adakura Takashi's demise had been deduced by the individual codenamed Nika, a remarkably astute individual. Conan glanced at Hattori. 2 against 3 seemed an unfavorable match. Should he involve Shingon Yun in the equation? A 3-on-3 scenario might yield a fairer contest in the future. However, exposing his identity was out of the question. Though Shingon Yun might have a mental illness, whether he could accept this role was uncertain. Dragging him into this abyss was best avoided. If Hybra learned of it, she would certainly be furious. Buzzing. Conan glanced at his phone screen, signaling Hattori with a glance. Then he adjusted the voice changer to Kudo Shinichi's tone and pressed the answer button. Hello, Officer Magyar. This is Kudo. Young Kudo, I reviewed the surveillance footage you requested. Nothing occurred in front of the Mori Detective Agency last night. Only a couple of vehicles passed by in the early morning. And the footage captured only Sonoko and a blonde woman. A blonde woman? Conan had conducted a brief investigation into her identity. She was an English teacher at Tien High School. Young Kudo, what exactly is this case? After hanging up, Conan and Hattori exchanged glances. It seemed the issue lay with this blonde woman, Hattori concluded. Conan furrowed his brow, recalling the blonde woman who was the English teacher at Tien High School. Had he seen her during the physical examination at Tien Elementary? In Miwa Town, 2nd District, Hybra AI wore a cold expression, her movements hesitant, particularly when descending the stairs. As if she were tiptoeing, afraid of making a sound. That greedy miser. Hybra AI scanned the living room and, finding no one, proceeded to the kitchen, the storage room, and the bathroom, all devoid of company. After a night away, perhaps he should just stay gone. Hybra AI was exasperated, recalling how she had to settle for instant noodles last night, eating while lying down no less. That miser, that lecher. If only he could shrink down to a child's size, she would surely make him pay. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock turning made her stiffen, freezing in place. What did you just say? Chapter 86. Little AI has a fever. What did you just say? Hybra AI stared at the young man who had just entered, her face twitching slightly. It seemed she had inadvertently uttered something she should not have. However, she retorted, if you were also in a child's body, who could hold whom down? It's not so certain. She lifted her defiant little face, mimicking a child's tone, huffed, and prepared to ascend the stairs. As expected, her collar was grabbed, causing her to involuntarily exhale in relief, only to have her heart leap into her throat with the next words from Shinkami Kyumo. You seem to have said something different just now. You must have misheard. She shot back. If you have the ability, turn into a child too. Hybra AI noticed the young man's face drawing closer. As if trying to discern something from her expression, she quickly pushed him away, her heartbeat accelerating. Shinkami Kyumo said nonchalantly, you just said you wanted to kill me? What of it? Hybra AI steeled herself to meet his gaze, aware that her little behind was likely in for trouble today. Her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of an ink painting, slightly reddened, revealing her final semblance of pride. At that moment, the commotion in the living room alerted the cat, who had been sunbathing on the balcony, to rush over, circling Shinkami Kyumo's feet, wagging its tail and meowing. Have you had lunch? Hybra AI then noticed that Shinkami Kyumo was holding a large bag of delicacies, explaining why the cat was so eager, drawn by the aroma rather than a desire to rescue her. Her expression softened a little. He even thought to bring her lunch. Well, she could cross this incident off her list. As she opened the lunchbox, her brows lifted in delight. It was filled with her favorite dishes, bringing a small smile to her heart. Looking at Shinkami Kyumo, who stood by calmly, she gently suggested, let's eat together. I can't finish it all by myself. Take your time, eat slowly, and enjoy, he replied. Hybra AI blinked, surprised at his amiable demeanor today, so unlike his usual self. He had even placed a soft cushion on the chair for her, quite considerate. If he had been this way from the start, I wouldn't have had to endure his moods 3 times a day. Shinkami Kyumo brushed her hair aside and softly said, I understand your feelings. After you're full, then I shall deal with you. Upon hearing this, Hybra AI froze, her mouth opening slightly, tears of frustration welling up as the food before her lost its appeal. Indeed, she should not have held any expectations for him. Was this meal to be her last? Shinkami Kyumo wiped a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth and handed her a cup of warm water. Don't just eat. Drink some water to help with digestion. Hybra AI gulped down a few mouthfuls, realizing that the miser was right. One needed to be well fed to have the strength to resist. She felt a flicker of relief at being in a child's body. If she were to revert to her original form, the thought of being hit by him was too dreadful to contemplate. As for whether Shinomiya would dare, the mental health examination report she had seen had already provided her with the answer. Holding the water cup, Shinomiya recalled the soy milk he had given Yukiko that morning. He typically carried a can of cola to prevent unexpected situations. Noticing Yukiko's discomfort, he had secretly mixed a bit into the soy milk. It was a remedy of sorts, and the effect was evident. Yukiko had blushed and half-heartedly invited him to act in another scene, returning only by noon. Hybra AI continued to eat, her small mouth busy, partly due to her hunger from last night's instant noodles, and partly due to her desire to turn her anger into appetite. If she could not avoid him, she would face it head-on. Strangely enough, after this psychological consolation, she felt considerably less pain. Shinomiya pulled out his phone to respond to the 99 unread messages, deciding that he still needed to deal with her, for healing was necessary before one could withstand further punishment. Moreover, after a while of doing so, one would get accustomed to it. Not doing so for a few days would feel unnatural. Hybra AI drank a few more sips of water, her cheeks slightly flushed. Why did she feel so dizzy? Achoo. Kudo, do you have a cold? Would you like some white liquor? I brought it especially for you. Hattori Heiji flashed a bright smile, pulling out a bottle of red-packaged white liquor from his backpack. Conan rubbed his nose and shot him a sidelong glance. You know very well that since I reverted back, my body has developed an immunity to white liquor. No amount will suffice. I think it's a matter of not having enough quantity, or perhaps you should catch a severe cold. Who knows, you might revert again. Hattori, I suspect your intentions are not pure. Dr. Agasa interjected. Shinichi, could it be that the white liquor contains the antidote to that substance, allowing you to temporarily revert to your original body? If we could extract that component and create a medication. Conan's eyes lit up as he lunged towards the doctor, exclaiming, Doctor, you are a genius. Hurry, I can't wait to return to my original body. However, while I am indeed a scientific inventor with a passion for experiments, I am quite ignorant when it comes to pharmaceuticals. Conan's heart sank at this revelation. Hattori Heiji patted his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. That young lady living across the street is the perfect pharmaceutical scientist, isn't she? Don't mention her. That girl hardly speaks a word when she has no pocket money. Thinking of Hybra AI made Conan even more dejected. Should he call his father to ask for more living expenses? He wondered where he had learned such behavior. Hattori, what are you up to? Hattori Heiji replied. How will we know unless we try? Hey, Hattori, don't do anything foolish. Conan hurriedly chased after him, internally lamenting that Hattori truly seemed intent on getting hit by Shinomiya before he would learn to behave. Ding dong, ding dong. This time, Hattori Heiji did not press the doorbell repeatedly. He pressed it once and waited outside. After a considerable time, the door finally opened. Conan chuckled to himself, realizing that visiting Shinomiya's home was a test of patience right from the first threshold. The second threshold was entering the house, and he had yet to cross that barrier. The door was opened by the same cold expression he was accustomed to. Yet this time, Hattori Heiji was the first to state the purpose of their visit. Shinomiya, care for some afternoon tea? Hattori Heiji quickly held the door that was about to close, pointing at Conan and grinning. I have a big secret about this kid to share with you. Hey Hattori, you idiot. Conan whispered behind him, then turned to Shinomiya and said, Good afternoon. Shinomiya brother. Shinomiya glanced at the two and asked, Location? How about Boro CAF for afternoon tea? Hattori Heiji suggested. Let's invite that little AI along. Children love sweets. She has a bit of a fever. A cold and fever? Hattori Heiji handed over the bottle of white liquor from his bag, smiling. Drinking a little white liquor during a fever helps alleviate colds. It's an old remedy I seldom share. Shinomiya accepted the white liquor and replied, You two go ahead. Understood. Taking care of the little girl comes first. After sending the two off, Shinomiya placed the bottle of white liquor on the table, pouring himself a glass and downing it in one go. Ah, the same flavor, invigorating. Chapter 87 Ebihara Azusa. There's no need to hire anyone at the Polo CAF anymore. What do you think, Kudo? Ah, the information has been sent. Hybra should have received it as well. Conan remarked in exasperation. Hattori, you are incredibly reckless. You didn't even bother to inform me beforehand. Hattori Heiji scratched his head and replied, I didn't know either. Who would have guessed that the young lady would suddenly have a fever? On a whim, I sent the baijiu over. Luckily, I had previously informed Hibara about how drinking the Baijiu after catching a cold would temporarily revert her to her original body. Otherwise, we would have to brace ourselves for Shingu's call to the police. Not necessarily. Shingu's thought process is entirely different from that of an ordinary person. Even if a child were to grow in front of him, it might not be a significant concern for him. After all, it is rather unscientific. In the bedroom on the second floor, Hibara AI lay with a cool towel on her forehead. Her cheeks were flushed, her earlobes warm, and her body was slightly feverish. Yet she felt more energetic rather than weakened. This was decidedly unscientific. Hibara suspected she had contracted a novel strain of influenza. However, it had also spared her from a predicament, as Shingu had carried her back to the bed. Despite her vitality, she feigned weakness to avoid a beating. Could drinking Baijiu, while sick, truly revert one to their original form? This suggested that the Baijiu might contain elements capable of accelerating cellular proliferation, potentially combining with the cold to temporarily produce an antidote for 4869. As she gazed at the message on her phone, a sardonic smile crept on Hibara's flushed face. Did they expect her to extract the components of the Baijiu and develop an antidote? Had they not considered that if Shinichi Kudo were to reappear in public view, would those individuals merely watch passively? Foolish detectives. With a swift motion, Hibara blocked Conan, unwilling to wade deeper into the murky waters of darkness. Her current life was satisfactory enough, save for the need to lie down to sleep. Nevertheless, it could serve as a contingency plan in times of peril. Removing the towel from her head, she sensed her feverish symptoms subsiding. What a peculiar ailment. Stealthily, she made her way downstairs, intent on hiding the bottle of Baijiu. Merely possessing Baijiu was insufficient. She would need the data on 4869 to possibly develop an antidote. But accessing that data from her research institute's computer was no simple task, as the organization had established high barriers for such access. However, if she could create medications that induce flu-like symptoms, that might be feasible. Where is my Baijiu? In the empty living room, only a solitary bottle spun on the table. Hibara envisioned a young man finishing a bottle of Baijiu, then belching in a tipsy stupor. The data on 4869 was indeed here. It promoted cellular activation while inducing programmed cell death, simultaneously enhancing telomerase activity, thereby increasing cellular proliferation. This was in stark contrast to the effects of the cola. Yet the two shared commonalities, thus explaining the heat symptoms Hibara was experiencing. Besides accelerating cellular repair and regeneration, enhancing the sensitivity of nerve endings. The cola now possessed a new function, albeit only observable in a select few individuals. No, perhaps the cola was not a true antidote for 4869. Instead, it might temporarily obscure its effects. If a certain quantity was reached, it could shield one from the side effects of 4869, restoring their original body, only to revert to their smaller form as the cola's efficacy waned. If the purity of the cola significantly surpassed that of 4869, could it entirely mask and reverse the medicinal properties, restoring one completely to their former self? All of this was merely Shingu's conjecture. Touching the ancient jade pendant on his chest, he entertained a curious notion. What if he had Hibara swallow the pendant? Surely, it would be difficult to digest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated. Hello? Nika, are you utilizing your access privileges to inquire about the organization's internal pharmaceutical research data? I aspire to be a Kudo scholar. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before Jin's cold voice responded. As long as it's you, that suffices. Midnight tonight, Mountain Road, do not be late. Jin did not hang up immediately. After a moment of hesitation, he added, the organization currently has no need for pharmaceutical researchers. As the call ended, Shingu furrowed his brow. What did Jin mean by that? Did he not believe in his potential to be a Kudo scholar? Or was he afraid he would blow up the research institute? After all, what genius scientist hadn't blown up their lab a few times? Dr. Agasa from the neighboring street certainly had. In Mihanacho, 5th block, number 39. On the first floor of the Polo CAF, Shinga glanced up at the sign of the Muri Detective Agency. This seemed to be his first visit here. And from the window, he could faintly see Muri Kagoro, who appeared to be listening to a horse racing broadcast. Shingu, over here. Hattori Heiji, relieved to see Shingu enter, sighed. He had genuinely feared Shingu would stand him up. Hey, brother Shingu, have you been drinking? Conan sniffed the air around Shingu, detecting the scent of alcohol, likely Baijiu. Could it be? Did Shingu drink the Baijiu himself? Ignoring Conan, Shingu had come to the Polo CAF not for the two foolish detectives. I'd like a cup of coffee and a cream pineapple bun to go, please. A cute waitress with long black hair and a blue apron stood nearby, jotting down the order before politely inquiring, "Would you like anything else? What about you, Conan?" "Sister Azusa, I'll just have a sandwich." "I'll have a sandwich too, just like this kid." After the adorable waitress, Azusa Ebahara, noted their orders, Shingu pointed to the sign outside the CAF. "Are you hiring servers here?" Azusa nodded and replied, "We are currently only hiring one, and those who can bake desserts will be given priority. Someone has already contacted us, but we are still arranging an interview time. If you are interested, I can mention it to the manager. However, do keep in mind that the CAF is not performing well, so you should be prepared regarding wages." Alas, the budget is quite limited, and without new menu items, it's challenging to compete in the industry. Azusa seemed to have opened up, sharing a plethora of pinned-up thoughts with Shingu and the others. Being a server is one thing, but meeting the manager would be worthwhile. Having consumed a bottle of Baijiu, Shingu felt slightly tipsy and somewhat inclined to spend. Not long after Shingu entered, a tall, blonde woman arrived outside. "Judy, this is another reason Hattori and Conan called Shingu here." Moments later, Azusa hurried outside to remove the server recruitment notice, revealing a playful smile. "Now the Polo CAF no longer needs to hire anyone, and we even get to raise salaries. I'll have to inform that applicant that the interview is cancelled after my shift." Chapter 88 Nika, "Want to you invite me in for a moment?" "Teacher Judy." "Over here." Judy walked towards Conan, who was waving from the corner, speaking in a tone that did not quite match her Japanese. "Hi. Are you two friends of Ran and Sonoko?" Judy glanced around, asking, "Have Ran and Sonoko not arrived yet?" Conan kicked Hattori Heiji, signaling him to resolve the situation he had caused. After discovering that the blonde woman was the English teacher for Ran and Sonoko at Titan High School, Hattori had borrowed their names to invite Judy out, conveniently choosing the Polo CAF to lend credibility to the ruse. Once they called Ran down for dinner, they would achieve their goal without anyone being the wiser. However, to their surprise, Ran was not home today. She had been called by Sonoko to help plan their trip for the upcoming week. Now they found themselves in an awkward predicament. Hattori scratched his head and said, I'm Hattori Heiji, and this is Adagawa Conan. Teacher Judy, please go ahead and order. We can chat while we eat." Judy cast a puzzled glance at the two individuals, her eyes drifting toward the coffee on the table. With feigned surprise, she asked, "Is this coffee left by the last customer? Is it mine?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, a serious expression crossed Judy's face as she turned around in astonishment and exclaimed, "Mr. Shinkami, you are here too? What a coincidence to see you again." Internally, Judy reflected on her purpose for being there today. She had come to inquire about Shinkami Cloud from Ran and Sonoko. If the opportunity arose, she wished to meet this man privately to glean more information about him, someone who had easily discerned her identity and had garnered the attention of Akai Shuichi even before their first encounter. The most chilling thought for Judy was that Akai suspected their meeting with the Black Organization was not a mere coincidence. "Ms. Judy, do you know Mr. Shinkami?" Conan expressed his surprise, wondering how Shinkami seemed to have a multitude of acquaintances despite his cold demeanor that suggested social anxiety. "I was introduced to Mr. Shinkami by Ran and Sonoko last time. He has a very unique personality," Judy replied with a smile, speaking in English. Shinkami Cloud took a sip of his coffee and inquired, "What about the secret? Did you not say you had a significant secret to share with me?" Conan's eyelids twitched, casting a warning glance at Hattori Heiji, who scratched his head, contemplating how to concoct an excuse. Hattori teased the two, saying, "Actually, at Titan Elementary, this little rascal Conan has a crush on someone named Koizumi Mitsuhiko." Conan glared sideways, grinning. "It's Koizumi Jinta and Toru Amuro, right? Such childish tricks won't fool anyone." "Wow. Kids today are so open-minded." Judy clapped her hands in praise, her curious gaze landing on Hattori, whose skin tone was darker than average. "Your accent is quite peculiar. Are you a foreigner too? Or perhaps, wait, what is peculiar about my accent? It's authentic Osaka dialect." Hattori retorted, as Judy nodded in apparent understanding, only dismissing the first half of his statement while tacitly accepting the latter. "Hey, where's Mr. Shinkami?" Noticing Shinkami Cloud leaving with a takeout bag of cream pineapple buns, Judy hurried after him, asking with a smile, "Can we walk together since we're going the same way?" "Not possible," he replied curtly. Inside the Borough CAF, Hattori and Conan's expressions turned serious after Judy's departure. "Kudo, what do you think?" Hattori asked. "It doesn't seem likely, but she is indeed concealing her identity," Conan mused. Hattori stroked his chin, pondering aloud, She feigned ignorance of Japanese on purpose and intentionally provoked us, aiming to leave early. Is her target Shinkami? Why? Provoking us was your doing, Hattori chuckled. I genuinely forgot the names of those two kids. However, this plan can only be considered half successful. If only Shinkami had stayed. I would have liked to hear his thoughts on Judy, Conan remarked. We can always ask next time. Shinkami never lies. Outside, a Chevrolet passed by. The driver, a man in a knit cap, glanced at the Buro CAF, his expression calm. At the Mihua hospital, after being declined by Shinkami Cloud to accompany him. Judy visited the injured James, where Akai Shuichi soon arrived. It seemed that obtaining information from Shinkami Cloud would not be an easy feat. His vigilance was exceedingly high. Judy pondered, stroking her chin. I feel it's not just heightened vigilance. Rather, it seems more like a disinterest. James, pale-faced, inquired, why do you say that? Let us set Shinkami aside for now and focus on our current target, she suggested. Akai, weren't you suspicious of Shinkami Cloud's ties to the Black Organization? Why abandon that line of thought? Akai moved to draw the curtains, dimming the light in the single-occupancy hospital room. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. I had my doubts before, but there are too many incongruities to consider it plausible. Revealing their identities would shift the focus onto them, leading to their inevitable involvement in the case. Judy would never allow her student to return home alone, which tied into the incident involving the Black Organization. However, Akai found many aspects perplexing. The Black Organization appeared unprepared, and labeling that encounter as a trap seemed unrealistic. Having spent time within the organization, he understood their methods were meticulous, ruthless, and decisive. This alone indicated that the collision that night was likely a matter of chance. What ultimately dissuaded Akai from pursuing this line of thought was a newspaper cover shot taken in Igoda. In Igoda, Kaido Kuroba, still in his mundane form without transforming into the Phantom Thief Kid, was busily searching online to see how many more fans he had gained. So many new followers. I truly am a genius, he exclaimed. However, it appeared most of the new followers stemmed from his recent intellectual duel with the Suzuki family. It seemed that the insufferable photographer had some merit after all. The effect of the invitation had proven successful, and he resolved to repay that small favor. Kaido contemplated. Perhaps I should revise the content of the invitation for future endeavors, he mused. Young master, do not forget your father's teachings, Terai Nosuke reminded him. How could I possibly remember all the old man's sayings? I know, there's a code of honor among thieves. Isn't that something only an old man would say? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Terai Nosuke replied. If you can't remember, how could an old man like me possibly recall? I'm merely trying to keep you grounded. In Miwa Town, 2nd District, I brought you cream pineapple buns. Hibara AI said as she noticed Shinkami Cloud's lack of aggression toward her. She picked up the bag and headed to the kitchen to prepare a plate. Though she wasn't particularly fond of cream, she had bought blueberry jam, believing it might enhance the flavor. Just then, the doorbell rang. Nika, won't you invite me in for a moment? Chapter 89. Bourbon, your job is gone, or shall I call you by your true name, Shinkami Cloud? The silver-haired beauty in sunglasses glanced outside, her expression cool. Shinkami Cloud looked at the woman, noting, why aren't you in your new doctor's disguise? I knew you would recognize me that day. What gave it away? Vermouth asked, her lavender lips curling into a smile as her eyes roamed over the young man. With a solemn face, Shinkami possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, contrasting sharply with the often smiling visage of his disguised form within the organization. Vermouth felt a strange sensation, as if this young man were deliberately trying to provoke others. Could it be that my disguise has significant flaws? Shinkami Cloud remarked. While I haven't encountered the new doctor before, you surely have keen insight. It takes little more than casual conversation to deduce the perpetrator's intentions and approximate residence. It's a shame the new doctor is oblivious to this. A playful glint danced in Vermouth's eyes as she raised her elegantly swan-like neck. Is that all? The new doctor seemingly glanced at me 3 times. I do not know him. So does he have a particular inclination? Vermouth chuckled, covering her mouth. Could it be he's taken a liking to your appearance? After all, your looks are perfect for ensnaring naive maidens. How about this? If our next target is a woman, allow me to disguise myself as you two approach her? Your visage, coupled with my strategies, shall undoubtedly ensnare those young maidens, leaving them utterly entranced. And I shall meticulously count the spoils for you. Shinjingong remarked nonchalantly, you have gazed at me thrice. Each time during the fleeting moments when that elementary school student named Conan seemed about to speak. What secrets does he harbor? Come inside. We can converse at our leisure. Vermouth, with an unchanging demeanor, replied coolly, if you wish to investigate, feel free. However, I only came to hitch a ride. Entering is unnecessary. Shinjingong glanced at the sky, noting the early hour. Are we going to the mountain to feel the cold wind? How about a drink? In the kitchen, Shiho heated the cream pineapple buns, and as she emerged with the steaming plate, she heard the sound of a red sports car starting outside. She furrowed her brow. If they were heading out now, she would surely lack the time to confront him, allowing her to relax with her magazines and computer instead. She intended to devour all the cream buns, leaving none for him. At midnight, on the winding mountain road, halfway up the slope, the familiar sight awaited. A black Porsche was parked on a protruding ledge, offering a splendid view of Tokyo's neon nightscape below. Brother, Kira said she wouldn't make it today. It matters not. Let her fulfill her role. Just ensure she does not falter at a critical moment. Jin's indifferent voice echoed chillingly in the night. Vodka, accustomed to his brother's commanding presence, grinned and remarked, "By the way, Nika and Kira both work at the Nichibai television station. It's likely they have crossed paths without knowing each other's identities. I assenti it? One a host, the other a freelance photographer. Both excellent positions for gathering information." Seeing the envious expression on Vodka's face, Jin coldly retorted, "Do you wish to secure a position at Nichibai television station? Well, driving for you, brother, is the job I am most content with." The sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed from a distant bend, illuminated by the faint glow of streetlights, revealing the fleeting silhouette of a red, streamlined vehicle. "Brother, Nika has arrived." Jin remained silent, extinguishing his cigarette and inquiring, "What time is it?" "Just a few minutes shy of midnight." "Nika is not alone." Vodka scratched his head, asking, "How does brother know that? Who would willingly hitch a ride with Nika? Aren't they afraid of being taken for a ride?" Jin chose to respond to only one of the questions. "Have you ever seen Nika arrive alone and ahead of time?" "It seems not." The red Mustang Viper slowly parked beside the Porsche, and both doors opened simultaneously, revealing a graceful silver-haired enchantress and a handsome young man with white hair and red eyes, a smile gracing his face. "Vermouth, Nika, when did you two become so familiar?" Vodka's inquiry was directed primarily at Shinjingong. Although Vermouth was enigmatic and capable, he instinctively doubted that Shinjingong could ever be subdued by her. She paid for the fare and the drinks. Whether it was double or not, Vodka instantly understood. It was indeed the same Shinjingong, ruthlessly exploiting his own people as ever. Shinjingong approached with a smile, though his voice was icy, the consequence of arriving early. "Who was waiting?" Jin glanced toward a streetlight, where a light golden-haired man emerged from the shadows, stating, "He has arrived." The five gathered. Cohen and Chianti stood watch above, equipped with earpieces, able to overhear the conversation. The golden-haired, tanned young man scrutinized Shinjingong, introducing himself first, poured bourbon. "This is my codename within the organization. Nika." Bourbon took note of Shinjingong's distinctive white hair and red eyes, pondering the name Nika, which reminded him of a recently surging wine among European nobility, known through police intelligence channels. Bourbon was dispatched by the organization to surveil the renowned Kagoro Mori. Clearly, this was a task assigned to him only after Shinjingong and Vermouth declined to take it on. Bourbon smiled. "I have already found a convenient job for surveillance. I believe this task will be easily accomplished." Jin replied, "Kagoro Mori is secondary. More importantly, we must investigate the signs of activity. Be cautious," he warned Shinjingong, advising him to avoid mistakenly harming their own, emphasizing that any killing must be justified. "Is there more? You summoned me here for mere introductions?" If it was simply to introduce Bourbon to prevent conflict in Mahanko, Vermouth's presence would be unnecessary. An icy, murderous intent emanated from Jin's pupils, resonating in the ears of the four present and the watchful Cohen and Chianti above. The web is woven. This shall be a grand operation. After a considerable time, the vehicles departed in their separate ways. Vermouth chose to ride with Shinjingong, asserting that traveling at night in a paid vehicle was safer. Yet, the true reason remained inscrutable to anyone. Bourbon walked alone until he was certain there were no onlookers before pulling out his phone and composing a message. "A new member named Nika possesses a rather peculiar air of intimidation." As Bourbon glanced at the unread message on his phone, he scratched his head in surprise. "Hello, Mr. Amuro Turu. This is the Polo CAF. We regret to inform you that our establishment is no longer hiring additional staff. Thank you for your time and..." He had merely attended a meeting, yet his job vanished without warning. Chapter 90. Speeding. Mawako Sato, what are your thoughts on Bourbon? Vermouth's long, elegant legs crossed, her nails painted in varying shades of purple, as she idly twirled a metallic lighter, casting a sidelong glance at the young man behind the wheel. Qin Jinggong had yet to remove his disguise. His handsome European features bore a smile as he retorted coldly, "What opinions can one form upon a first encounter?" With an enigmatic smile, Vermouth replied, "I merely wish to hear your initial impression. Fear not, I shall keep it a secret." "Cunning and dangerous," he mused. "Oh, please elaborate," Vermouth said, propping her chin in interest. The mountain road stretched approximately 128 kilometers, particularly desolate at midnight. Bourbon had arrived on foot, but was not foolish enough to ascend the mountain on foot. Perhaps he had long been there, parking at a distance to conceal himself and observe. Dangerous? If he were an informant for the organization, such a meeting would not see him arriving alone next time. Qin Jinggong continued, "Clearly, Jin considered this scenario, hence the choice of the mountain road as our rendezvous, open, quiet, with a clear view of the road below. While two snipers above stand watch, ready to retreat at the slightest hint of trouble." Vermouth raised an eyebrow, her flawless beauty unchanged, stating, "Bourbon adheres to mystique. Even Jin lacks direct authority over him." This surveillance of Kagoro Muri and the investigation were dispatched by the upper echelons of the organization. "State your purpose." "Bourbon does not owe me anything." Vermouth hesitated for a moment before saying, "You think too much. I was merely inquiring." She was concerned about the implications for Ran Muri's safety, but did not want Qin Jinggong to overly fixate on her. "By the way, I have made some progress in the investigation regarding Shio." Lighting a cigarette, Vermouth did not smoke it, but let it burn outside the window, her mind drifting to the image of the light brown-haired girl carrying shopping bags. "I believe you may wish to join me in the investigation. The woman's current appearance might surprise you." "Is that so?" Qin Jinggong removed his disguise, his dark pupils reflecting unspoken thoughts as he suddenly added, "One cigarette, 100,000. Bermude's hand, trembling involuntarily, let the cigarette fall onto the pavement. Alas, there goes a fortune. After unceremoniously abandoning Bermude at the roadside, Shingongyun returned to his modest two-story abode. The upstairs lights were off, suggesting that the internet-addicted girl had surprisingly retired early today. The living room was dimly lit, and the microwave in the kitchen still radiated warmth, indicating it had just been turned off, containing 3 cream pineapple buns and a small dish of blueberry jam. Shingongyun glanced at it, then retrieved a cup of instant noodles and a cola from the refrigerator, as he had little interest in sweets. An explosion incident? Upon clicking into the webpage, Shingongyun realized it was merely clickbait. Tomorrow marked the anniversary of explosions that had occurred 7 and 3 years prior. Such a disgraceful tactic for garnering clicks. Sipping his cola while indulging in noodles, late-night browsing had become a leisurely pastime for him. At the staircase, a pair of small slippers stood at the corner. The girl with tea-colored hair glanced at the untouched microwave, then at the youth engrossed in his noodles and internet browsing. The upper half of his face cast in unknown shadows, but she soon shifted her mood. Breakfast would be ready by tomorrow. Not fond of creamy foods. Hybrid AI noted this down quietly. The following morning, Shingongyun yawned. The toll of late-night browsing was quite taxing on his health. While washing up, he encountered Hybrid AI, who also yawned, her eyes slightly puffy, suggesting she hadn't slept much. Standing on a small stool, they brushed their teeth and washed their faces together in front of the mirror. "Are we going out today?" Shingongyun inquired, noticing AI's unusually drowsy demeanor. She typically wouldn't wake up this early, and they wouldn't wash up together unless pressed for time. After rinsing her mouth and washing her face, Hybrid AI replied nonchalantly, "Yumi has invited me to the amusement park." "A gathering of elementary school students?" AI shot him a glare, lacking a counterargument, leaving him only the view of her back. Having stayed home for too long, it was time for AI to stretch her legs and unwind. Besides, she had recently earned a tidy sum, her little purse bulging, ready to treat herself. As for her debts, she would deal with them when she grew up. That was what that person had explicitly stated. She was not to blame. "Do you have plans today?" AI inquired softly as she adjusted her shoulder bag. Originally intending to visit the Borough CAF, he decided to escort her first. Shingongyun glanced at AI's bulging purse and thought it might be time to benefit from her generosity. Upon hearing this, AI maintained a calm expression, but her steps turned noticeably lighter. "I'll wait for you outside, 10 minutes, or else we'll be late." Shingongyun shrugged it off and decided to take a bath. "At the Borough CAF, Mr. Amuro, I sincerely apologize and greatly appreciate your admiration for our establishment. However, I regret to inform you that we are not hiring additional staff at this time." The light-haired man named Amuro wore a bright smile, pleading, "I truly need this job. Could you allow me to speak with the manager? Please." Inomoto Azusa replied helplessly. Even if you convince the manager, it's unlikely you will become a new employee. Amuro inquired. Why is that? Because, starting yesterday, our borough CAF has a new owner. Inomoto Azusa spoke with a hint of admiration in her eyes for the young man named Shingon Yun, whom she had witnessed persuade their manager with both financial means and strength. By the way, from today, we will gradually introduce many new desserts at borough CAF. Today's theme is Qingnua Floating Spring, a type of Chinese pastry. Inomoto Azusa seemed to recall the soft, sweet aroma of the green pastry. Swallowing her saliva as she posted the new product's promotional poster. Customers are welcome to come and taste. Amuro contemplated the poster, pondering. Although borough CAF was not the only option, as the nearby Iraboshi sushi shop was also a fine choice, he was somewhat eager to meet the owner of borough CAF. Pull over. Please present your driver's license. You are speeding. A red Mazda 7 rolled down its window, revealing a strikingly beautiful and spirited woman. Along with her raised police badge reading, Sato Malako, Criminal Investigation Division. Chapter 91. AI is discovered by Bermuda. A red Mustang sped down the central street of Mihua Town, racing past the intersection just before the traffic lights changed. The beautiful traffic policewoman outside the crosswalk whistled, preparing to pursue in her mini patrol car. But the red sports car had already vanished. Damn it! How dare they speed right in front of me, completely disregarding our traffic authority. Yumi, don't be so angry. Let us notify the others. Perhaps we can intercept the car on another route. The beautiful traffic officer named Yumi retrieved her walkie-talkie, calling out loudly, "Attention, everyone. A red sports car with an unclear license plate is heading towards I say. Want you get your license revoked driving like this?" Hybera AI clutched the seatbelt tightly. Though she could drive, even ride a motorcycle, speeding through the city center was something only the reckless would dare attempt. Shingongyun remarked. Who was it just now that said they would be late, looking all flustered? You're talking nonsense. It was you who insisted on taking a bath before leaving, otherwise I wouldn't have been late. Hybera AI pouted, her face fierce. When had she ever looked flustered? It was utterly impossible. The urgent wail of police sirens echoed from behind, and Shingongyun was slightly taken aback but chose not to accelerate. This was a bustling area. In driving faster wouldn't guarantee he wouldn't encounter unexpected trouble. Please pull over immediately. Present your driver's license. You are speeding. The red Mazda sped toward them with sirens blaring. As the window rolled down and he caught sight of the striking face, Shingongyun's surprise faded. Her driving skills were commendable. It seems divine retribution has come. Hybera AI felt a twinge of schadenfreude, but recalling that she too would be late, she couldn't help but sigh. She was accustomed to such occurrences. The vehicle gradually came to a stop at the roadside, and a woman in a light purple coat stepped out, exuding confidence. As she walked, she retrieved her credentials and addressed the young man exiting the car. I am Sato Mawako from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Criminal Investigation Division, Violent Crimes Unit. Please present your driver's license. Sato Mawako took the license presented to her, confirming everything was in order before casting a glance at the tea-haired girl in the car and admonishing the composed young man before her. Mr. Shingon, you have a child in the vehicle. How could you speed in a busy area? What if something were to happen? The corners of Hybera AI's mouth lifted slightly. She hadn't expected him to be reprimanded one day, and her mood suddenly brightened. Sato Mawako lectured extensively, but the young man seemed to absorb none of it, instead stealing glances at her car. Mr. Shingon, are you listening to me? This is a serious matter. However, considering this is your first offense, I will only issue you a verbal warning, deducting 3 points. Please be more careful next time. Sato Mawako glanced at Hybera AI, who was watching closely, and lowered her head with a smile, saying, Little sister, were you frightened? Speeding with a child in the car, your brother really needs a lesson in safety. He is very irresponsible. Hybera AI replied coldly. I agree with the need for safety education, but you don't seem to be a traffic officer, do you? Moreover, the speeding was because he was taking me to the Ferris wheel amusement park. I requested it. I was frightened, and besides, he isn't my brother. In a calm tone, Hybera AI made Sato Mawako, who was bending down, feel like a fool as she awkwardly stammered. Is that so? At that moment, a young man nearby interjected. The wear on one side of the tire is quite evident, clearly a result of frequent high-speed cornering or drifting. It may also stem from a pursuit of a fugitive. But there happens to be a winding mountain road nearby with continuous right turns that aligns with the tire's or pattern. Officer Sato, do you also have a penchant for speeding? Caught off guard by the two stoic faces staring at her, Sato Mawako found herself momentarily speechless. Had she neglected to consult her fortune before venturing out today? She had encountered two peculiar individuals. At the entrance of the amusement park, Professor Agasa sat under the sun with Jinta and Mitsuhiko. "Professor, can't we go in and play first? I'm so hungry waiting," Jinta complained, patting his stomach with a weary expression. Mitsuhiko added, "Professor, I'm thirsty too. The amusement park is so crowded today, it feels like we'll be waiting for ages." Closing his eyes in contemplation, Professor Agasa suddenly exclaimed, "Eureka! I'll present you with a riddle. If you solve it, please, Professor. It's just Jinta and me. How could we possibly guess correctly?" Jinta retorted, "Right. In the past, we at least had 4 options to choose from. Now we only have a 50-50 chance." Mitsuhiko chimed in. Suddenly, Mitsuhiko remarked, "Wait, where's Ayumi? Didn't she say a big sister was taking her to buy ice cream? What if she is with a bad person?" "Not at all. Ayumi said that big sister gifted us the amusement park tickets. How could she be a bad person?" Jinta reassured. True enough. In a certain area of the amusement park, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, the elegantly attired Vermouth held the hand of a cute girl with a pink headband, a subtle smile gracing her exquisite face. "Ayumi, have your friends arrived yet?" Holding a bag of ice cream, Ayumi joyfully replied, "Professor Agasa and the others are here, and AI should be arriving soon." "You're so kind, big sister. That's because Ayumi assisted me greatly. This is a reward for you." Vermouth's words held deeper significance. She had strategically chosen the day when Adagawa Conan and Kagoro Mori were away on a case, preparing for any unforeseen occurrences. With a gentle laugh, Vermouth inquired, "What kind of girl is that AI? Can Ayumi introduce her to me? AI is so cool. She is incredibly smart and speaks with a maturity beyond her years. She also has a very doting brother. In short, AI is my best friend." Vermouth's smile widened. "Is that so? How wonderful. Surely, pretending to be a child and being raised by someone? No wonder she is hard to find. But you are bringing calamity to that family." A chilling smile flickered in Vermouth's eyes. "What would it be like to see that brother who dotes on you, standing before you? AI, over here. And brother Shinkami is here too. How wonderful. Wait, Shinkami? Impossible." Vermouth's gaze shifted to the entrance of the amusement park, where a young man with a detached expression held the hand of a girl with brown hair, his eyes wide with astonishment beneath his sunglasses. At this moment, her focus wavered from her target, the brown-haired girl, as her gaze fixated on the silhouette of the young man. "Nika, what are you doing? Raising a daughter?" Chapter 92. Shall we share a drink of Shiraz tonight? Since the last physical examination at Tien Elementary, Vermouth had learned the address of Ayumi Yoshida's home. Through eavesdropping and surveillance, she gathered intelligence on Adagawa Conan accompanying Kagoro Mori for an assignment, while Ran Mori was still at Sonoko Suzuki's house. Having meticulously orchestrated this elaborate plan to capture Shirley, Vermouth could already envision the terror on Shirley's face upon seeing her, and it would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. She had even suggested to Nika, a fellow member of the organization residing in the same area, to savor that moment together. Who would have guessed that Nika was the one who adopted Shirley? "Shinkami, are you intent on opposing the organization?" "No, that is not it." Vermouth's gaze was fixed on Shinkami, who had clearly noticed her presence, yet his expression remained indifferent, even greeting Professor Agasa. Why? Vermouth was perplexed. It was as if he didn't recognize her at all. Indeed, he didn't recognize her. Shinkami had never seen Shirley as a child. In fact, he had never seen her at all, merely adopting her as a stray girl. This possibility seemed highly likely, but Vermouth still couldn't fathom it. With Shinkami's intellect, it was improbable he hadn't noticed that the girl named AI exhibited a maturity and wisdom far surpassing her peers. Was Shirley's acting so superb that it deceived Shinkami? Vermouth shook her head with a smile. If Shirley truly possessed such talent, she wouldn't have fallen to such depths. However, given the current situation, it would be wise to avoid confrontation for the time being. Should she notify Jin? Vermouth's expression grew complex, but upon seeing the two girls accompanying Shinkami, she dismissed the thought entirely, blending into the crowd. Casting one last glance at the brown-haired girl held by the young man. "Shirley, I will seek you out tonight. I hope you won't be too surprised." Hybera AI tensed, glancing back toward the throng of people but finding nothing amiss. Just a moment ago, she had felt a gaze that sent chills down her spine. Was it merely an illusion? Or was it Shinkami? Wah, my mom finally let me out. I've been cooped up for days. Sonoko waved energetically, running over with Ran from a distance. If it weren't for the crowd, Sonoko would have rushed to Shinkami's side, eager to catch his scent, fearful that during her absence, he might have mingled with other women. The saying, "what one cannot have is the best," was epitomized in Sonoko, Cloud, AI, and Professor Agasa. "We're not late, are we?" Ran breathed slightly heavier, dressed in a light purple short sleeve and hot pants, her legs flawlessly radiant, exuding youthful vigor. "Hello, Sister Ran." "Hello, Sister Sonoko." The younger children greeted. Ayumi, wanting to introduce the stunningly beautiful and gentle big sister to them, turned only to find that the lovely sister had vanished. Her little face filled with confusion. Professor Agasa inquired, "But how did you know we were coming to the Ferris wheel amusement park today?" Sonoko exclaimed excitedly. "It was Shinkami who posted in the group. The moment I told my mom he was here, she immediately let me out." Ran explained with a smile, "Actually, Cloud got pulled over for speeding by Officer Sato and thought he'd be detained for a while, so he planned to have us drop AI off. But once I learned he knows Detective Muri and you, I decided to turn a blind eye." "Officer Sato, you're here too? Aren't you supposed to be on patrol today?" Officer Sato Mawako appeared behind them, waving her hand. I sneaked out. "Please don't tell Officer Mugiruma." "Professor, I can't wait. I want to ride the Ferris wheel and eat takoyaki. Then let us go inside together." Ran whispered to Shinkami. "Officer Sato is someone I met during a past case. She is a very righteous police officer." Shinkami nodded, glancing down at the tense-faced Hybera AI. Sensing that she had been gripping his hand quite tightly moments ago, Ren asked, "What is wrong?" "AI, you seem a bit nervous." "It's probably just shyness." AI is introverted and usually stays at home. Seeing so many people today must be overwhelming for her. Sonoko laughed heartily. Hybera AI remained silent, secretly observing her surroundings, attempting to identify the source of her unease, until her field of vision suddenly lifted as the young man picked her up. Are you looking for someone? This makes it easier." Hybera AI discreetly tapped Shinkami, hissing in his ear, "Put me down." Wow, AI is so childlike. She wants Shinkami to lift her high. The garden. Please refrain from teasing. I find this little sorrow rather endearing. How infuriating. She surely knows it will lead to misunderstandings. She never wished to be treated like a child. To be picked up. Shinj, Qin, regardless of the blackened expression on the girl's face, whispered in her ear, "Remember to settle the fare for the return trip with me." Hybera AI's eyes widened, as if her perception of him had been reshaped once more. She clutched her small purse and muttered, "Not a chance. Pay for safety? You wish. I certainly do not require your protection." Shinj, Qin admired Hybera AI's courage as his phone vibrated in his pocket. That was something he would not concern himself with. "AI-chan, Shinj, NII is coming. It's our turn for the Ferris wheel." Ayumi waved from the front, her eyes filled with envy upon seeing Shinj, Qin holding Hybera AI. "I envy AI-chan so much for having such a wonderful brother." Hybera AI replied, "Envy? That is something she acquired through debts amounting to hundreds of millions. At this rate, by the time she turns 18, she might be 100 billion in the hole." Just thinking about it feels like a plunge into darkness. Professor Agasa, accompanied by Jinta and Mitsuhiko, took one car, while Shinj, Qin, and Satomawako each took a car with Hybera AI and Ayumi, while Ran and Sonoko queued to buy takoyaki and other snacks for everyone. The space in the Ferris wheel cabin was not vast, yet it comfortably accommodated 2 adults and 2 children. Ayumi knelt on her seat, gazing out the window in awe. "It's so high. You can see so far." Satomawako smiled at the innocent Ayumi and then glanced at the 2 stoic individuals seated across from her. Why was she riding the Ferris wheel with them? "AI-chan, this is currently the tallest Ferris wheel in Japan, reaching a height of 125 meters at its peak. Isn't that impressive?" Hybera AI swung her legs lightly, her expression serene. "There are a total of 72 cabins on the Ferris wheel. From my preliminary estimation, we have ascended approximately 20 meters from our starting position, which means this Ferris wheel moves at about 30 centimeters per second. A full rotation takes around 18 minutes. Shinj, Qin glanced at the girl with the cool demeanor. "I gathered all this information from the Ferris wheel's bulletin board. Is that so?" Satomawako's pretty face twitched slightly as she observed the innocent Ayumi and the calm Hybera AI. "Is this correct?" Satomawako felt as though the world had changed. She was eager to discuss with Shinj, Qin how he had educated AI-chan. At that moment, a phone call came through, and upon answering, Satomawako's expression shifted drastically, her fingers gripping the cabin's railing tightly. Simultaneously, Shinj, Qin glanced at the email he had just received. "Shall we share a glass of sherry tonight?" From Vermouth. Chapter 93. Sherry, am I not welcome? Is it that editor from the Daily News pressuring you again? Hybra AI's voice was icy. From the phone, she could faintly hear the insistence on ensuring the current issue was well-produced, or else one should consider other employment. She wished for Qin to hurry to work, so she could evade paying for her fare. No, she absolutely would not pay. It was his speeding that made her late. Not deducting his fare was already generous. Qin hung up, his expression peculiar. Indeed, it was that editor from the Daily News. He mentioned tonight's interview with a major celebrity will take place at my home. As for the celebrity, recalling the previous message, it's naturally Chris Vineyard, portrayed by Vermouth. He certainly understood the intent behind it. Yet what perplexed Qin was the editor's audacity. Did he genuinely expect him to take Conan on a tour? Hybra AI's expression changed slightly. Can't we choose another location? Forget it. I'll just stay upstairs today. At this moment, Satomawako's expression grew serious as she urgently spoke into the phone. What? There has been an explosion? Officer Shiratori was injured? He has been rushed to the hospital? Soon after, the voice on the other end caused Satomawako to panic. Her phone slipping from her grip into the seat, where it emitted Officer Megur's voice, seemingly reciting a code from a fax. I am a key player in the Major League. Arriving at the field stained with blood, I will await you at the iron home plate. Qin, uninterested, fiddled with his ears, opting out of involvement. He had a gathering tonight that was far more significant. After hearing the entire code, Hybra AI pondered. This segment of the code reminds me of the recent discussions online regarding the explosive incidents from 7 and 3 years ago. Home plate. Hybra AI opened her phone, found a map of Tokyo, zoomed out, and thoughtfully remarked, if I extend the lines of the previous 2 explosion sites, their intersection lies at the bloodstained KNG station. If we consider that red, the target should be suddenly. Hybra AI snapped to attention, discreetly glancing at the 2 bewildered girls across from her, her eyelids fluttering. Reaching out to Qin and playfully murmuring, hug me. Satomawako swallowed hard and asked the yawning Qin, san, is AI-chan unwell? Hybra AI wrapped her small arms around the young man's neck, clinging to him like a koala, burying her face against him. Almost forgotten was the fact that not everyone shared Qin's medical history. Her usual demeanor with him was simply her authentic self. The Ferris wheel completed its rotation and returned to the ground. Qin carried the girl out, while Satomawako could still hear Hybra AI sweetly asking, AI-chan wants to eat takoyaki. Ayumi's mouth dropped open, her eyes sparkling. AI-chan is so clever. It must be AI who taught her. Last time we went to the library, he bought so many books I didn't recognize. Although Satomawako was anxious, she knelt down patiently and inquired, Ayumi, is that AI very smart? How does he compare to Detective Muri? These 2 were both familiar to Ayumi, making for an easy comparison. Ayumi pondered for a long time, seemingly torn between choosing between Ran and AI-chan, finding it a tough decision. I'll pick AI. Did Officer Sata leave? Ayumi nodded while sipping her chilled drink. The police sister left in quite a hurry, just like that super beautiful big sister who gave me the tickets. She turned around and vanished. Hybra AI shifted, intrigued. Ayumi, what did that big sister look like? Ayumi thought for a moment, hesitating. That big sister wore sunglasses. I couldn't see her face, but she was very gentle with me. Oh, and she wore purple lipstick. She smelled really nice. Recalling that sudden feeling of being watched earlier, Hybra AI felt uncertain, but the thought of leaving this place began to take form in her mind. She tugged at Qin's sleeve and whispered, I feel a bit unwell. AI-chan, are you not feeling well? Did you eat something bad? Ran asked with concern. Professor Agasa also suggested it could be a chill from the heat. Children are most susceptible to colds. It's getting late. Perhaps Sen should take AI-chan home. Qin glanced at the girl draped over his lap, pretending to be ill. The little one was quite sensible. Then we shall take our leave. After bidding farewell to the others, Qin carried AI-chan towards the nearby parking lot. Well acted. That takoyaki will be on you. Hybra AI shot him a glare, but rested her chin on his shoulder. For some reason, the more they headed back, the more uneasy she felt. As if being with everyone else was the true safety. The wail of police sirens echoed under the overpass as a man with glasses, unkempt hair obscuring his eyes, observed the passing police cars below, emitting a maniacal, deranged laughter. Die. All of you die. I want all 12 million people in Tokyo to know that the police are nothing but a pack of cold-blooded beasts. The deranged man hesitated for a moment, turned around, and nearly collided with a passerby. After avoiding the encounter, he lowered his head and departed. Hybera AI glanced at the man and whispered to Jingu Yun, "Do you not find that man's behavior rather peculiar?" In the living room, Vermouth lightly tossed the bottle of sherry in her hand, her exquisite visage adorned with a serene smile. Now that the sherry was located, she need not wander under the scrutiny of her newly assumed identity. She would leave the troublesome matters to Bourbon, allowing herself the luxury of respite and a few sips of wine. "Sharon, you look particularly beautiful today. Are you off to meet an old flame? Yukiko, are you not the same? Off to rendezvous with a paramour?" Yukiko blushed slightly. She was not meeting a lover but merely seeking to converse with her apprentice about disguise techniques. There were absolutely no ulterior motives. "Very well, I shall cease the teasing. I have matters to attend to and may not return to sleep tonight, darling." Yukiko huffed, ignoring her. Sharon's departure was timely. Her absence posed no issue. Perhaps she would merely be discussing disguise techniques tonight. Vermouth shed her disguise. If all went smoothly, she need not assume Sharon's appearance before Yukiko any longer. Ding dong, ding dong. As the door swung open, it was about to be swiftly closed again, but a black high-heeled shoe had already crossed the threshold. A gloved hand grasped the door. Vermouth observed the pale-faced girl with terrified eyes, clad in a revealing outfit, retreating step by step. The corners of her lavender lips curled up slightly. "Surely. Am I not welcome?" Chapter 94, Nightmares Realized, Bourbon and Black Barley. "Are you still going out? Aren't you supposed to interview a big star soon?" Upon returning home, Hybera AI felt the tension in her chest finally ease, her brows relaxing considerably as she slipped into her slippers and plopped onto the sofa. "I'll buy a few bottles of wine and be right back." After the door closed, Hybera raised an eyebrow, steeping a tea bag in hot water. Buying wine? It seemed a celebrity was coming over. Could it be Kano Yoko? She had never seen Jingu Yun drink, and the last liquor was a gift from someone else. The refrigerator was stocked with cans of cola, and the space for her jam was precariously threatened. Whatever, it doesn't concern me who comes. Hybera had initially planned to grab a small stool to enjoy the sight of a miserly lecherheart at work, which would undoubtedly be amusing. However, if it was merely a drinking session with a star, her enthusiasm waned. She glanced down at her petite frame, her previous good mood dissipating. Ding dong, ding dong. Is it here? Hybera fetched a stool and peered through the peephole, catching sight of someone garbed in a scandalously revealing black evening gown, their round hat perfectly obscuring her view. Hybera quietly scoffed, dressed so provocatively yet hiding her face. Celebrities are quite the artistic breed. She moved the stool aside, opened the door, and was immediately met with a pair of alluring legs barely visible beneath the black dress. Further up, the deep neckline revealed a glimpse of pale skin. Hybera let out a small exclamation, her face paling instantly. She instinctively shut the door, only to have the other party hauled her with an outstretched hand. "Surely. Am I not welcome?" Vermouth removed her round hat, tossing her striking silver hair, and approached the trembling Hybera. As she reached her, she bent down, her gloved finger gently lifting Hybera's quivering chin. Vermouth gazed upon the familiar face, her eyes briefly flashing with disdain and murderous intent. Her voice, however, was soft and full. "Surely, you were truly easy to find. I didn't expect you to be hiding right under my nose. Oh, I almost forgot. Your current name is Hybera AI. So, little AI, are you prepared to face the consequences of your betrayal to the organization?" Hybera's body stiffened as the visage from her nightmares merged with Vermouth's face before her. The nightmare had come to fruition. Indeed, she had been discovered. Her identity was revealed to the organization, and it was none other than Vermouth. A whirlwind of panic, fear, and terror engulfed Hybera. She had no idea if other members of the organization were lurking nearby, if gin and vodka were also present. Would Jingu Yun be in danger upon his return? Absolutely not. This was her mess, a decision she had secretly resolved upon her arrival. Hybera steadied her heart, accepting the grim reality that she had been found out by the organization. She glanced around the room, a bitter taste in her mouth. This moment had inevitably arrived, and it was something she must confront and resolve. Taking a deep breath, Hybera coldly stated, "I can go with you, but it has nothing to do with anyone else. Do not harm them." Vermouth, her expression unchanged, noted the situation was slightly different than anticipated. Standing, she surveyed the tidy living room and remarked, "So, you have been residing here lately? It's small, yet surprisingly comforting, a rather nice place." Vermouth approached the sofa, picking up the freshly brewed red tea. "Surely. Where is that doting brother of yours? I am here for an interview, am I not? I have no connection to him." Hybera clenched her fists. speaking with a low tone. "I said I would go with you. Do not harm those uninvolved. He is just a fool who knows nothing." Here, he clearly referred to Jin Guyun. Vermouth's smile widened, her gaze at Hybera taking on a hint of wicked amusement. It seemed Shirley was unaware of Jin Guyun's true identity, and her purpose for being here extended beyond mere inquiry. "You seem quite concerned about him, Shirley." Vermouth elegantly sat on the sofa, her beautiful legs crossed, revealing a Browning 1906 pocket pistol strapped to her thigh. Upon seeing this, Hybera's expression darkened once more. "What more do you want?" Hybera's face was cold, yet her heart silently pleaded for the miser to return quickly. At least, she needed to wait until Vermouth took her away. It turned out that those inspirational quotes perused in the dead of night were not entirely false. Some individuals truly might have unknowingly seen their last moments in this life. Vermouth reached out to lift Hybera's delicate face. Though she intended to struggle and push her away, she restrained herself. At this point, she was indifferent to her fate. Yet she did not wish to act in a manner that could endanger others. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Vermouth brazenly assessed Hybera, her body appearing youthful, yet her intellect was that of a brilliant scientist. No wonder Jin Guyun was captivated. If it weren't for the organization and that kind of drug, she would have considered keeping one for herself to play with. "Let us start with the good news. I have temporarily changed my mind and will spare your life, refraining from reporting your situation to the organization." Before Hybera could ponder this, Vermouth continued. "The bad news is that I could change my mind at any moment, depending on your sincerity." Hybera felt as though she had been toyed with and coldly replied, "Is this amusing? In a situation like this, do I still have room to resist or speak?" Vermouth removed her black gloves, taking Hybera's small hand and placing her palm against her own. "I can make you a proposition, as long as you agree to all my demands. I will act as if I have not found Shirley, and you may continue living here under the identity of Hybera AI with your brother. First, the production and research of that drug must cease. Second, you must not disclose my identity to anyone. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Bourmort suddenly leaned closer. Her enchanting lips whispered a phrase near Hybera AI's icy earlobe. The latter instantly turned her head, coldly retorting, "You must be dreaming." Bourmort maintained her smile, gripping a compact handgun in her hand. "Listen, don't you hear footsteps outside? When your brother opens the door, will you say I'm aiming for his head or his heart?" Hybera AI hesitated, not wanting to comply, yet she felt that Bourmort was toying with her. However, the footsteps grew closer, and she even heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. She quickly exclaimed, "I agree." Unfortunately, it was too late. The dark muzzle was aimed at Hybera AI's cheek, as Bourmort caressed the girl's profile, remarking, "The more beautiful the woman, the less she keeps her word." With a pull of the trigger, instead of a bullet, a cloud of hypnotic gas emerged. "Isn't this amusing?" Bourmort gently placed the unconscious girl on the sofa, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth upon hearing a young man's voice at the door. To take Sherry away, she had to confront Shinjukuin, if he disagreed. A conflict was inevitable. Therefore, all of Sherry's previous reactions were inconsequential to her. The true arbiter of her fate was the young man before her. As for the agreements, they were mere jokes, since they were all at Sherry's expense. Bourmort donned her gloves, fully focused as she faced the young man carrying shopping bags, marking their third encounter. "So, Nika, what reasoning or method will you employ to persuade her?" She was curious, hoping it wouldn't be something she could easily deduce. Otherwise, she would be quite disappointed. Shinjukuin placed the shopping bags on the table, draped his coat over the slumbering AI, and yawned. The girl was still a bit naive. He would have to salvage the situation himself. Drinking, of course, couldn't be limited to sherry wine. Bourmort extracted the bottles from the shopping bag, placing them on the table, her exquisite face whispering, "Bourbon, rye whiskey." Bourmort picked up a bottle of bourbon whiskey and said to Shinjukuin, "What? Do you intend to get me drunk? Is the interview taking place in bed?" Shinjukuin remained indifferent, opening the sherry wine Bourmort had brought, pouring himself a glass. "If that were the case, I should have bought Nika wine instead." Bourmort's narrow eyes narrowed. Nika wine was a blend made with vermouth, her own drink. Understanding Shinjukuin's implication, she smiled seductively. "That's not out of the question. I haven't tried Nika wine yet. How about a glass? If you're willing to pay a hefty price, I wouldn't mind." Shinjukuin responded, "I fear you might buy it, but lack the courage to drink it." Bourmort frowned but soon relaxed. Nika wine was inherently expensive, and purchasing Shinjukuin's wine would be 100-fold costlier. The pitfalls she had previously encountered would be in vain. Forget it. I believe we should conduct this interview properly, as it concerns whether we will become adversaries after finishing our drinks, does it not? Bourmord poured herself a glass of sherry wine, crossed her beautiful legs, and bluntly stated, Nika, are you aware that Hybrid AI is sherry? It seemed as though she was interviewing him. Bourmord's expression turned peculiar. Was this the crux of today's conversation? I know. Bourmord raised an eyebrow, took a sip of sherry wine, and continued, So, have you chosen to betray the organization? To be complicit in silence? The mission you accepted has nothing to do with me. A flicker of anger crossed Bourmord's face as she attempted to pour herself more wine, only to find the sherry bottle empty. She reluctantly poured a third of bourbon whiskey for herself. So today, if I intend to take sherry with me, will you obstruct me, opposing the organization? Noticing Shinjukuin's silence, Bourmord took a sip of her drink, her expression brightening slightly, her brows smoothing out as she asked, Or do you have a reason that could persuade me to abandon my investigation into sherry and keep it from the organization? Shinjukuin finished his glass of sherry wine. He had already envisioned this scenario, even mimicking Bourmord's words in his mind countless times. He had devised numerous plans but abandoned them all. The simplest one involved finding someone to impersonate Miyano Shiho, diverting Bourmord's attention. He had the perfect candidate, Miyano Akemi. Knowing his sister well, there was a significant chance she could deceive Bourmord entirely. However, such a method felt foolish. Why was it that as soon as Bourmord discovered Hybrid AI's presence, Miyano Shiho happened to appear as well? It was entirely illogical. The most straightforward solution lay in revealing Idagawa Conan's true identity and Muri ran, creating a 2-to-1 scenario to incite Bourmord's internal conflict and hesitation. With the goodness within Bourmord, he could barter for Hybrid AI's safety. Shinjukuin dismissed this plan. Human emotions are the most unpredictable. He would not relinquish the choice of his little girl's fate to the whims of others. Until she repaid her debts, he remained her greatest creditor. Shinjukuin glanced at the sleeping girl on the sofa, then at Bourmord, who was pouring herself another glass. He softly remarked, 4869. What does that mean? Bourmord felt a wave of relief. She had anticipated Shinjukuin might threaten her with Idagawa Conan's true identity. Given Shinjukuin's keen observation of details, it wouldn't be difficult for him to discover Conan was Kudo Shinichi, especially since he had a girl who had shrunk in size. Should Shinjukuin use this as leverage, she might indeed temporarily relinquish her pursuit of sherry, particularly concerning Muri Ran. However, her surrender did not imply she would refrain from making subtle moves behind the scenes, such as inviting gin, vodka, and others to Shinjukuin's home. Fortunately, Shinjukuin did not disappoint her, though she felt a strange warmth coursing through her body. I'm not particularly skilled at explanations, so I let you experience it firsthand. Bourmord's exquisite face flushed slightly. In that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, the interplay of black and red reaching its zenith. What did you put in the drink? Why am I? Shinjukuin replied nonchalantly. Didn't you want to drink Nika wine? Indeed, those 2 bottles weren't bourbon or rye whiskey. They were pure, higher quality Nika wine. This time, it's on the house. Bourmord felt a surge of heat enveloping her. She sensed her body changing, recalling the earlier reference to 4869. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, eliciting surprise not only from Bourmord, but also from Shinjukuin. An unexpected guest? Bourmord's expression shifted to one of alarm. Her body felt like a fiery furnace. Uncertain of the impending changes, she couldn't stay here, yet felt unable to move far. Hey, disciple, don't misunderstand. Master just came to check on you and see little AI. Shinjukuin appraised the carefully dressed Yukiko at the door, only to turn back and find Bourmord had vanished from the living room. Little AI is asleep. Yukiko blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly catching onto Shinjukuin's words. Upon entering, she discovered AI sleeping on the sofa and reproached him. You're too careless. How could you let little AI sleep on the sofa? Yukiko shot Shinjukuin a disapproving glance before gently carrying the girl upstairs to bed, tucking her in. Her sparkling eyes softened as she gazed at AI, especially standing next to Shinjukuin. Disciple, Master needs to check how your disguise skills are coming along. Aren't we here to act? Nonsense. I can no longer let down Mile. Somehow, Yuzuko found herself being half pushed, half encouraged into the room by her apprentice, and before long, they were enacting a performance. Today's play seems to be titled Mandarin Ducks Playing in Water. In the dimly lit corner of Shin's room, a pair of exquisite eyes peeked out from the darkness, blinking as they observed the 2 performers outside. The shadows could not conceal the blush that gradually crept over her stunning visage.